Chapter 1. The First Sign-In. In a pitch-black expanse, a faint silhouette slowly opened its eyes. Before it could comprehend the situation, a beam of ethereal light surged from the darkness and merged into the silhouette. After a considerable duration, the silhouette transformed into a corporeal form and gradually opened its eyes. I never imagined that one day I would traverse into the primordial chaos and become a congenital spiritual treasure, the Enlightenment Tower. Damn it, I never intended to cross over. Why must I be thrust into such a perilous realm? The primordial chaos is certainly no safe haven. Xuantian does not believe that, as a low-grade heavenly treasure, he can achieve anything significant in such a treacherous environment. Even with knowledge of history, many things are immutable, for the primordial chaos is a realm where one's foundation is paramount. His foundation is hardly impressive. The transformation into a physical form stands as a monumental challenge, and elevating the grade of a congenital spiritual treasure appears to be an insurmountable obstacle. Without the ability to enhance the grade of the treasure, his future accomplishments will be severely limited. Thus, in the instant of self-awareness, Xuantian's heart was engulfed by panic. A congenital spiritual treasure simply cannot take on a physical form, and even the prospect of cultivation is far from straightforward. Was his crossing into the primordial chaos merely to become a pawn for others, or to serve as a mere elder? Congratulations, host! You have traversed into the primordial chaos, and the sign-in system has been successfully bound. You have received a starter pack. System, what kind of system are you? What is its function? Unfortunately, the system remained aloof and did not respond to Xuantian's inquiries, or perhaps it simply lacked the capability to do so. He could only silently summon the novice gift pack, which materialized before him, containing 2 cards and a cultivation method capable of leading to the realm of Hongjun de Luo Jinxianth Indestructible Divine Art, along with a transformation card and a fusion card. The transformation card, as its name suggests, allows Xuantian to take on a physical form. The fusion card, on the other hand, indicated that it could merge with another congenital spiritual treasure or congenital root of the same type, provided their grades did not differ by more than 2 levels. Xuantian, being a low-grade congenital spiritual treasure, could thus merge with a mid-grade congenital treasure or root. With the transformation card in hand, Xuantian no longer had to worry about the challenge of transformation. He promptly shattered the card, and an immense force surged into his body, allowing him to sense the existence of his limbs. In no time, under the influence of this power, Xuantian manifested in human form at his original location. Just then, the sky darkened with ominous clouds, and bolts of calamity lightning began to traverse through the murky heavens. Soon, a bolt of lightning struck Xuantian. Although he had never practiced before as a congenital spiritual treasure, his defenses were remarkably robust. The first bolt of lightning posed no threat to him whatsoever. Is this lightning really so weak? No sooner had he spoken than several more bolts of lightning descended upon him, yet they failed to inflict any harm. This allowed Xuantian to gradually calm his earlier trepidation as he permitted the lightning to strike him repeatedly. At this moment, he possessed no other means but to endure the calamity through this method. Not entirely true, he was not without capabilities. He could continuously absorb spiritual energy to restore himself. This was the innate ability of a congenital spiritual treasure. Although Xuantian remained unharmed, he incessantly absorbed the surrounding primordial spiritual energy, integrating it into himself to prevent damage to his core. As the bolts of calamity lightning continued to descend, Xuantian successfully withstood them all. While the latter strikes posed a degree of danger, they merely left a few cracks upon his form. As primordial spiritual energy flowed into these fissures, they gradually began to mend. Once the calamity lightning abated, Li Ying suddenly sensed something and declared to the heavens, "Heavenly Tao, from this day forth, I am no longer Li Ying, but the Enlightenment Tower's Taoist, Lord Xuantian. May the heavenly Tao bear witness." At that moment, a resounding clap of thunder echoed through the skies, seemingly affirming Xuantian's proclamation. Upon establishing his vow to the heavenly Tao, Xuantian felt a wave of relief wash over him, as though some shackles had vanished. He reflected on the wisdom of his predecessors, recognizing its undeniable value. Subsequently, Xuantian began to absorb primordial spiritual energy to heal himself. A year later, all the cracks on the tower's surface had completely vanished, and he had fully restored his form. He then transformed into a Taoist figure, and in that instant, half of the indestructible divine light fused into Xuantian's primordial spirit. The indestructible divine light is the essence of a congenital spiritual treasure that cannot be destroyed. Now, with half of this divine light integrated into his primordial spirit, Xuantian attained a state of immortality, at least until Hongjun merged with the Tao, freeing him from the fear of being killed by other beings. While elation coursed through him, a tinge of frustration lingered. A year has passed, yet no matter how much primordial spiritual energy I absorb, my physical form remains stagnant. Am I to live my life with no growth whatsoever? No, that is not entirely true. I can still comprehend the loss. Within the Enlightenment Tower, there are two laws that I can pursue. The two laws within the tower consist of the indestructible law inherent in the indestructible divine light and the law of creation. Each law represents a distinct path. Moreover, this sign-in system baffles me. For an entire year, it has shown no response, and I have no idea where to sign in. Ding! Sign-in task. Acquire different grades of congenital spiritual treasures to receive rewards. The higher the grade of the treasure obtained, the more substantial the reward. Signing in at Buzhou Mountain will yield an additional reward. System: I'm already a low-grade, congenital spiritual treasure. Shouldn't I be eligible for a reward? Sign-in available. Sign-in. Sign-in successful. Reward obtained. Open reward. Congratulations, host. You have gained a 1 comprehension of the indestructible law and acquired the ability of instant transmission. As soon as the words fell, Xuantian felt a torrent of insights regarding the indestructible law surge into his mind, significantly enhancing his understanding. Once he reached 1 comprehension, the insights dissipated. Following this, he was inundated with numerous secrets pertaining to the art of instant transmission. After assimilating these revelations, Xuantian attained a beginner's mastery of the technique. After spending a month familiarizing himself with the comprehension of the laws and the technique, Xuantian prepared a journey to Buzhou Mountain. As he currently had no means to acquire a congenital spiritual treasure, he could only head to Buzhou Mountain to sign in. On this day, as Xuantian rode the clouds toward Buzhou Mountain, a figure clad in a fiery red Taoist robe obstructed his path. You, Taoist, appear to possess some skill. I am granting you an opportunity to join the Feng clan. Come with me now. From Feng Yan's perspective, Xuantian, being a lowly rogue cultivator with no allegiance to the 3 clans, would be a tremendous honor for them to recruit. He could not fathom that any rogue cultivator would refuse such an offer. I apologize, but I have no intention of joining the Feng clan. Taoist, you misunderstand. You have no choice in the matter. Join the Feng clan and live, or refuse and die. Feng Yan directly unleashed the aura of a half-step Tai golden immortal, pressing it down upon Xuantian in an attempt to coerce his compliance. Seeing this, Xuantian instantly invoked instant transmission, vanishing from his original spot. When he reappeared, he was behind Feng Yan and delivered a powerful punch to the back of his head, rendering Feng Yan momentarily dazed. You scoundrel! How dare you attack me? I will have you dead. Phoenix True Fire. A searing flame erupted from Feng Yan's body, its intense heat instantly scorching the surroundings to a charred black. What a formidable flame! Although it cannot harm me, my current offensive capabilities are still too limited. It would be prudent to retreat for now. With this thought, Xuantian employed instant transmission once more, disappearing from sight. Damn it! That scoundrel runs fast. You better hope I don't catch you, or I will burn you alive. Chapter 2. Buzhou Mountain, previously engaging in combat, had afforded Feng Yan a considerable understanding of Xuantian. Having just successfully transformed, he had yet to master any offensive techniques, relying solely on a method of escape. As long as he could restrain Xuantian's ability to flee, capturing him would not pose a significant challenge. At this moment, the primordial world was anything but safe, with the heavens and earth newly birthed. The beings emerging now were all exceptionally gifted, brimming with extraordinary potential, and destined to achieve the realm of Tai Golden Immortal in the future. Those with greater prowess could easily attain the Great Luo Golden Immortal level. Although Xuantian's cultivation was commendable, his lack of mastery over formidable divine skills and techniques rendered his combat power rather weak. That in the face of conflict, he could only evade using his teleportation ability, which further entangled him in troublesome situations. Repeatedly escaping had filled Xuantian with a sense of dissatisfaction, leading him to ponder whether his current quest for treasures was a mistake. Perhaps he should find a secluded place to meditate and comprehend divine techniques, as his innate understanding would likely allow him to grasp one or two techniques without difficulty. However, reflecting on the rewards he had previously received and his current circumstances, he realized that relying solely on cultivation to enhance his power would not be an easy endeavor. It was wiser to place his hopes on the system, at least for the time being. That as he journeyed, Xuantian continuously employed his teleportation technique, familiarizing himself with it and striving to master it to a profound level. The deeper his understanding of the technique, the greater its potential power. With his innate aptitude as a resident of the Dao Tower, he was not lacking by the time he arrived at Buzhou Mountain. He had already perfected the teleportation technique to an advanced stage. When unleashed, even a Tai Golden Immortal would find it challenging to pursue him. Before even entering Buzhou Mountain, Xuantian sensed a formidable pressure emanating from it, seemingly attempting to deter his entry. Just as he was about to step inside and complete his check-in to receive rewards, he naturally did not wish to abandon the endeavor. However, the pressure from Buzhou Mountain was far more potent than Xuantian had anticipated, rendering him nearly immobile. In response, he could only reveal his true form and urge the Dao Tower to fly towards Buzhou Mountain. The innate spiritual treasure did not obstruct the Dao Tower, allowing it to enter the mountain unhindered. System check-in. Check-in successful. Received a grand gift package. Upon opening the gift package, congratulations to the host for acquiring the divine ability, Chaos Divine Thunder, a 1% comprehension of the indestructible law, and a piece of information, a card for locking innate spiritual roots. The information was of great significance for Xuantian's future, while the innate spiritual root locking card could secure unclaimed innate spiritual roots. Upon realizing the card's purpose, Xuantian planned to use it to lock onto the location of the Dao tree. It seemed that merging with the Bodhi tree would yield the best results for him. Unfortunately, the Bodhi tree had already taken form and was under the protection of the heavenly Dao, leaving Xuantian unable to devour it. Thus, he had no choice but to settle for the slightly inferior Dao tree. Upon opening the information card, Xuantian initially believed the contents would be of great importance. But as he read, his brow furrowed upon discovering the warning: do not acquire innate treasures before achieving sainthood, or risk losing great opportunities. Being a person from the future, Xuantian was well aware of the significance of innate treasures for those aspiring to become saints. How could he not desire to obtain one? Yet the system cautioned that he could not acquire innate treasures until he reached sainthood. Should he trust the system notification? Forget it. This matter feels exceedingly distant from my current situation. My most pressing concern is to continue enhancing my cultivation. With that, Xuantian urged the Dao Tower to proceed deeper into Buzhou Mountain. The spiritual energy there was far denser than in other locations. More importantly, Xuantian could hardly believe that Buzhou Mountain would lack powerful innate treasures. Since he was already inside, it was only fitting to search thoroughly. After 2 days, Xuantian familiarized himself with the 1% comprehension of the indestructible law and the Chaos Divine Thunder technique. Particularly, the Chaos Divine Thunder was his sole offensive method. The potency of this technique was crucial to Xuantian's combat capability. Indeed, this is a powerful divine ability that, if cultivated to its pinnacle, it can transform into a technique capable of injuring saints. This meant that Xuantian could utilize this technique even at the saint level, making it an exceptionally precious asset. Given its rarity, he was determined to delve deeper into its mastery. It was relatively easy to bring the technique to the entry level. Yet further enhancement proved challenging. Fortunately for Xuantian, he could still make progress. Since improvement was possible, he aimed to amplify the technique's power, hoping to eventually master it to the proficient level. Divine ability ranks. Entry level. Proficient, minor success, major success, perfection. After 2 years, Xuantian finally achieved proficiency in the Chaos Divine Thunder, and when unleashed, Annihilating those tiny golden immortals who lacked defenses against him was no trouble at all. However, further enhancement of the technique was not an easy task. Buzhou Mountain was not a place to linger. While it was difficult for him to enter due to his cultivation level, it did not imply that those with higher cultivation levels faced the same challenge. The Panga pressure prevented many beings from the primordial realm from entering at this time. Buzhou Mountain, formed from Panga's spine, was common knowledge among most beings in the primordial realm. Xuantian could not believe that these beings would not seek ways to enter Buzhou Mountain. System, why do you lack a scanning function? If you had one, my treasure hunting would be much simpler. Upon taking human form, Xuantian sensed an immense pressure bearing down on him, rendering him nearly immobile. In response, he could only continuously operate his techniques to absorb the surrounding innate spiritual energy, ensuring that any bodily harm could be swiftly healed. What a pity. This is a rare opportunity to temper my body. Yet it is of no use to me that Xuantian's body was an innate spiritual treasure. Only by enhancing its restrictions could he strengthen its power. Relying on external forces to bolster his physical strength was utterly implausible. He had already devised a plan to enhance his body's quality, but now was not the time for implementation. The most pressing matter was to seek treasures. Upon entering Buzhou Mountain, Xuantian vaguely sensed something calling to him, an object of great importance that he could not afford to overlook. After crawling for a year, he suddenly discovered a cave not far away, emanating waves of azure light. The moment he beheld the azure glow, the call from deep within him surged again, urging him to enter the cave. As if a treasure of immense significance awaited him inside. For cultivators, experiencing such phenomena indicated that the treasure within the cave was of paramount importance to Xuantian. Struggling against the odds, he advanced toward the cave. Step by step. Although the distance was not great, it took him an entire day to finally enter the cave. Fortunately, upon entering, the oppressive pressure vanished instantaneously. Following the call, Xuantian soon found himself before a blossoming azure lotus. Chapter 3. Innate Spiritual Root. This was the 12th rank primordial blue lotus. Who would have thought that this treasure would be the source of the call? Upon realizing the identity of the treasure that beckoned him, Xuantian swiftly understood why the 12th rank primordial blue lotus had summoned him. Had he not manifested here as an anomaly, it would have fallen into the hands of Hongjun or the Three Pure Ones, ultimately meeting a fate of destruction in Xuantian's possession. However, it would surely avoid such a dismal end. Rest assured, I shall ensure your name resonates throughout the primordial realm, and you shall not meet a shattered fate. The lotus, possessing sentience, stirred slightly at Xuantian's words and gracefully floated into his hand. Gazing at the 12th rank primordial blue lotus, Xuantian extended his consciousness to begin the process of refining it. The lotus willingly cooperated with his refinement. He swiftly dissolved the first restriction within it, realizing that the 12th rank primordial blue lotus was a top-tier, innate spiritual treasure capable of suppressing fate with its 48 restrictions system. Have I now completed a check-in task? After checking in, he could receive rewards. Check-in. Successfully checked in for a top-tier innate spiritual treasure and received a grand gift package. Xuantian refrained from opening the gift package at that moment, sensing a powerful aura rapidly approaching. He swiftly stored the 12th rank primordial blue lotus within his body to prevent others from witnessing this top-tier, innate spiritual treasure in his possession. This was one of his trump cards and must not be easily revealed. A top-tier, innate spiritual treasure capable of suppressing fate and possessing unparalleled defense would undoubtedly entice even a saint. Xuantian had no illusions that the approaching individual would not be tempted upon seeing it. I am Hongjun. Greetings, fellow Taoist. It is Hongjun. Xuantian dared not be careless in the presence of Hongjun, nor did he wish to engage with him at this moment. The 12th rank primordial blue lotus shimmered above his head, radiating azure light that enveloped him. Then he executed the teleportation technique, vanishing from his original location in an instant. He is currently no match for Hongjun and is reluctant to engage with him at this moment, preferring to evade for now and await a time when he is more formidable. The 12th grade primal chaos green lotus, birthed from the 36th grade chaos green lotus, is capable of withstanding the oppressive aura of Pangu. Freed from Pangu's suppression, Xuantian is once again able to employ his teleportation abilities. Hongjun merely sensed a flash of azure light before him, and it vanished entirely. This was a top-tier, innate spiritual treasure. He quickly began to deduce who had acquired this exceptional innate spiritual treasure. Despite the azure light only appearing momentarily before disappearing, Hongjun recognized that it was the radiance emanating from the 12th grade primal chaos green lotus. Particularly at the moment the azure light appeared, the 12th grade merit golden lotus within his being pulsed slightly, further affirming that his prior conjecture was indeed correct. The 12th grade primal chaos green lotus, as a top-tier innate spiritual treasure, possesses the capability to suppress fate and its defensive prowess rivals that of innate supreme treasures that if he had not encountered it, it would have been one thing, but now that he has. Even Hongjun, who lacks nothing in supreme treasures, is unwilling to let such a top-tier, innate spiritual treasure slip away. As an innate spiritual treasure, Xuantian's attempts to deduce its whereabouts were far from simple. At least not at Hongjun's current level. He would need to reach the quasi-saint realm, utilizing an innate supreme treasure that could enhance his ability to unravel heavenly secrets, to have even a slight chance of success. Presently, Hongjun is merely at the great Luo golden immortal level, and after an attempted deduction, he found himself at a complete loss, unwilling to relinquish the 12th grade primal chaos green lotus so easily. He entered the cave where Xuantian had previously been, summoning the fragment of the creation jade plate, an innate supreme treasure, to assist in his calculations. Alas, even with the aid of the supreme treasure, deducing Xuantian's location proved to be a formidable challenge. Upon departing from Buzhou Mountain, Xuantian immediately utilized the previously locked innate spiritual root card to pinpoint the location of the enlightenment tree. This innate spiritual root, Wuyi Mountain. Subsequently, the system indicated that by proceeding northward, he would find Wuyi Mountain. Otherwise, Xuantian would have truly been at a loss for how to locate it. Fearing pursuit, Xuantian hastened towards Wuyi Mountain, intent on merging with the enlightenment tree, thereby allowing himself to directly metamorphose into a high-grade innate spiritual treasure. At that point, inflicting injury upon Xuantian would become exceedingly difficult. After an unknown number of teleportations, and as Xuantian's mana neared depletion, he finally arrived at Wuyi Mountain. Guided by the system, he swiftly approached the enlightenment tree. It seemed as if the enlightenment tree sensed its impending fate. Upon Xuantian's appearance, it attempted to flee. However, Xuantian would not grant it such an opportunity. Manifesting his true form, he rapidly expanded, transforming into a colossal 5-layered pagoda, pressing down upon the enlightenment tree while simultaneously producing the fusion card awarded by the system, shattering it. Waves of spiritual light enveloped both the enlightenment tree and the enlightenment pagoda. Under the myriad of spiritual lights, Xuantian could distinctly sense spiritual lights emanating from the enlightenment tree, continuously merging into the enlightenment pagoda, causing it to begin generating new restrictions. Previously, the enlightenment pagoda was a low-grade innate spiritual treasure with 9 restrictions. But soon, with the assistance of the abundant spiritual light, it birthed an additional restriction and evolved into a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. The ascension of an innate spiritual treasure is no trivial matter. It is an act of defiance against the heavens. The moment of the enlightenment pagoda's elevation, Xuantian sensed dark clouds gathering above, with tribulation lightning swirling ominously, prepared to annihilate the enlightenment pagoda, which was not meant to ascend. This tribulation consisted of 9 bolts. Upon successfully enduring them, the enlightenment pagoda would ascend to a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. Otherwise, if the ascension failed, the enlightenment pagoda would shatter, necessitating a prolonged period for recovery. The tribulation is forged from the ultimate power of thunder and lightning between heaven and earth. Its might is evident. When a bolt of lightning struck, Xuantian felt a fissure appear upon his true form. He quickly activated the undying divine art, voraciously absorbing the surrounding innate spiritual energy to restore himself. Under Xuantian's guidance, the surrounding innate spiritual energy transformed into spiritual rain, continuously merging into the enlightenment pagoda, mending its cracks. Yet before Xuantian could fully repair the fissures on the enlightenment pagoda, another bolt of tribulation descended, creating 3 additional cracks. Subsequently, as tribulation after tribulation fell, the fissures on the enlightenment pagoda multiplied. And despite the surrounding innate spiritual energy pouring into the pagoda, the cracks showed no signs of disappearing. After 8 bolts of tribulation, the enlightenment pagoda was riddled with cracks, appearing as though it might shatter at any moment. The final bolt of tribulation was already brewing, radiating an aura that suggested its power was at least tenfold that of the previous ones. Given Xuantian's current state, surviving the last bolt of tribulation seemed nearly impossible. Having traversed into this world of Hongjun, possessing extraordinary roots and a system, Xuantian was unwilling to resign himself to death without a glimmer of hope. Instead, he sought to create such a chance. Xuantian incessantly activated the undying laws, infusing them into the Enlightenment Pagoda to bolster its defenses while simultaneously absorbing the essence from the Enlightenment tree to enhance the pagoda's strength, as long as the Enlightenment Pagoda was sufficiently robust. It was not beyond the realm of possibility to withstand the final bolt of tribulation that a new book has been uploaded. I hope all esteemed readers can lend their support, seeking 5-star ratings. Collections, Readings, and Gifts, Chapter 4. Mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. This tribulation is the heavenly Tao's test of the Enlightenment Pagoda, relying solely on the pagoda's inherent capabilities to endure it, without the aid of other innate spiritual treasures. Otherwise, Xuantian would have summoned the 12th grade primal chaos green Lotus long ago. With the defensive capabilities of such a top-tier, innate spiritual treasure, it would have been a trivial matter to withstand these tribulations. The final bolt of tribulation soon descended, the immense power of thunder and lightning instantly dispelling the undying laws that Xuantian commanded, striking the Enlightenment Pagoda with the intent of shattering it. In response, Xuantian frantically absorbed the power of the Enlightenment tree to strengthen the pagoda, driving it into the chaos. For innate beings born in Hongjun, lacking sufficient strength to enter the chaos is tantamount to seeking death, as they would be torn apart by the boundless chaotic energy. However, for Xuantian, chaos posed no threat. He could even absorb chaotic energy through the unique properties of innate spiritual treasures to augment himself. Xuantian's current intention was to leverage the chaotic energy for swift restoration at this moment. The Enlightenment tree had already been incorporated into the Enlightenment Pagoda, and Xuantian was voraciously consuming the essence of the Enlightenment tree to fortify himself against the residual power of the tribulation. While this approach could allow the Enlightenment Pagoda to endure the tribulation, it would consume a significant amount of the Enlightenment tree's essence, ultimately hindering its transformation into a top-tier, innate spiritual treasure with 29 restrictions. Nevertheless, at this juncture, Xuantian could afford no further hesitation. Lacking 1 or 2 restrictions was certainly preferable to failing the Ascension. The innate spiritual treasure radiated waves of spiritual light, creating a stir in Hongjun that did not go unnoticed. Many beings observed the Enlightenment Pagoda and rushed towards its location, eager to claim this mid-grade innate spiritual treasure for themselves. In order to expedite his arrival into chaos, Xuantian continuously utilized teleportation. And soon many lost sight of the Enlightenment Pagoda. Of course, not all were oblivious. Among them, Feng Tian of the Feng clan spotted the pagoda entering the chaos. That is the Enlightenment Pagoda, a treasure said to enhance one's comprehension. Such a unique, innate spiritual treasure that could accelerate cultivation speed would be missed if not encountered. And upon discovery, he was unwilling to let it slip away. After all, with his current cultivation level, entering the chaos merely required caution and would not pose significant danger. Upon entering the chaos, Xuantian did not cease his teleportation. After teleporting a dozen times to an unknown location, he finally paused to begin absorbing the chaotic energy. Having never absorbed chaotic energy before, although aware that innate spiritual treasures could do so, Xuantian approached his first attempt with trepidation. He absorbed a strand of chaotic energy, which entered the Enlightenment Pagoda and began to flail about, seeking to escape. Observing this, Xuantian continuously activated the undying divine art to refine this strand of chaotic energy. The undying divine art circulated. The chaotic energy gradually integrated into the Enlightenment Pagoda. Indeed, the chaotic energy was incomparable to innate spiritual energy. Merely absorbing one strand caused some of the cracks on the Enlightenment Pagoda to diminish. Xuantian continued to absorb the essence of the Enlightenment tree alongside the chaotic energy, mending himself. After about 15 minutes, the tribulation's power within him was finally exhausted, and the Enlightenment Pagoda successfully ascended to a mid-grade, innate spiritual treasure with 10 restrictions. However, at this point, the Enlightenment Pagoda, now covered in cracks, resembled a piece of broken metal, devoid of the majesty typically associated with innate spiritual treasures. let alone that of a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. Once the power of the tribulation was expended, Xuantian ceased to absorb the essence from the enlightenment tree and began to refine the surrounding chaotic energy to restore himself. After fully recuperating, he would continue merging with the enlightenment tree, culminating in his transformation into a high-grade innate spiritual treasure. At this moment, amidst the chaos, the heavenly secrets were in disarray, making it increasingly difficult to track Xuantian's movements. Originally, Hongjun had painstakingly deduced the whereabouts of Xuantian as he made his way to Wuyi, intending to capture him. However, he soon sensed that Xuantian's celestial secrets had abruptly vanished, leaving him incapable of perceiving even the faintest trace of Xuantian's presence. Such a phenomenon could arise either from Xuantian entering a unique realm that obscured celestial secrets or from a sudden enhancement in Xuantian's cultivation over this period. Regardless of the cause, locating him would be exceedingly arduous, prompting Hongjun to abandon the pursuit. After all, he was not lacking in top-tier, innate spiritual treasures, particularly defensive ones, of which he possessed a considerable number, each boasting formidable protective capabilities that he resolved to continue searching for his own opportunities within the unending mountains, striving to break through to the quasi-saint realm. Upon entering the chaos, Tian commenced his quest to find Xuantian. Regrettably, Xuantian himself was oblivious to his own location at that moment. After expending 2 days in vain, Tian had no choice but to depart from the chaos. From the instant he entered, he had been relentlessly assailed by chaotic energies, leaving his garments in tatters and his essence in disarray, clearly indicating that Tian had sustained significant injuries, should he tarry any longer in the chaos. It would not be long before he succumbed. With the aid of chaotic energies, Xuantian devoted a year to mending the fissures on the Enlightenment Tower. After a year, I have finally restored all the cracks. Now I can continue integrating the Enlightenment tree. Thus, Xuantian began to refine the chaotic energies while merging with the Enlightenment tree. With the tower's enhancement, its efficacy increased significantly, allowing Xuantian to comprehend spells and laws with greater ease. He focused intently on the comprehension of the Chaos Divine Thunder spell. Previously, having faced divine retribution, Xuantian had garnered considerable insight into the laws of thunder, and now it was only natural to delve deeper to amplify the might of the Chaos Divine Thunder. Should no unforeseen circumstances arise, this spell would soon become one of his primary means of attack. More crucially, Xuantian aimed to infuse the power of divine retribution into the Enlightenment Tower, thereby augmenting its potency. It was noteworthy that the Enlightenment Tower, at present, was merely an innate spiritual treasure with limited defensive and offensive capabilities, a situation that Xuantian found unsatisfactory, but he aspired for the tower to embody both offensive and defensive capabilities while also serving as a means of enlightenment. To achieve this, he needed to integrate the laws of thunder and the indestructible law into the tower. After the Enlightenment Tower upgraded to a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, its effects were significantly enhanced. Over the course of a century, Xuantian's understanding of the Chaos Divine Thunder reached a minor accomplishment, sufficient to harm a great Luo golden immortal. Should the tower further ascend to a high-grade, innate spiritual treasure, he would truly embody the essence of a great Luo golden immortal, a being whose physical form had attained that level. After a century of incessantly absorbing the essence of the Enlightenment tree, the tower was merely a hair's breadth away from ascending to a high-grade, innate spiritual treasure. If Xuantian so desired, it could achieve that elevation at any moment. However, he was not yet prepared for the tower's elevation. He intended to store more chaotic energies within the tower before commencing the ascension. Chapter 5. The ultimate gift package. This preparation took 4 years, after which Xuantian finally filled the Enlightenment Tower with chaotic energies, enabling the start of the ascension. That he promptly began to fervently absorb the remaining essence from the Enlightenment tree, hastening its integration into the tower, that the essence from the Enlightenment tree continuously flowed in. The tower's restrictions reached 21, transforming it into a high-grade innate spiritual treasure. Once again, the clouds of divine retribution gathered overhead, and a bolt of divine punishment struck the tower, causing a minor crack to appear. Fortunately, the abundance of chaotic energies within the tower swiftly mended the fissure. Now, Xuantian had to endure 18 bolts of divine retribution, each strike causing fine cracks to mar the tower's surface. although the tower had not yet fully ascended to a high-grade innate spiritual treasure. With its 21 restrictions, its power had significantly increased compared to before. Comprehending the laws of thunder became considerably easier, and coupled with his prior training in the Chaos Divine Thunder to a minor accomplishment. Xuantian had grasped approximately 1% of the laws of thunder, granting him the ability to refine the Retribution Thunder, while the Enlightenment Tower was ascending to a high-grade innate spiritual treasure. Xuantian infused a trace of divine retribution power along with the laws of thunder into the tower, enhancing its strength and granting it a modicum of offensive capability. Integrating laws into an innate spiritual treasure is an arduous task. However, Xuantian, being a manifestation of the innate spiritual treasure itself, could do so, especially during the tower's ascension. Otherwise, even a saint would find it impossible to inscribe their understanding of the laws onto an innate spiritual treasure. The initial integration of the laws was the most challenging, yet for Xuantian, it was a relatively straightforward endeavor. Akin to writing that in no time, he inscribed the laws of thunder onto the tower, allowing it to surpass its most formidable hurdle. Thereafter, he merely needed to continuously refine the divine retribution thunder, infusing it into the tower, thereby enhancing its offensive capabilities. However, accomplishing this was no small feat. It would require extensive time and Xuantian's profound understanding of the laws of thunder. Moreover, it was only during the tower's ascension that he could integrate other powers. At any other time, even as the Enlightenment Tower's manifestation, he would be unable to incorporate additional forces that the power of divine retribution infused into the tower. Its detrimental effects on the tower were significantly mitigated. With each bolt of divine retribution that struck the tower, Xuantian would refine a portion, integrating it into the tower to enhance its might. Concurrently, he would continually absorb the essence from the Enlightenment Tree to rapidly strengthen the tower and ensure that the chaotic energies within it continuously merged with the tower, mending its very form. With ample preparation and the persistent infusion of divine retribution thunder, the damage inflicted upon the tower diminished steadily. Ultimately, when the tower was again covered in cracks, it successfully ascended to a high-grade, innate spiritual treasure. At this juncture, due to the characteristics of innate spiritual treasures, none in the wilderness could decipher Xuantian's celestial secrets or origins, provided they had yet to attain sainthood. The Enlightenment Tower ascended to a high-grade, innate spiritual treasure. The Enlightenment Tree became exceedingly frail, its remaining essence barely sufficient to grant the tower 27 restrictions, with no further advancement possible. What a pity, he lamented, had he not expended some of his power during the tribulation. The tower could have attained 29 restrictions, marking it as a top-tier high-grade, innate spiritual treasure. Xuantian had not refrained from attempting to feed chaotic energies into the Enlightenment Tree, hoping it might restore some of its essence, potentially allowing it to metamorphose into a premium, innate spiritual treasure. Alas, his efforts bore no fruit. No matter how he infused chaotic energies, the tree's essence remained impervious to restoration. After another 20 years, Xuantian fully consumed the Enlightenment Tree, transforming it into a high-grade, innate spiritual treasure with 27 restrictions, and he had completely recuperated from the injuries sustained during the tribulation. At this moment, Xuantian's physical prowess rivaled that of any great Luo Golden Immortal. And with his mastery of the minor accomplishment in the Chaos Divine Thunder, he could be deemed a great Luo Golden Immortal. In the current wilderness, a great Luo Golden Immortal was considered a top-tier existence. Yet, he realized that now was not the time to return to the wilderness, that he was still not sufficiently strong and needed to comprehend the teleportation spell to a minor accomplishment. By doing so, even if he were unable to prevail in battle, he could swiftly escape. Ideally, he wished to elevate both spells to a major accomplishment, enabling him to inflict harm upon early-stage quasi-saints. With the aid of the Enlightenment Tower, Xuantian swiftly honed the teleportation spell to a minor accomplishment that he then continued to delve deeper, seeking to elevate the spell to a major accomplishment. Achieving a major accomplishment in a spell entailed grappling with loss, and such comprehension was not easily attained. Over the years, Xuantian had managed to grasp a little over 1% of the laws of thunder, and with rewards, he had achieved just over 2% of the indestructible law. Moreover, he still had a grand gift package yet to be opened. The system activated the gift package. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 5% comprehension of the indestructible law. 1 Dao Field Lock card. and 1 innate spiritual treasure enhancement card, which can elevate a high-grade innate spiritual treasure to a premium innate spiritual treasure. All 3 items were precisely what Xuantian needed at this moment, especially the last one, which has the potential to elevate the Wudao Tower to an extraordinary level. When that time comes, the efficacy of the Wudao Tower will be significantly enhanced. However, this card is not yet ripe for use. Previously, during the tribulation, I nearly met my end. Xuantian currently lacks the confidence to withstand the next heavenly punishment. That it is imperative to continue fortifying my foundation before I dare to confront the tribulation again. Moreover, it should be noted that without acquiring merit or comprehending the immutable laws to a higher realm, the chances of surviving another tribulation are virtually non-existent. Merit is indeed a precious asset, capable of elevating the rank of innate spiritual treasures. Given sufficient merit, it is not beyond the realm of possibility to upgrade an innate spiritual treasure to a supreme innate treasure. Yet the amount of merit required is staggering, enough for a single individual to achieve enlightenment and become a saint. First, I shall accumulate merit to enhance the restrictions of the Wudao Tower to 29 levels. At that point, I can utilize this card to elevate the Wudao Tower's rank to 39 restrictions, transforming it into a top-tier innate spiritual treasure. Subsequently, Xuantian absorbed 5% of the comprehension of the unyielding laws, then practiced the unyielding divine art, allowing his primordial spirit to reach the late stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. 7% comprehension of the laws is sufficient for practitioners to break through to the late stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Once the comprehension of the laws reaches 10%, it signifies the initial stage of quasi-sainthood. After a century of absorbing this understanding to elevate his primordial spirit to the late stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, Xuantian chose not to linger in the primordial chaos, but instead prepared to journey eastward to seek out the 3 immortal islands. History has suggested that within these legendary islands, innate spiritual treasures or roots may exist, and it is likely that these islands remain undiscovered. Xuantian is eager not to miss this opportunity. Chapter 6. Acquiring treasures at this juncture. The EC is the domain of the Dragon Clan. To enter this vast ocean discreetly and locate the 3 immortal islands is no simple task. Fortunately, with Xuantian's current level of cultivation, he has established himself as a formidable presence within the primordial chaos to be why merely being cautious and concealing his whereabouts. It would not be an easy feat for even the ancestral dragons to detect him. Indeed, upon nearing the EC, Xuantian sensed the presence of a detection formation within its depths. Any non-dragon disciples entering would be discovered. Moreover, within the primordial chaos, Xuantian discerned the existence of numerous Great Luo Golden Immortals. According to his perception, there were at least 50 present. Should they join forces to capture him, it would not be an impossible endeavor. Clearly, entering the EC necessitates careful planning and should not be approached recklessly. Attempting to enter directly would surely lead to detection. Instead, he could have others escort him into the East SAT that time. He could continuously employ the technique of instant movement, likely evading the dragon's detection. In truth, if the dragons had not established a formation in the EC, utilizing the power of instant movement to extricate Xuantian from the ocean would not pose a significant challenge. Xuantian did not wish to linger here for too long. The longer he stayed, the more likely he was to be discovered. Soon, he identified a hapless individual named Owlene, just as Owlene was en route to attend to matters in the EC. His cultivation level was relatively low, only at the late stage of the Golden Immortal. With Xuantian's current power, it would be trivial to conceal his presence from someone at Owlene's level. Thus, when Owlene traversed a forest and noticed a faint spiritual radiance not far off, he wasted no time rushing toward it, discovering the Wudao Tower, a low-grade innate spiritual treasure. I never anticipated that Owlene, would have such fortune in discovering a low-grade innate spiritual treasure. Truly, heaven is aiding me. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned his magical power to bring the Wudao Tower before him and probed inside with his consciousness, commencing the process of refining the restrictions within the tower. Had it been a treasure of a higher grade, Owlene would not have dared to claim it for himself. He would have reported it to the Dragon Clan. Otherwise, if a dragon disciple were to discover his actions and report him, he would undoubtedly face severe punishment. However, with a low-grade innate spiritual treasure, there was no need for reporting. Even if he did so, it would not garner any attention. With Xuantian's assistance, Aolin soon realized he had successfully refined the first restriction within the Wudao Tower and recognized that the tower was a low-grade thunder tower. A treasure of offensive capabilities capable of unleashing powerful lightning to strike others. Indeed, under Xuantian's guidance, Aolin remained unaware of the tower's true nature and name. Consequently, even if the Dragon Clan possessed extraordinary means, they could not connect this event to him. Given the formidable strength and influence of the Dragon Clan, Xuantian wished to avoid a day when he would be pursued by them. Upon entering the EC, Xuantian seized control of Aolin's body and shattered the tracking card, honing in on the locations of the 3 immortal islands. Without hesitation, he immediately employed his instant movement technique. After 3 uses, Xuantian appeared before Penglai Island. Without a moment's delay, he commanded Aolin's body to step within. Forcibly entering the island triggered the protective grand formation, unleashing a powerful surge of chaotic energy that struck Aolin's body, obliterating both his primordial spirit and physical form. Vanishing into the void. With Aolin's demise, Xuantian manifested his true form, and simultaneously, the 12th grade creation green lotus appeared beneath his feet, radiating waves of spiritual light that effortlessly repelled numerous chaotic energies. Leveraging the formidable defensive capabilities of the 12th grade creation green lotus, Xuantian disregarded the various attacks and swiftly navigated through the formation, soon arriving at the heart of Penglai Island. There, he beheld 24 orbs radiating with a kaleidoscope of light. These were the 24 sea stabilizing pearls. To his astonishment, the treasures within Penglai Island turned out to be this top-tier, innate spiritual treasure. Currently lacking offensive means, acquiring this potent innate treasure would significantly enhance his combat prowess. Without delay, he gathered his magical power to form a colossal hand that grasped the 24 sea stabilizing pearls. Naturally, the 24 sea stabilizing pearls were unwilling to be so easily captured, for Xuantian was not their destined owner. They unleashed waves of colorful spiritual light, relentlessly assaulting the giant hand he had conjured, seeking to break free and find their true master. Unfortunately for them, while forming this giant hand, Xuantian infused a trace of the unyielding laws, augmenting its power considerably, rendering it impervious to their attempts to break free. The 24 sea stabilizing pearls were utterly powerless to escape, gradually succumbing to his grasp, becoming smaller until, upon returning to Xuantian's presence, they had reverted to their original size. Seeing this, Xuantian seized one of the sea stabilizing pearls, delving his consciousness within to begin the refinement process. With Xuantian's current cultivation level, it did not take long for him to refine the first restriction within the sea stabilizing pearl. The gathering of sea stabilizing pearls forms a set of innate spiritual treasures. After refining the restriction within one of the pearls, the remaining pearls ceased their resistance and obediently lay within his grasp. Observing this, Xuantian collected all 24 sea stabilizing pearls into his body, continuously refining the restrictions within, striving to refine the first one completely. As he refined the sea stabilizing pearls, he simultaneously sought out the boundary stone inscribed with the name of Penglai Island. Knowing that to claim Penglai Island as his own, he must refine this stone. How could he possibly overlook such a spiritually rich place, infused with chaotic energies? The boundary stone was not difficult to locate. Under Xuantian's formidable perception, he quickly found the stone and began the refinement process. With his current strength, he soon succeeded in refining the stone, and thus, Penglai Island became his domain. Xuantian had considered establishing his domain in the EC. However, as soon as the thought crossed his mind, an inner voice cautioned him that he was ill-suited to do so. Upon reflection, he understood that if he were to endure, the EC would soon host 2 saints. And should he fail to attain sainthood, he would prefer not to remain beneath their watchful eyes, lest every action of his be scrutinized by their senses. Nevertheless, he had set his sights on Penglai Island. Even if he could not establish a domain in the EC, he could relocate Penglai Island elsewhere, using it as a sanctuary. Xuantian then thoroughly scoured Penglai Island, discovering no valuable items before departing to seek the other 2 immortal islands. At the subsequent islands, Xuantian found 12 more sea stabilizing pearls, perfectly completing a set, resulting in a top-tier, innate spiritual treasure with 47 restrictions, greatly enhancing his defensive capabilities that as for the treasure found on the final island. It was the Eastern Green Lotus Treasure Banner, another top-tier, innate spiritual treasure known for its formidable defense. Indeed, he had acquired two powerful top-tier, innate treasures in one fell swoop, one for offense and one for defense, significantly bolstering his combat strength. After obtaining what he desired, Xuantian chose not to linger in the East Sea, the lair of the Dragon Tribe, for such a decision was fraught with peril, should the Dragon Tribe discover his presence. The three celestial islands would be exposed, and the innate spiritual roots and fruits cultivated there would surely fall victim to their destruction. Silently departing from Hongjun Island, the moment Xuantian stepped beyond its boundaries, he unleashed his teleportation ability with all his might to distance himself from the East Sea. Chapter 7. The actions of the three clans as Xuantian prepared to utilize his teleportation technique for the third time to leave the East Sea. The ancestral dragon and his companions, who were in the midst of discussion, sensed an anomaly, realizing that an intruder had breached their territory. Without hesitation, they rushed to the location where Xuantian had vanished. Upon detecting the lingering, unfamiliar aura, the ancestral dragon's expression darkened. Damn it, someone has indeed infiltrated our East Sea. Ao Jiang, how have you handled this? Why was there no awareness of this breach? Must we wait until they assault our dragon palace before you take notice? Tribe leader, the intruder possesses formidable strength and excels in concealment. Discovering their presence is not an easy task. However, rest assured, we shall turn over every stone in the primordial realm to unearth this audacious trespasser. Xuantian's silent infiltration and subsequent departure from the East Sea without detection was a slap in the face to these individuals that if they failed to eliminate him, they would become the subject of mockery. Quickly investigate what this person has done within our East Sea and how they managed to enter undetected, and we must uncover the truth. Others, come with me to pursue this intruder. He must not escape alive. Yes, tribe leader. Following this command, numerous members of the dragon tribe, led by the ancestral dragon, commenced their pursuit of Xuantian. Yet by this time, Xuantian had already distanced himself from the East Sea. Furthermore, as the ancestral dragon and his companions had yet to break through to the quasi-saint realm, deducing Xuantian's whereabouts was an impossible feat thus. Xuantian remained untroubled, finding a suitable location to enter seclusion and cultivate, aiming to swiftly refine the several top-tier, innate spiritual treasures in his possession. Having acquired these treasures not long ago, he had only conducted a preliminary refinement, which did not allow him to unleash their full potential. To truly harness the power of these top-tier innate treasures, he needed to completely refine them. Therefore, Xuantian intended to seek a place to thoroughly refine these treasures. Even if he couldn't achieve complete refinement, he aimed to refine the vast majority of them in order to enhance their efficacy and bolster his combat strength. As the leader of the dragon tribe, the ancestral dragon was acutely aware that their clan was one of the three dominant powers in the primordial realm. Thus, many beings were closely observing the movements of the ancestral dragon and the dragon tribe. The fact that the ancestral dragon was traversing the primordial realm, accompanied by a dozen great Luo Jinxian, indicated that something significant was afoot within the dragon tribe. Others were keenly interested in the intentions behind the ancestral dragon's actions. Upon learning of the ancestral dragon's activities, both the Chilin Ancestor and the Phoenix Ancestor wasted no time in appearing before him, each accompanied by a contingent of great Luo Jinxian, effectively blocking his path. Ancestral dragon, with so many of your kin in tow, what are you plotting in the primordial realm? Are you attempting to instigate conflict among the three clans? I harbor no such intentions, at least not at this moment. My purpose for being here is that not long ago, an intruder entered the East Sea with malicious intent against our dragon tribe disciples, that we are currently in pursuit of that miscreant. Ancestral dragon, do you believe we would take your word at face value? The East Sea is our stronghold, teeming with great Luo Jinxian. Even the likes of the Phoenix Ancestor and the Chilin Ancestor, who have touched upon the quasi-saint level, would not dare to claim they could infiltrate the East Sea undetected. Those of our stature are among the most powerful beings in the primordial realm, and no one has yet broken through to the quasi-saint level. Whether you believe me or not is irrelevant, that I, the ancestral dragon, will capture this intruder without fail, should anyone dare to obstruct me. They will find me unforgiving. The Phoenix Ancestor and the Chilin Ancestor exchanged glances but remained silent, their gazes fixed intently on the ancestral dragon. It soon became evident that the ancestral dragon was not jesting. The emergence of a quasi-saint level entity in the primordial realm was indeed a possibility. Ancestral Dragon has a quasi-saint level being truly manifested in the primordial realm. If so, the dynamics of this realm will surely shift. A quasi-saint level powerhouse could easily annihilate great Luo Jinxian, that if they wield powerful innate treasures, the destruction of our three clans is not beyond the realm of possibility. The intruder has likely not yet ascended to the quasi-saint level. They are probably still in the early stages of great Luo Jinxian. However, they excel in spatial techniques, and had it not been for the traces they left at the last moment, we would have remained oblivious to their entry into the EC. With that, the ancestral dragon disregarded the two powerful beings and continued his search for Xuantian. At this juncture, the Phoenix Ancestor and the others had no intention of hindering the ancestral dragon's pursuit of Xuantian. In fact, they were eager for him to locate Xuantian swiftly. A being capable of moving freely within the Dragon Tribe stronghold was a potential threat to the current circumstances to expedite the search for Xuantian. Both the Phoenix and Chilin clans dispatched their own members to join the effort. Meanwhile, Xuantian was in a cave paradise, engrossed in refining the three top-tier, innate treasures he held, utterly unconcerned about being discovered by the ancestral dragon and his companions. With his current cultivation level, he swiftly refined two-thirds of the restrictions within the three top-tier innate treasures, allowing him to unleash approximately half of their power. The remaining restrictions would require considerable time to refine fully. Xuantian was not inclined to squander excessive time on refining restrictions at this moment. The primordial realm still held numerous innate treasures, and he sought to acquire more. Even if he didn't use them himself, he could pass them on to his disciples or friends. The cave paradise where Xuantian resided was an ordinary one, devoid of innate treasures, save for a single innate peach tree. The flavor of the peaches was delightful and could serve to entertain guests in the future. So Xuantian seized the opportunity to collect it and placed it within the Dinghai Divine Pearl. Once he established his own sanctuary, he would transplant it to Xuantian's first destination was Wuyi Mountain. As he had initially focused solely on the Enlightenment Tree, neglecting the possibility of another top-tier, innate treasure residing within Wuyi Mountain. Thus, he resolved to return and investigate. This time, Xuantian did not employ his teleportation technique. The distance to Wuyi Mountain was considerable, and he preferred to walk, ensuring he would not overlook any valuable finds along the way this time. As the primordial realm was newly formed, the innate spiritual energy permeated the land, nurturing a plethora of treasures that he could not afford to miss on this day. While traversing the path, Xuantian suddenly sensed a fierce battle erupting not far away, involving several Tai Jinxian engaged in combat. Upon realizing this, Xuantian quickly concealed himself and stealthily approached the site of the clash. Eager to discern the cause of their conflict, if it pertained to an innate treasure, it would be fortuitous. As he had yet to complete 3 sign-in tasks requiring various levels of innate treasures. Chapter 8. The innate Armorwood Great Array. Previously, Xuantian had attempted to elevate the rank of his spiritual treasures at the Enlightenment Tower. But his efforts to sign in again had all resulted in the task remaining incomplete, preventing him from doing so. This realization taught him that each innate treasure could only be signed in once, regardless of any subsequent elevation in rank. Fortune favored Xuantian this time, as the object of contention among the combatants was indeed an innate treasure. Judging by the aura emanating from it, it appeared to be a mid-grade innate treasure. Just what I needed. A mid-grade innate treasure has conveniently presented itself to me. Truly, it seems my wishes are being fulfilled that I never expected to receive such fortune. Seizing the opportunity, Xuantian would not let this chance slip by, especially as it was connected to his sign-in tasks that he appeared before the ice sword in an instant, grasping it firmly while simultaneously releasing his aura as a great Luo Jinxian, suppressing the combatants vying for the treasure. This innate treasure has a fateful connection with me and shall belong to me. With that, Xuantian once more activated his teleportation technique, vanishing from the scene. This moment, the talents such as Taimu, who were vying for treasures, finally realized that the coveted item had already been seized by Xuantian. However, recalling Xuantian's formidable strength, Taimu and his companions dared not voice their grievances. After all, a Deluo Jinxian could easily slay them. They could only depart with an overwhelming sense of frustration, for not only had they lost the spiritual treasure they had fought for, but they were also in the dark about the identity of their adversary. How could they not feel aggrieved? The Hongjun sword, a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, bore 15 restrictions, which did not categorize it among the most exceptional of its kind. Nevertheless, it had yet to qualify as a task for Xuantian to sign in, as the quality of innate spiritual treasures was intrinsically linked to the rewards. Consequently, the logical choice would be to select the innate spiritual treasure with the most restrictions from each grade to fulfill the signing task, thereby safeguarding the rewards. Ultimately, Xuantian refrained from submitting the signing task, opting instead to seek a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure with 19 restrictions to complete the endeavor. Given his current prowess, he had already attained the status of a top-tier expert in the Hongjun realm, and he could continue to enhance his cultivation without feeling rushed to finish the task. Nonetheless, the offensive power of this innate spiritual treasure was quite commendable, capable of unleashing the innate chill to freeze a Deluo Jinxian. Furthermore, with Xuantian's current strength, he could thoroughly refine this mid-grade, innate spiritual treasure to unleash its full potential, serving as a temporary asset that would not incite excessive greed among others for the 36 Dinghai Shinju. This top-tier innate spiritual treasure was particularly suited for ambushes or as a trump card. After 2 years of effort, Xuantian finally succeeded in completely refining this innate treasure. During these 2 years, although he traversed numerous places, it seemed as if his luck had been utterly depleted. Not only did he fail to encounter any innate treasures, but even rare innate roots eluded him, leading Xuantian to question his own existence. Fortunately, at this juncture, Xuantian found himself at Wuyi Mountain. Among the myriad of blessed lands, Wuyi Mountain was not particularly remarkable, and Xuantian had no intention of making it his sanctuary. After a thorough search, he failed to uncover the innate treasures he sought. Was it possible that the Luobao Jinxian was not situated within Wuyi Mountain? No, this innate treasure should indeed be hidden there. It was merely adept at concealing itself from discovery. Subsequently, Xuantian resumed his meticulous search within Wuyi Mountain, a quest that spanned a decade. Just as he was on the verge of surrendering, he finally detected an anomaly within a narrow crevice in the mountainside. Without any substantial concentration, he conjured a bolt of chaotic divine thunder that struck the fissure, forcing the innate formation hidden in the void to manifest. With the formation revealed, Xuantian promptly summoned the Dongfang Qinglian Bao's flag for protection and stepped into the formation. Shielded by this defensive spiritual treasure, the formation could not inflict even the slightest harm upon Xuantian. Soon, he beheld the Luobao Jinxian at the heart of the formation. Manifesting a hand, he grasped the Luobao Jinxian firmly. This treasure was a unique innate artifact, possessing neither formidable defensive nor offensive capabilities, and thus could not escape his grasp as he forced his consciousness into it. He swiftly refined the first restriction. Realizing that the Luobao Jinxian was a top-tier, innate spiritual treasure with 43 restrictions, lacking any offensive or defensive abilities, yet capable of summoning 3 innate treasures daily, regardless of their grade. However, Xuantian sensed a flaw in this innate treasure. Should it be supplemented with merit, it would gain commendable defensive capabilities that augment the Luobao Jinxian. One would have to wait for the emergence of humanity, as it was a treasure born of the human race. With the Luobao Jinxian initially refined, the formation lost its suppressive force, significantly diminishing its power, that a plethora of spiritual energy began to surge forth from the formation, enriching the innate energy of Wuyi Mountain. Possessing both a top-tier innate treasure and a superior innate root, Wuyi Mountain was undoubtedly a place of distinction among blessed lands, enticing Xuantian, especially as acquiring these 2 treasures would greatly benefit him in the future. Thus, he began to calculate the nature of his connection with Wuyi Mountain. To his surprise, he discovered a profound bond. Henceforth, Wuyi Mountain would serve as Xuantian's sanctuary. Subsequently, he established formations around Wuyi Mountain to prevent others from entering. Simultaneously, he planted the innate roots he had previously gathered within the mountain, further enriching its innate energy. Regrettably, he lacked a robust formation to safeguard his sanctuary, although Xuantian had already set up formations. Their efficacy was rather limited, incapable of deterring a Deluo Jinxian from breaching them in the days to come. He would not frequently remain in his sanctuary. Xuantian was unwilling to risk the intrusion of other beings into his domain, even if they did nothing, as it would leave him feeling unsettled. Moreover, he had little faith that they would remain idle. Wait, do I not possess a fragment of a top-tier formation? The Dongfang Qinglian Bao's flag contained part of the innate Five Directions Grand Formation. Specifically the innate Jia Mu formation, that if he could comprehend this formation and combine it with the numerous innate roots in Wuyi Mountain, even a Deluo Jingxian would find it challenging to intrude. With this thought, Xuantian extracted the Dongfang Qinglian Bao's flag and began to study the innate Jia Mu formation, following the elevation of the Wudao Tower to a superior innate spiritual treasure. Xuantian's comprehension significantly enhanced. Within 5 years, he successfully grasped the innate Jia Mu formation, executing a series of hand seals that melded into the void, swiftly establishing the formation. Concurrently, the various innate roots planted in Wuyi Mountain merged into the formation, greatly augmenting its power. Chapter 9. The greatest humiliation of this life, the three races had been actively recruiting powerful beings from the Hongjun realm, seeking to bolster their strength in preparation for the impending conflict among them. Xuantian's displayed prowess quickly attracted the attention of the Chilin race. Upon learning of the presence of a Deluo Jingxian at Wuyi Mountain, 2 Deluo Jingxians from the Chilin race promptly approached, intent on inviting Xuantian to join their ranks. Though they claimed it was an invitation, their true intent was to coerce Xuantian into joining the Chilin race. Indeed, Lintian and Linxian, the two who had come, regarded Xuantian with disdain. Even if he were a Deluo Jingxian, the Chilin race had many such beings. Unless Xuantian possessed a powerful top-tier, innate treasure or innate supreme artifact, he would inevitably become one of them. Greetings, fellow cultivator of Wuyi Mountain, Lintian and Linxian announced, their voices infused with magic to ensure Xuantian could hear them. They then began to study the innate formation before them. Upon witnessing the protective formation, they clearly sensed its extraordinary nature. It was an innate formation that it appeared the Deluo Jingxian residing in Wuyi Mountain had an extraordinary background. Otherwise, such a formation would not guard his sanctuary. Hearing their voices, Xuantian felt a twinge of helplessness. He had no desire to become embroiled in the conflict among the three races. However, to avoid involvement in the impending strife, he needed to demonstrate sufficient strength. Otherwise, such encounters would become commonplace. Stepping forward, he appeared before the two figures. Fellow cultivators, we are not acquainted, that I wonder what brings you to my sanctuary. Seeing Xuantian's indifference, a flicker of anger ignited in their hearts. Fellow cultivator, we have come to invite you to join the Chilin race. Would you be willing? Joining our Chilin race would yield many benefits. Our race enjoys abundant fortune. Should you join us, you could leverage our luck to ascend to greater heights. Fellow cultivator, you surely lack a means to break through to the quasi-saint level that we possess such methods, and with our numerous disciples, we can send them to seek whatever you desire. The advantages are numerous. Do you not wish to consider? After speaking, they smiled at Xuantian, eager to gauge his willingness to join the Chilin race. That MY path has always been one of freedom. I cannot abide by constraints. Therefore, I shall not join your Chilin race. Are you truly unwilling to reconsider? At this point, their gazes turned hostile, making Xuantian acutely aware that if he refused to join the Chilin race, a conflict was all but inevitable, potentially incurring their wrath. Are you two attempting to force me into your Chilin race? I do not underestimate you. However, given your current strength, attempting to coerce me falls short. Did I ask that so? Then allow me to witness your abilities. Kirin Fist, the Chilin race was renowned for their powerful limbs, and few beings in the Hongjun realm could rival them in this regard. Though they were unaware of Xuantian's true lineage, they certainly did not believe his fists could match theirs. Chaos Divine Thunder. Xuantian conjured a pitch-black bolt of lightning and struck towards Lintian. The formidable force of the lightning instantly sent Lintian hurtling away, his body charred and emitting a faint scent of scorched flesh. Such a powerful divine ability. Indeed, those who have managed to cultivate to the realm of Deluo Jingxian at this time are not to be underestimated. Alas, my friend, if only you possessed a formidable spiritual treasure. We might truly find ourselves at an impasse today. Xuantian, go. Linxian hurled a palm-sized seal. The seal expanded with the wind, rapidly transforming into the size of a small mountain, crashing down upon Xuantian in an attempt to suppress him. However, at that moment, a flash of multicolored light soared past, striking the Xuantian and causing it to rebound instantly, reverting back to its original palm-sized form. Suddenly, 2 anguished cries rang out. It turned out that Xuantian had unleashed 3 Dinghai God Pearls, targeting both individuals and the Xuantian. Linxian and Lintian, caught off guard, were struck, resulting in gaping wounds on their heads, blood gushing forth as they fell into unconsciousness that I had thought you too formidable. But it appears I was mistaken. Speaking thus, Xuantian grasped the Jinshan in his hand. This was a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, emanating an aura far more potent than the ice sword he wielded. If he was not mistaken, this was indeed a top-tier mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, and he would not let such an opportunity slip by to AT this moment. Lin Xian had succumbed to unconsciousness, unable to command the Jinshan, allowing Xuantian to seize it effortlessly. Delving into it with his consciousness, he erased the primordial spirit imprint left by Lin Xian, rendering the Jinshan a treasure without an owner, which he began to refine. Before long, Xuantian completely refined the first restriction within the Jinshan, confirming it to be a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. Regrettably, it was one with 18 restrictions, not the coveted 19 restrictions he sought. Losing interest in further refinement, he sealed it away, intending to store it in his treasury for future bestowal upon a disciple or grand disciple. After all, even a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure could significantly enhance the combat prowess of a Deluo Jinxian. Xuantian's decision not to kill the two was already an immense act of mercy. There was no way he would assist them in healing. Nevertheless, as Deluo Jinxian, the two soon regained consciousness, their wounds having healed by that time. Damn it, my Jinshan has been taken. The instant Lin Xian regained awareness, he realized he had lost connection with the Jinshan, and it was obvious that the treasure had fallen into Xuantian's hands. Curse it! How dare you seize my innate treasure? I will not let this go unpunished. This was the only innate treasure he possessed. Without it, his combat prowess would undoubtedly diminish, directly affecting his status and treatment within the Chilin clan. More importantly, this innate treasure was bestowed upon him by the Chilin Ancestor for his numerous contributions, symbolizing his devotion to the clan. The loss of the Jinshan was his greatest humiliation, and without rectification, he would struggle to ascend to higher realms in the future. As the new book uploads, I sincerely hope for your esteemed support that I request 5-star ratings, collections, gifts, and readership. Thank you immensely. Chapter 10. Emperor Jun and Donghuang Tai, my friend. Today's events will not go unaddressed. The Chilin clan shall send others to confront you once more. The fact that Xuantian refrained from executing them signified his hesitation regarding the strength of the Chilin clan. As long as their actions do not go too far, Xuantian would likely avoid slaying them to prevent incurring the wrath of the Chilin clan. Unperturbed by the threats from the two, Xuantian, despite not having fought them, was confident that even the strongest Chilin ancestor could be challenged, if not defeated. Xuantian believed that he surpassed the Chilin ancestor in both physical prowess and innate treasures. If he could defeat the Chilin ancestor, he was certain no other beings in the wilderness would dare to trouble him. Witnesses to this battle would not conceal the details, and soon many beings across the wilderness learned of the existence of top-tier Deluo Jinxian within Wuyi Mountain. Consequently, numerous beings flocked to Wuyi Mountain. Some weaker individuals sought to apprentice under Xuantian for protection, while powerful figures from the three clans aimed to recruit him to bolster their strength. Others, formidable rogue cultivators, sought to engage in discourse with Xuantian, hoping to break through to higher realms or ally with him against the three clans. Not long after Lin Xian and Lintian departed, the brothers Emperor Jun and Donghuang Tai from the Phoenix clan soon appeared outside Wuyi Mountain. Indeed, at this juncture, the brothers had chosen to join the Phoenix clan. Their misfortune struck shortly after leaving the Sunstar, leading to a conflict with the Phoenix clan, where they were discovered by the Phoenix Ancestor. At that time, the brothers had just reached the Tai Jinxian realm, while the Phoenix Ancestor had already attained the late stage of the Luo Jinxian, far surpassing them in strength. Even if they wielded their top-tier innate treasures, the River Map and the Luo Book, along with the innate treasure, the Chaos Bell, they would still be no match for the Phoenix Ancestor. Exposing these treasures would only lead to one fate: being killed for them. A top-tier innate treasure could certainly provoke the Phoenix Ancestor to commit murder for possession, not to mention the more potent innate treasure capable of suppressing fate. Such a treasure would be coveted even by saints. With their avian forms and exceptional talents, it was not impossible for the brothers to cultivate to their current level with proper training. Thus, the Phoenix Ancestor spared their lives and offered them a chance to join the Phoenix clan. True to their potential as future demon emperors, they displayed adaptability and promptly chose to align with the Phoenix clan. Initially reluctant, the brothers soon felt the benefits of the bestowed fate, erasing their hesitations. Within merely 10,000 years, their cultivation soared from Tai Jin Xian to De Luo Jin Xian. At this moment, should they utilize their river map and Luo book alongside the Chaos Bell, they could potentially slay the Phoenix Ancestor, having gained the strength to detach from the Phoenix clan. However, they refrained from severing ties at this time, as the advantages of fate ignited an even greater ambition within Emperor Jun and Dong Huangtai. They aspired to dethrone the Phoenix Ancestor and ascend as the leaders of the Phoenix clan, thus securing even more fate to break through to higher realms, perhaps even attaining sanctity and achieving immortality. The escalating conflict among the three clans revealed an opportunity for the brothers to seize power, prompting them to remain within the Phoenix clan, biding their time. Once the Phoenix Ancestor was defeated, they would swiftly take control of the Phoenix clan. With the Phoenix clan's wealth of fate, unifying the three clans would yield even more astonishing fortunes, making breakthroughs to quasi-saint realms an attainable feat. If they could unify the wilderness, attaining sanctity would be well within their grasp. However, replacing the Phoenix Ancestor was no simple task. It would require not only immense strength, but also a cadre of equally formidable subordinates. Presently, the Phoenix clan possessed many De Luo Jin Xian, and even if the brothers defeated the Phoenix Ancestor, those De Luo Jin Xian would not support them. They needed to attract enough De Luo Jin Xian to ensure their complete control over the Phoenix clan. Aware of Xuantian's formidable strength and possession of innate treasures, the brothers eagerly sought him out to confront Xuantian, seizing this opportunity to recruit him. My friend, I am Emperor Jun, here to pay my respects. To Xuantian's surprise, the future demon emperor would visit him. How intriguing! Upon receiving Emperor Jun's message, Xuantian could not help but feel curious, pondering the purpose of this future demon emperor's visit. Surely, he did not come merely to recruit him. Stepping forth, he vanished from his location, and when he reappeared, Xuantian stood before Emperor Jun and Dong Huangtai. The moment he laid eyes on them, he recognized their identities, sensing an intense heat radiating from them, akin to two suns standing before him. From the individual on the left, Xuantian felt a subtle sense of danger, that if he was not mistaken, this person must be the legendary Dong Huangtai, only one wielding the innate treasure. The Chaos Bell could invoke such a sensation of threat. Emperor Jun, however, was slightly less formidable in comparison. Yet Dong Huangtai could only be deemed challenging. Defeating him seemed nearly impossible, though he lacks innate treasures at his disposal. The defensive capabilities of the 12-petal creation Chilin are not inferior to those of innate treasures. Even if Dong Huangtai and Xuantian possess similar cultivation levels, the use of the Chaos Bell would not inflict any harm on Xuantian, who is protected by the 12-petal creation Chilin. Moreover, Dong Huangtai's cultivation is even lower than that of Xuantian, and since he is yet to fully refine the Chaos Bell, he cannot unleash its full potential. At this moment, the bell's might is likely comparable to that of the sea-calming pearl. You must be Dong Huangtai. Why it is unexpected that you and your brother would come seeking me. May I inquire what brings you here today? Esteemed friend, we come bearing a command from Feng Zhu, inviting you to join the Phoenix clan. Might I ask if you would be amenable to this? So, you two brothers are now members of the Phoenix clan. Xuantian is genuinely astonished that the two innate sovereigns, Dijun and Dong Huangtai, would choose to join the Phoenix. However, upon reflection, this is not entirely surprising. During the era of the three clans, the cultivation of these brothers was not particularly high, and they were reluctant to reveal the treasures they possessed. Being compelled to join the Phoenix clan is not beyond comprehension. Chapter 11. The Price of Defeat. Gentlemen, I have made my stance abundantly clear. I have no interest in joining any other factions, that I simply wish to cultivate in Wuyi Mountain and hope that you will refrain from disturbing me in the future. Otherwise, I shall have to respond without courtesy. Esteemed friend, are you truly unwilling to join the Phoenix clan? Do you understand the consequences of such a decision? Friend, you have already offended the Chilin clan. Do you wish to further antagonize us, the Phoenix clan? Are you not concerned about having no foothold in Hongjun? At that moment, everyone suddenly sensed a powerful aura rapidly approaching. The instant they detected this presence, a feeling of oppression descended upon them. Soon, a figure with a dragon's head and a human body, exuding an overwhelming aura, appeared beside Dijun and Dong Huangtai. Upon witnessing the sudden arrival of the Ancestor dragon, Both Dijun and Donghuang Taiyi's expressions grew grave, as they had not anticipated the Ancestor Dragon's appearance at this juncture. Dijun, Donghuang Taiyi, has met the Ancestor Dragon. Members of the Phoenix clan, I did not expect your actions to be so swift. Young one, you haven't agreed to join the Phoenix clan, have you? No, I have no desire to join your faction. Is that so? Then you must demonstrate your strength, for it appears you lack the requisite power at present. Young one, join our dragon clan, and you could become the third in command of our clan. How does that sound? Not appealing at all, I in that case. Let us engage in combat, and see if you truly possess the strength to refuse us. Very well. Subsequently, both parties launched their attacks simultaneously. The Ancestor Dragon summoned a golden claw with ferocious intent, striking toward Xuantian to in response. Xuantian coalesced a white jade fist to meet the assault, but a tremendous explosion ensued, sending both combatants staggering back a step. Such formidable physical prowess. The two transformed into streaks of light, colliding repeatedly, with resounding impacts echoing throughout the area, their immense strength wreaking havoc on everything around them. Fortunately, due to the formations laid by Xuantian within Wuyi Mountain, a massive protective barrier manifested, absorbing the residual shockwaves and preventing significant damage to the mountain. However, the area outside Wuyi Mountain suffered greatly, with deep, bottomless craters appearing in abundance. Watching the intense exchanges between the two, Dijun and Donghuang Tai, he felt a surge in their throats. They realized the overwhelming strength of Xuantian. Without resorting to their own hidden cards, even in tandem, they would not stand a chance against him. Who exactly is Xuantian, and why had they never heard of him before? He seemed to have emerged out of nowhere. Although it appeared that both sides were evenly matched, Xuantian understood that his combat experience paled in comparison to that of the Ancestor Dragon. Were it not for his own superior physical strength, he would have already sustained injuries from the Ancestor Dragon's attacks. Such extraordinary physical might. In terms of physical capabilities, you surpass all opponents I have encountered. However, in the realm of cultivation, raw strength alone does not guarantee victory. Many factors come into play, such as the potency of formidable treasures that as they spoke, the Ancestor Dragon summoned the Ancestor Dragon Pearl. A postnatal treasure, intending to utilize its immense power against Xuantian. Both are innate beings, and given that Xuantian's cultivation is on par with his, having reached the late stage of Deluo Jinxian, it stands to reason that their divine abilities are also comparable. Thus, to vanquish Xuantian, the Ancestor Dragon would require the aid of the Ancestor Dragon Pearl. He found it hard to believe that Xuantian possessed a treasure akin to the Ancestor Dragon Pearl. Whether it be an innate spiritual treasure or a postnatal treasure, the fortunes of the Dragon Clan are indeed quite formidable, yet they still lack access to powerful innate treasures. The Ancestor Dragon Pearl was crafted through the auspices of the Dragon Clan's fortune. Treasures? I possess some as well, and they surpass yours. With a mere thought, the Eastern Qingyan treasure flag and 36 sea-calming pearls materialized around him. These are the top-tier innate treasures, the Eastern Qingyan treasure flag and 36 sea-calming pearls. How is this possible? How could you possess such fortune to acquire two top-tier innate treasures? At that moment, aside from Donghuang Taiyi, who possessed an innate treasure, the others looked at Xuantian with envy and jealousy. One is unmatched in offense, while the other is unparalleled in defense. With these two top-tier, innate treasures in hand, Xuantian's combat prowess has significantly increased, making him one of the invincible existences within the same realm. The second round begins. Under Xuantian's command, the 36 sea-calming pearls transformed into a cascade of colorful streaks, relentlessly striking at the Ancestor Dragon. The speed of the sea-calming pearls' assault was astonishing. Had the Ancestor Dragon not summoned the Ancestor Dragon Pearl to shield himself at the earliest opportunity, he would have likely sustained severe injuries from their relentless barrage. The sea-calming pearls exhibited the formidable combat power characteristic of top-tier innate treasures. Although the defensive capabilities of the Ancestor Dragon Pearl were commendable, they soon began to falter under the relentless onslaught of the sea-calming pearls. Teetering on the brink of destruction, 9 heaven's violent winds, 9 underworld's cold waters that a series of divine abilities were unleashed, aimed at Xuantian, seeking to heavily wound him before the sea-calming pearls could breach the defenses of the Ancestor Dragon Pearl. Yet in comparison to these divine abilities, the offensive power of the sea-calming pearls was even greater. Under Xuantian's control, the 36 sea calming pearls continued to rain down upon the Ancestor dragon. And the Ancestor dragon pearl, a postnatal treasure, fell short against the might of the top-tier innate treasure with its 47 prohibitions. Before long, a fissure appeared upon the protective barrier conjured by the Ancestor dragon pearl. The emergence of this crack signified that the outcome of this battle was becoming clear. 3 breaths later. The Ancestor dragon pearl could no longer withstand the onslaught of the sea-calming pearls. With a mournful cry, it fell into the arms of the Ancestor dragon, while the sea-calming pearls, under Xuantian's control, relentlessly battered the Ancestor dragon, sending him hurtling through the air, but he crashed heavily to the ground, blood pouring from his mouth. "Do not harm our clan's leader." Soon, the arriving Deluo Jinxian of the dragon clan warily regarded Xuantian. Should he make a move, they would risk their lives to defend against his assault, lest the Ancestor dragon perish at his hands. Rest assured, I harbor no intention of slaying the Ancestor dragon. However, I hope this will be the last time such matters arise. Should there be a next time, I will not show any mercy. Furthermore, I require a mid-grade innate treasure with 19 prohibitions. Chapter 12. The mid-grade gift. Xuantian's intent was quite clear. If they wish to resolve this matter, they must provide a mid-grade innate treasure in exchange. The formidable defensive capabilities displayed by the Eastern Chilin treasure flag had made the Ancestor dragon realize that even if Xuantian allowed him to attack freely, with his current means, he would not be able to breach the defenses of the top-tier innate treasure. This implies that in their conflict with the Dragon Clan, Xuantian held an unassailable position. Coupled with the immense offensive power of the Sea Calming Pearls, if Xuantian chose to strike at their Dragon Clan, it would be exceedingly difficult for them to fend off his assault, potentially leading to their demise at his hands. That I understand. 3 days hence, our Dragon Clan shall deliver the innate treasure you seek to Wuyi Mountain, entrusting it to you. That is acceptable. Otherwise, I shall personally venture to the East Sea to procure it. With that, Xuantian turned and vanished into the array. After Xuantian's departure, the crowd dispersed in haste. The formidable power Xuantian had displayed left all factions too intimidated to act recklessly. For any of them, it would spell disaster. The events of today had spread throughout the vast wilderness, revealing to countless beings that within Wuyi Mountain resided a mighty warrior who possessed not one, but 2 immensely powerful top-grade, innate spiritual treasures. This revelation stirred the ambitions of those with ulterior motives. One treasure was unmatched in defense, while the other was unparalleled in offense. Should they manage to acquire these treasures, their combat prowess would undoubtedly be significantly enhanced. However, they were well aware that Xuantian was not to be trifled with, having already reached the late stages of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, and with 2 supreme, innate spiritual treasures in his possession. Any attempt to seize them would require meticulous planning. The Dragon Clan acted swiftly, delivering the mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Xuanguang ruler, to Xuantian the very next day. The Xuanguang ruler was capable of unleashing 19 formidable restrictions. Upon signing in with the system, Xuantian successfully received a substantial reward. Upon opening the gift, he was congratulated with the acquisition of 1% comprehension of the indestructible laws, the divine ability of the universe in the sleeve, and the innate spiritual root, the innate silver needle tree. This innate silver needle tree, a top-grade innate spiritual root, bore numerous silver needles, which, when refined, would transform into a remarkable postnatal spiritual treasure, instantaneously augmenting Xuantian's arsenal of postnatal treasures. Nevertheless, the primary function of this top-grade innate spiritual root was to amplify the power of the innate armorwood great formation. Once integrated into the formation, its might would be greatly enhanced, unless one possessed a top-grade or higher innate spiritual treasure for protection. Any intruder would meet their demise. Subsequently, Xuantian began to absorb the other 2 rewards. At a year later, he opened his eyes once more. Throughout this year, he not only thoroughly absorbed the 2 rewards, but also, based on the indestructible laws, created a formidable defensive divine ability known as the Indestructible Shield. When perfected, it would easily withstand assaults from innate treasures. With Xuantian's current understanding of the indestructible laws, he could somewhat resist attacks from supreme innate spiritual treasures, thus enabling him to withstand 1 or 2 assaults from quasi-saints. During this year, he also gained insights into several other divine abilities. Sensing that more beings were preparing to seek him out as a master, Xuantian realized that he could no longer remain at Wuyi Mountain. He activated the formation, concealing Wuyi Mountain, and stepped outside, vanishing from sight before the crowd. Initially, upon seeing Xuantian emerge, the onlookers were filled with joy, believing that they might have the opportunity to apprentice under him. Unfortunately, Xuantian offered them no chance to speak, simply disappearing without a word. Although he said nothing, they understood his intent. He had no intention of accepting them as disciples. Remaining there would only be a waste of time. It was far better to seek out other opportunities in the vast wilderness. At that moment, the wilderness concealed numerous fortuitous chances to alter one's fate, and seizing such opportunities was not an insurmountable task. After leaving Wuyi Mountain, Xuantian began his search for Tong Mountain, hoping to ascertain whether the human race's treasure. The Tong seal was hidden within its depths. Tong Mountain was a realm of celestial fortune, inherently protected by innate formations, making it a daunting task to locate that would require considerable time and effort to discover. Of course, while searching for Tong Mountain, Xuantian did not neglect to collect the heavenly materials and earthly treasures he encountered along the way, though they might not seem particularly precious at this moment. After the wilderness shattered, they would undoubtedly transform into invaluable treasures. Xuantian also recalled that he still had 2 sign-in tasks pending completion, specifically for the supreme and top-grade innate spiritual treasures. Having traversed into the wilderness without any innate legacy, due to his embodiment being an innate spiritual treasure, he had no choice but to place his hopes on system rewards. Without a legacy, his means remained rather limited. Damn that Xuantian! Surrender the innate spiritual treasure in your possession, or today shall be your last. Initially, Xuantian had no intention of involving himself in this matter. The act of killing and plundering was all too common in the wilderness. However, upon discovering that the one being hunted was Xuantian, Xuantian resolved to assist him this time. Before the arrival of the Age of Saints, having a few allies was prudent to avoid becoming a target, and Xuantian's character was commendable, with extraordinary fortune, making him a worthy acquaintance. Xuantian did not take special measures to conceal his aura. Shortly after sensing Xuantian, the latter detected Xuantian's presence and swiftly relocated to avoid implicating him, lest he perish here. Indeed, a worthy ally in that case. Allow me to lend you a hand, in the next instant. Xuantian appeared before Xuantian. Do you require assistance? Thank you for your goodwill, my friend, but it is unnecessary. This matter concerns me and the Dragon Clan. It would be best for you to remain uninvolved to avoid becoming a target as well. It may already be too late. Even if I were to leave now, they would likely not let me go, Xuantian replied. Having delayed Xuantian, the Dragon Clan, led by Ao Guang and others, had already surrounded them. Xuantian, he speaks the truth. Not only must you perish today, but so must he in matters of killing and plundering. The fewer individuals who knew, the better. My friend, I have implicated you in this. Therefore, I will entangle these foes, and you should take this opportunity to flee. They seek me, and as long as I remain here, they will not harm you. Chapter 13. Forming a bond with Xuantian originally. Xuantian had no intention of revealing his possession of the Earth Book, but now it seemed unavoidable. He would need to exercise greater caution in the time to come. Fear not, my friend. Even if the ancestral dragon were to personally arrive, I would hold no fear, let alone these lesser beings who have yet to reach the great Luo golden immortal realm. As he spoke, Xuantian unleashed the might of the great Luo golden immortal, pressing it down upon Ao Guang and the others, rendering them immobile under the weight of an enormous mountain. You are the one from Wuyi Mountain. Upon seeing Xuantian, they felt a sense of familiarity, but could not recall where they had encountered him. Upon hearing Xuantian's words, they finally remembered that a senior member of their clan had shown them Xuantian's image, warning them that he was an existence they must never provoke. Xuantian also did not expect to encounter such a legendary figure in the wilderness at this moment. Ever since Xuantian had defeated the ancestral dragon, he had become one of the most formidable beings in the wilderness. What Wuyi Mountain Taoist? I am Xuantian. My friend, how do you intend to handle these individuals? If possible, I would like to eliminate them. These individuals had previously sought to kill him and seize his innate spiritual treasures, and Xuantian naturally could not let them go. He had no illusions that if he spared them, they would keep his possession of innate treasures a secret. Xuantian, I advise you against this course of action. You have yet to reach the great Luo golden immortal realm, while our dragon clan boasts over 20 great Luo golden immortals. Should you dare to slay us, the dragon clan will undoubtedly pursue you relentlessly, and you would find it impossible to escape death. Do you think that if I spare you, the dragon clan will let me go?" As he spoke, Xuantian summoned the Starshine Whisk, which he had just begun to refine, sweeping it towards Ao, Guang, and the others, effortlessly slaying them. This must be a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, though I wonder how many restrictions it possesses. When he had previously summoned the Starshine Whisk, Xuantian had carefully observed Xuantian, eager to gauge whether Xuantian had any interest in his innate treasure, that if so, he would willingly offer it to Xuantian to resolve today's entanglement. Such a life-saving grace was not a trivial matter. It would be wise to settle this debt as soon as possible. "Thank you for your life-saving grace, my friend, that if you do not mind, I would like to offer you the Starshine Whisk." "Xuantian, you overstate your gratitude. Even without my assistance, with your strength, it would not be difficult for you to eliminate these foes. Where is the need for such a life-saving grace? However, I am curious about the restrictions on your innate treasure, that I require innate treasures with 29 or 39 restrictions, that if you possess such, I could offer my innate treasures in exchange. Regrettably, the Starshine Whisk has only 27 restrictions. In that case, I shall continue my search." Now, enhancing his strength was no simple feat. Completing the sign-in tasks at the dojo was crucial, and Xuantian would refrain from any actions until he had sufficient power. He sensed that if he operated skillfully, he could obtain rewards that would surpass those he had previously received. "Xuantian, what are your plans moving forward?" Although their interaction had been brief, Xuantian sensed that Xuantian was a person of merit, one worth befriending. "That I intend to travel through the wilderness, seeking opportunities to attain a higher realm, that if he is not mistaken, it is likely that Hongjun and others, who are exceptionally gifted and possess innate treasures, have already reached the quasi-saint realm by now. If possible, Xuantian also wishes to attain the quasi-saint realm at this time, in order to compete with Hongjun and his peers. Since my friend has no specific goals, why not visit my humble abode? My place is quite commendable in the Hongwang. What do you think, my friend?" "Very well, since there is nothing pressing, let us proceed to your abode." Subsequently, Xuantian led Xuantian towards his sanctuary. With Xuantian by his side, Xuantian moderated his fervor while collecting heavenly materials and earthly treasures. He was not as reckless as before. Nevertheless, this restraint still left Xuantian greatly astonished that he never expected that a person of such high caliber as Xuantian would be interested in these ordinary items. "My friend, your tastes are indeed peculiar, reminiscent of someone I know. Pray tell, who is that person?" "It is the Kuani Taoist from the West. The West, I presume, is not particularly safe at this time." Xuantian, being no weakling himself and possessing the Earth Book, was well aware of what Xuantian implied, given the proximity to the Western territories. Indeed, it is rather tumultuous, yet those individuals dare not act recklessly, lest they draw the ire of the three clans. At this juncture, the power of the three clans remains formidable. One Rojo alone cannot suppress them. However, Xuantian understood that this situation would not endure for long. Once Rojo's strength advanced further, he would begin to scheme against the three clans. Nonetheless, there remains a considerable span of time before Rojo would initiate his plots against the three clans. Ample time for Xuantian to elevate his cultivation to the early quasi-saint stage, or even higher. At that point, he could reap certain benefits, at the very least accumulating enough merit to reach the 29 prohibitions. Ideally, he might even garner additional merit to attain the pinnacle of innate spiritual treasures. As they journeyed, the two engaged in occasional discourse and discovered each other's character was commendable, paving the way for potential friendship. Upon returning to Wuyi, Xuantian began to introduce his treasures to Xuantian. "Xuantian Taoist, I possess a remarkable treasure within Wuyi, and your arrival is most opportune for you to savor it. What treasure might that be?" "It is the innate spiritual root, the ginseng fruit tree. The legendary innate Wutu spiritual root ginseng fruit tree. Indeed, it is that treasure. You are truly fortunate. It seems this time I shall enjoy a feast. Compared to you, I am still lacking. After all, it is merely a matter of culinary indulgence." "You are too humble. This is a rare treasure indeed." That moment, both sensed a formidable aura approaching swiftly. "Xuantian Taoist, this is another friend of mine arriving. My friend Hongjun is quite infatuated with ginseng fruit. He always comes by when the fruit is ripe. Just as Xuantian finished speaking, Xuantian saw a kind-faced Taoist clad in red robes appear not far away, smiling as he addressed Xuantian. Xuantian, are you speaking ill of me again? I have never spoken ill of you, merely stating some truths, Xuantian replied. Hongjun, allow me to introduce you. This is Xuantian Taoist from Wuyi Mountain. I am Hongjun. Pleased to meet you, Xuantian Taoist. Xuantian had heard considerable acclaim about Hongjun during his time in Hongwang. Upon recognizing him, he couldn't help but scrutinize Hongjun. I am Xuantian. Honored to meet you, Hongjun Taoist. Much like Hongjun, Xuantian was curious about the individual renowned as the first unfortunate soul in later generations. Wishing to gauge Hongjun's strength, having reached the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, Xuantian found it easy to discern Hongjun's cultivation level, which was considerably lower, revealing him to be at the late stage of the Tai Golden Immortal. Comparable to Xuantian. Dear friends, shall we enter together? Once the three entered, Xuantian instructed his attendant to bring 30 ginseng fruits for their enjoyment. Having traveled through Hongwang for many years, Hongjun was well-versed in its matters and quite conversational. After their discussions, Xuantian found Hongjun to be quite agreeable, a potential ally. Especially since Hongjun could later obtain the foundational Hongming Purple Qi for becoming a saint. With the right guidance, achieving sanctification was not an impossibility, provided Hongjun was willing to connect his fate with Xuantian and regard him as superior. Otherwise, Xuantian would not relinquish his advantages to assist Hongjun. However, those were matters for the future. Xuantian needed to assess Hongjun further before proceeding. The three spent their time in Wuzhongwen, either discussing Tao or savoring celestial fruits, leading to an exceedingly leisurely existence, perhaps the most comfortable period since Xuantian's arrival in this realm. Unfortunately, such days could not endure indefinitely. The path of cultivation is relentless. Xuantian, eager to swiftly break through to the quasi-saint realm, realized he could not afford to waste time here. My friends, I have lingered here long enough. It is time for me to depart. Xuantian Taoist, have I failed to host you adequately? Why the haste to leave? My friends, you are unaware that my journey through Hongwang aims to locate a place known as Kongtong Mountain, a blessed cave where I seek something essential. Moreover, with the impending calamity approaching, we must hasten to elevate our cultivation. Otherwise, we shall find ourselves in a precarious position, which is not my desire. That if you truly seek the cave paradise of Kongtong Mountain, I may be of assistance, Xuantian offered. Having spent time together, Xuantian recognized Xuantian's admirable character and was eager to lend support. Xuantian Taoist, I can also assist. I have traveled extensively through Hongwang and believe I have heard of Kongtong Mountain's name, possibly located to the north. Shall I accompany you and Xuantian in your search? If Kongtong Mountain is truly of great importance to you, I shall gladly follow. I possess a top-tier, innate spiritual treasure that may aid in locating the cave paradise. That I in that case, I must trouble both of you. By the way, we may also seek some innate spiritual treasures during this journey. Such treasures not only enhance your combat prowess, but significantly aid in your future breakthrough to the quasi-saint realm. Xuantian Taoist, are you suggesting that we require innate spiritual treasures to advance to the quasi-saint realm? If that were the case, they would indeed need to commence collecting innate spiritual treasures. Not necessarily. It depends on the choices you make. What do you mean by that? There are several paths to quasi-sainthood, one of which necessitates the assistance of innate spiritual treasures. Thank you for your guidance. We understand now. Given Xuantian's current cultivation, comprehending the pathway to the quasi-saint realm was not particularly challenging. After all, Xuantian's cultivation surpassed theirs by a significant margin, indicating that he was an earlier-born innate being with more extensive inheritances. As they journeyed northward, the trio found their luck lacking, encountering no innate spiritual treasures along the way, which left them somewhat disheartened. Xuantian Taoist, previously I heard others mention that Kongtong Mountain was nearby. However, as you know, cave paradises are often concealed by innate formations. For those without destiny, entering is not an easy feat. The subsequent matter shall be entrusted to Xuantian. Do not worry, Xuantian Taoist. As long as Kongtong Mountain truly exists in Hongwang, I shall certainly assist you in finding it. With that, Xuantian summoned the Earth Book and began his exploration, seeking to trace the mountain through the earth veins. That is the legendary top-tier, innate spiritual treasure. The Earth Book, truly remarkable. Observing the Earth Book above Xuantian's head, Hongjun felt a surge of envy to his fellow innate beings. Why did he lack even one innate spiritual treasure, while both Xuantian and Xuantian possessed top-tier ones? Was he destined to remain a fortune-less individual? Hongjun Daoist, do not dwell on it too much. Not possessing an innate spiritual treasure now does not preclude you from acquiring one in the future. Perhaps your destiny has yet to arrive. When the time comes, you shall naturally obtain such treasures. Xuantian Daoist, there is no need to console me. Compared to both of you, I truly am an unfortunate soul and may never possess a top-tier, innate spiritual treasure. Hongyun's lamentation momentarily stunned Xuantian. Hongjun Daoist, why do you express such sentiments? Well, Xuantian Daoist, I am uncertain. I suddenly found myself feeling this way, this moment. Hongyun's countenance darkened somewhat. Cultivators often experience a sense of resonance, and such phenomena are frequently rooted in truth. The thought that both of his two close friends possessed supreme, innate spiritual treasures while he did not, and that he might never own such treasures in the future, led him to ponder whether he was unworthy of their friendship. Rest assured, my friend Hongjun, Xuantian said, should you truly be unable to obtain a supreme, innate spiritual treasure in the future, I shall bestow one upon you. Hongjun was taken aback by Xuantian's generosity, promising to gift him a supreme, innate spiritual treasure, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Just as Xuantian sought to cultivate a bond with both Hongjun and Xuantian, the two were equally eager to forge a connection with him. Thus, they expressed their gratitude to their friend. Subsequently, the two devoted themselves to assisting Xuantian in his protective duties. That a day later, Xuantian opened his eyes. Smiling as he addressed Xuantian, Friend Xuantian, I am pleased to report that I have successfully located the whereabouts of Buzhou Mountain. Let us proceed together. I appreciate your guidance, Xuantian replied. Under Xuantian's lead, Xuantian and Hongjun swiftly made their way toward Buzhou Mountain. Chapter 15. The Quest for Treasures. Initially, Xuantian believed that this matter would unfold without incident. However, he was taken by surprise upon their arrival at Buzhou Mountain, where they encountered a considerable gathering of individuals, among whom was the Taoist Hongjun, whom he had previously met. Upon seeing Xuantian and the others arrive, Hongjun's eyes glimmered with intrigue. Nonetheless, he regarded the assembly with indifference, perceiving only Xuantian as a formidable presence. Having achieved the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, the others, while possessing unique fortunes, were deemed troublesome to confront. However, compelling these individuals to withdraw was not a daunting task for Hongjun. By merely displaying his cultivation, he believed that even if they were aware of the treasures within Buzhou Mountain, they would lack the audacity to compete with him. At this juncture, the expressions of the three pure ones were exceedingly grim. As manifestations of the primordial spirit of Pangu, they considered themselves the pinnacle among the myriad beings of the primordial chaos. Only those of similar caliber could rival them, even if the ancestral dragon and others surpassed them. It was solely due to their immense fortunes that they managed to breach the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm before the three pure ones. They were resolute that they would be the first to ascend to the quasi-saint realm. To their dismay, they first encountered Hongjun, and upon recognizing him, the three pure ones realized that he had already attained the quasi-saint realm, nearly leading them to suspect that he was the chaos demon god. For how else could he have reached such heights so swiftly? Yet, Hongjun did not attack them, indicating that he was not the chaos demon god. Otherwise, given the animosity the chaos demon god harbored toward Panga's descendants, he would have struck at the first opportunity upon seeing them. This meant that the Hongjun before them was an innate being. How could it be that there existed an innate being more powerful than Panga's descendants in this primordial chaos? Later, when they beheld Xuantian's arrival and noted that his cultivation surpassed theirs, the three pure ones exchanged glances, intrigued to discern who Xuantian was and why his prowess exceeded theirs. The three pure ones scrutinized Xuantian. He too observed them, a pair of siblings, three brothers, and Hongjun. Although Xuantian did not recognize the siblings or the brothers, their presence at Buzhou Mountain, coupled with their formidable cultivation, left little doubt that they were none other than the three pure ones and the Nuwa siblings. Had Hongjun not been present, Xuantian believed that acquiring the Kantong seal would not pose a challenge for him, given his capabilities. However, with Hongjun also vying for it, Xuantian felt uncertain about his chances of seizing such a supreme, innate treasure from him, especially since Hongjun had already attained the quasi-saint realm. making him significantly more powerful. Esteemed Taoist Hongjun, may I inquire as to your identity? I sense a hint of familiarity about you. Have we met before? Xuantian asked that I am Wuyi Xuantian. Taoist Hongjun, we previously encountered one another at Buzhou Mountain. This revelation could not escape Hongjun's notice, whether through the exposure of the 12th grade primal chaos green lotus or his subsequent ascension. He would have been aware of it. Moreover, Xuantian felt no need for concealment. He was not Hongjun's match, yet Hongjun could not easily eliminate him either. It is you, my friend. You are indeed fortunate, Hongjun remarked. Recognizing Xuantian as the one who had previously seized the 12th grade primal chaos green lotus, unable to suppress his admiration. You flatter me that in comparison to Taoist Hongjun, I still have much to learn. Xuantian replied, causing a flicker of light to flash in Hongjun's eyes. Did Xuantian possess knowledge of something significant? Taoist Xuantian, it seems you are quite familiar with me, Hongjun remarked, intrigued. Not at all. This is merely our second encounter. However, my intuition suggests that you are a dangerous individual. Moreover, someone capable of surpassing many beings to attain the quasi-saint realm cannot be an ordinary person. Wouldn't you agree, Taoist Hongjun? You overestimate me, Taoist Xuantian. In my view, you are also quite extraordinary. It won't be long before you reach the quasi-saint realm. Furthermore, your physical prowess is not significantly inferior to those who have attained the quasi-saint realm. Is it not? The dialogue between Xuantian and Hongjun left the others in a state of astonishment, as they had not anticipated that the two before them would be such exceptional individuals. It seemed that the fortunes of Tong Mountain were beyond their reach. Indeed, the three pure ones and the Nuwa siblings had come seeking the fortunes of Tong Mountain. Both Laozi and Nuwa sensed that something significant awaited them there. In a prudent move, they summoned their brothers, believing that together they could seize the opportunity. However, they had not anticipated encountering the three pure ones first, followed by the formidable Hongjun, and now Xuantian's arrival complicating matters. It seemed unlikely that they would secure the fortunes of Tong Mountain, that if all proceeded as expected, the opportunities of Tong Mountain would likely fall into the hands of either Hongjun or Xuantian. Yet, regardless of who ultimately claimed the fortune, it bore no relevance to them, as they would not relinquish the opportunity. That moment, Xuanzai and Hongyun exchanged worried glances toward Xuantian. They believed that the fortunes of Tong Mountain were of great significance to him and naturally wished to assist him in obtaining them. However, it appeared that they could offer little aid. The outcome rested solely with Xuantian. Taoist Xuantian, may I inquire what brings you to Tong Mountain? Like Taoist Hongjun, I seek to obtain the fortunes of Tong Mountain. Is that so? Acquiring the fortunes of Tong Mountain is no easy feat. Having come this far, I must certainly make an attempt. Wouldn't you agree, Taoist Hongjun? Upon hearing this, Hongjun ceased his remarks, vanishing from sight as he entered Tong Mountain. Commencing his search for the Tong seal, Xuantian, already lacking confidence in finding Tong Mountain before Hongjun, now felt compelled to act without delay. He stepped forward and entered Tong Mountain as well. Chapter 16. Who will claim the blooms? Observing the disappearing figures of Hongjun and Xuantian, Laozi and the others hesitated, contemplating whether to enter Tong Mountain. Among them, the most powerful were the three pure ones, all in the early stages of the great Luo golden immortal realm. Yet, apart from Laozi, who possessed the innate treasure of the heaven, earth, and yellow Linglong Tower, none bore other spiritual treasures. Meanwhile, Xuantian's cultivation surpassed theirs, wielding two powerful supreme innate treasures, one for offense and one for defense. Unless they were willing to resort to their trump cards, they stood no chance of breaching the defenses of the Dongfang Qinglian Bao's flag to harm Xuantian. Brother, should we venture inside? Even if Xuantian and Hongjun's cultivation surpass ours. What of it? We have our means to defeat them if we choose to unveil our hidden strengths. Brother, this matter has drawn so many individuals. It must be of great importance to you and certainly extraordinary. We cannot afford to abandon it lightly. Then let us enter and discover what it is that has attracted so many. Previously, Laozi had hesitated due to the uncertainty of Tongtian and Yuanshi's stances, which led him to consider retreating. Now that he understood their resolve, he was unwilling to give up, as anything capable of drawing a figure as powerful as Hongjun was undoubtedly exceptional. Thus, the three pure ones vanished from sight as they entered Tong Mountain. Among those drawn to Tong Mountain, All had entered except for Nuwa. Observing this, Zenyuanzai and the others turned to Nuwa, eager to learn her thoughts that I have yet to attain the great Luo golden immortal realm. So, I shall refrain from entering. Her current cultivation is hardly sufficient to achieve anything. Among those who previously entered, which one could not easily defeat her. Given this, sister, let us return. Fushi did not utter much more, recognizing that this opportunity was far too perilous for Nuwa. Should it truly fall into her hands, it might result in someone being slain for their treasures. There is no need for haste. Let us linger here for a while. Brother, are you not curious about what exactly they are vying for? Although she is no match for the likes of Hongjun and others, Nuwa firmly believes that these individuals would not dare to act against her lightly. Hence, she naturally wishes to ascertain what opportunity she has lost, for only in doing so can she seek a chance to reclaim it in the future. Upon entering Tong Mountain, Xuantian had a clear objective: to acquire the Tong seal, a treasure of the human race. This artifact would play a significant role in his future plans, and if possible, he wished to prevent it from falling into the hands of others. With his formidable cultivation and the aid of the fragments of the primal chaos jade disc, Hongjun sensed an exceedingly extraordinary, innate spiritual treasure within Tong Mountain. Initially, he did not regard it with much concern, as a top-tier, innate spiritual treasure would not greatly benefit him at this juncture. Unless it were a true innate treasure, he would not be overly concerned even if the power of a top-tier, innate spiritual treasure rivaled that of an innate treasure. However, upon observing that both Xuantian and the Sanqing sought to seize this top-tier, innate spiritual treasure, Hongjun understood that what they were pursuing must be a special, innate spiritual treasure. Hongjun would not underestimate such a treasure capable of attracting the attention of Xuantian and the Sanqing. He believed that with his own strength and the assistance of the innate treasure, finding this innate spiritual treasure should not pose a significant challenge. To his surprise, upon entering Tong Mountain, he did not immediately sense the location of the Tong seal. In fact, he had not even a hint of where it might be. This compelled Hongjun to secretly utilize the fragments of the primal chaos jade disc to deduce the whereabouts of this top-tier, innate spiritual treasure. Unlike Hongjun, Xuantian, upon entering Tong Mountain, immediately sensed a faint pull that drew him close that he quickly teleported to the source of this allure, simultaneously summoning the 12-petal primal chaos lotus and the Eastern Azure lotus banner to shield himself. With a single punch, he shattered the mountainside, revealing the Tong seal. The moment the Tong seal appeared, Xuantian grasped it firmly in his hand, extending his consciousness to begin its refinement. Only by refining the first restriction within the Tong seal could he absorb it into his body and compel Hongjun and the others to abandon their attempts to seize it. Hongjun had been closely monitoring Xuantian, as he too was a person of great fortune. Otherwise, he would not have been able to acquire 3 powerful top-tier, innate spiritual treasures. Naturally, he sensed the anomaly at the first opportunity and summoned the innate treasure, the Penga banner, to condense a powerful chaotic sword energy directed at Xuantian, aiming to severely injure him in one decisive strike. However, Hongjun did not anticipate Xuantian's remarkable caution, as he promptly summoned the 12-petal primal chaos lotus and the Eastern Azure lotus banner for protection. The chaotic sword energy unleashed by Hongjun failed to breach the defenses of the 2 top-tier, innate spiritual treasures, leaving Xuantian unscathed. At this moment, Hongjun discerned the nature of the opportunity within Tong Mountain. It was a top-tier, innate spiritual treasure, albeit one of lesser potency. Indeed, in Hongjun's eyes, the Tong seal appeared as a top-tier, innate spiritual treasure of limited effectiveness. After all, at this time, the human race had yet to be born, and the power of the Tong seal, as a treasure of the human race, was naturally diminished, resembling a top-tier, innate spiritual treasure that had just reached the 41 restrictions, lacking the grandeur of one boasting 48 restrictions. This left Hongjun feeling profoundly disappointed, unable to fathom what special qualities this innate spiritual treasure possessed to attract so many to contend for it. Moreover, given Xuantian's considerable strength, Hongjun was acutely aware that even if he exerted his full power, he might not be able to slay Xuantian, recalling vividly how Xuantian had vanished from before him. With 2 protective treasures in hand, even if he employed all his innate treasures, he had no confidence in seizing the Tong seal from Xuantian before it could be refined. It would be wiser to allow Xuantian to keep it for now. If this innate spiritual treasure proved to be of utmost importance, he could always retrieve it later once he achieved sainthood. Below the sage, all are but ants. Hongjun firmly believed this statement was not mere rhetoric, and he had no faith that Xuantian could reach sainthood before him, becoming an immortal being. My friend, you are fortunate. This top-tier innate spiritual treasure shall belong to you. Hongjun remarked that my dear friend Hongjun, this innate spiritual treasure has already been preliminarily refined by me. Even should you desire to seize it, you would find it impossible. Xuantian replied that as soon as Xuantian's words fell, the Kongtong seal was absorbed into his being, and 36 stabilizing pearls appeared around him, glaring menacingly at Hongjun. Chapter 17. Xuantian's terms had it not been for his sufficiently strong cultivation. He would have already perished at Hongjun's hands by this point. As a being of immortality, Xuantian was naturally unwilling to swallow such indignity. What do you mean by this, Xuantian? Are you suggesting that you wish to oppose me? Hongjun, confronted with the 36 stabilizing pearls, the top-tier innate spiritual treasure, did not dare to be careless. He promptly summoned the 12-petal merit golden lotus, a defensive treasure, to stand beneath him, emanating a soft golden glow that enveloped him in protection. Not far away, Laozi and his companions gazed upon the top-tier innate treasures summoned by Xuantian and Hongjun, their hearts brimming with envy. They had previously believed that by utilizing their trump cards, they could defeat the two, only to realize that both Xuantian and Hongjun had concealed their true capabilities, possessing a defensive treasure unparalleled, comparable to an innate treasure, with such an unparalleled defensive treasure safeguarding them. Even if they deployed their trump cards, inflicting harm upon the two would not be an easy feat. It is not that I wish to oppose you, but rather that you initiated the attack first. If I were to remain idle, how would the beings of the Honghuang regard me? The 36 stabilizing pearls surged forth under Xuantian's command, targeting Hongjun. This moment, Hongjun felt waves of multicolored light assailing him, their speed so swift that he could hardly respond. Fortunately, with the 12-petal merit golden lotus as his shield, the assaults of the stabilizing pearls were thwarted, causing no harm to Hongjun whatsoever. Unwilling to be outdone, Hongjun swung the Penga banner, unleashing chaotic sword energy towards Xuantian. Alas, none of these sword energies could breach the defenses of the 12-petal primal chaos lotus, inflicting even the slightest damage upon Xuantian. Thus, the two remained locked in a stalemate, each wielding unparalleled defensive top-tier, innate treasures as they unleashed their full might to breach the other's defenses. Regrettably, their attacks proved insufficient to overcome the other's protective measures. However, the situation soon shifted. Recognizing the defensive capabilities of the 12-petal primal chaos lotus, Hongjun understood that he must reveal some of his own strengths if he hoped to subdue Xuantian. Numerous powerful innate treasures were summoned by Hongjun: the Hunyuan Golden Dipper, the Purple Lightning Hammer, the Dragon Head Staff, and other formidable top-tier innate treasures, all directed toward Xuantian. The protective shield conjured by the 12-petal primal chaos lotus began to tremble violently, as if it might shatter at any moment. Witnessing the multitude of innate treasures hurtling toward him, Xuantian's eyes sparkled with determination. Although the power of Hongjun's top-tier innate treasures was immense, Xuantian knew that even if these treasures fell into his hands, Hongjun would not feel overly distressed. The falling treasure money, a spiritual treasure, only exhibited its greatest efficacy during its first use. The only top-tier innate spiritual treasure that could truly evoke Hongjun's concern was that singular item. Under Xuantian's command, the falling treasure money flapped its wings and instantly appeared atop the 12-petal merit golden lotus, severing the connection between Hongjun and the 12-petal merit golden lotus, causing it to plummet to the ground. Xuantian had been awaiting this opportunity. He would not allow the falling treasure money to truly fall to the ground. Utilizing the sleeve universe technique, he summoned a tremendous force that drew both the 12-petal merit golden lotus and the falling treasure money into his sleeve. The 12-petal merit golden lotus had been completely refined by Hongjun, and given its superior quality, it was a top-tier innate spiritual treasure with 48 restrictions capable of suppressing fortune. The falling treasure money had to remain attached to the 12-petal merit golden lotus to prevent this innate treasure from returning to Hongjun's possession. How could this be? What kind of innate spiritual treasure possesses such power? The formidable power exhibited by the falling treasure money left Hongjun utterly astounded that he never anticipated that this artifact could so effortlessly sever the connection between him and the 12-grade merit golden lotus. Even the innate spiritual treasure fortified by 48 prohibitions could not impede the falling treasure money. Treasures of lesser ranks were even less capable of doing, so did I in that instant. He hastily retracted all his innate treasures. Save for the central Wuyi apricot yellow banner, his protective artifact. Though he was not lacking in innate treasures, he was unwilling to allow such an array of top-tier, innate treasures to fall into Xuantian's hands. His instincts warned him that these treasures would prove invaluable in the future, and they also represented a degree of fate. Should he lose a significant portion of his innate treasures, it would undoubtedly diminish his fortune. If his fortune were to fall below that of Luo Ho, the consequences would be beyond his capacity to bear. Xuantian, truly remarkable skills you possess, capable of seizing my 12-grade merit golden lotus. This innate treasure holds great significance for me. Might you consider returning it to me? I would be willing to owe you a favor, he implored. Hongjun, should the 12-grade creation green lotus fall into your possession, would you be inclined to return it to me? Is it even conceivable that I would agree to such a thing? Few treasures can suppress fate and possess formidable defenses like the 12-grade creation green lotus. If an opportunity arises to obtain it, none present would willingly relinquish such an innate treasure. Xuantian, do you truly wish to make an enemy of me? I can sense your apprehension towards me. Unless absolutely necessary, you would not dare to provoke me, which presents an opportunity for me to reclaim the 12-grade merit golden lotus. Henceforth, this primordial realm is not solely your domain of strength. I am aware that you harbor hidden cards, yet I am confident that if I choose to flee, you would be utterly incapable of detaining me. Do you not agree, Hongjun? Yet you also have allies. Would you truly wish to see them perish at my hands, should you dare to act thus? I assure you that you would deeply regret that's so, Xuantian. Speak plainly. What would it take for you to return the 12-grade merit golden lotus to me? In exchange for 2 innate treasures, 1 superior innate treasure with 29 prohibitions and 1 top-tier innate treasure with 39 prohibitions. When you provide me with these 2 treasures, I shall return the 12-grade merit golden lotus to you. With these 2 innate treasures, he could fulfill 2 sign-in tasks, and at that juncture, relying on the rewards obtained, it would not be a daunting task to break through to the early stage of Quasi-Saint. Although Hongjun was unaware of why Xuantian proposed such conditions, he could vaguely sense that these 2 innate treasures were of great importance to Xuantian and thus should not be surrendered. However, Xuantian was also a person of great fortune. Even if he withheld these treasures, Xuantian would still be capable of acquiring what he desired, rendering the 12-grade merit golden lotus out of his reach. Chapter 18. The double grand gift package indeed. His greatest adversary was Luo Ho, and compared to him, Xuantian was of little consequence. Once he dealt with Luo Ho, he could then turn his attention to Xuantian. Subsequently, Hongjun produced the jade pure bottle and the treasure lotus lamp, presenting them before Xuantian. Xuantian, these are the innate treasures you sought. Upon gazing at the 2 unclaimed treasures before him, Xuantian seized them, his consciousness probing within as he began to refine the prohibitions contained therein. With his current cultivation level, he swiftly refined the first prohibition of both innate treasures, confirming that Hongjun had not deceived him and that these were indeed the treasures he desired. Thus, the matter was settled. With that, Xuantian reclaimed the falling treasure money from the 12-grade merit golden lotus. Without the constraints of the falling treasure money, Hongjun promptly re-established his connection with it and drew the innate treasure into his body. Very well, this matter is concluded. Until we meet again. With those words, Hongjun vanished in a flash. Esteemed friends, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Xuantian, do as you wish. After departing Buzhou Mountain, Xuantian swiftly returned to the side of Xuanzi and Hongjun. Xuantian, are you unharmed? Previously, the clash between Xuantian and Hongjun had created quite a commotion. Although there were formations to obstruct the fallout, they still sensed a hint of it. Even from a distance, the disturbance was immense, dissuading them from approaching for fear of being caught in the aftermath. It is nothing that I have made significant gains this time. Would you 2 friends care to visit my abode? Perhaps not. You will undoubtedly be busy upon your return, and Hongjun and I need to focus on enhancing our cultivation. We shall visit your abode another time. That is acceptable. once I achieve a breakthrough. I shall seek you both out. Take care of yourselves. I must take my leave do as you wish." After Xuantian's departure, Xuanzi and Hongjun also quickly exited Tong Mountain, returning to their respective abodes to begin their seclusion and cultivation. The previous confrontation between Xuantian and Hongjun had left them both astounded, and they were eager to advance to the great Luo Golden Immortal stage. Otherwise, how could they face Xuantian as peers? Soon, others followed suit, and Tong Mountain returned to its tranquil state. Meanwhile, after leaving Tong Mountain, Xuantian unleashed his full speed, employing the instantaneous movement technique to hasten his return to Wuyi Mountain. He was eager to discover the extent of the enhancements brought about by the two sign-in tasks. Under his relentless efforts, Xuantian swiftly arrived at Wuyi Mountain. System sign-in successful. Obtained 3 comprehension of the indestructible law, the Yin-Yang divine light, and the 3 corpses secret technique. System sign-in successful. Obtained 4 comprehension of the indestructible law, the secrets of the great sage, and a fragment of the Tao. Without a moment's hesitation, Xuantian immediately examined the secrets of the great sage that turned out that to become a great sage. One must first attain the level of Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal, then acquire the merits of the Tao to ascend to the status of great sage. The first to achieve this would receive a reward from the Tao. Xuantian was filled with curiosity and anticipation regarding the Tao's rewards, firmly believing that it would not disappoint him. However, he was still far from attaining the title of Great Sage to become a Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal. He needed to comprehend a particular law to perfection at this moment. As the Tao withdrew, the heavenly Tao reigned over the primordial realm, making it impossible to comprehend any law to completeness, only to 99%. To grasp that last fragment of the law, he would need to break through the heavenly Tao and witness the Tao itself. Next, Xuantian turned his attention to the Tao fragment, eager to ascertain its nature. The Tao fragment was a remnant of the eggshell left behind during the creation of Pangu by the Tao, an exceedingly rare item containing various laws that if an innate treasure were to devour it, it could enhance the quality of that treasure. The fragment in Xuantian's possession, upon consumption, would enhance 3 prohibitions. What was there to deliberate? Naturally, he would first absorb the indestructible law. With 15 comprehension of the indestructible law, he successfully broke through to the early stage of quasi-saint. With this level of cultivation, weathering the heavenly punishment would pose no challenge. Xuantian was inclined to venture into the chaos at this moment to face the heavenly punishment. Yet he recognized that it was not an opportune time, that it would be best to elevate his comprehension of the Thunder Law to a higher realm before confronting the tribulation, thereby making the process easier and the rewards more substantial. The combat strength of a quasi-saint is determined by the laws one comprehends. That it was evident that Xuantian's grasp of the indestructible law did not lend itself to combat prowess, rendering his current strength among the weaker quasi-saints. He needed to master a more potent law to bolster his combat capability, and thus he chose the Thunder Law as his secondary law. With Xuantian's current comprehension, grasping the laws at the Great Luo Golden Immortal level was not a formidable challenge. Within a century, he could enhance his understanding by 1%, and within a millennium, he reached 9% comprehension of the Thunder Law, only lacking a singular percent to elevate it to the quasi-saint level. Regrettably, given Xuantian's current state, achieving full comprehension of the Thunder Law would require over 1,000 years. Xuantian had no intention of wasting such time that in his present condition, weathering the heavenly punishment for a top-tier innate treasure would pose no challenge. Once the Enlightenment Tower transformed into a top-tier innate treasure, its power would be significantly augmented. Within a few months, he could achieve full comprehension of the Thunder Law, or even reach a higher realm. Subsequently, Xuantian took a step forward and vanished from Wuyi Mountain. Hastening towards the chaos at his utmost speed, keen to avoid being observed by other beings during his tribulation, that he sought to keep his origins concealed from the eyes of Hongjun and others, aiming to avoid becoming the target of their schemes. Xuantian was acutely aware that once they discovered his true form was an innate treasure, they would undoubtedly covet him, especially Hongjun and Luo Ho, who would not let go of such an opportunity. The absence of the saintly Hongjun is not to be feared. Rather, it is the Hongjun who has attained sanctity that invokes trepidation to that juncture. Should Hongjun choose to act against him, Xuantian cannot guarantee his own safety. Thus, how could Xuantian possibly wish for others to discern the true nature of his origins? Upon entering the chaos, Xuantian traversed its depths for a considerable duration. It was only upon reaching the profound abyss of chaos that he produced the innate spiritual treasure enhancement card awarded by the system, initiating the elevation of his own level. With the new book uploaded, he earnestly hopes that esteemed readers will extend their support, favor him with 5-star reviews, bestow collections, gifts, and readership. His heartfelt gratitude knows no bounds. That I end Chapter 19. As the card was crushed, a formidable and unique power began to flow into Xuantian's being, compelling him to involuntarily reveal his true form, transforming into the Enlightenment Tower that stood majestically in the void. Newborn restrictions incessantly emerged, allowing Xuantian to distinctly sense the growing strength of the Enlightenment Tower. Seizing this opportunity, Xuantian inscribed the principles of immortality and the law of thunder upon the tower, augmenting its might at this moment. The tower's ability to enlighten had increased several-fold, and any further contemplation of the laws would yield swifter results. Regrettably, at this instant, heavenly retribution had already coalesced above Xuantian, and he was to endure 27 bolts of divine punishment. Each strike of the thunderous retribution inundated the Enlightenment Tower with overwhelming electrical force, prompting Xuantian to begin his meditation on the law of thunder. The essence of the law of thunder, imbued within the divine punishment, was exceedingly rich, and coupled with the tower's newfound power, Xuantian found the comprehension of the law of thunder to be remarkably effortless. Through diligent meditation, Xuantian's grasp of the law of thunder escalated rapidly, achieving an initial understanding in the blink of an eye, with continuous progress thereafter, thanks to the formidable defensive capabilities of the immortality principle. The Enlightenment Tower had not sustained damage from the outset. Consequently, for the heavenly retribution to inflict harm upon the tower became an increasingly arduous task. While the force of the heavenly retribution intensified, so too did the strength of the Enlightenment Tower. Thus, Xuantian needed only to persist in his contemplation of the law of thunder. After all, the clarity of this law was a rare opportunity. Should he miss this chance, future endeavors to comprehend the law of thunder would prove challenging. As the power of the heavenly retribution surged, a destructive aura began to permeate each bolt, transcending mere thunderous law. Entwined with the essence of annihilation, intent on obliterating all in its vicinity, each strike could vanquish a formidable Deluo golden immortal. Yet, even such potent divine punishment could not harm the Enlightenment Tower. The surrounding chaotic energy continuously infused into the tower, amplifying its aura, while Xuantian inscribed an increasing number of thunder laws upon it, thereby diminishing the damage inflicted by the heavenly retribution. Thus, half an hour elapsed before the divine punishment finally dissipated, resulting in the Enlightenment Tower ascending to a supreme, innate spiritual treasure with 37 restrictions. The tower trembled slightly before reconstituting Xuantian within the chaos. This trial of heavenly retribution not only rendered Xuantian's physical form comparable to a quasi-saint, but also deepened his understanding of the law of thunder to 1.5 portions, allowing the divine thunder of chaos to reach a perfected state, capable of injuring quasi-saints. This time, Xuantian resolved to elevate the Enlightenment Tower to the pinnacle of innate spiritual treasures before departing the chaos, ensuring that no one would uncover his secrets. After all, attaining the ultimate innate spiritual treasure would preclude the emergence of heavenly retribution during further enhancement, unless he ascended to the status of an innate supreme treasure. Should he attain the latter, even saints would find it impossible to inflict harm upon him. The fragment of the great Tao in his possession could only augment 3 restrictions, and as he required 3 more to elevate to the supreme, innate spiritual treasure, it was imperative that he sustain no losses. Given his current understanding of the immortality principle, he was not yet capable of this. Thus, he needed to further enhance it to at least 20%, or more prudently, to 30%. However, at this moment, the primordial chaos was rife with turbulence, and the great war among the 3 clans was on the verge of eruption. Xuantian was reluctant to linger in the chaos for too long, as he wished to seize opportunities amid the conflict to accrue merit. But if he were unable to gather merit during the Great War, he would have to wait until the emergence of humanity. A delay he found intolerable to in Xuantian's calculations. The merits of humanity would serve a different purpose for him. After the Enlightenment Tower ascended to a supreme, innate spiritual treasure, Xuantian's comprehension improved significantly, enabling him to enhance his grasp of the immortality principle by one portion in nearly a decade. 50 years passed, and Xuantian achieved a two-portion understanding of the immortality principle. Yet after this milestone, further advancement became increasingly arduous, requiring several centuries to gain even a single portion. Recognizing this, Xuantian began to meditate on the law of thunder, aspiring to reach a two-portion understanding of it as well. The synergy of the two laws could potentially allow him to withstand heavenly retribution, albeit with greater injury. He had prudently allocated decades for recovery. After 50 years, Xuantian attained a two-portion understanding of the law of thunder. Following this, he refrained from further contemplation and instead summoned the fragment of the great Tao, integrating it into his being. Soon, the fragment fully merged, elevating the Enlightenment Tower to a pinnacle innate spiritual treasure with 40 restrictions. In that instant of ascension, heavenly retribution re-emerged, and powerful bolts of divine punishment descended once more. Seizing the moment, Xuantian inscribed his previous insights of the immortality and thunder laws upon the Enlightenment Tower. As a pinnacle innate spiritual treasure, the tower summoned an exceedingly terrifying heavenly punishment. The first bolt of divine retribution left a faint crack upon the tower, which vanished almost immediately, yet this signified the potency of the heavenly punishment. It was crucial to note that the Enlightenment Tower, now a pinnacle innate spiritual treasure, had still been damaged by a single bolt of divine retribution. Most significantly, Xuantian could distinctly sense the increasingly potent destructive essence contained within the heavenly punishment. At this point, it seemed as though the divine retribution was intent on annihilating the Enlightenment Tower rather than merely testing in response. Xuantian hastened to inscribe his insights of the thunder and immortality laws upon the tower to bolster its power. Logically, Xuantian should have seized this opportunity to contemplate the heavenly retribution, which would expedite his understanding of the law of thunder. However, he chose instead to focus entirely on the immortality principle. Indeed, while meditating on the law of thunder at this moment would bolster Xuantian's strength, the imminent divine punishment sought to obliterate the Enlightenment Tower, making the contemplation of thunder law an unwise choice. The law of thunder could not thwart the forces of annihilation, whereas the immortality principle could significantly enhance the tower's defensive capabilities. At this juncture, the most critical matter for Xuantian was not to augment his power, but rather to survive beneath the onslaught of heavenly retribution. Chapter 20, as the Enlightenment Tower ascended to the pinnacle of innate spiritual treasures. Its might increased substantially, allowing Xuantian to grasp the immortality principle with greater ease, swiftly reaching a two-portion and one-fifth understanding. Subsequently, as Xuantian meditated on the immortality principle, he inscribed his insights into the Enlightenment Tower, augmenting its power while simultaneously absorbing the chaotic essence surrounding him to repair the tower's damages. Indeed, fissures reappeared upon the tower as the power of the heavenly retribution intensified, each bolt more fearsome than the last. The fissures, suffused with destructive force, became increasingly challenging to mend, requiring a greater influx of chaotic energy for restoration. At this moment, Xuantian's rate of repair and enhancement lagged behind the speed of damage. And soon the Enlightenment Tower was riddled with cracks, threatening to shatter entirely, filling Xuantian's heart with dread. Was he to be unable to withstand the divine punishment before him? All he could do was hasten his efforts, continuously meditating on the immortality principle and absorbing the chaotic essence to reinforce and mend the tower. Ultimately, Xuantian's choice proved correct. When the final bolt of heavenly retribution descended, brimming with destructive force. Had he chosen to contemplate the law of thunder then, he would have already been obliterated. The last bolt of heavenly retribution shattered the already cracked Enlightenment Tower, scattering countless fragments throughout the chaos. Fortunately, at this moment, Xuantian's primordial spirit had not been annihilated. In an instant, he summoned all the fragments back, restoring them into a towering edifice marred by cracks, standing resolutely amidst the chaos, emanating the formidable aura of a supreme, innate spiritual treasure. Simultaneously, it voraciously devoured the surrounding chaotic energy, integrating it into the Enlightenment Tower, initiating the repair of the fissures, thereby enabling the tower to unleash the full power befitting a top-tier, innate spiritual treasure. At this juncture, the heavenly punishment had already passed. Henceforth, he had ample time to mend the cracks in the Enlightenment Tower. Xuantian held firm in his belief that, under his restoration, the tower would soon return to its former glory. Yet, in the next moment, Xuantian was horrified to discover that the heavenly punishment, which should have dissipated, had not yet vanished. This instilled an ominous premonition within him. Could it be that the thunder of heavenly punishment was not merely 36 strikes? But even more, if that were the case, it seemed he would be hard-pressed to escape death today. Fortunately, his fears proved unwarranted, that in the next instant, a beam of light shot forth from the eye of heavenly punishment, merging into the Enlightenment Tower. With this infusion, Xuantian sensed that many of the cracks on the tower had vanished, and concurrently, an additional restriction had been added, bringing the count to 41. Upon attaining the status of a supreme, innate spiritual treasure, each increment in restrictions became exceedingly arduous. Conversely, with each added restriction, the tower's potency would significantly amplify. With the birth of this new restriction, the power of the Enlightenment Tower surged once more. Xuantian felt confident that within 10 years, he would completely restore the tower. After the eye of heavenly punishment bestowed its light upon the tower, it closed, vanishing without a trace into the chaos. This allowed Xuantian to finally exhale in relief. The heavenly punishment had indeed passed. What lay before him now was solely the realm of innate supreme treasures, and he pondered whether he would have the opportunity to attain such a status. No. He is destined to become an innate supreme treasure. As long as he became an innate supreme treasure, even if he could not attain the status of a sage, he could still contend with the saints through the might of his formidable corporeal form. Xuantian was undergoing tribulation deep within the chaos, and at this time, the strongest beings in the primordial realm were merely at the early stages of quasi-sainthood, rendering them incapable of sensing the upheaval he was causing in the depths of chaos. After all, at that moment, Xuantian was far more powerful than both Hongjun and Luo, who, having ascended to the rank of a supreme, innate spiritual treasure, Xuantian's physical form had already reached the threshold of the late quasi-saint realm. At this point, Xuantian could contend with both Hongjun and Luo, who solely based on his formidable physique. However, the ultimate victory would likely belong to Hongjun and Luo, who, for each possessed 2 innate supreme treasures for protection. While Xuantian's physical form had merely attained the level of a top-tier, innate spiritual treasure, still falling short in comparison to innate supreme treasures. Nevertheless, Xuantian was confident that it would not be long before he surpassed both Hongjun and Luo, who, after all, with the current capabilities of the Enlightenment Tower, comprehending 2 laws to above 40% and reaching the mid-stage of quasi-sainthood in those laws was not an insurmountable feat subsequently. Xuantian consumed the chaotic energy and repaired himself while contemplating the laws to enhance his abilities. 10 years later, Xuantian finally completed the restoration of the Enlightenment Tower. In the instant of its restoration, the tower erupted with boundless divine radiance, proclaiming its might and ascension to this moment. Xuantian's purpose for venturing into the chaos had been fulfilled. He could leave the chaos. However, he chose not to depart at that time. Contemplating the laws within the chaos was considerably easier than doing so in the primordial realm. Moreover, with his current cultivation level, he was fully capable of refining the innate spiritual treasures in his possession, unleashing their full potential. Hence, Xuantian resolved to remain until he had refined all the innate spiritual treasures in his grasp before leaving the chaos. These supreme innate spiritual treasures, once refined, would significantly bolster his combat prowess. For a considerable time thereafter, Xuantian would rely on these external forces to enhance his strength. Thus, he continued to ponder the laws while refining the remaining restrictions within the innate spiritual treasures. After expending a millennium, Xuantian successfully refined all the innate spiritual treasures in his possession, while also attaining a comprehension level of 30% in both laws. At this point, Xuantian could be considered a formidable force among the early quasi-saints. Following this, Xuantian chose not to linger in the chaos for further cultivation, as he sensed that the great war among the 3 clans was on the verge of erupting, that he needed to return to the primordial realm to establish a stronghold. Recently, an unsettling premonition had arisen within him, as if something ominous were about to befall him or his friends. With his current strength, even if something adverse were to occur, he would be capable of addressing it. Furthermore, Xuantian did not believe that those individuals possessed the capability to intrude into the chaos to seek trouble with him. Therefore, it was likely that Xuanzi and Hongyun were in peril. These two were among Xuantian's few friends, and naturally, he could not bear to witness them in danger. After refining all the innate spiritual treasures in his possession, he deployed the instant transmission technique to depart from the chaos to AT that moment. The instant transmission technique had somewhat struggled to keep pace with Xuantian's speed, providing an opportune moment for him to delve into its nuances and elevate it to a higher realm. A year later, Xuantian successfully returned to the Primordial realm, having brought the instant transmission technique close to the realm of mastery. At this juncture, Xuantian's speed was only slightly slower than those adept in speed among the quasi-saints. Ordinary quasi-saints could hardly keep up with Xuantian's pace. At least at this moment, both Hongjun and Luo, who were still a bit lacking in their attempts to catch up with him. Chapter 21. The Chilin clan Xuantian first returned to Wuyi Mountain, and upon discovering that there was no unusual activity, he proceeded towards the location of Wuzhuang Temple. Along the way, the battle among the three clans was evident everywhere. At this time, the members of the three clans were exceedingly formidable, serving as exceptional materials for crafting artifacts. With the right forging techniques, creating powerful postnatal spiritual treasures was not an arduous task. As one destined to attain sagehood, he would undoubtedly have numerous disciples under his tutelage. And thus, he needed to prepare an ample supply of postnatal spiritual treasures to enhance their combat capabilities, lest they fall prey to others. Consequently, during his journey, Xuantian began to continuously collect the corpses of the disciples from the three clans, placing them within the Dinghai Divine Pearl, intending to later refine them into postnatal spiritual treasures. The three clans held their kin's corpses in high esteem and soon discovered that numerous bodies had gone missing. This incited their wrath. The members of the three clans were acutely aware of the exceptional nature of their kin's remains that if utilized for crafting spiritual treasures, their potency would be significantly augmented. The mere thought of their kin sacrificing themselves for their race, only to have their remains seized by others for crafting postnatal spiritual treasures, was enough to incite fury. As a result of this incident, the three clans temporarily ceased hostilities to identify the nefarious perpetrators collecting their kin's corpses. Rather than seeking vengeance against their enemies, they were more inclined to slay these audacious individuals who dared to covet the remains of their kin, serving as a warning to all beings in the primordial realm regarding the consequences of such audacity. This affair escalated dramatically, capturing the attention of most beings in the primordial realm, who were eager to uncover the truth behind the frenzy exhibited by the members of the three clans. Indeed, it was a frenzy. At this moment, the members of the three clans were akin to madmen, scouring the primordial realm for something. Even the leaders of the three clans had mobilized. During this time, numerous innate beings fell victim to the might of the three clans' powerhouses. Turned out that the disciples of the three clans possessed incredibly resilient bodies, making them superb materials for forging. Naturally, some innate beings set their sights on the corpses of the three clans. However, these beings were not as reckless as Xuantian. They quietly collected a few bodies before retreating, thereby minimizing any commotion and making detection exceedingly difficult. Yet, the situation had changed. Zulong and others, fearing that the beings of the primordial realm might target the three clans, decided to employ a show of force by continuously utilizing secret techniques. They easily detected the lingering auras and, through these traces, were able to track down those responsible. Every single individual discovered by the three clans would not escape unscathed, but if they could overpower them, they would fight. If not, they would summon their clan's powerhouses to eliminate them. No one would be spared. With Xuantian's current cultivation level, there was no need to concern himself with the three clans. Even if they banded together, they were no match for him. Nevertheless, Xuantian had no desire to unleash a massacre at this moment, entangling himself in karmic repercussions that he was not a fated individual like Hongjun and Luo who could simply vanquish their foes to attain sagehood without worrying about other matters. For Xuantian, the path to sagehood was fraught with challenges. He could not afford to make a single misstep that would impede his cultivation speed. Thus, he refrained from continuing to collect the corpses of the three clans' disciples, lest it provoke even more frenzied actions from them. Regarding the secret arts employed by Zulong and his companions, their attempts to sense the corpse within the Dinghai Shinju have proven significantly inadequate. Even a sage may struggle to perceive the circumstances surrounding the Dinghai Shinju. Upon witnessing the actions of the figure behind the scenes, who ceased collecting the corpses of their kin after observing their deeds, Zulong and the others breathed a sigh of relief. It appears that this mysterious individual harbors some trepidation towards them. Otherwise, they would not have chosen to withdraw at this juncture. This also indicates that the strength of this figure is not particularly formidable, certainly not at the quasi-saint level. Otherwise, they would not concern themselves with the thoughts of Zulong and his companions. Given this context, they cannot afford to let this figure slip away unnoticed. The impending clash among the three clans draws near, and at this moment, all factions are seeking to recruit other powerful beings from the primordial world to bolster their strength and aspire to become the principal actors in this grand narrative. Since the strength of this mysterious figure is not to be underestimated, they must ensure this individual is captured to atone for their actions. However, the chaotic endeavors of the three clans in the primordial realm bear no impact on Xuantian. With formidable cultivation and two immensely powerful top-tier, innate spiritual treasures at his disposal, Xuantian regards the corpses of the three clans with indifference. After Xuanzi and Hongjun departed from Buzhou Mountain, they returned to Xuanzi's sanctuary to enter seclusion for cultivation. Although Xuanzi maintains a low profile in the primordial world, his existence is known to certain beings, particularly due to his association with the well-connected Taoist Hongjun. When Hongjun's friends were forcibly summoned to join the three clans, both he and Xuanzi were inevitably exposed to their scrutiny, leading to an initial assault by the Chilin clan's Great Luo Golden Immortal. At first, the Great Luo Golden Immortal of the Chilin clan underestimated Xuanzi and Hongjun, believing them to be mere tight Golden Immortals, and thought it would be a trivial matter to subdue them with his own Great Luo Golden Immortal prowess. However, upon encountering them, he realized he had severely underestimated their abilities. Both had indeed ascended to the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm, and their combat prowess was impressive. Notably, Xuanzi's combat strength surpassed even that of Hongjun, easily defeating the Chilin clan's champion, forcing him to retreat in disgrace. This humiliating defeat engendered a deep-seated resentment in Linpa towards Xuanzi, for losing to him weakened his standing within the Chilin clan. His status therein directly influenced his access to resources and fortune. Thus, any diminishment in his luck would significantly delay his ascent to the mid-stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm. Linpa mused, "So, you mean to say that both Xuanzi and Hongjun have attained the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm, correct? While the Chilin clan might disregard beings of lesser cultivation, they cannot afford to overlook those of the Great Luo Golden Immortal level. In the forthcoming conflict among the three clans, the strength of their respective leaders and the number of Great Luo Golden Immortals will ultimately determine the victor. Knowing that two rogue Great Luo Golden Immortals are present, it is impossible not to feel perturbed." Indeed, clan leader, came the response. Both Hongjun and Xuanzi have successfully broken through to the early stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm, and they are formidable entities within that tier. Hence, let us dispatch several more Great Luo Golden Immortals to persuade Xuanzi and Hongjun to join our Chilin clan. I am confident that once they comprehend the disparity between themselves and the Chilin clan, they will make the right choice. Chapter 22. The plea for assistance. Wait a moment, clan leader. Did you not mention that Xuanzi and Hongjun are at Wuyi Temple? Indeed, Qing'a, but is there something amiss with these two? During my travels in the primordial realm, I came across a piece of information suggesting that they may have connections to the Taoist Xuantian of Wuyi Mountain, but I cannot ascertain the veracity of this news. But if the Chilin clan intends to take action against them, it would be prudent to first verify its authenticity. The Xuantian's reputation has soared following his victory over Zulong, and he seems to be on the verge of being regarded as the foremost figure in the primordial realm. After all, among the clan leaders, Zulong is the most powerful. If Xuantian can defeat him, he is certainly capable of overcoming us as well, particularly considering that Xuantian possesses an unparalleled defensive top-tier, innate spiritual treasure. He would be virtually unbeatable in combat, and the Dinghai Shinju is also an immensely powerful treasure. Resisting an assault from the Dinghai Shinju is no trivial matter. Thus, we would prefer to avoid provoking Xuantian, lest we find ourselves perishing at his hands. Point 2. Great Luo Golden Immortals could wield significant influence in battle, and Xuantian is not insurmountable. Let us not forget that our Chilin clan's foundational formation, the Koan formation, could potentially allow us to eliminate Xuantian, should we succeed in its implementation. That if we could indeed slay Xuantian, our clan would acquire two top-tier, innate spiritual treasures, greatly enhancing our combat power and making the annihilation of the other two clans a feasible endeavor. Upon hearing this, Qing'e and the others understood the Chilin leader's intentions. He aimed to seize this opportunity to capture all three of Xuantian's companions at once, hoping for a successful execution of this plan. For failure would entail devastating losses, obliterating their chances of becoming the principal actors in the primordial realm. Clan leader, your wisdom is unparalleled. Everyone prepare yourselves. Whether our Chilin clan ascends to prominence in the primordial realm hinges on this very moment. Indeed, clan leader. Subsequently, the Chilin clan began dispatching individuals to monitor Wuyi Mountain, eager to ascertain whether Xuantian would make an appearance. Meanwhile, after Xuanzi and Hongjun repelled Linpa and his companions, they felt no sense of relief. Instead, their expressions grew gravely serious. They had not anticipated that Wuzhuang Temple would come under the scrutiny of the three clans at this juncture, even if they had fortuitously driven back the Chilin clan. Given their tendencies, it was certain that the Chilin clan would soon send forth even more powerful beings, unwilling to relent until they either recruited the three or extinguished their lives. Taoist Xuanzi. This is my fault, and I have implicated you, Xuanzi lamented, having seldom wandered through the primordial realm, and when he did, he remained exceedingly discreet. Under normal circumstances, no one should have been aware of his existence. However, he now found himself exposed to the gaze of the Chilin clan, and it would be hard for him to deny that this predicament had nothing to do with Hongjun. Hongjun, there is no need for such self-reproach. We are still uncertain of the full circumstances. Perhaps this incident is unrelated to you at all. I believe you are aware of my situation, and it would be wise for you to return to your sanctuary and remain hidden for a while, lest you become embroiled in this mess. Given their current cultivation levels, hiding would not pose a significant challenge. However, unlike Hongjun, Xuanzi felt he could not hide at all, for within his sanctuary lay a premier, innate spiritual root. Should the Chilin clan discover that the ginseng fruit tree was hidden within Wuzhuang Temple, their leader would undoubtedly come in person to seize it. The ginseng fruit tree is exceptionally unique. With minimal refinement, it could transform into a powerful top-tier, innate spiritual treasure that, if left unrefined, it could continuously nurture disciples of the Chilin clan. Such a treasure would undoubtedly be coveted by the Chilin leader. Xuanzi, what do you mean by this? Do you perceive me, Hongjun, as someone who cowers in fear of death? Moreover, today's events were instigated by me. How could I possibly abandon you at this moment? Hongjun declared resolutely, fixing his gaze upon Xuanzi. Hongjun, you must understand that your presence here will serve no purpose and will only lead to needless demise. It is far better for you to preserve your life and seek vengeance on my behalf. Xuanzi, do not say such things. I will never leave your side. Besides, together we stand a genuine chance of victory. After all, you possess a powerful top-tier, innate spiritual treasure, and breaching its defenses is no easy feat. It is futile. The capabilities of the Chilin clan far exceed our estimates. Even a quasi-saint, when faced with the Chilin clan, would find it difficult to contend without possessing a robust top-tier, innate spiritual treasure. We are merely fledgling great Luo golden immortals. The Chilin clan has dozens of beings of our caliber. Taoist Xuanzi, if it comes to worst, let us seek aid from Taoist Xuantian, Hongjun suggested. After all these years, Xuantian should have reached the early stage of the quasi-saint realm. Even if he hasn't, with two potent top-tier, innate spiritual treasures, defeating him would not be a simple task for the Chilin clan. Even if they were to mobilize their entire force, in that case, Hongjun, you should make your way to Wuyi Mountain. If Taoist Xuantian is willing to help, that would be ideal. If not, I ask that you do not press the issue. I understand that I shall proceed to Wuyi Mountain at once. With that, Hongjun prepared to set off towards Wuyi Mountain. At this moment, Xuantian was hastily making his way to Wuzhuang. As he approached, he sensed the presence of Hongjun and, with a flicker of his form, appeared before him, blocking his path. Initially, upon realizing that his route was obstructed, Hongjun was filled with trepidation, fearing that it was members of the Chilin clan attempting to thwart his journey to Wuyi Mountain. He was prepared to fight desperately, only to be taken aback when he recognized that the figure before him was none other than Xuantian, whom he had been seeking. Dao friend Hongjun, what troubles you? Have you encountered some form of peril? Ah, Dao friend Xuantian, it is a long story, my companion, Dao friend Xuanzi, and I have drawn the attention of the Chilin clan. they seek to coerce us into joining their ranks. A prospect we vehemently oppose. Regrettably, even united, we are no match for them, that I hope to seek your assistance, though I understand if you are unwilling that if that is the case, let us regard today as if we have never met. Chapter 23. Let us discuss the matter of compensation. You and Xinyuzi are dear friends of mine. How could I possibly stand idly by while you face adversity? Rest assured, with me here, the Chilin clan shall not force you into submission. Dao friend, have you broken through to the quasi-saint realm? Otherwise, how could you exude such confidence? After all, the Chilin clan is formidable, and without sufficient strength, safeguarding you is nearly impossible. Indeed, I have now attained the early quasi-saint stage. Come, let us return together to Wuyi Mountain, agreed. Subsequently, the two swiftly made their way back to Wuyi Mountain. Dao friends and Yuzi, I have returned. Hongjun, how is it that you have returned so swiftly? Has something unforeseen transpired at this juncture? Xuantian's physical form was nearing the late quasi-saint stage. His aura was meticulously restrained, rendering it imperceptible even to Hongjun, let alone Xinyuzi, who was entirely unaware of Xuantian's presence. Dao friend Xuantian, you have arrived. Yes, I sense that the wilderness has been tumultuous of late, so I came to investigate. Unexpectedly, I encountered Dao friend Hongjun along the way and decided to accompany him. Dao friend Xuantian, do you possess the confidence to confront the Chilin clan? If not, perhaps we should seek refuge elsewhere. Given our strengths, we could easily conceal ourselves from their pursuit, and no need for that. I do not regard the Chilin clan as a serious threat. Dao friend Xinyuzi, fret not, for I have indeed ascended to the quasi-saint realm. Even if the Chilin clan's strongest were to converge upon us, they would be no match for me. After all, there are no quasi-saints among their ranks. Otherwise, they would have long since made their intentions known to intimidate the other two clans, or even act against them to unify the wilderness. That is reassuring. Thereafter, the three awaited the arrival of the Chilin clan at Wuyi Mountain. The Chilin Ancestor and his companions did not keep Xuantian and the others waiting for long, soon appearing before Wuyi Mountain. Previously, Xuantian had already sensed the approach of the Chilin Ancestor, that as they arrived outside Wuyi Mountain. Xuantian stepped out alongside Xinyuzi and Hongjun. Dao friend Xuantian, this matter pertains solely to our Chilin clan and Dao friends Xinyuzi and Hongjun. You have no involvement in this affair, that I in the past. We have not offended you, so we request that you grant us some leeway and refrain from interfering in our matters that I in return. We shall offer you a generous gift afterward. You Chilin clan hold no favor in my eyes. Chilin Ancestor, if you choose to depart now, I shall act as if nothing has transpired. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. With that, Xuantian fixed his gaze upon the Chilin Ancestor and his companions. Eager to discern whether they would acquiesce to leave, Tob so brazenly confronted and deterred by mere words from Xuantian would not bode well for the Chilin clan standing in the wilderness. Furthermore, their true objective for today was none other than Xuantian himself. Securing the innate treasure from his possession would position the Chilin clan as the principal players in the wilderness, allowing the Chilin Ancestor to leverage this immense fortune to attain sainthood and achieve immortality. Since you, Dao friend Xuantian, refuse to grant us favor, do not hold us accountable for our forthcoming actions. Elders, prepare the formation. We shall subdue these three. Understood, clan leader. With that, they prepared to initiate their formation. However, at that moment, they realized that Xuantian had abruptly vanished from their senses, that in the instant of his disappearance. An ominous premonition took root in the Chilin Ancestor's heart, and he immediately summoned the Chilin Seal, a postnatal supreme treasure, in an attempt to shield himself within it. Yet he was a moment too late that a powerful bolt of lightning struck, inflicting substantial harm upon the Chilin Ancestor. How could this be? The might of such a technique is unfathomably potent. Xuantian, you cannot be merely a Deluo Golden Immortal. You must be a quasi-saint, correct? A Deluo Golden Immortal could never wield such formidable powers. Only those of quasi-saint status can. Xuantian's assault was far from over. 36 sea-calming pearls were simultaneously summoned, transforming into vibrant streams of light that surged towards the other Chilin clan elders. With the immense strength of the early quasi-saint stage, coupled with Xuantian having thoroughly refined the sea-calming pearls, he was now capable of unleashing their full potential. One after another, the elders fell victim to their onslaught, sustaining significant injuries. Previously, the onlookers had harbored doubts regarding Xuantian's true attainment of the quasi-saint realm. But now no one dared to question it that if he had not indeed reached the early quasi-saint stage, how could he possibly exhibit such overwhelming strength? It appears that the Chilin clan's capabilities are rather lackluster. Now, let us discuss the matter of compensation. Should the terms satisfy me, you may leave at once. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee the survival of any of you here today. From Xuantian's demeanor, the Chilin Ancestor and his companions understood that he was not jesting. If they failed to produce something satisfactory for him, he would not permit their departure lightly. In our Chilin clan, we possess a top-tier innate treasure, the Earth Spirit Pearl. Should you agree to spare us, I can promise to present this treasure to you. Though the Earth Spirit Pearl was indeed an exceptional innate treasure, its offensive and defensive capabilities, while commendable, were still insufficient to meet Xuantian's demands. Not adequate, the Xuantian's frigid tone shattered the Chilin Ancestor's hopes, making it painfully clear that resolving this matter would not come without considerable cost, that we also have two spirit pearls, Wind and Thunder, both possessing extraordinary power and classified as top-tier innate treasures. 3 of these should suffice, should it not? Very well. Chilin Ancestor, go retrieve these 3 innate treasures to AS for the others. They shall remain here for the time being. Only when you have delivered the 3 treasures to me may they depart. Understood. However, I wish to recuperate from my injuries before leaving. The Dragon and Phoenix clans are undoubtedly observing this situation from the shadows. Given my current condition, should I depart immediately, I would surely fall victim to their combined might. After all, they would not forfeit the opportunity to eliminate the leaders of the 3 clans. That is acceptable, but you must not disturb us, or you know the consequences. With that, Xuantian led Xinyu and Hongjun back into Buzhou Mountain. Chapter 24. A strange wilderness. As the 3 entered Buzhou Mountain, Xinyu activated the surrounding formations, ensuring that no one could probe the happenings within. Thank you for your timely intervention, Dao friend. Without your aid, we would likely have met our doom today. Previously, they had endeavored to overestimate the Chilin clan's strength, yet they found themselves severely mistaken in their assessment. Dao friend Xinyu, you jest, while others may be unaware of your capabilities. I am fully cognizant. Even had I not intervened, you would have surely managed to escape unscathed, albeit at the cost of Buzhou Mountain's safety. Yet if that were the case, I would undoubtedly attract the attention of the 3 clans. And my sanctum would be destroyed, along with the loss of the ginseng fruit tree. Would it not? Dao friend Xuantian, having attained the early quasi-saint stage, does that not make you one of the strongest entities in the wilderness? Previously, they had grasped the formidable nature of the quasi-saint realm. Yet neither Xinyu nor Hongjun had anticipated its sheer magnitude. Xuantian easily subdued the Chilin clan's strongest, and should he desire to eliminate them, it would not pose a significant challenge. Unrivaled? How could that be? The depths of the wilderness are beyond comprehension. With my current strength, I may not even rank among the top 3. How could that be? You possess 2 immensely powerful top-tier innate treasures. How could you possibly not be among the top 3? Though the might of a top-tier innate spiritual treasure is formidable, it does not constitute the pinnacle of power among treasures. Friends, do not forget that above the top-tier innate spiritual treasures, there exist even more powerful innate supreme treasures. Those who wield innate supreme treasures are truly the most formidable beings. These individuals not only possess innate supreme treasures, but also boast cultivation levels that rival my own. In the past, even if these quasi-saints were to appear beside Xuantian, unless they wished for Xuantian to sense their presence, he would remain oblivious to their whereabouts. This incident has caused quite a stir. Attracting numerous powerful beings, Xuantian senses that there are at least 5 quasi-saints among them. Among these, 2 exude the most potent auras. One is undoubtedly Hongjun, and the other is likely the legendary Luohu. As for the remaining 3, Xuantian pays them little mind. They have only just broken through to the quasi-saint realm. Even with innate supreme treasures in hand, Xuantian feels no fear, for though he lacks an innate supreme treasure himself, he possesses 2 immensely powerful top-tier innate spiritual treasures and a defensive treasure on par with the 12th grade innate supreme treasure, the Qinglian of creation. In a true confrontation, these 3 would stand no chance against him. Xuantian, having no interest in the innate supreme treasures held by the trio, refrains from seizing one. Otherwise, he would certainly take action to claim such a treasure. This is the opportune moment for seizing innate supreme treasures. As, apart from Hongjun, Luohu, and Donghuang Tai, all other holders will perish in the impending catastrophe. When that time comes, their innate supreme treasures will fall into Hongjun's possession, making it feasible to eliminate them and acquire the treasures without consequence. However, Xuantian trusts in his system, believing that the absence of innate supreme treasures in his possession must serve a purpose, and thus, he will not resort to theft that, at worst, he might lose an innate supreme treasure. During the calamity of the Wu and Yao, he expects to attain enlightenment and become a saint, thereby gaining the opportunity to snatch the Chaos Bell. He could simply seize that innate supreme treasure. Wait. Although I cannot seize innate supreme treasures, I can target postnatal merit treasures that, if I recall correctly, there remains an unclaimed postnatal merit treasure that wields attack power comparable to that of innate supreme treasures. I should focus my attention on this postnatal treasure, for I lack nothing in terms of powerful defensive innate supreme treasures. What I truly need is a treasure with formidable offensive capabilities. However, now is not the time to ponder this, and he is unaware of the location of that postnatal merit treasure. He will need the assistance of the system. To his surprise, it seems there is more than one quasi-saint among friends in the wilderness. And all those innate supreme treasures have owners. Clearly, we have been rather ignorant. Xuantian could not help but lament. Had Xuantian not mentioned it, they would have remained oblivious to the existence of so many hidden quasi-saints in the wilderness. Nor would they have anticipated that all innate supreme treasures had masters. Regarding these individuals with innate supreme treasures, they knew not a single one, and suddenly Xuantian and Hongjun felt somewhat estranged from the wilderness. In their minds, the strongest beings in the wilderness had always been the leaders of the three clans. They had not anticipated that so many quasi-saints were concealed within. For those individuals, the most significant pursuit is to attain sainthood. Apart from that, they care little for other matters, provided the disciples of the three clans do not provoke them. Otherwise, they would ensure these individuals understand the consequences of their actions. Attaining sainthood, my friends, is your aim as well, is it not? Xuantian, now a quasi-saint, though lacking an innate supreme treasure, wields two powerful top-tier, innate spiritual treasures and possesses formidable abilities, making him no weaker than other quasi-saints. In this calamity, I see no possibility of attaining sainthood. If I have the opportunity, it will be in the next calamity. This calamity belongs to those two vying for the position of protagonist. Which two? There is no need for you to know just yet, my friends. Those two are currently unwilling to reveal themselves, that if I divulge their identities, it would serve no benefit to you. Nonetheless, you need not rush. They will reveal themselves soon enough, and at that time, you will naturally know who they are. After Xuantian and the others departed from Wuyi Temple, the crowd quickly dispersed. Today's events have left the Dragon and Phoenix clans in a state of shock. They had believed themselves to be the first to break through to the early quasi-saint stage, only to find that Xuantian was the one to achieve this first, and his strength after the breakthrough was astonishing. Effortlessly defeating figures like Chilin Ancestor, given Xuantian's displayed combat prowess. If he desired to annihilate Chilin Ancestor and his companions, it would not pose a challenge. Chapter 25, The Era of the Three Clans. The strengths of the two clans are comparable to that of the Chilin clan, implying that Xuantian's might could easily obliterate them. This revelation is unacceptable for the ancestral figures of the Dragon and Phoenix clans, who have long been giants in the wilderness, ranking among the top three, if not the foremost. They are unwilling to remain suppressed by Xuantian. To avoid this suppression, they must break through to the early quasi-saint stage. Previously, the ancestral figures had not intended to utilize such methods to attain the early quasi-saint stage, believing their talents sufficient to achieve it without such means. However, they now refuse to wait any longer and wish to break through to the early quasi-saint stage swiftly, lest they fall victim to others. Indeed, they fear that Xuantian will seize the opportunity to eliminate them before they can break through, thereby claiming a significant portion of the fortune of the wilderness. The fortune occupied by their three clans is immense. Should Xuantian acquire it, he could not only ascend to even greater heights, but might also attain sainthood, becoming an immortal being. They cannot believe that Xuantian, such a being, would be disinterested in attaining sainthood or unaware of the means to do so. After Xuantian and his companions departed, Chilin Ancestor swiftly consumed numerous spiritual herbs to recover from his injuries. At this moment, let us not dwell on anything else. We must prioritize the swift recovery of our wounds, for this place is not particularly safe. Although Chilin Ancestor did not articulate this explicitly, the others clearly understood his meaning and promptly took out healing herbs or pills to expedite their recovery, wary of a potential ambush. With the aid of numerous innate spiritual herbs and elixirs, Chilin Ancestor soon fully recovered, vanishing in a flash to hasten back to the Chilin clan's territory, delivering what Xuantian required. Having been rivals for many years, Chilin Ancestor could easily surmise the intentions of others. Thus he must expedite his breakthrough to the early quasi-saint stage to avoid falling into a passive position. 2 days later, Chilin Ancestor returned with 3 top-tier, innate spiritual treasures, presenting them to Xuantian before leading the others back to the Chilin clan's stronghold. Xuantian, from this day forth, we and the Chilin clan are sworn enemies. We must remain vigilant, especially you, for Chilin Ancestor will not let you off easily, Xuanyuanzi warned. Among the 3, Xuantian's cultivation is the most formidable. Until Chilin Ancestor can slay him, the likelihood of the Chilin clan attacking the other 2 is minimal. Thus, Xuantian bears the brunt of the risk, creating a significant debt of karma for the other 2. Rest assured, my friends, I will exercise caution. However, I am not so easily dealt with. Even if Chilin Ancestor breaks through to the early quasi-saint stage, he remains no match for me. His physical form is comparable to that of a late quasi-saint, and his comprehension of the laws approaches that of a mid-quasi-saint, rendering Xuantian's combat prowess on par with that of a mid-quasi-saint. Only Hongjun and Luohu can truly challenge him. Even if Chilin Ancestor and his companions break through to the quasi-saint realm, they would not rival Xuantian unless they achieve consecutive breakthroughs to the mid-quasi-saint stage and acquire several powerful top-tier, innate spiritual treasures or innate supreme treasures. Even so, my friends, one must remain cautious. The Chilin clan has dominated the wilderness for so many years that no one knows whether they possess any special means that I understand. I will be vigilant. Recalling the bizarre techniques documented in the Investiture of the Gods, such as the 7-character nail method, Xuantian recognized the necessity of exercising caution to avoid falling victim to such arcane arts. Given Xuantian's current cultivation level, even a supreme, innate spiritual treasure had little efficacy, and thus he would not refine the 3 spirit pearls. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, the ultimate ownership of these 3 pearls would likely belong to his disciples or descendants. With the heavenly Tao above, the ancestral dragon felt the chaos of the primordial world and willingly offered to lead the dragon clan, governing the scaled beings to manage the oceans and vast water bodies on behalf of the heavenly Tao. Beseeching its acknowledgement that as soon as the ancestral dragon's words fell, the heavens trembled, and the myriad beings of the primordial realm beheld a colossal surge of merit descending, merging into the bodies of the ancestral dragon and the other dragons, affirming the former's proclamation and empowering the dragon clan to command the seas and waterways. Among the merit, the ancestral dragon, as the clan leader, received more than half. However, not all of it fused into his being. A portion entered his body, facilitating his smooth breakthrough to the early quasi-saint stage, while the remainder infused into the ancestral dragon pearl, augmenting its potency and enabling it to suppress the dragon clan's fortune. The Phoenix Ancestor and Chilin Ancestor understood that the ancestral dragon would not remain idle, yet they were taken aback by the swiftness of his actions, as he not only achieved a breakthrough to the early quasi-saint stage, but also significantly enhanced the power of the ancestral dragon pearl. Without any hesitation, the Phoenix Ancestor stepped forward, addressing the heavens. With the heavenly Tao above, I, the Phoenix Ancestor, feel the primordial chaos and willingly offer to lead the Phoenix clan, governing the avian beings on behalf of the heavenly Tao. Beseeching its acknowledgement, as her words echoed, much like the ancestral dragon, a great influx of merit descended from the heavenly Tao, legitimizing the Phoenix clan's authority to manage the skies and command the avian beings. With the aid of this merit, the Phoenix Ancestor's cultivation surged to the early quasi-saint stage, and lacking an innate treasure to siphon off a portion of her merit, her power grew even more formidable. Nearing the mid-quasi-saint stage, with the heavenly Tao above, I, the Chilin Ancestor, feel the primordial chaos and willingly offer to lead the Chilin clan, governing the terrestrial beasts on behalf of the heavenly Tao. Beseeching its acknowledgement, The Chilin Ancestor, unwilling to be outdone, promptly established a vow to the heavenly Tao, receiving a substantial flow of merit and breaking through to the early quasi-saint stage, further enhancing the might of the Chilin seal and significantly increasing his combat prowess. This time, not only the three clan leaders gained merit, several others within the clans also received a portion, yet those who had not yet reached the late stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal would refrain from absorbing merit at this juncture, intending instead to utilize it to elevate their cultivation to the quasi-saint realm. The three clans assumed the role of managing the skies, waterways, and land for the heavenly Tao, greatly amplifying their fortunes. Many disciples of the three clans could distinctly sense that their fortunes had significantly increased compared to before, and with this newfound support, they would soon break through to higher realms. Thus, from this day forth, the Primordial realm officially entered an era governed by the three clans. Chapter 26. Inescapable, the commotion stirred by the three clans was substantial. Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun could not have failed to perceive it. They promptly approached Xuantian, their expressions laden with concern. Xuantian, my friend, what shall we do next? Perhaps we should find a place to hide. With the vastness of the Primordial realm and Xuantian's considerable strength, evading the three clans would not pose a challenge. Indeed, my friend Xuantian, the ancestral dragon and his companions have amassed significant merit. With this merit, reaching the quasi-saint realm will be a trivial matter. Moreover, among the three clans, there are those at the late stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. They too should have gained some merit. Before long, they will also break through to the early quasi-saint stage. And you, my friend, may find yourself in peril that I suggest we seek refuge for the time, being that my esteemed friends, fret not excessively. While the three clans are formidable, my own strength is not to be underestimated. Unless they unite, even if one clan approaches, they cannot contend with me, unless they possess more than 3 mid-quasi-saint experts. However, once one reaches the quasi-saint realm, further breakthroughs become exceedingly arduous. The ancestral dragon and his kin have exploited a shortcut to attain the early quasi-saint stage. For others, excluding the clan leaders, the likelihood of advancing to the mid-quasi-saint stage is virtually non-existent. Even if the ancestral dragon and the others could break through, it would not happen swiftly. I am confident that before they achieve the mid-quasi-saint stage, I shall first reach that level myself, at which point they will remain my inferiors. Xuantian, do you truly possess the confidence to withstand the retribution of the Chilin Ancestor and the others? Naturally, should they prove unwise, I would not hesitate to impart a profound lesson, demonstrating that I am not someone they can provoke. Very well, my friends, you should return to your cultivation in the forthcoming period. The Primordial realm is bound to be tumultuous, and you must hasten to elevate your prowess. Given this, we shall retreat to cultivate. You may proceed as you wish. With that, Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun resumed their seclusion. The recent breakthroughs of the ancestral dragon and his cohorts dealt a significant blow to Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun, who both aspire to elevate their cultivation swiftly. They hope to at least advance to the late stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. After observing their departure, Xuantian closed his eyes and began to comprehend the indestructible principles that as he approached the final stages, the laws grew increasingly enigmatic and challenging to grasp. Previously, Xuantian had the energy to explore various principles, but now he had to concentrate all his efforts and time on understanding a single principle. Only in this manner could he ensure the opportunity to attain the mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal realm. Since learning of the existence of the Great Tao Saint, Xuantian had set his sights on this lofty goal, that if both are saints, why not choose the more powerful Great Tao Saint instead of the heavily restricted Heavenly Tao Saint? After all, upon becoming a Great Tao Saint, the Heavenly Tao's ability to govern him would not be an easy feat, and his rate of advancement would remain unaffected, vastly superior to that of a Heavenly Tao Saint. After ascending to the Heavenly Tao Saint level, further enhancement of strength would necessitate reliance on fortune or merit, making improvement through cultivation nearly impossible. However, to become a Great Tao Saint, he first needed to reach the mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal realm. Achieving this level required timing. He must attain it before Hongjun merges with the Tao. Once Hongjun achieves this, no one will be able to reach the mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal realm unless the Heavenly Tao is obliterated. Otherwise, they would be trapped at the final step, unable to progress even slightly. After the ancestral dragon and others broke through to the quasi-saint level, they did not engage in any actions, but instead remained within their territories, secluded in cultivation to solidify their newly acquired powers and seize the opportunity brought by their enhanced fortunes, hoping to break through to even higher realms. Upon reaching the early quasi-saint stage, they realized that Xuantian had not merely just achieved this level. Rather, he had been at it for some time and was already a notable strength among those in the early quasi-saint stage. Given their current capabilities, seeking trouble with Xuantian might lead to another defeat. Should they fall into Xuantian's hands again, the cost would be steep. Thus, until their cultivation reached the mid-quasi-saint stage, they chose not to provoke him, knowing that without breaking through to the mid-quasi-saint stage, they could not contend with Xuantian, who wielded two top-tier innate spiritual treasures. And so, an eerie calm settled over the primordial realm. This tranquility was not welcomed by certain individuals, who yearned for chaos, as only through turmoil could they reap benefits. Moreover, given the extraordinary talents of the ancestral dragon and the other three clan leaders, coupled with their fortuitous circumstances, allowing them to continue cultivating unimpeded would inevitably lead to their breakthrough to the mid-quasi-saint stage. Neither Hongjun nor Luo Ho desired to see the ancestral dragon and his kin ascend to the mid-quasi-saint stage. Otherwise, capturing them would come at a considerable cost. Additionally, the likes of the Qinquan Ancestor, who possessed innate treasures, shared the same sentiment, wishing to prevent the ancestral dragon's continued growth. They had lingered at the early quasi-saint stage for a while, acutely aware that progressing to higher realms would be exceedingly challenging. At the very least, the Qinquan Ancestor and his peers lacked sufficient confidence to surpass the ancestral dragon and the others in reaching the mid-quasi-saint stage. Once the ancestral dragon and his companions reached the mid-quasi-saint stage, it would become increasingly difficult for the others to conceal their whereabouts. Even an undying saint would be tempted by innate treasures, should the ancestral dragon and his kin discover that others possessed such treasures. They would undoubtedly pursue and eliminate them to seize those innate treasures. Thus, upon learning of the ancestral dragon and his companions achieving the early quasi-saint stage, the foremost thought of the Qinquan Ancestor and his peers was to eliminate the ancestral dragon trio, denying them any opportunity for growth. However, with the ancestral dragon trio now endowed with fortune, even with innate treasures in hand, slaying them would prove a formidable challenge. Given the current circumstances, it would be more prudent to contemplate how to seize the two supreme, innate spiritual treasures from Xuantian. Whether it be the Sea-calming Pearl or the Eastern Azure Lotus Banner, both are paramount among innate spiritual treasures. Obtaining them would significantly enhance their combat prowess, especially for those lacking offensive or defensive artifacts, making them quite envious. Chapter 27. The two treasures indeed. There are those who have set their sights on the treasures in Xuantian's possession. However, Xuantian is exceedingly cautious and seldom traverses the vast wilderness, making it quite challenging to ascertain his whereabouts. Furthermore, Xuantian's current strength is formidable, suggesting that they possess only a single opportunity. Failure would necessitate a greater coalition for future attempts. At this juncture, the most eager to claim Xuantian's treasures are the Ancestor of Yin and Yang and the Ancestor of Hunyuan. One lacks offensive artifacts while the other is deficient in defensive capabilities, naturally directing their greed towards Xuantian's two supreme, innate spiritual treasures. Why now? Xuantian's cultivation has reached the early stage of quasi-saint, rendering him even more difficult to confront, necessitating their alliance to ensure his defeat. Thus, these two scheming individuals naturally join forces to devise a plan against Xuantian. Concurrently, they stealthily approach the vicinity of Wuzhuang Temple, lying in wait for Xuantian to depart before launching their assault to seize his innate treasures. Xuantian likely remains oblivious to the audacity of those who would dare to covet his treasures. With the artifacts in their possession, a single opportunity could potentially gravely injure or even slay him. Unbeknownst to Xuantian, he is engrossed in comprehending the immutable principles, striving to break through to a higher realm. As a being transformed from the Enlightenment Tower, his innate understanding is remarkable. Given sufficient time, grasping the immutable principles to a level of 99% is not an insurmountable task. This period of comprehension spanned a century, during which Xuantian's understanding of the immutable principles advanced by a fraction, reaching 31%, a modest yet noticeable improvement. Subsequently, he did not continue his seclusion, as he sensed an urgent need to depart Wuzhou Temple. Otherwise, misfortune would befall it. Most crucially, Xuantian perceived that this situation involved an opportunity, seizing it could yield significant fortune. For these reasons, he resolved not to linger in Wuzhou Temple any longer. Upon emerging from seclusion, he exchanged a few words with the attendant of Zenyuanzi, Qingfeng Mingyue, before departing. The moment Xuantian exited Wuzhou Temple, he entered a state of heightened vigilance that he discreetly summoned his 2 defensive artifacts, ready to deploy them should the situation demand. With the protective capabilities of the Eastern Azure Lotus banner and the 12-petal creation Azure Lotus, even an ambush by Hongjun wielding an innate supreme treasure would be thwarted. Having revealed his 2 supreme innate treasures, Xuantian was prepared for the attention they would attract. Although he currently could not possess an innate supreme treasure, it did not preclude him from acquiring one through alternative means. Xuantian had long desired to possess an innate supreme treasure, and now was the most opportune moment for him to do so. The ancestor of Yin and Yang and the ancestor of Hunyuan concealed themselves well due to the Taiji diagram. Leaving Xuantian unaware of any anomalies, that it was as if no one would dare to ambush him. Any prior feelings of danger were mere illusions. The more this was the case, the more cautious Xuantian became. As fate would have it, a day later, a golden bridge suddenly materialized, pressing down upon Xuantian before he could react. Pinning him beneath it, they, shimmering with violet light, descended towards Xuantian's head, aiming to slay him in one fell swoop. Fortunately, Xuantian had remained on guard. As the golden bridge subdued him, the 12-petal creation Azure Lotus and the Eastern Azure Lotus banner instantly appeared, enveloping him in radiant light. The emergence of these 2 supreme, innate treasures countered the pressure of the Taiji diagram, restoring Xuantian's ability to move. Simultaneously, the formidable defensive capabilities of the 12-petal creation Azure Lotus successfully mitigated the attack from the Hongmeng Liangtian. The 12-petal creation Azure Lotus, a treasure of unparalleled defense, had unexpectedly fallen into Xuantian's hands. They had underestimated him. His fortune was no less than theirs. While he had not acquired an innate supreme treasure, he possessed 3 supreme innate treasures, one of which, the 12-petal creation Azure Lotus, rivaled the defense of innate supreme treasures. Had they known of the 12-petal creation Azure Lotus's presence with Xuantian, they would never have dared to confront him, for he was now their equal. Unfortunately, having already offended Xuantian, should they fail to subdue him today, he would undoubtedly seek retribution in the future. Thus, they had no choice but to compel Xuantian to his doom today, lest they themselves perish at his hands later. With 2 supreme innate treasures to guard him, it would not be an easy feat for the ancestor of Hunyuan to harm him. The priority was to first eliminate the ancestor of Yin and Yang. 36 sea-calming pearls were summoned by Xuantian, aimed at the ancestor of Yin and Yang, as he doubted the depth of the ancestor's fortune. Besides the Taiji diagram, he was not convinced that the ancestor possessed any other top-tier innate treasures. Indeed, Xuantian was not mistaken. The ancestor of Yin and Yang had no other capable innate treasures aside from the Taiji diagram. As Xuantian commanded the sea-calming pearls towards him, the ancestor of Yin and Yang quickly summoned the Taiji diagram, shielding himself within it. The might of the sea-calming pearl, a top-tier innate treasure, was formidable, rivaling that of innate supreme treasures. Xuantian had thoroughly refined it, enabling him to unleash its full potential, even if the ancestor wielded the Taiji diagram. Defending against the sea-calming pearl's assault would not be a simple task, let alone considering the protection of others. Seeing the golden bridge dissipate, Xuantian felt a slight relief that he directed 12 sea-calming pearls towards the ancestor of Hunyuan, for he coveted the post-natal merit supreme treasure, the Hongmeng Liangtian, held by the ancestor of Hunyuan. With such an artifact in hand, his combat strength would surge considerably, making it all the more challenging for Hongjun and Luo Ho to contend with him in the future. With the 12-petal creation Azure Lotus and the Eastern Azure Lotus banner providing him protection, Xuantian disregarded the ancestor of Hunyuan's attacks, fully unleashing the sea-calming pearls and employing the Chaos Divine Thunder against the ancestor of Hunyuan. Chapter 28. The Hongmeng Liangtian, neither the Chaos Divine Thunder nor the sea-calming pearls were assaults that the ancestor of Hunyuan could easily ignore, especially the latter, which struck with incredible speed, making it exceedingly difficult to defend against. Moreover, Xuantian's cultivation had surpassed that of both ancestors, nearing the mid-stage of quasi-saint. Soon, the ancestor of Hongjun screamed in agony as a sea-calming pearl struck his forehead, creating a significant wound from which blood flowed profusely. Observing this, the ancestor of Yin and Yang recognized that this could not continue, that if it did, the ancestor of Hongjun would soon perish at Xuantian's hands. And he would not fare any better. Once more, he commanded the Taiji diagram to transform into a golden bridge, pressing down upon Xuantian while standing atop it. This maneuver would make it considerably more challenging for Xuantian to harm him. Faced with the pressure of the Taiji diagram, Xuantian summoned all his strength to utilize the 12-petal creation Azure Lotus, the supreme innate treasure, to resist it. Nearby, the ancestor of Hongjun, without needing the ancestor of Yin and Yang to speak, unleashed the Hongmeng Liangtian toward Xuantian's head. Though the Eastern Azure Lotus banner possessed formidable defensive capabilities, it paled in comparison to the Hongmeng Liangtian, a postnatal merit supreme treasure with attack power rivaling that of innate supreme treasures. Originally, the ancestors of Yin and Yang and Hongjun believed that Xuantian would focus all his efforts on defending against the Hongmeng Liangtian's assault. However, to their astonishment, Xuantian only activated the Eastern Azure Lotus banner, neglecting the Hongmeng Liangtian's attack and instead directing all his efforts toward the 36 sea-calming pearls and a top-tier innate treasure they had yet to witness, targeting the ancestor of Hongjun. Seemingly intent on mutually assured destruction, the ancestor of Hongjun had not anticipated Xuantian's reckless ferocity, that he was bombarded relentlessly by the 36 sea-calming pearls, leaving his body battered and broken. Simultaneously, the unparalleled innate spiritual treasure, which they had never encountered before, wielded a power that surpassed their wildest imaginations, shattering the corporeal form of the primordial ancestor with a formidable blow. Striving is a universal instinct, when faced with the challenge of proving whose resilience is greater. The primordial ancestor, unwilling to be outdone, summoned all his strength to wield the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler against Xuantian, firmly believing that this postnatal treasure of merit would not let him down, as fate would have it. The Hongmeng Liangtian ruler effortlessly breached the defenses of the eastern Qinglian Baoshi, striking Xuantian's head. How is it possible for your physical form to be so formidable? Are you perhaps the reincarnation of the chaos demon god? When the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler collided with Xuantian's head, resounding explosion echoed, yet Xuantian's head did not shatter as the primordial ancestor had anticipated. It merely left behind a trace of blood. With no further anomalies manifesting to that moment, Xuantian was too preoccupied to concern himself with anything else. He seized the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler in his grasp and, taking advantage of the primordial ancestor's moment of weakness, directed his consciousness to obliterate the ancestor's primordial spirit, ensuring that the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler would become a treasure without a master. The swiftest method to render the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler a masterless postnatal treasure was to extinguish the primordial ancestor's existence. At this juncture, with the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler now in his possession, Xuantian's current physical state rendered the severely injured primordial ancestor unable to forcibly reclaim the treasure, by continuously directing the innate spiritual treasure to assault the primordial ancestor. He could ultimately slay him. The Kantong seal and the Dinghai pearl once again struck towards the ancestor's primordial spirit under Xuantian's command. However, Xuantian's assault extended beyond this. He unleashed his most formidable divine ability, the Chaos Divine Thunder, unleashing a tempest of lightning that relentlessly bombarded the ancestor's primordial spirit, aiming to scatter it into oblivion. Yin-Yang Taoist, save me. Today, he had already forged a deadly feud with Xuantian. The Yin-Yang ancestor was acutely aware that Xuantian would not show him mercy. Before Xuantian acquired the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler, he could still stand undefeated by relying on the innate treasure, the Taiji diagram. But with the emergence of the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler, Xuantian now possessed the capability to eliminate him. Naturally, the Yin-Yang ancestor would not idly watch as Xuantian dispatched the primordial ancestor, as long as the primordial ancestor remained alive. Their combined strength offered a glimmer of hope against Xuantian. Otherwise, he would surely meet his demise. Hastily, he shook the Taiji diagram, unleashing a powerful force of Yin and Yang that sent Xuantian flying. Seizing this opportunity, the Yin-Yang ancestor allowed the primordial ancestor's primordial spirit to enter the Taiji diagram. Witnessing the formidable power displayed by the Taiji diagram, Xuantian's heart ignited with fervor. This was the innate treasure he had long desired. Undeniably potent. Although he had previously missed the opportunity to obtain it, the chance to acquire such a treasure now was not one he wished to squander. While he could not possess the innate treasure himself, he could certainly find a place to conceal it. Under Xuantian's relentless assault, the Dinghai Pearl and the Kongtong Seal relentlessly targeted the Yin-Yang Ancestor, intent on extinguishing him. Regrettably, all their efforts were thwarted by the impenetrable defenses of the Taiji diagram, leaving the Yin-Yang Ancestor unscathed. More critically, with the Primordial Ancestor no longer in mortal peril, he began to summon the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler back, compelling Xuantian to divert the majority of his spiritual energy to suppress the treasure and prevent it from escaping. Today, I shall let you both off the hook, but the next encounter will be your demise. With that declaration, Xuantian executed a teleportation spell, vanishing from sight. Shortly after Xuantian's departure, Hongjun and Luo, who appeared in succession nearby. Observing the dismal state of the Primordial Ancestor, that a glimmer of derision flickered in Luo's eyes as he remarked, "You truly are regressing, collaborating with Yin and Yang to ambush a junior, only to fail to eliminate him, resulting in the loss of your treasure. Pathetic." "Humph, Luo who, spare me your sardonic remarks. The Xuantian strength is not inferior to yours. Even without the innate treasure, you might not necessarily be his match." Hongjun retorted, "Did I ask that so? It seems you two are rather familiar with my abilities. Next time I encounter Xuantian, you will witness the vast chasm that separates us." With those words, Luo, who swiftly vanished from sight. His greatest adversary remained Hongjun. As for the others, he would deal with them after settling matters with Hongjun. "Primordial Taoist, can you still sense the whereabouts of the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler?" "If you can, I am willing to lend you my assistance," Hongjun inquired. "Thank you, Taoist Hongjun. Rest assured, I will remember today's favor. Should you require anything in the future, I shall do my utmost to assist you." The Primordial Ancestor was genuinely taken aback by Hongjun's willingness to help him reclaim the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler. Chapter 29. I am willing to lend you a helping hand. The possession of this postnatal treasure of merit profoundly impacts the Primordial Ancestor, with the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler in hand. He ranks among the elite in the wilderness. Otherwise, he is merely an ordinary quasi-saint, facing a certain death against a top-tier quasi-saint like Hongjun Yan Taoist. I implore you to assist me once more. Together, the three of us may not be without the chance to slay Xint. At that juncture, I shall only require the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler, while the remaining treasure shall belong to both of you. What say you?" Though Hongjun might not be tempted by the top-tier innate treasures in Xuantian's possession, as he lacked for protective and offensive treasures, the Yin-Yang Ancestor would undoubtedly be intrigued, especially after witnessing the might of several top-tier innate treasures in Xuantian's hands. "Hongjun, what is your opinion? To be candid with both of you, I harbor some grievances against Xuantian. The Kongtong Seal in his possession was seized from me, and I have been seeking an opportunity to reclaim this top-tier innate treasure." Upon returning, Hongjun felt an increasing sense of unease, as though he had lost something significant, but he soon realized that the Kongtong Seal, previously taken by Xuantian, was anything but ordinary. After years of deducing its secrets using fragments of the creation Jade Disk, he finally uncovered some celestial mysteries of the Kongtong Seal. It was, in fact, a clan treasure, possessing 48 prohibitions capable of suppressing fate. To possess the Kongtong Seal would be to harness a portion of its fate. The mere potential to acquire and suppress fate was enough to make Hongjun's heart race. No one would ever complain about having too much fate, did I in that case. Let us commence our actions post-haste to prevent Xuantian from escaping. Without the guidance of the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler, they would be unable to locate Xuantian, thus necessitating that they find him before he erases the primordial spirit imprint left by the Primordial Ancestor. Both Hongjun and Luo, who had underestimated Xuantian's capabilities, his prior decision to leave stemmed from sensing their presence. Xuantian held a grudge against Hongjun, and should the opportunity arise to eliminate him, Xuantian was certain that Hongjun would not let such a rare chance slip away. Furthermore, at this moment, Xuantian's utmost priority was to erase the primordial spirit imprint of the Primordial Ancestor from the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler, ensuring the treasure became his own. Throughout his journey, Xuantian did not delay. He simultaneously wielded his consciousness to erase the imprint while teleporting towards the chaos. Engaging in battle in the wilderness stirred considerable commotion, and Xuantian wished to avoid attracting undue attention at this juncture. To expedite the erasure of the Primordial Ancestor's imprint, Xuantian directed the falling treasure money to land upon the Hongjun ruler, hoping to utilize its power to suppress the imprint left by the Primordial Ancestor, facilitating its removal. However, he discovered that the falling treasure money had no effect on the postnatal treasure, the Hongjun ruler. Indeed, the status of the Hongjun ruler was akin to that of an innate treasure. Although the falling treasure money was formidable, it could not affect innate treasures in any capacity. Fortunately, the Primordial Ancestor was sufficiently weakened. Given Xuantian 2 days, he could successfully erase the imprint left by the Ancestor. After pursuing for a while, Hongjun and his companions noted that the distance between them and Xuantian had not diminished. In fact, it had extended, realizing that Xuantian had chosen not to find a quiet place to erase the imprint. Truly cautious, Hongjun remarked, yet he and the Yin-Yang Ancestor found themselves at an impasse. This was already their maximum speed, and they could no longer pursue Xuantian. No, if Hongjun truly wished to pursue, there were methods available to catch up to Xuantian, for he possessed fragments of the creation Jade Disc and numerous secret techniques. By employing these, he could still close the gap, albeit at a considerable cost, which Hongjun was reluctant to bear. Xuantian may not necessarily be weaker than himself. Should he suffer significant losses, he might find himself grievously wounded, placing him in a precarious situation. The Yin-Yang Ancestor and the Primordial Ancestor are not to be trifled with. Should an opportunity arise to seize the treasures in their possession, these two would not hesitate to act in collusion with Xuantian to appropriate what belongs to them. Thus, 2 days passed, and suddenly, the Primordial Ancestor within the Taiji diagram spoke, "Fellow Taoists, I have lost my connection to the Hongjun. The emergence of such a situation could only signify one possibility. The primordial imprint left within the Hongjun by the Primordial Ancestor has been eradicated. If within another day, we still cannot locate Xuantian, we shall abandon the search. Given Xuantian's strength, a single day is sufficient for him to refine the first restriction within the Hongjun. Once the first restriction is refined, this postnatal treasure of merit will belong to Xuantian, and seizing it from him thereafter would prove exceedingly difficult. Very well, we shall search for one more day." Time passed swiftly, yet Hongjun and the others still had not uncovered any trace of Xuantian. With a sigh, they decided against further pursuit and returned to the Honghuang, unbeknownst to Hongjun and his companions. After the primordial imprint within the Hongjun was erased, Xuantian had already returned to the Honghuang, fearing that the Primordial Ancestor and others might target Jin Yuanzi and his ilk. He took his position at Buzhou Temple. After all, refining the restrictions within the Hongjun could be accomplished anywhere. If that is the case, why not refine the restrictions within Buzhou Temple? Upon returning to Buzhou Temple, Xuantian had already refined 2 of the restrictions within the Hongjun. Along the way, he took great care to conceal his whereabouts, with Xuantian's cultivation level and his intentional efforts to remain hidden. Apart from the clear winds and bright moon of Buzhou Temple, no one else was aware of his return. In the days that followed, Xuantian continued to refine the restrictions of the Hongjun while contemplating the immutable laws, striving to comprehend them to the extent of 4/10, thereby reaching the mid-stage of quasi-saint. Before Hongjun attains sainthood, the higher his cultivation, the greater the likelihood of achieving the mixed-element Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. After all, once Hongjun became a saint, his thoughts would be transparent to Hongjun, who would not wish for an uncontrollable mixed-element Great Luo Golden Immortal to emerge in the Honghuang. Chapter 30. A matter of concern. The Hongjun, indeed comparable to innate supreme treasures, possesses 49 restrictions, the difficulty of refining which surpasses that of top-tier innate spiritual treasures, with the challenge of refining the same restriction being over 3-fold. The greater the difficulty in refining the Hongjun, the more Xuantian anticipated its power, believing that once he refined 48 restrictions, the might of this postnatal treasure of merit would far exceed that of any other innate spiritual treasures in his possession. Xuantian wished to completely refine the Hongjun, yet he was acutely aware that whether it be an innate supreme treasure or a postnatal treasure of merit, refining the 49th restriction would necessitate at least reaching the sub-saint realm. Without the requisite cultivation level, No amount of time would suffice to refine all 49 restrictions and unleash the full potential of the supreme treasure. The incident of the primordial ancestor's physical body being destroyed by Xuantian, coupled with the latter's acquisition of the Hongmeng Liangdian Shu, was not kept secret for long. Soon, it spread among the quasi-saints, dissuading those who had entertained thoughts of seizing Xuantian's innate spiritual treasures. Two individuals of comparable strength had banded together against Xuantian. Yet not only did they fail to subdue him, but they also allowed him to seize a supreme treasure. Now, armed with the Hongmeng Liangdian Shu, a postnatal treasure of unparalleled attack power, Xuantian's combat prowess had grown considerably. Even if three were to join forces, they might still struggle to overpower him. Thus, it would be wise to avoid provoking Xuantian. However, not all shared the same sentiment as the likes of the Yin-Yang Ancestor and the Primordial Ancestor, who, upon recognizing Xuantian's formidable strength, abandoned their intentions of seizing his treasures. When Luo, who learned that Xuantian possessed not only the Hongmeng Liangdian Shu, but also the 12th grade creation Green Lotus, a peerless defensive innate spiritual treasure, a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. Although Xuantian currently lacked an innate supreme treasure, he wielded two items comparable to such, alongside the Kantong Seal, the Sea Calming Pearl, and the Eastern Green Lotus Treasure Flag, three powerful top-tier, innate spiritual treasures. Xuantian's fortune was not inferior to that of Luo, Hu, or Hongjun historically. The Hongwang had always been a realm of duality. They did not wish for another to emerge and stake a claim to a portion of their fortune. Therefore, it was imperative to deny Xuantian any opportunity for growth. Whether it was Luo, Hu, or Hongjun, both harbored similar intentions. Yet at this moment, neither of them knew Xuantian's whereabouts, nor did their pride compel them to employ younger generations to threaten him into revealing himself. They believed that with their abilities, locating Xuantian was not an impossible task, especially with the shards of the creation jade dish, an innate supreme treasure adept at divination, at their disposal. For both Hongjun and Luo, Hu, it was merely a matter of time before they could utilize the shards of the creation jade dish to deduce Xuantian's location. Unfortunately, they remained unaware that Xuantian had manifested as an innate spiritual treasure, his current grade having reached that of a top-tier innate spiritual treasure. Even with the shards of the creation jade dish, they would struggle to ascertain his whereabouts. The attempts of Luo Hu and Hongjun to divine Xuantian's location stretched over a century. Throughout this time, they continuously employed the shards of the creation jade dish. Yet despite their efforts, they could not pinpoint Xuantian's location, leading them to realize that his foundation was exceptionally unique. Otherwise, they would not be facing such difficulties. Abandoning further calculations, they turned to their own matters. Given Xuantian's cultivation level, if he were determined to remain hidden, they would find it utterly impossible to discover him. Over the course of a century, Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun both advanced to the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. They chose not to enter further seclusion, as they sensed that at their current level, a breakthrough would not be achievable in the short term. It would require thousands or even tens of thousands of years to attain any significant advancement. Thus, they would not continue their seclusion. During this century, Xuantian remained preoccupied with refining the restrictions of the Hongmeng Liangdian Shu. With Xuantian's quasi-saint cultivation, he had managed to refine the restrictions to the 41st level over the course of 100 years. The subsequent restrictions would take similarly lengthy periods. Acknowledging this, Xuantian had no better course of action than to continue refining the restrictions while delving deeper into the immutable laws to enhance his own cultivation. Sensing that Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun had emerged from their seclusion, Xuantian appeared before them in an instant, congratulating his two friends on their further progress in cultivation. "May I ask what your plans are moving forward?" "Xuantian, has anything significant transpired in the Hongwang during our seclusion?" "My friends, the Hongwang is on the brink of chaos. Furthermore, during your time in seclusion, I seized a postnatal treasure of merit from the primordial ancestor and even destroyed his physical body. Many have been searching for me, intent on claiming my treasures." Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun were genuinely astonished that Xuantian had accomplished such a monumental feat while they were in seclusion. However, they could empathize. Had they been in his position, they would have acted similarly to obtain a postnatal treasure of merit. That my friend, how many quasi-saints have you offended in this endeavor? By all accounts, I have only offended the Yin-Yang Ancestor and the Primordial Ancestor, as they were the ones who initially acted against me. However, the treasures I possess are exceedingly alluring, and I suspect that both Hongjun and Luo who will also intervene. You have encountered Hongjun before, but as for Luo who, his strength and treasures are on par with Hongjun's, and he has remained in the Western realm. Upon hearing Xuantian's words, Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun quickly grasped the identity of Luo who, realizing he was the legendary powerhouse of the West. Xuantian, what do you suggest we do next? Quasi-saints are certainly not opponents we can contend with at present. Even with the protection of the Earth Book, we would still be at a disadvantage. Remain by my side and avoid straying far from Buzhou Temple. The My strength is not insignificant, and I believe those who seek to do us harm will not dare to overstep, especially with a major calamity looming. Neither Hongjun nor Luo, who would wish to side with one another at this juncture, as it might jeopardize their plans for attaining sainthood. For both of them, nothing was more critical than achieving that goal than as long as they could attain sainthood. Dealing with beings like Xuantian, who had yet to become a saint, would be a trivial matter. They both firmly believed that the phrase inscribed on the shards of the creation jade dish, beneath the saint, all are but ants, was not mere rhetoric. They believed that as long as they can attain the sacred path and slay the quasi-saint beings, it would be as effortless as crushing an ant. Chapter 31. The Arrival of Luo Ho. According to the records from the fragments of the Tao creation jade plate, in this cataclysm, the only individuals capable of attaining the sacred path are those who possess fragments of the Tao creation jade plate, the supreme treasure of creation. Others, even if they possess innate supreme treasures, are unable to achieve sanctification. Originally, Hongjun intended to explore the upper wilderness, but upon hearing Xuantian's words, he abandoned the thought, lest he fall into the hands of those quasi-saints. Rest assured, fellow Taoist, for the time being, both Hongjun and I shall not leave Buzhou Temple. Fellow Taoists, there is no need for excessive concern. My strength is formidable. Even if those individuals harbor intentions, they may not dare to act upon them. Let us hope so. With nothing else to do, the three began to discuss the Tao, with Xuantian predominantly speaking, while Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun listened. Given the significant disparity in their abilities, however, occasionally, Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun would also contribute their thoughts, which proved beneficial to Xuantian's cultivation. Thus, 30 years past point one day, Xuantian suddenly sensed a powerful aura rapidly approaching. With a flash, he vanished from his original location and reappeared outside Buzhou Temple. Though Xuantian had never encountered Luo Ho, he immediately recognized the stranger before him as the legendary demon ancestor Luo Ho. For who else in the wilderness could exude such overwhelming demonic and murderous energy? Xuantian and Luo Ho, upon seeing each other, began to scrutinize one another, as if attempting to see through each other's secrets. However, at the quasi-saint level, unless one willingly reveals it, even a being of a higher realm cannot discern the secrets of another quasi-saint. Neither Xuantian nor Luo Ho wished for their secrets to be unveiled. After observing for a while, they found little to uncover about each other. Fellow Taoist, have you come to seize the Hongming Liantian ruler from my hands? Beyond this postnatal treasure, I possess nothing else that would catch your eye. As for the matter of the 12-petal Tao creation green lotus, Xuantian presumed that Luo Ho was unaware. Not only do I desire the Hongming Liantian ruler, but I also covet the 12-petal Tao creation green lotus in your possession. I wonder if fellow Taoist Xuantian would be willing to part with these two treasures. You possess remarkable skills to be aware of the 12-petal Tao creation green lotus. However, your strength is insufficient to compel me to willingly surrender these two treasures into your hands. If you wish for the Hongming Liantian ruler and the 12-petal Tao creation green lotus, come and take them yourself. In that case, allow me to witness the methods of fellow Taoist Xuantian. With a flicker of thought, the 12-petal annihilation black lotus appeared beneath him, while the innate treasure, the god-slaying spear, materialized in Luo Ho's hand. Observing the two treasures summoned by Luo Ho, Xuantian did not dare to be careless. He promptly summoned the 12-petal Tao creation green lotus and the Hongming Liantian ruler. The god-slaying spear, an innate treasure, had been Luo Ho's companion for many years, apart from the final restriction, which had not been refined due to insufficient cultivation. The other 48 restrictions had long been refined by Luo Ho, allowing him to unleash most of its formidable power. The Hongming Liantian ruler while slightly weaker than the God-slaying spear, was further limited as Xuantian had yet to refine the restrictions within it beyond the 48th, preventing him from unlocking its full potential. Once the Hongming, Liantian ruler collided with the God-slaying spear, Xuantian saw it being sent flying. This did not come as a surprise to Xuantian, who quickly summoned the Sea-stabilizing Pearl to counter the remaining onslaught of the God-slaying spear. Xuantian, you should reveal all your abilities, else today the Hongming, Liantian ruler, and the 12-petal Tao creation green lotus shall be mine. Is that so? Then let me show you how I shall reclaim these two treasures from your grasp. With a flicker of thought, the Hongming, Liantian ruler returned to Xuantian's hand, and under his command, it relentlessly struck towards Luo Ho, while the Sea-stabilizing Pearl transformed into radiant beams toward Luo Ho. Although Luo Ho possessed the 12-petal Annihilation Black Lotus, an unparalleled defensive innate treasure, the defense it offered was slightly inferior to that of the 12-petal Tao creation Green Lotus. In the face of the assaults from the Hongming Liantian ruler and the Sea-stabilizing Pearl, the myriad of lotuses conjured by the 12-petal Annihilation Black Lotus began to vanish rapidly. Observing Xuantian's reliance on the 12-petal Tao creation Green Lotus, an ultimate innate treasure, to disregard his attacks, Luo Ho felt a flicker of anger rising within him, and he considered summoning his other innate treasures to slay Xuantian. Having gauged Xuantian's cultivation level from their previous exchanges, Luo Ho discerned that Xuantian had not yet broken through to the mid-quasi-saint realm, and that his understanding of the laws did not confer substantial attack power. Thus, slaying Xuantian was not an impossible feat for him. Since he could potentially eliminate Xuantian, Luo Ho was unwilling to miss this rare opportunity. Strangely enough, upon seeing Xuantian, Luo Ho sensed that if he could slay him, he would gain considerable fortune. Though Luo Ho could not fathom why he felt this way, he was convinced of his intuition. Thus, if the opportunity arose to slay Xuantian, he would not hesitate to seize this rare chance. Had Xuantian been aware of Luo Ho's sentiment, he would understand its origin, for he was an anomaly. While the heavenly Tao tolerated his existence, it did not wish for him to thrive in the wilderness. Therefore, both Hongjun and Luo Ho would experience such feelings. Naturally, this was only applicable within the context of the cataclysm. Slaying Xuantian afterward would yield no such effect. Luo Ho concealed his murderous intent well. But unfortunately, he could not deceive Xuantian. Upon sensing the killing intent in Luo Ho's gaze, Xuantian understood that Luo Ho would not easily let him go, that if he did not exhibit sufficient strength to deter Luo Ho, it was likely that Luo Ho would resort to his hidden trump cards to capture him. What those hidden trump cards were, others might not know, but Xuantian was well aware. He had no desire to experience the might of the extermination sword array or to feel the power of the Tao creation jade plate fragments. An innate treasure, new book uploaded. I kindly ask all esteemed readers for their support. 5-star reviews, collections, readership, and gifts are greatly appreciated. Chapter 32. The Seizure of Treasures. Quietly summoning the special innate treasure, the falling treasure money. With the intent to claim the 12-petal Annihilation Black Lotus, once this supreme, innate treasure falls into his hands, unless Luo Ho is willing to expose his other innate treasures, he would have no recourse but to retreat. The power of the falling treasure money had been demonstrated only once before, witnessed by Hongjun and the 3 Pure Ones. But these 4 had no ties to Luo Ho and would not divulge the existence of the falling treasure money to him. Moreover, Luo Ho would never anticipate that such a supreme, innate treasure existed in the world. Furthermore, Xuantian's actions were exceedingly discreet, to be why the time Luo Ho sensed something amiss, the falling treasure money had already landed on the 12-petal Annihilation Black Lotus, severing Luo Ho's connection to the treasure. Luo Ho could hardly believe that his attempt to seize Xuantian's treasures would result in him losing one of his own supreme, innate treasures first. Seizing the moment when Luo Ho was distracted, Xuantian invoked the Sleeve of the Universe, drawing both the 12-petal Annihilation Black Lotus and the falling treasure money into his sleeve. Henceforth, unless Xuantian willingly returned the supreme, innate treasure to Luo Ho, it would undoubtedly remain out of his reach that if Luo Ho sought to seize the innate treasures in Xuantian's possession, Xuantian could equally claim those in Luo Ho's, unless Luo Ho could offer something of equal value to entice Xuantian to act. Xuantian would not return the supreme, innate treasure to Xuantian. You truly possess remarkable skills to have snatched away my 12-petal annihilation Black Lotus, that I wonder if you can also seize other treasures in my possession. Fellow Taoist Luo Ho, you may certainly attempt it and see if I can take your innate treasures. However, do not bother bringing out any ordinary innate treasures. They do not pique my interest. In fact, if possible, I hope you would reveal those hidden innate treasures of yours, so I may witness their might. Upon hearing this, Luo Ho ceased his attacks on Xuantian and instead fixed his gaze upon him, inquiring, "Fellow Taoist, do you know me quite well?" "Not profoundly, but at least I am aware of what Hongjun knows, and I also have some knowledge of what he does not. Is that so?" Luo Ho evidently harbored doubts regarding Xuantian's words. Previously, he had maintained a low profile in the primordial realm, with minimal interaction with Xuantian. Even if Xuantian were on amicable terms with Hongjun, it was improbable that he could glean substantial information about Luo Ho from him, especially considering the nature of their relationship. For instance, the extermination sword array. My dear Taoist Luo Ho, your reliance must surely lie within this foremost killing formation of the primordial realm. I possess some understanding of this formation. Should I publicize the intricacies of the extermination sword array? Xuantian, your methods are indeed cunning. Yet do you not fear that I may sever your existence? Ha 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 ha. With your cultivation at the mid-stage of quasi-saint, you lack the power to vanquish me. As he spoke, Xuantian summoned the full might of his physical form, an overwhelming aura emanating from his being, instilling a sense of oppression within Luo Hou to his astonishment. Xuantian had cultivated his physical body to the mid-stage of quasi-saint. Truly impressive. Such a physical form signified immense strength, rendering the task of eliminating Xuantian exceedingly arduous. Furthermore, Xuantian traversed the path of laws, and to this day, he had yet to reveal the laws he comprehended. Luo Ho was unconvinced that Xuantian's understanding of the laws was commonplace. So, do you wish to continue this battle? If you still desire to fight, my esteemed Taoist Luo Ho, I am more than willing to oblige. Let us engage in combat within the chaos, for in the primordial realm, we are unable to unleash our full potential, are we not? Very well. Let us venture into the chaos for our duel. Coincidentally, I am eager to ascertain whether you possess the capability to seize the 12-grade world-extinguishing Black Lotus from my grasp. This supreme, innate spiritual treasure holds significant importance for the future, and I am reluctant to part with it. Xuantian felt no surprise at Luo Ho's choice. A treasure capable of suppressing luck and boasting unparalleled defense would not be easily relinquished, even by a saint, let alone Luo Ho, who had yet to attain sainthood. Without further ado, the two swiftly made their way into the chaos, as neither wished for their forthcoming techniques to be observed by other beings in the primordial realm. Given the prowess of both Luo Ho and Xuantian, they expended little time reaching the chaos. Shielded by the 12-grade creation Green Lotus, Xuantian disregarded Luo Ho's attacks. The treasures, Dinghai Pearl, Kantong Seal, and Hongmeng Measuring Ruler, were consistently repelled by Luo Ho, while simultaneously, he unleashed the chaotic Divine Thunder, powerful bolts striking relentlessly at Luo Ho. Neither the chaotic Divine Thunder nor the attacks from the three treasures were something Luo Ho could overlook. To withstand them was no simple feat. Moreover, his trump cards might already be known to Xuantian, rendering further concealment unnecessary. With a thought, fragments of the creation jade dish materialized above Luo Ho's head, radiating beams of white light, effortlessly countering Xuantian's assault. That he then wielded the god-slaying spear, aiming it at Xuantian. With the protection of the creation jade dish fragments, Xuantian's means were insufficient to harm him, negating the need for defense. Indeed, upon witnessing Luo Ho summon the fragments of the creation jade dish, Xuantian exhibited no surprise, realizing that his previous conjectures were correct. Xuantian possessed a profound understanding of him, aware that the fragments of the creation jade dish resided in Luo Ho's possession. Subsequently, Xuantian wielded the Hongmeng Measuring Ruler, engaging Luo Ho in battle. Both bore protective treasures, rendering it impossible for either to breach the other's defenses and inflict harm. As the conflict persisted, Xuantian's confusion deepened. In his estimation, Luo Ho's frequency of attacks was notably low. Logically, their combat experiences should have been comparable. Yet after their exchange, Xuantian was astonished to discover that Luo Ho's combat experience was exceedingly rich, swiftly suppressing him with this wealth of experience. Fortunately, with the 12-grade creation Green Lotus as his shield and his remarkable comprehension, Xuantian rapidly absorbed the combat experience, gradually improving his situation. After some time, Luoho also came to understand that Xuantian was protected by the unparalleled defensive 12-grade creation Green Lotus. To inflict injury upon Xuantian, he would first need to breach the defenses of the 12-grade creation Green Lotus. Relying solely on his god-slaying spear, it seemed implausible for him to achieve this in the short term. After all, the attacks of the god-slaying spear had been significantly diminished by the Hongmeng measuring ruler, and any remaining strikes would only create ripples upon the protective barrier, failing to penetrate it or harm Xuantian. Chapter 33. 12-grade World-Extinguishing Black Lotus. Xuantian, do you not wish to witness the might of the Extermination Sword Array? Today, I shall generously grant you a glimpse of the Primordial Realm's foremost killing formation. You shall be the first to experience this array. With that, the 4 extermination swords manifested behind Luoho, exuding an aura of terror. The energy radiating from the 4 extermination swords astonished Xuantian, filling him with delight. For Luoho was not yet thoroughly familiar with the extermination sword array. With his current capabilities, as long as he denied Luoho the opportunity to establish the array, Luoho would find it impossible to enact it before him. Moreover, compared to the 12-grade World-Extinguishing Black Lotus, Xuantian yearned to possess one of the 4 extermination swords, a portion of the supreme killing treasures. The power of the 4 swords was undoubtedly formidable, incomparable to any top-tier innate spiritual treasure. Even though acquiring one would not significantly enhance Xuantian's combat prowess, it would prevent others from deploying the extermination sword array that, if possible, it would be best for the Primordial Realm's foremost killing formation to remain unmanifested. With the Dinghai Pearl under Xuantian's command, it surged towards the extermination sword. Should the opportunity arise, Xuantian intended to seize the extermination sword, yet he wondered whether Luoho would grant him such a chance. No. Even if Luoho did not provide this opportunity, he would create one to claim the extermination sword that in response to the Dinghai Pearl's assault. The extermination sword radiated with brilliance, unleashing waves of sword chi that prevented the Dinghai Pearl from approaching even a fraction. What a powerful extermination sword, truly deserving of its status as a part of an innate treasure, unparalleled by any top-tier innate spiritual treasure, that if one top-tier innate spiritual treasure was insufficient, then let there be another. The Tong seal, under Xuantian's guidance, emitted a blinding golden light as it descended upon the extermination sword. Xuantian, from where do you glean knowledge of my trump cards? Luoho was absolutely certain that prior to this day, he had had no contact with Xuantian, and logically, Xuantian should have been unaware of his details. Yet, it appeared that Xuantian not only knew him, but also possessed a profound understanding of his capabilities. Aware of how to thwart his establishment of the extermination sword array, that if he was not mistaken, Xuantian even sought to acquire the extermination sword. Had he not previously witnessed the might of the falling treasure coins, he would not have believed that Xuantian could wrest the extermination sword from his grasp. However, after witnessing the falling treasure coins severing his connection with the 12-grade world-extinguishing Black Lotus in an instant, Luoho no longer dared to underestimate the power of this top-tier, innate spiritual treasure. Each individual extermination sword, while also an innate treasure, paled in comparison to true innate treasures, should Xuantian succeed in acquiring one. He would no longer be able to deploy the extermination sword array. Without the assistance of the extermination sword array, how could he hope to slay Hongjun? If he could not defeat Hongjun, he would never attain sainthood. In comparison to achieving sainthood, Luoho was prepared to sacrifice anything. Nothing was more vital than that. Ever vigilant, he subtly summoned the extermination array diagram, intending to set the extermination sword array while Xuantian's attention was fixated on the 4 extermination swords. After the falling treasure coins severed the connection with the 12-grade world-extinguishing Black Lotus, Xuantian dispatched a portion of his primordial spirit into the 12-grade world-extinguishing Black Lotus, seeking the primordial spirit mark inscribed by Luoho. Only by erasing the primordial spirit mark etched within the 12-grade world-extinguishing Black Lotus could he hope to claim this top-tier, innate spiritual treasure, capable of suppressing fortune, as his own, under the suppression of the falling treasure coins. Luoho had lost contact with the 12-grade world-extinguishing Black Lotus, rendering it impossible for him to conceal the remaining primordial spirit mark. Soon, Xuantian located the primordial spirit mark left by Luo Ho within the 12-grade world-extinguishing Black Lotus. Having acquired what he desired, continuing the conflict would only result in his detriment, that in a moment of teleportation, he vanished from his original position. Just as Xuantian disappeared, the Hongmeng measuring ruler, Dinghai Pearl, and Kongtong seal successively struck the 12-grade world-extinguishing Black Lotus, forcibly erasing Luo Ho's primordial spirit mark, rendering it a treasure without an owner. Seizing this opportunity, Xuantian's primordial spirit force surged into the 12-grade world-extinguishing Black Lotus, striving to refine its restrictive seals, eager to expedite the initial refinement of this top-tier, innate spiritual treasure. The instant the primordial spirit mark was forcibly erased, Luo Ho suffered backlash, incurring a minor injury. What a remarkable strategy! This is the first time I have incurred such a substantial loss since my emergence into the world. Not even Hongjun has managed this, having sustained such a significant setback. Luo Ho naturally would not allow Xuantian to escape unscathed at this moment. Xuantian remained within his sensing range. His figure flickered as he reappeared before Xuantian, commanding the 4 extermination swords to strike at him. Daoist Xuantian, you cannot prevail over me, nor shall you reclaim the 12-grade world-extinguishing Black Lotus from my grasp. As soon as the words left his lips, Xuantian vanished from his spot once more. Employing the art of instantaneous movement, at this juncture, the most pressing matter for Xuantian was to initially refine the 12th-grade Annihilation Black Lotus. Only by achieving this preliminary refinement of such a supreme, innate spiritual treasure could he rest assured that it would not be reclaimed by Luo Ho. Furthermore, he could leverage the falling treasure money to test whether he could also obtain the Sword of Extermination. Should he succeed in acquiring the Sword of Extermination, Xuantian would have no qualms about claiming it as his own. With this in mind, Xuantian deftly evaded Luo Ho's relentless attacks while simultaneously dismantling the restrictions within the 12th-grade Annihilation Black Lotus. Under the suppression of the falling treasure money, he was able to refine the first restriction of the 12th-grade Annihilation Black Lotus in less than a day. Naturally, Luo Ho, having suffered such a significant setback, was unwilling to relent, pursuing Xuantian with the intent to eradicate him. Unfortunately for Luo Ho, Xuantian's techniques were exceedingly profound, unless he possessed a treasure or ability capable of countering spatial manipulation. Capturing Xuantian would prove to be a formidable challenge that in the blink of an eye. A day had passed, during which Xuantian successfully refined the first restriction of the 12th-grade Annihilation Black Lotus and absorbed it into his body. Meanwhile, he discreetly activated the falling treasure money, seeking an opportunity to ascertain its effect on the Sword of Extermination. Luo Ho had long been attentive to the matter concerning the 12th-grade Annihilation Black Lotus. Having possessed this top-tier, innate spiritual treasure for many years, he was thoroughly familiar with its aura and promptly recognized the significant alteration in its essence, indicating that Xuantian had made notable progress in its refinement. Xuantian, that cur, had exhibited a glint of excitement upon seeing the 4 extermination swords. Luo Ho could hardly believe that he would not harbor intentions towards them, that in reality, at this moment, there was little necessity for either party to continue their conflict. Both possessed defensive treasures, and given Xuantian's profound understanding of Luo Ho, even with 3 innate supreme treasures at his disposal, Luo Ho would find it exceedingly difficult, if not impossible, to vanquish Xuantian. Nonetheless, Luo Ho wished to verify a particular hypothesis, whether the falling treasure money could indeed dislodge his 4 extermination swords. Previously, his inability to prevent Xuantian from seizing the 12th-grade Annihilation Black Lotus stemmed largely from his ignorance of the existence of the falling treasure money. Had he been prepared, he was confident that, regardless of its formidable power, Xuantian would not have been able to wrest the 12th-grade Annihilation Black Lotus from him. That in this context of intent and design, Xuantian swiftly seized the opportunity, channeling all his energy into the falling treasure money. With a rapid flutter of its wings, it appeared before the Sword of Extermination, landing upon it. The instant the falling treasure money made contact with the Sword of Extermination, Luo Ho sensed that his connection to the sword had been significantly weakened, making control increasingly arduous. Fortunately, he did not lose all connection, realizing that the limits of the falling treasure money lay within the realm of top-tier, innate spiritual treasures, rendering it largely ineffective against innate supreme treasures. even partially, silently summoning the extermination array. Luo Ho aimed to establish the extermination sword formation. Xuantian, I shall not grant you the opportunity to set up the extermination sword formation. I have no desire to experience the full force of the most lethal array of the primordial world. The sea-calming pearl transformed into a series of vibrant multicolored lights, relentlessly striking the extermination array, denying Luo Ho the chance to set it up. Xuantian, it seems you hold a profound apprehension of the extermination sword array's power. Pray tell, have you previously witnessed its might? As he spoke, Luo Ho exerted all his strength to command the sword of extermination, causing it to radiate with waves of spiritual light that sent the falling treasure money hurtling away. Alas, it indeed proves ineffective against innate supreme treasures. Even against a fraction of such, its impact is markedly limited. Subsequently, Xuantian recalled the falling treasure money. Luo Ho had already taken precautions. It would no longer be simple for the falling treasure money to yield results. Having verified his suspicions, Luo Ho understood that continuing the battle would likely expose his true form. With the shard of the creation jade plates safeguarding him, he was unable to inflict even the slightest harm upon Luo Ho. At the very least, until Xuantian refined the restrictions within the Hongming quantity sky ruler to 48, he could not hope to harm Luo Ho. Luo Ho, this shall suffice. Your true adversary is not I, but rather the venerable Hongjun. However, unlike Hongjun, who had never gained any advantage over him, you have recently seized a top-tier, innate spiritual treasure from my grasp, one that possesses the ability to suppress fate. Xuantian, should you return the 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus to me, this matter shall conclude here. Otherwise, I shall not let you escape unscathed. That is impossible. The 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus now belongs to me, and none shall wrest it from my hands. That if you are unwilling to relent, then let us battle once more in the primordial realm, that I wonder if you dare face me there. Xuantian wagered that Luo Ho would refrain from revealing himself at this moment. Nor would he expose all his secrets to Hongjun's gaze, lest he be prepared for their inevitable confrontation. The commotion from their clash was far from subtle. Even the quasi-saints of the primordial realm could sense it. Soon, they would converge nearby, eager to uncover the identities of those engaged in battle, especially Hongjun, who would surely arrive at the first opportunity to gauge Luo Ho's strength and the extent of his hidden cards. With that, Xuantian disregarded Luo Ho entirely, vanishing from sight as he prepared to return to the primordial realm. Luo Ho, unwilling to let Xuantian abscond with the 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus, opted against confronting him in the primordial realm. It was not yet time to unveil his true capabilities. Were he to expose himself now, the three clans would not dare act recklessly. They required a significant portion of the primordial realm's fortune to attain sainthood. Should either he or Hongjun reveal their existence, Luo Ho doubted the three clans would initiate a full-scale conflict. Thus, to reclaim the 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus, he must prevent Xuantian from returning to the primordial realm. In a flash, he disappeared and pursued Xuantian, intent on thwarting his return. This is spatial manipulation. Curse it, Xuantian has even mastered spatial techniques. This spatial ability was exceedingly troublesome. With it at play, the likelihood of preventing Xuantian from returning to the primordial realm was virtually non-existent, unless he could ensnare him within the extermination sword array. But how could that be possible? If he could trap Xuantian within the extermination sword array, he would not have waited until now. With the aid of his spatial techniques, Xuantian swiftly returned to the primordial realm, and thereafter, he refrained from further employing instantaneous movement, that he was confident that Luo Ho lacked the courage to confront him in the primordial realm, at least for the time, being that the next moment. Luo Ho materialized before Xuantian. For the first time, Xuantian perceived genuine fury on Luo Ho's countenance, indicating that his heart was ablaze with indignation. Luo Ho, you have arrived swiftly. I had thought you would require more time to appear before me. Xuantian, do not be so arrogant. The 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus shall remain in your possession for the time being. But rest assured, I shall retrieve this top-tier, innate spiritual treasure very soon. You must safeguard it well. Otherwise, I shall not spare you. With that, Luo Ho vanished from sight. Recognizing that he could not afford to engage Xuantian at this moment, he deemed it unwise to squander time against him. With this interval, he would be better served returning to cultivate diligently, striving to attain a higher realm. Currently at the mid-stage of quasi-sainthood, he found it impossible to subdue Xuantian. He was resolute that once he reached the late-stage quasi-sainthood, he would surely overpower Xuantian. Reflecting upon the situation, Luo Ho understood that Hongjun was likely also exerting himself to break through to the late-stage quasi-sainthood, as longtime rivals. Luo Ho was well acquainted with Hongjun and recognized that the top-tier innate spiritual treasures Xuantian possessed, along with the Hongming Quantity Sky ruler, were undoubtedly enticing, that he would certainly devise a means to seize these treasures. Chapter 35. Multiple breakthroughs. He, too, must promptly elevate his strength. He could not allow Xuantian's top-tier, innate spiritual treasures and the Hongming Quantity Sky ruler to fall into Hongjun's hands. Earlier, when Luo Ho had arrived, both Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun had sensed something amiss. Upon witnessing Xuantian's disappearance, they understood that a quasi-saint had come to cause trouble, filling their hearts with trepidation. However, they were aware that with their current strength, pursuing Xuantian would not only prove futile, but could also hinder him. It would be wiser to remain in the five, awaiting Xuantian's return. Xuantian, are you unharmed? Upon seeing him again, Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun hurriedly approached, their faces etched with concern. Fear not, my friends. I have not only emerged unscathed, but have also acquired a remarkable treasure. The words of Xuantian brought a sigh of relief to both individuals. It appeared that the quasi-saint whom Xuantian had previously battled was considerably weaker in comparison to him. Otherwise, Xuantian would not be so elated. Dear Xuantian, may I inquire which quasi-saint you encountered earlier? It was the Western demon ancestor, Luo Ho. Did you not claim that Luo Ho's strength surpassed your own? How then could he suffer such a significant defeat at your hands? In their view, it was already quite commendable that Xuantian did not incur great losses at the hands of Luo Ho. Luo Ho did not anticipate that I possessed a unique innate spiritual treasure. In a moment of unpreparedness, I managed to seize a top-tier, innate spiritual treasure from him. Congratulations, dear friend, on acquiring yet another treasure. However, with Luo Ho having suffered such a great loss, he is unlikely to let this matter rest. You must hasten to enhance your strength. Upon reaching the quasi-saint realm, the disparities between each level are immense that if Xuantian does not seize the opportunity to elevate his power, once Luo Ho ascends to a higher realm, he will undoubtedly seek to eliminate Xuantian swiftly to claim the treasures he possesses, that as for the special innate spiritual treasure mentioned by Xuantian. Although they were curious, neither intended to inquire further. The fewer who knew such matters, the safer it would be. Dear Xuantian, Jin Yuanzi is correct. You must expedite your cultivation and not overly rely on external objects. Rest assured, I will not become overly dependent on these external items. My friends, I must now enter seclusion for cultivation. Feel free, dear Xuantian, that we shall take a few days to rest before resuming our own meditation. Xuantian could not return to his own place of cultivation and had to remain at Wuzhuang Guanzhong to protect them, which left Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun feeling quite ashamed. Naturally, they wished to elevate their own strengths. Even if they could not assist Xuantian, they certainly did not want to become a burden to him. During this period of seclusion, Xuantian divided his focus into three endeavors: refining the Hongming Liantian ruler and the prohibitions within the 12-grade annihilation Black Lotus, while simultaneously comprehending the indestructible laws. Striving to break through to the mid-quasi-saint stage as soon as possible, that be why their next meeting. Both Luo Ho and Hongjun would likely have reached the late quasi-saint stage that if Xuantian failed to achieve the mid-quasi-saint stage. Retaining his treasures would not be an easy task as Xuantian and the others began their seclusion. The wilderness once again became lively that it turned out that after the ancestral dragon and the others made their vows, much of the fortune in the wilderness coalesced around the three clans. With the aid of this fortune, numerous elders within the three clans broke through to the early quasi-saint stage. Over the course of 300 years, the number of quasi-saints in the Dragon, Phoenix, and Chilin clans reached double digits. Fortunately, once these quasi-saints reached the early stage, they did not advance significantly further. Although the powers of the ancestral dragon, Phoenix Ancestor, and Chilin Ancestor could still improve after reaching the early quasi-saint stage, they could not leverage the abundant fortune to reach the mid-quasi-saint stage. That was a mere 300 years, and to progress to the quasi-saint realm was inherently challenging. Thus, the inability to break through to a higher realm in 300 years was not unusual. It was in fact quite normal. Even at the great Luo Golden Immortal level, achieving a breakthrough was not something that could be accomplished in just 300 years. More importantly, during these 300 years, the ancestral dragon did not remain stagnant. He had traversed a considerable distance in the early quasi-saint stage, and presently, within the dragon clan, no one else could match him. With the substantial enhancement in strength among the three clans, naturally, some ambitions began to arise, especially among those elders who had not made any further advancements after breaking through to the quasi-saint realm. A great conflict among the three clans was inevitable. In order to survive such a battle, they had to elevate their own strengths that if their cultivation could not improve, they would have to resort to other means to enhance their abilities. At this point, the only viable option for them to significantly boost their combat power in a short time was through external objects such as innate spiritual treasures. The more powerful the innate spiritual treasure, the greater the enhancement it provided. However, innate spiritual treasures were both precious and scarce. Acquiring them was no easy feat, especially upon reaching the quasi-saint realm. Ordinary innate spiritual treasures offered minimal enhancement. Only top-tier innate spiritual treasures could augment their combat prowess. The higher the grade, the greater the assistance. Currently, they were aware of the locations of several top-tier innate spiritual treasures, and these treasures were among the finest that, if obtained, one could directly ascend to the position of the foremost in their clan, a temptation they could hardly resist. Previously, Xuantian's strength far surpassed theirs, and even if they entertained certain thoughts, they dared not express them for fear of falling victim to Xuantian's might. However, now that they had reached the early quasi-saint stage, their cultivation was no longer inferior to Xuantian's, and with several individuals in their clan also attaining the early quasi-saint stage, if the quasi-saints united, it should not be impossible to slay Xuantian. Seizing the opportunity as the ancestral dragon emerged from seclusion, the Grand Elder and several other elders approached him. "Elders, what brings you to me today?" Clan leader, "Our dragon clan now possesses 13 quasi-saints. If we join forces, slaying Xuantian should not pose a significant challenge. Why not strike before the other two clans realize what is happening and take his top-tier innate spiritual treasures for ourselves? Elders, you cannot truly believe that we, as quasi-saints, can easily eliminate Xuantian together, can you? Is that not feasible? Certainly not that in fact, it could lead to catastrophic losses. Xuantian possesses more than just 2 top-tier innate spiritual treasures. He also wields a defensively unmatched top-tier innate spiritual treasure, the 12-grade creation Blue Lotus. This treasure's defensive capabilities rival those of innate supreme treasures. Unless we possess innate supreme treasures ourselves, we cannot inflict even the slightest harm upon Xuantian. How could it be? How could Xuantian possibly possess so many top-tier innate spiritual treasures? Why should this wandering cultivator be able to own such treasures while we, as one of the dominant clans in the wilderness, possess none? Although they found it hard to believe, the truth remained that Xuantian possessed at least 3 top-tier innate spiritual treasures. Unless I can break through to the mid-quasi-saint stage before Xuantian and with your assistance, it might be possible to slay him. Clan leader, when do you think you can achieve that breakthrough? As quasi-saints, you should be able to sense clearly how difficult it is to advance further after reaching this realm. I cannot predict when I will reach the mid-quasi-saint stage. However, you need not worry excessively. I possess great fortune, and my cultivation speed is certainly superior to Xuantian's. Even if he were to surpass me in breaking through to the quasi-saint realm, he could not possibly reach the mid-quasi-saint stage before I do. You can rest assured. Having witnessed the might of top-tier innate spiritual treasures, the ancestral dragon yearned to possess those held by Xuantian. However, after breaking through, the ancestral dragon realized just how formidable Xuantian's strength was that as a fellow early quasi-saint. He knew he could not match Xuantian and could only wait until he himself reached the mid-quasi-saint stage before taking action against him. The Phoenix Ancestor and Chilin Ancestor likely shared the same sentiment. Whoever among them could first break through to the mid-quasi-saint stage would claim possession of the top-tier innate spiritual treasures in Xuantian's possession. Aware that they could not yet acquire top-tier innate spiritual treasures from Xuantian, the elders had no choice but to depart and continue their seclusion, hoping to break through to a higher realm. Xuantian's presence provided a temporary peace among the 3 clans. At least, during this time, the powerful members of the 3 clans refrained from taking action. Meanwhile, the lower-tier disciples of the 3 clans were embroiled in endless disputes. engaging in mutual slaughter over the pursuit of fortune. As long as the great Luo Golden Immortals and Quasi-Saints did not suffer significant losses, the lower-tier disciples could endure their losses. After all, as long as the lower-tier disciples were not entirely wiped out, they could recover with time. At this juncture, the powerful beings in the wilderness were preoccupied with elevating their strengths, while those below were consumed by conflict. The demon clan, birthed by Luo Ho, had begun to take shape. While Luo Ho was in seclusion, the demon disciples emerged from the west, seeking to control the disciples of the three clans, inciting discord, and harvesting their blood and souls to create more demon Kin. To attain the saintly path, Luo Ho needed his creations, the demon disciples, to become the protagonists of the wilderness, and to achieve prominence. Their numbers could not be sparse. Otherwise, how could they become the leading figures in the wilderness? Under the instigation of the demon disciples, the conflicts among the three clans multiplied, particularly among the lower-tier disciples, who would attack any members of the other two clans on sight, slaying them without hesitation. In a fleeting moment, the strength of the demon clan surged, bolstered by the blood and souls of the disciples from the three clans. As the demon clan grew stronger, the fortune surrounding Luo Ho gradually increased. Yet alas, it was exceedingly arduous for him to advance further within the quasi-saint realm. This meager fortune would not suffice for Luo Ho to break through to the late quasi-saint stage. Meanwhile, within Wujuan Guanzhong, Xuantian devoted a century to thoroughly refining the 12-grade Annihilation Black Lotus, a top-tier innate spiritual treasure, allowing him greater focus to comprehend the indestructible laws. The refinement of the Hongjun requires time. Haste is futile. Even with Xuantian's cultivation having advanced to the mid-stage of quasi-saint, the rate of refinement will not see a significant increase, still necessitating several centuries to dissolve the restrictions within the Hongjun to the level of 48. Over the course of a millennium, many have been scheming, aspiring to obtain what they desired. In this span, Xuantian not only successfully broke through to the mid-stage of quasi-saint, but also managed to refine the restrictions within the Hongjun to 48 paths. When he once again engages in battle with those possessing innate treasures, he will not suffer in terms of offensive capability. However, at this juncture, his combat prowess still lags behind figures like Luo Ho, and this disparity is bound to widen. Unless Xuantian chooses to comprehend other laws now, the gap between him and Hongjun will continue to expand, for his chosen laws do not enhance his offensive strength. Nevertheless, the indestructible law bolsters his defensive capabilities, making it no easy task for Luo Ho and Hongjun to defeat him. The prospect of slaying Xuantian is fraught with challenges, even if the two attain the status of saints. It remains uncertain whether they could vanquish him. Even a saint may find it implausible to destroy a top-tier, innate spiritual treasure, and the heavenly Tao would not permit such an act. Subsequently, Xuantian dedicates himself wholly to comprehending the indestructible law, casting aside any desire to delve into other divine powers. Previously, he had achieved mastery over the divine powers he understood, and to further enhance their potency, he must deepen his comprehension of the corresponding laws. The complexities of the laws are profound, and Xuantian simply lacks the time to explore others that he chooses to prioritize his realm over attack power. He desires not to become a heavenly saint, but rather a saint of the great Tao. Especially considering his current state of immortality, he would only endure ridicule for a time, and once he becomes a saint of the great Tao, he can reclaim his dignity. Moreover, in the vast wilderness, few possess the qualifications or capability to mock him. Merely a handful did on that day. Xuantian approached Xuantian, his expression grave. Xuantian, my friend, the wilderness has been quite tumultuous of late. It appears someone is deliberately inciting a war among the three tribes. Truly, Xuantian, your insights are astute. It is not mere speculation, but a fact that my friend. Do you know who possesses such audacity to undertake such actions? Should this come to light, the consequence would be a united front from the three tribes, and escape would be nearly impossible. Xuantian was perplexed as to the motives of the mastermind behind this scheme. Audacity, for him, it is but a trifle. Even a coalition of the three tribes would pose no threat. Even if discovered, the likes of Zulong and others lack the capability to exact revenge for fallen kin. Are you suggesting that the mastermind is either Hongjun or Luo Ho? Both surpass me in cultivation and possess innate treasures capable of obscuring the heavenly secrets that I am uncertain. But if my intuition serves me right, it is likely that both have intervened. Jin Yuanzi, the wilderness will soon become a flurry of activity that I in the time to come. I plan to remain within the confines of Wuzhuang Temple. The affairs of the wilderness should bear no relevance to me. Should they, friend, opportunity and crisis coexist? At times, mere evasion is not the wisest course. Xuantian, I comprehend your sentiments. However, as a mere Daluo Golden Immortal, I lack the qualifications to engage in such a grand calamity. You mentioned that this tribulation is perilous. Even quasi-saints may perish within it, that I do not believe I possess the capability to survive such a trial. Indeed, while he wields the top-tier, innate spiritual treasure, the Earth Book, harming him is no straightforward task. Yet, those who have attained quasi-saint status surely possess treasures of their own. Even in the absence of innate treasures, formidable postnatal treasures, or even postnatal supreme treasures are still within reach. Such powerful postnatal treasures, when wielded by quasi-saints, can unleash might comparable to the Earth Book in his possession. Jin Yuanzi, do not fret. I shall assist you. The Earth Book in your hands is of great significance to me, and I require it to attain that merit. Should you require assistance, I shall offer it without hesitation, relying on you when the time comes. Merit is something no one would scoff at, if the opportunity to obtain it arises. Jin Yuanzi will undoubtedly seize it. Previously, the demon clan adopted a strategy of quality over quantity, being few in number, yet formidable in strength. Moreover, these demon disciples seldom traverse the wilderness, leaving most unaware of their existence, having never even heard of them. But now, things are different. Since Luo, who resolved to position the demon clan as the protagonists of the wilderness, their numbers have surged dramatically. With an increase in numbers, their cultivation levels naturally vary, making concealment a challenging endeavor, especially as the three tribes remain vigilant against other races in the wilderness to prevent others from seizing advantages. The demon clan has swiftly come under the scrutiny of the three tribes. Understanding that the demon clan is gathering the corpses, essence, and souls of numerous members from the three tribes, their strength has rapidly surged within a short time, igniting fury across the tribes, who vow to eradicate the demon clan. They aim to demonstrate to all beings in the wilderness the consequences of opposing the three tribes, lest anyone imitate the demon clan by collecting the corpses of their kin for nefarious purposes. When Luo, who resolved to augment the demon clan's numbers, he anticipated their imminent exposure to the public eye. However, he remains unfazed, confident that when the demon clan is revealed, even if they cannot rival the three tribes, they can contend against a single tribe without issue. Moreover, as the demon ancestor who has reached the pinnacle of mid-stage quasi-saint, annihilating the three tribes presents no significant challenge for him. Yet, he must remain wary of Hongjun. At this moment, Hongjun, like himself, is ensnared at the pinnacle of mid-stage quasi-saint. Unable to progress further, to elevate their cultivation, they will need to gather the fortunes of the wilderness, leveraging great fortune to break through to higher realms. When Luo, who reached the zenith of mid-stage quasi-saint, he originally believed he could effortlessly ascend to late-stage quasi-saint, having encountered no obstacles throughout his cultivation. However, upon reaching mid-stage quasi-saint, he was met with a formidable bottleneck, one that is exceptionally thick, as if all the barriers he had previously evaded coalesced into one. Hence, seeking to advance to late-stage quasi-saint through mere cultivation appears nearly impossible. Only external forces, substantial fortunes, may facilitate such a breakthrough. This revelation darkened Luo, whose expression as he gazed skyward, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent, as if enemies resided among the clouds. Heavenly Tao, if you wish to utilize our hands to instigate this calamity, do not blame us for being ungracious. Confident in his own talents, Luo, who did not believe that, given his foundation, he should require immense fortunes to progress to late-stage quasi-saint, he was convinced that the Heavenly Tao was meddling, aiming to compel him into hastening the calamity and expediting its conclusion. Although he did not fathom the reasons behind the Heavenly Tao's desire for a swift resolution, Luo, who recognized that, as a participant in this scheme, he had no choice but to comply. Unless he was willing to forego the path to sainthood, he could only follow the trajectory dictated by the Heavenly Tao, propelling the calamity towards a swift conclusion. Had Xuantian been by Luo, whose side at this moment, he would have discerned the heavenly Tao's motives behind accelerating the calamity. The heavenly Tao wished to curtail his cultivation time, aiming to thwart his ascent to the realm of Hongjun Daluo Golden Immortal. Xuantian is no fool. He understands full well that the heavenly Tao does not wish for him to attain the status of Hongjun Daluo Golden Immortal, let alone have a chance to become a saint of the great Tao. Hence, he dares not squander time, relentlessly pursuing the comprehension of the indestructible law, striving to master it to perfection and break through to the realm of Hongjun Daluo Golden Immortal. Upon learning of the demon clan's existence, Zulong, Fengzhu, and Chilin Ancestor each led a contingent of formidable warriors westward, intent on extinguishing the demon clan. Until the demon clan is eradicated, the three tribes will find no peace. Zulong and the others seek to ensure that all beings within the wilderness comprehend the dire consequences of opposing the three tribes. Their grand entrance into the west, marked by the flight of numerous divine dragons across the sky, cast a shadow over the land, turning day into night. This spectacle instilled fear among the myriad beings of the wilderness. The dragon and phoenix tribes obscured the sun, while the Chilin tribe resonated with thunderous sounds that echoed throughout the wilderness, causing many timid beings with lesser cultivation to perish from sheer fright. With such a tumultuous display, how could Xuantian remain oblivious? Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun promptly appeared beside Xuantian, eager to discern the situation and determine their next course of action. After a period of interaction, the three individuals have formed a tacit alliance, with Xuantian as the leader. Fellow Taoists, you need not worry. This is merely a display by the three clans, attempting to use this incident to warn the myriad beings of the Honghuang realm. Unfortunately, they have miscalculated that it is not that Xuantian looks down upon the ancestral dragon and others. Rather, if they cannot defeat the demon ancestor Luo Ho, their actions today will not only fail to achieve the desired effect, but will also ironically enhance the reputation of the demon clan, elevating them to the fourth major group in Honghuang, and indeed the most powerful one. At that point, the demon clan would siphon off a portion of fortune from the three clans, and many beings in Honghuang would choose to join the demon clan, leveraging their fortune to bolster their own strength or to obtain cultivation methods from Luo Ho to break through to higher realms. Xuantian Taoist, do you mean to say that even in alliance, the ancestral dragon and others are no match? Chapter 38. Never have I encountered such arrogance, certainly no match. Luo Ho possesses three innate treasures, one of which boasts unparalleled defense, unless one possesses an innate treasure. Luo Ho stands invincible in battle against the ancestral dragon and others. That in fact, if Luo Ho so desires, with the innate treasures at his disposal and his mid-stage quasi-saint cultivation, slaying the ancestral dragon and his companions would be a trivial task. Three innate treasures? Surely Luo Ho's fortune is rather exceptional. To Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun, possessing even a single innate treasure is already a tremendous advantage, leaving them envious beyond measure, and they would never have imagined that there exists a being with three innate treasures. Subsequently, Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun turned their gazes toward Xuantian Taoist, inquiring how he had managed to seize treasures from such beings. Although Luo Ho possesses three innate treasures, he has not completely refined them and thus cannot unleash their full power. Furthermore, I, too, possess two treasures and a special spiritual treasure, which enabled my successful ambush. However, such success can only be achieved once. The chances of success next time are virtually non-existent. Fellow Taoists, would you care to join me in witnessing this? Xuantian Taoist, won't this bring you trouble? Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun were eager to observe, for this battle among quasi-saints could yield numerous benefits for them, the great Luo golden immortals that if fortune smiles upon them, they might even glean insights that could lead to breakthroughs into higher realms. Rest assured, Luo Ho will not strike at this moment. The most pressing matter for him is to resolve the troubles posed by the three clans. Moreover, I am not so easily bullied. Recently, I have experienced a breakthrough in my cultivation, and should Luo Ho truly wish to make a move, I would not shy away from a confrontation, that as long as I am not ensnared in the sword array of extermination. I am confident that even if I am not Luo Ho's match, he will find it impossible to inflict any harm upon me. That if that is the case, let us proceed to observe. For this may well be the most extraordinary battle since the dawn of creation. With so many quasi-saints engaged in combat, one cannot help but wonder if such a spectacle will ever occur again in the future. Thereafter, Xuantian led Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun quietly towards the west. Many shared Xuantian's sentiments, and upon reaching the west, Xuantian quickly sensed two familiar presences, Hongjun and the Yin-Yang Ancestor. The two did not stand together, but were separated by a considerable distance, with the Yin-Yang Ancestor currently in the company of another quasi-saint. The moment Xuantian laid eyes upon this quasi-saint, he sensed a hint of danger that if he guessed correctly, the individual beside the Yin-Yang Ancestor should be the legendary Qingquan Ancestor, the possessor of the innate treasure, the Qingquan Cauldron. Previously, Xuantian had harbored the intent to eliminate this Qingquan Ancestor to seize the Qingquan Cauldron. But alas, he could not claim this innate treasure just yet. He would need to devise a suitable plan to do so. Hongjun had sensed Xuantian's arrival before he himself was aware of it. While the Qingquan Ancestor and the Yin-Yang Ancestor deduced Xuantian's presence upon sensing the auras of Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun nearby. Curse Xuantian. This young brat has increased his strength significantly during our time apart. He may have already reached mid-stage quasi-saint. The Yin-Yang Ancestor remarked, filled with resentment that it must be so, otherwise we would not have been unable to detect Xuantian's presence. The mere thought that this younger generation has surpassed them, reaching mid-stage quasi-saint before them, rendered both of their expressions exceedingly grim. These two were not benign. They were plotting how to eliminate Xuantian to claim the treasures in his possession. They were exceedingly covetous of the treasures in Xuantian's hands, yearning to possess them, for such treasures could greatly enhance their own combat prowess, eliminating any shortcomings. However, if Xuantian had indeed broken through to mid-stage quasi-saint, their chances of seizing his treasures would be virtually non-existent. Unless they too could advance to mid-stage quasi-saint, and even then, they would need to outnumber him. Otherwise, even if they managed to defeat Xuantian, killing him would prove to be an insurmountable challenge. Such excitement could only be witnessed by quasi-saints. Those who had not yet broken through to the quasi-saint realm, aside from Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun, dared not approach, lest they become embroiled in the chaos. The quasi-saints who had come to observe were either equipped with powerful top-tier, innate spiritual treasures or possessed innate treasures that concealed their presence, unless one had cultivation surpassing theirs, reaching mid-stage quasi-saint or higher. It would be impossible to detect their movements, and thus the ancestral dragon and his companions remained oblivious to Xuantian and the others. However, the ancestral dragon and the others did not believe that Xuantian and his companions would miss this rare spectacle. After breaking through to early-stage quasi-saint, the ancestral dragon and his companions had greatly expanded their horizons, no longer considering themselves the pinnacle of the world. They were aware that before them, there existed numerous beings who had also broken through to early-stage quasi-saint, none of whom were to be trifled with, as they typically possessed formidable spiritual treasures. The ancestral dragon lacked confidence in defeating these individuals. If he was not mistaken, they had likely gathered nearby. At present, his greatest enemies were the Demon Clan and Luo Ho. Xuantian and the other quasi-saints would not act against them at this moment. Moreover, there were also many quasi-saints within their own clan. One-on-one, they were no match for these individuals, but if they charged together, it was not impossible to slay them. Who would have thought that you mere ants would possess such audacity to appear before me? Do you think that by banding together, you can contend with me? Luo Ho suddenly manifested, startling the ancestral dragon and others, making them realize that today's battle would be far more perilous than they had anticipated. With a moment's negligence, they could all perish at the hands of Luo Ho. Upon Luo Ho's arrival, a multitude of dark energies surged from the ground, manifesting as grotesque figures exuding an aura of malevolence. All of whom were disciples of the Demon Clan, smiling as they gazed at the ancestral dragon and his companions. The ancestral dragon and his allies were greatly displeased by their gaze, which regarded them as mere food, igniting their fury. What audacity! To regard us, so many, as ants that I, the ancestral dragon, have yet to encounter one as arrogant as you. Arrogance? I merely speak the truth that as he spoke, Luo Ho unleashed the overwhelming aura of a mid-stage quasi-saint upon the ancestral dragon and his companions. Chapter 39. The powerful Luo Ho mid-stage quasi-saint. How is that possible? How could you have broken through to mid-stage quasi-saint? It is known that the three of us, despite possessing such tremendous fortune, have yet to achieve mid-stage quasi-saint, while Luo Ho, a scattered cultivator, has somehow managed to do so before us. Moreover, The aura emanating from Luo Ho does not suggest a recent breakthrough. Rather, it feels as though he has been at mid-stage quasi-saint for many years and will soon advance to late-stage quasi-saint. The ancestral dragon and his companions hoped they had misjudged, that Luo Ho had only just broken through to mid-stage quasi-saint. Otherwise, even if they joined forces, they would not be a match for him. Why is it impossible? My background is not something you can compare to. Afterwards, Luo Ho performed a swift motion, and the god-slaying spear materialized in his grasp. Simultaneously, the northern Xian Yuan water-controlling banner appeared above his head, swaying incessantly and radiating waves of ethereal light, enveloping Luo Ho in a protective aura. Observing the northern Xian Yuan water-controlling banner that Luo Ho had summoned, Xian Tian's eyes glimmered with a flash of brilliance. Truly, he was a favored individual of the heavenly Tao. Having just seized a top-tier innate spiritual treasure from him, he quickly acquired another formidable defensive innate treasure. Fortunately, the number of top-tier innate treasures capable of suppressing fortune was limited, and most had already found their masters. Moreover, those individuals either concealed their treasures exceptionally well or possessed overwhelming strength. Even Luo Ho could not easily wrest them from their hands. Otherwise, Xuantian firmly believed that Luo Ho would once again obtain an item not inferior to the 12th rank Annihilation Black Lotus. The innate killing treasure, the god-slaying spear. Who would have thought that this unparalleled offensive innate treasure would be in your possession? It seems we have all underestimated the situation. My friends, we must now exert ourselves to the utmost. Otherwise, the three clans shall suffer grievously. With that, Zhu Long cast a glance at Feng Zhu and Chilin Zhu, eager to discern their thoughts at this moment. That Zhu Long, you speak the truth. Today, the three of us must unite. Otherwise, none among us shall survive. Very well, everyone, heed my command. We must leave this place immediately and return to our stronghold, but we cannot hold out for much longer. Leader, allow us to stay and assist. Our strength is substantial. We can contribute in some measure. With so many quasi-saints united, surely we can eliminate this Luo Ho. Abandoning Zhu Long and fleeing was an unthinkable act for them. Without their leader's presence, their combined strength would be significantly diminished. Hence, they could sacrifice themselves, but Zhu Long and the others must not perish. Leave now. If you do not depart, it shall be too late. That if you truly wish to aid us, then hasten your retreat. Your presence here will only serve to hinder us. Perhaps Luo Ho had lost interest in the performance of Zhu Long and his companions, or from the outset, he had no intention of allowing them to escape. Upon sensing their desire to flee, Luo Ho declared, "You three seem to be mistaken. This is not a matter for you to decide, but rather one for me to dictate." Previously, Zhu Long and the others had been vigilant, wary of Luo Ho suddenly turning against their kin. The malevolent aura emanating from Luo Ho was more intense than anyone they had encountered before. They could not possibly believe he was a benevolent figure. It was hardly surprising for a villain to commit heinous acts. Yet in the next moment, they realized the disparity between themselves and Luo Ho was greater than they had imagined. Despite their constant watch on him, they could not perceive how he vanished before their eyes. Indeed, after Luo Ho spoke, he instantaneously disappeared from sight, and when he reappeared, the god-slaying spear in his hand swiftly elongated, piercing through the bodies of 10 individuals in an instant. A tremendous soul-devouring force surged forth from the spear, relentlessly consuming the essence of the crowd's souls. Damn Luo Ho! Do not harm our kin! As they beheld their kin souls on the brink of being devoured, Zhu Long and the others panicked, summoning their post-heaven treasures to strike at Luo Ho, attempting to prevent him from consuming their kin souls. For cultivators like them, as long as their souls remained intact, there was hope for rebirth. Once the soul was destroyed, they would be utterly lost, never to return. At this moment, the members of the three clans abandoned any thoughts of retreat, unleashing their most potent techniques against Luo Ho. Striving to rescue their kin, with so many quasi-saints attacking him, and 3 powerful post-heaven treasures among them, merely relying on the northern Xian Yuan water-controlling banner, a top-tier innate treasure, would not suffice for protection. With a thought, the fragment of the Penga banner manifested above Luo Ho, radiating beams of white light that deflected all incoming assaults, leaving him unscathed. The soul-devouring power of the god-slaying spear was immensely for one day. Without fail, I shall bring your life to an end. With a gaze filled with murderous intent, Luo Ho fixed his eyes upon Hongjun in the distance. Were it not for his insufficient cultivation, he would have struck immediately to slay Hongjun, perceiving the fierce glint in Luo Ho's eyes. Hongjun dared not show any sign of complacency. With a thought, the 12-grade merit golden lotus, a supreme innate spiritual treasure, manifested beneath his feet, radiating waves of spiritual light that enveloped him in protection. With this precious safeguard, even if Luo Ho wielded an innate supreme treasure, inflicting harm upon him would not be an easy feat. The companions who had accompanied the ancestral dragon on this journey were formidable in their own right. However, with this delay, they had all vacated the area shrouded by the extermination of Immortal's array. Subsequently, aside from the 3 from the ancestral dragon, the disciples of the other 3 clans departed without hesitation. The terrifying prowess of Luo Ho left them fearful. Remaining any longer could result in their demise at his hands. While they were not afraid of death, they were not inclined to perish meaninglessly, nor did they wish for their remains to be exploited by the demon clan to enhance their power, ultimately leading to the slaughter of their kin. Naturally, Luo Ho was unwilling to let these powerful figures from the 3 clans leave so easily. With a thought, the 4 swords of extermination transformed into 4 streaks of flowing light, striking towards the disciples of the 3 clans. Even if he could not retain them all, he aimed to keep as many as possible. Luo Ho, my friend, is it not a bit presumptuous to slaughter the disciples of the 3 clans before my very eyes? Hongjun swiftly brandished the Panga banner in his hand, unleashing waves of chaotic sword chi that continuously clashed against the 4 swords of extermination, neutralizing Luo Ho's attacks entirely, ensuring not a single elder from the 3 clans was harmed, thus allowing them to depart safely. Thank you, Hongjun, for your assistance. Our Dragon Clan, along with the Phoenix and Chilin clans, are immensely grateful. Had it not been for your intervention, it would have been impossible for our elders to withdraw unscathed. Each elder accompanying us is at the very least at the great Luo Golden Immortal realm. Losing even one would be a significant blow, and the loss of a quasi-saint would severely impact our clan's fortune. Thus, even though they were aware of Hongjun's ulterior motives for appearing, their gratitude towards his actions was palpable. My friends, there is no need for such formality, that I merely wish to prevent the chaos from engulfing the wilderness. Hongjun, you remain as hypocritical as ever. Deep down you, like myself, desire nothing more than for these individuals to perish, so you may seize the majority of the fortune in the wilderness and attain sainthood. Yet you cloak your intentions in such lofty rhetoric. Although Luo Ho understood that the 3 from the ancestral dragon would not lower their guard simply because Hongjun had saved so many of their elders, he deemed it prudent to voice his suspicions to avoid any fool falling for Hongjun's ploys. My friend, do not speak such nonsense. I am nothing like you. Indeed, you are far more hypocritical than I. Having said this, Luo Ho disregarded Hongjun and the others, vanishing from sight with his numerous demon disciples. With Hongjun present, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to slay the ancestral dragon and his companions. It would be wiser to retreat, that he had previously acquired numerous corpses from the 3 clans' powerful figures, and once he absorbed their bodies and souls, the strength of his demon disciples would increase significantly. At that juncture, laying down the extermination of Immortal's array would be far easier and more potent. In Luo Ho's estimation, the extermination of Immortal's array was undoubtedly the most formidable formation in the wilderness. No other formation could rival it, nor could anyone or anything breach it or escape from it. As long as he was given the opportunity to set it up, figures like Hongjun were of no consequence. With 4 quasi-saints wielding the 4 swords of extermination, combined with his own array, no number of quasi-saints could hope to dismantle it. Thus, he merely needed to bide his time for another year or 2, and the demon clan would ascend as the dominant force in the wilderness. Watching Luo Ho and his entourage depart, Hongjun chose not to intervene. The 3 from the ancestral dragon did not linger either. They exchanged brief words with Hongjun before vanishing. Upon seeing Hongjun, the ancestral dragon and his companions realized they could not fathom his cultivation, perceiving him as an ordinary person. However, when Hongjun acted, they soon recognized him as an unfathomable abyss, indicating that his cultivation far surpassed theirs. At the very least, he had reached the mid-stage of quasi-sainthood. Even those among them who had just attained the early stage of quasi-sainthood were striving to achieve sainthood. They could not believe that a more powerful Hongjun would not desire to attain the same. At this juncture, seeking to attain sainthood was no trivial matter. It required gathering the majority of the fortune in the wilderness upon oneself. Thus, if Hongjun wished to attain sainthood, he would undoubtedly set his sights on the three clans, sealing their fate as enemies. Given this inevitable enmity, there was no need for them to cultivate any goodwill towards Hongjun. In fact, if possible, they preferred to avoid excessive entanglements with him. Hongjun, however, remained indifferent to the attitudes of the ancestral dragon and his companions. From the outset, he had no intention of leveraging these three to deal with Luo Ho. Rather, he sought to utilize Luo Ho's hand to annihilate the three clans. Therefore, why would he concern himself with the opinions of the ancestral dragon and his kin? The reason he intervened to save them was simply that they should not perish at this moment. He was not yet prepared. Should they fall to Luo Ho now, it would place him at a significant disadvantage, potentially leading to his own demise at Luo Ho's hands. However, he would soon be ready. By that time, the fate of the ancestral dragon and his companions would be of no concern to him, in fact, he would welcome their swift demise. Observing the desolate surroundings, Hongjun did not choose to leave at this moment. He had already made numerous arrangements. Had it not been for the unexpected variable of Xuantian, eliminating Luo Ho would not oppose the challenge. However, he now needed to ascertain Xuantian's stance. A figure wielding innate treasures of merit and possessing 2 defensive treasures, with cultivation at the mid-stage of quasi-sainthood, certainly had the capacity to alter the outcome of the impending conflict. Taking a step forward, Hongjun appeared before Xuantian. Xuantian, my friend, it has been a long time that I did not expect to find you have also broken through to the mid-stage of quasi-sainthood upon our reunion. Truly, congratulations are in order. Ah, Hongjun, you just my cultivation still pales in comparison to yours. If I am not mistaken, you are but a step away from breaking through to the late stage of quasi-sainthood. A level far beyond me. Indeed, having reached the mid-stage of quasi-sainthood, you should understand how arduous it becomes to seek further advancement at our level. I am uncertain when I shall take that next step. Xuantian naturally believed this, as his own experience mirrored it. Had Hongjun not been unable to break through to the late stage of quasi-sainthood himself, he would not have begun plotting against the 3 clans at this time. Precisely. While it may seem that Luo Ho is scheming against the 3 clans, I am certain your hand is at play in this matter. Hongjun, however, this does not concern me to know. It was not that it did not concern him. He too wished for the 3 clans to erupt into conflict. Otherwise, how could he gain merit after the battle? Hongjun, our relationship has not been particularly amicable. Should you have matters to discuss, I suggest you state them plainly instead of beating around the bush. That I hope you will not interfere in my struggle with Luo Ho. Would you be amenable to this? Hongjun, you speak empty words. Asking me not to involve myself in your conflict with Luo Ho. Do you truly believe I am unaware of the reasons behind your struggle with him? Is that so? Then, Xuantian, what do you believe the nature of my conflict with Luo Ho to be? Fortune, as well as the position of the first saint of creation. Hongjun, am I correct in saying that? Who does not desire fortune, do you not wish to contend for it? As for that position of saint, which cultivator in the wilderness does not aspire to attain sainthood? Is it so strange for me to desire fortune and seek to become a saint? There is nothing strange about it. However, your ambition to monopolize the majority of the fortune in the wilderness and attain sainthood is excessive. Hongjun, should the reasons for your conflict with Luo Ho be revealed, exposing the truth behind the demonic strife to the myriad beings of the wilderness, would they still wish for such events to unfold? Xuantian observed Hongjun with a smile. Having previously offended Hongjun, Xuantian believed that once Hongjun attained sainthood, he would undoubtedly target him. Thus, he did not wish for Hongjun to achieve such a status. Unfortunately, even if he sought to prevent it, the Heavenly Tao would not acquiesce. Xuantian was reluctant to provoke the Heavenly Tao at this time. Therefore, he could only strive to extract something beneficial from Hongjun, ensuring that Hongjun would not target him until he merged with the Heavenly Tao. You possess remarkable skill in discerning such matters. However, Xuantian, knowing certain truths does not alter the reality of your current strength. You are, after all, powerless to prevent it. Are you not? I, possessing a modicum of self-awareness, have no intention of obstructing your endeavors. However, Dear Hongjun, you must understand that with my abilities, I can indeed delay matters for a time, that if Xuantian is resolute in his desire to incite chaos, he can certainly postpone the impending tribulation significantly. It is unclear what fortuitous circumstances have befallen Xuantian. After he and Lu ascended to the mid-stage of quasi-sainthood, Xuantian followed suit, demonstrating exceptional talent. Should he be granted further time to cultivate, it is not beyond the realm of possibility for him to surpass them. Xuantian, you are aware of the consequences of such actions. You would only resort to them in dire circumstances. Therefore, I implore you to articulate your conditions. Chapter 42. 2 conditions regarding my own path to enlightenment and ascension to sainthood. Hongjun is unwilling to gamble. Even if the odds are significantly in his favor, that if possible, he hopes that Xuantian might lend him assistance. With 2 supreme treasures in his possession and having reached the mid-stage of quasi-sainthood. Should Xuantian choose to ally with him, it is conceivable that they could vanquish Luohu. Provided that Lu cannot establish the extermination sword array, I require the supreme, innate spiritual treasure, the central Wuyi Huang flag, from your possession, along with the promise that once you attain sainthood, you will not conspire against me. Just as Hongjun was about to acquiesce, he suddenly sensed something, and his expression shifted. Xuantian, you know this is impossible. Your existence is not permitted by the heavenly Tao. I can only promise that the next calamity will not befall you. Moments ago, fragments of the creation jade disk within Hongjun trembled, emanating a burst of spiritual light that fused into his being, revealing Xuantian's extraordinary identity and foretelling the conditions he was about to propose. The existence of such anomalies would alter many things, a fact the heavenly Tao does not permit that, of course, should Xuantian attain sainthood. The heavenly Tao would no longer target him, but rather seek to suppress him, depriving him of opportunities for growth. Dear Xuantian, do you truly wish to leave me no avenue of escape? Xuantian, it is not that I wish to deny you. Rather, the heavenly Tao disapproves of the existence of anomalies. Do you comprehend this? Indeed. Xuantian refrained from further comment, understanding that the heavenly Tao was unwilling to spare him. And no amount of pleading would sway Hongjun. The heavenly Tao seeks to extinguish his existence, yet he is determined to thrive, aspiring to become a great saint, that if he can achieve this, the heavenly Tao will no longer hold sway over him. Seeing that Xuantian would not further pursue the matter, Hongjun felt a measure of relief that he then summoned forth the central Wuyi Huang flag, reclaiming the imprint of his primordial spirit from the treasure, rendering it a treasure without a master. Xuantian, here is the supreme, innate spiritual treasure you sought, the central Wuyi Huang flag. As the flag soared toward him, Xuantian grasped it firmly, channeling his mana to subdue it. His primordial spirit penetrated within, diligently refining it to swiftly dissolve the first restriction of this innate treasure. Their prior discussions were under the scrutiny of the heavenly Tao. Thus, Hongjun had no fears of Xuantian reneging on their agreement. In a flash, he vanished from sight, no longer attempting to win Xuantian over. Upon realizing Xuantian was an anomaly, Hongjun's thoughts turned toward ensuring Xuantian met his demise in this calamity. Should he succeed in this endeavor, he would garner favor from the heavenly Tao, facilitating his cultivation. Prior to attaining sainthood, Hongjun's singular ambition was to achieve enlightenment and become the first saint following the creation of the world. Other matters could wait until his ascension was secured. With Xuantian's current prowess, he swiftly dissolved the first restriction of the central Wuyi Huang flag, disappearing in a flashback to Wuzhuang Temple. After Hongjun had made his move, Xuantian instructed Zenyuanzi and Hongyun to return to Wuzhuang Temple, having already deduced that the battle was concluded. With Hongjun present, Luohu would not dare act recklessly. Should he do so, it would signify the final confrontation between the two. Dear friends, you have returned? Yes, I have returned. Soon, the great calamity will erupt once more. For the time being, we shall remain in Wuzhuang Temple until the calamity nears its conclusion, lest we become embroiled in its chaos. Very well, we shall heed your counsel. Thus, the 3 of them entered into secluded cultivation that I end the ensuing retreat. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Xuantian intended to comprehend the principles of immortality. The stance of the heavenly Tao instilled a growing sense of urgency within Xuantian. He longed to ascend to the realm of Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian, where he could possess a modicum of resistance. Furthermore, following the calamity, he must promptly establish his own domain to complete the final task of signing in. Upon completing this task, it is possible that new missions will emerge. The rewards from the system tantalize Xuantian. For each additional insight into the principles of immortality would save him considerable time. Upon returning to their ancestral land, Zulong and his kin immediately began preparations for the final battle. They understood that neither Hongjun nor Lu wished to see their three clans continue to dominate the Honghuang. Particularly Lu, who desired to see his created demon race supplant them as the preeminent force. Having reigned over the Honghuang for so many years, the three clans were unwilling to relinquish their position without a fight. Vowing to resist fiercely and obliterate both Luhu and his demon K.I.N. the following days, Zulong and his brethren retrieved all the rare heavenly materials and treasures they had amassed over the years, either refining them into postnatal treasures or consuming them directly to bolster their strength. Should they fail, these treasures would not fall into the hands of the demon race, enhancing their power that if victorious, the entirety of Honghuang would be theirs. Why concern themselves over such trifles? Not only the Dragon clan made such a resolution, the Phoenix and Chilin clans simultaneously arrived at the same decision. Meanwhile, following the arrangements for the crafting of artifacts and strengthening of their kin, Feng Zhu summoned Dijuan, Donghuang Tai, and Kuanping before him. As he gazed upon the three, a glint of brilliance flashed in Feng Zhu's eyes. Lamenting internally why these individuals were not phoenixes. Greetings, esteemed clan leader. We are uncertain as to why you have summoned us. Do you have any directives for us? Previously, Feng Zhu and the others had each broken through to the initial stage of quasi-sainthood. Donghuang Tai and his companions believed that the Phoenix clan would bask in glory for an extended period, at least allowing them to leverage this fortune to ascend to quasi-sainthood. Little did they expect that the Phoenix clan's survival would soon be at stake. The power displayed by Luohu and his allies had left Donghuang Tai and the others feeling despondent. Luohu and Hongjun not only possessed formidable cultivation, but also wielded innate supreme treasures. More than one. Even should the entire clan unite, they would be no match for them. Now that the Phoenix clan had drawn the attention of these two, Donghuang Tai and his companions harbored no illusions that Feng Zhu and the other powerful figures could endure. Should Feng Zhu and the others be slain, those who had been wronged by the Phoenix clan would undoubtedly seek revenge. In this moment, remaining within the Phoenix clan was hardly a prudent choice. Donghuang Tai and his companions did not wish to perish amidst this great calamity, as they still aspired to ascend to even greater heights. Chapter 43. The discovery of the innate supreme treasure. What are your plans moving forward? Do you intend to share in the fate of the Phoenix clan, or will you seek refuge elsewhere to evade this impending disaster? The three were taken aback by Feng Zhu's direct inquiry. Falling into silence, their cultivation was significantly inferior to Feng Zhu's, making it nearly impossible to deceive him. However, if they were to speak the truth, they feared Feng Zhu might execute them outright. Feng Zhu. We wish to survive. What price must we pay? Dijuan stepped forward, gazing intently at Feng Zhu as he spoke. They understood that Feng Zhu must have contemplated their predicament. Today, his inquiry was likely not a prelude to their execution, but rather a request for their assistance in some matter. After all, the potential of the three exceeded that of others in the Phoenix clan. Given sufficient time to cultivate, reaching quasi-sainthood would not pose a challenge for them, and they could further advance beyond that stage. Dijuan, you are astute. You have swiftly divined my intentions, and I admit I have underestimated you in the past. However, for one of your caliber, concealing your true nature from me would not be an easy feat. I can offer you an opportunity to dissociate from the Phoenix clan, but you must agree to two conditions. Otherwise, today will mark your end. What does the clan leader require of us? We shall not decline any requests within our capabilities. Previously, although the Phoenix clan suffered the loss of several elders, their overall strength remained largely unscathed, at least at this juncture, should the Phoenix clan resolutely decide to eliminate the three of them. It would be nearly impossible for them to escape death without the intervention of a quasi-saint. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. However, the incidents of today have been duly noted by the three. Should an opportunity present itself in the future, they will surely repay this debt in kind. Having been with the Phoenix clan for quite some time, they have cultivated their current prowess thanks to the clan's fortune. After the impending calamity, they are to care for the disciples of the Phoenix clan and must refrain from harming them. That if they agree, They may depart after swearing an oath, severing all ties with the Phoenix clan henceforth. These three are not truly phoenixes and have undoubtedly faced considerable ostracism from the disciples of the Phoenix clan, which may have fostered resentment in their hearts. The conditions set forth by the Phoenix Ancestor are not overly burdensome for them. Thus, without hesitation, they immediately swore an oath to the heavens. However, they were cautious and only pledged not to harm the disciples of the Phoenix clan, omitting any other commitments. Strictly speaking, this oath does not impose significant constraints upon them. Given their cultivation and ambition, they are likely to establish their own power in the future. Their inability to act does not preclude their subordinates from doing so, that if not for the necessity of their assistance to the Phoenix clan, today would have been their demise. Moreover, it appears that the fortunes of the Phoenix clan are waning. Otherwise, the Phoenix Ancestor could have slain both Dijuan and Donghuang Tai to obtain a powerful top-tier, innate spiritual treasure and a formidable innate treasure that combines offense and defense. With the presence of the Chaos Bell, the Phoenix Ancestor's strength would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement, perhaps even enabling survival through the Great Calamity. Unfortunately, the Phoenix Ancestor never anticipated that a being as formidable as Donghuang Tai, a great Luo golden immortal, would possess an innate treasure that in the chaotic realm. Only the most powerful beings could acquire innate treasures, and at this moment their cultivation would need to be at least at the early quasi-saint stage. Coupled with the aid of an innate treasure, even if the Phoenix Ancestor led the quasi-saints of the Phoenix clan in a battle, it would be impossible to slay a quasi-saint wielding an innate treasure. One day, while the ancestral dragon was deep in meditation, he suddenly witnessed the Great Elder forcibly intruding upon his secluded space. "Great Elder, what brings you here? You would not disturb my cultivation without a matter of utmost importance." "Clan leader, our dragon clan's disciples have discovered an innate treasure." "What did you say, Great Elder?" "An innate treasure has been found." "Where is it located at present?" His cultivation was at a standstill, and breaking through to the mid-quasi-saint stage would prove exceedingly challenging without several millennia of effort. Thus, this innate treasure became the singular object capable of altering the current situation, and missing it would be a grave error. The innate treasure, the Qian Kuan Ding, is in the possession of the Qian Kuan Ancestor. Our kin have located the Qian Kuan Ancestor's abode, Qian Kuan Mountain. However, clan leader, the Qian Kuan Ancestor is no weakling. He has already reached the early quasi-saint stage, and with the Qian Kuan Ding in hand. Seizing it will not be an easy feat and requires careful planning. You speak rightly, but we must act swiftly. Should the Qian Kuan Ancestor depart, it will be exceedingly difficult to find him again. Missing the opportunity to claim the innate treasure from the Qian Kuan Ancestor would lead the Dragon Clan down the path of decline. They yearned for greater heights and could not bear to witness the fall of their lineage. "Great Elder, summon all the great Luo golden immortals and quasi-saints of the Dragon Clan. We shall proceed to Qian Kuan Mountain and establish the 10,000 Dragons formation to ensure the Qian Kuan Ding is seized from the Qian Kuan Ancestor." The power of the 10,000 Dragons formation is immense, capable of consolidating the strength of numerous Dragon Clan disciples into one that with such power combined, alongside the ancestral Dragon Pearl, slaying the Qian Kuan Ancestor is not beyond possibility. Understood, clan leader. Interestingly, as the Dragon Clan's disciples discovered the Qian Kuan Ancestor, the disciples of the Phoenix Clan also located the Yin Yang Ancestor and learned that the innate treasure, the Taiji diagram, was in his possession. Faced with the allure of an innate treasure, the Phoenix Ancestor could not remain unmoved and promptly decided to dispatch all the elite members of the Phoenix Clan to accompany him to confront the Yin Yang Ancestor and eliminate him. There are numerous innate treasures, and the remaining treasures either remain undiscovered or fall into the hands of Xuantian, Luo Ho, and Hongjun. Each of these three could annihilate the three clans, and thus, no disciples would dare to seize treasures from their grasp. However, the Chilin clan's fortunes were also favorable. Although they had not discovered the whereabouts of an innate treasure, they had located a chaos spiritual treasure. This chaos spiritual treasure, born from the primordial chaos, is a companion treasure of the supreme chaos demons, possessing formidable power, rivaling that of innate treasures. Yet, it lacks the ability to suppress fortunes like innate treasures do. Regrettably, the number of chaos spiritual treasures birthed from the primordial chaos is limited, further diminished during the Panga's creation of heaven and earth. The remaining chaos spiritual treasures are exceedingly rare, perhaps only 2 or 3 in existence. The infinite ancestor possesses one such chaos spiritual treasure, the heaven and earth furnace, which is powerful and not weaker than the innate treasure, the Qian Kuanding. The Chilin ancestor, upon learning of this powerful chaos spiritual treasure, could not let the opportunity slip by, and resolved to venture to the infinite ancestor's location in the presence of the Chilin clan's elite to claim the heaven and earth furnace for themselves. Hongjun had been closely monitoring the movements of the 3 clans. Upon witnessing their actions, a glint of brilliance flickered in his eyes, but he realized that his machinations had borne fruit. The 3 individuals targeted by the 3 clans could not extricate themselves from this predicament by their own power. When they find themselves in peril, he would swoop in to save them, ensuring they owe him a significant karmic debt. When the time comes to confront Luo Ho, even if they are reluctant, they would have no choice but to assist him to repay this debt. With their aid, breaking the sword array of the extermination of immortals would no longer be an impossible task. Indeed, all of this was orchestrated by Hongjun were it not for his covert assistance. How could the disciples of the 3 clans have so fortuitously discovered the whereabouts of the Qian Kuan ancestor and others? And be aware that these 3 possessed innate treasures or chaos spiritual treasures. It is known that after acquiring an innate treasure or a chaos spiritual treasure, these 3 would exercise great caution in concealing their treasures to avoid drawing the attention of others. In the vast wilderness, aside from a select few, no one else knew of the treasures in the possession of these 3, that those privy to this information, besides himself, would never divulge it, lest they incur the wrath of their holders. As for why Hongjun sought to manipulate these 3, it was clear he understood how to dismantle the sword array of the extermination of immortals. To achieve this, for individuals of comparable strength must act in concert. The Qian Kuan ancestor and his companions, possessing considerable strength and innate treasures, could significantly increase the likelihood of overcoming the sword array if they were willing to assist him. The heavenly secrets have been obscured by Hongjun utilizing the fragment of the creation jade disc. An innate treasure, so the Qian Kuan ancestor and his companions failed to notice any anomalies. Nevertheless, having reached the quasi-saint level, they could not remain oblivious forever. When the ancestral dragon and his entourage approached Qian Kuan Mountain, the Qian Kuan ancestor appeared before the ancestral dragon. Upon seeing that the ancestral dragon had brought all the elite members of the dragon clan, the Qian Kuan ancestor discerned their intentions without needing to ask. If his suspicions were correct, they aimed to seize the Qian Kuanding, the innate treasure in his possession. However, he was puzzled as to how the ancestral dragon and his kin had learned of its existence. After all, since acquiring the Qian Kuanding, he had seldom utilized it and had remained low-key in the vast wilderness. Logically, others should be unaware of its presence. Could it be that Hongjun or Luo Ho had leaked this information? Aside from these 2, no one else in the wilderness knew that the Qian Kuanding was in his possession. Qian Kuan ancestor, surrender the Qian Kuanding. The innate treasure you possess is not something a being of your caliber should hold. If you are wise, hand over the innate treasure and join our dragon clan. We may spare your life. Otherwise, today marks your demise. That so, you indeed come for the Qian Kuanding, ancestral dragon, that I have always maintained a low profile and rarely traversed the wilderness. Nor have I showcased the Qian Kuanding. I wonder how your dragon clan came to know that this innate treasure resides in my possession. This matter is of utmost importance to the venerable Qian Kuan Laozu, as it pertains to his forthcoming plans. After all, he would never betray or align himself with those who have forsaken their own kind, that it would not be amiss to inform you that our dragon clan has inadvertently become aware of this innate treasure now resting in your possession. The time has come for you, Qian Kuan Laozu, to reveal your decision. Previously, under the subtle guidance of the Ancestor Dragon, our disciples have already commenced the clandestine arrangement of the 10,000 Dragon Formation. The Ancestor Dragon is acutely aware that with the innate treasure, the Qian Kuanding, in the hands of Qian Kuan Laozu, he is not a match. To seize this treasure from Qian Kuan Laozu. It is imperative to ensnare him within the formation. To covet the Qian Kuanding from my grasp. It remains to be seen whether your dragon clan possesses the requisite capability. As he spoke, the Qian Kuanding, under Qian Kuan Laozu's command, soared from his being and struck the ground forcefully, sending the dragon clan disciples, who were preparing the formation, sprawling. Several of the weaker disciples were obliterated, their souls scattered to the winds, reduced to naught but ash. Following this strike, Qian Kun Lao Zu swiftly reclaimed the Qian Kun Ding, positioning it above his head and channeling a cascade of spiritual light to envelop himself, effortlessly deflecting the assaults from the Ancestor Dragon and his allies. Previously, the Ancestor Dragon and his companions had already recognized the formidable power of the innate treasure. Even when united, capturing Qian Kun Lao Zu would not be a simple feat. However, they were taken aback by the sheer strength of Qian Kun Lao Zu, as their combined efforts failed to inflict even the slightest harm upon him. This is indeed the might of the innate treasure. The Qian Kun Ding. It is as powerful as rumored. Witnessing its prowess only intensified their desire to possess the Qian Kun Ding. With its unparalleled defensive capabilities, Qian Kun Lao Zu disregarded their attacks and made his swift exit. This gathering of quasi-saints exceeded 10 in number, each wielding remarkable postnatal treasures. And with the assistance of several hundred Deluo golden immortals, they began to configure the formation aimed at ensnaring him. Such a formation, requiring the collective effort of numerous Deluo golden immortals, was assuredly a formidable one. Qian Kun Lao Zu could not afford to be trapped within its confines. Otherwise, even with the innate treasure's protection, survival was not guaranteed. After all, the Qian Kun Ding was not an invincible artifact and might not suffice to break free from the formation. Observing Qian Kun Lao Zu, who, with the aid of the Qian Kun Ding, effortlessly withstood their onslaught, the Ancestor Dragon found himself at an impasse, uncertain of how to proceed. Their full-scale assault had proven ineffective against the defenses of the Qian Kun Ding, making it nearly impossible to thwart Qian Kun Lao Zu's departure. Furthermore, they did not believe that he possessed any other powerful treasures aside from the Qian Kun Ding. Chapter 45. The Encirclement of Qian Kun Lao Zu. Particularly, upon sighting the Qian Kun Ding, the Ancestor Dragon discerned that it was an innate treasure capable of refining artifacts that he could not fathom that Qian Kun Lao Zu would not exploit the Qian Kun Ding to forge a mighty treasure for himself. Up until now, Qian Kun Lao Zu had yet to summon any other treasures, likely biding his time for an opportune moment to strike down either himself or another quasi-saint. Their previous actions had already incurred Qian Kun Lao Zu's ire, and should he escape today, the Dragon Clan would inevitably face his retribution. Given the prowess he had displayed, one-on-one, none of them stood a chance against him. They could only speculate on how many Dragon Clan warriors might perish in the wake of his vengeance. The Ancestor Dragon manifested his towering true form, transforming into a colossal golden dragon that obscured the heavens, blocking Qian Kun Lao Zu's path, but he then unleashed a barrage of divine techniques aimed at Qian Kun Lao Zu, leaving him no opportunity for escape. Observing this, the other elders of the Dragon Clan also revealed their true forms, becoming immense divine dragons that filled the sky, relentlessly assaulting Qian Kun Lao Zu with various techniques. At this juncture, their only recourse to obtain the Qian Kun Ding was to wager their very lives. Amidst the throng of divine dragons surrounding him, Qian Kun Lao Zu sighed inwardly, realizing that leaving today would not be a simple task. He would have to fight with all his might. You leave me no choice. Today, even if I perish, I shall make you pay for your actions. That he transformed, becoming a towering giant, while the previously modestly sized Qian Kun Ding rapidly expanded to the size of a small mountain. Grasped firmly in his hand like a bludgeon, relentlessly striking at the surrounding divine dragons. The inherent power of the Qian Kun Ding was indeed formidable. Those struck by it were left bloodied and battered, with the weaker ones crushed outright. At this moment, the assailants were all quasi-saints. Slaying a quasi-saint was no trivial matter. Even with his immense strength and various divine techniques, a quasi-saint could recover from injuries in a short span of time. Even with the Qian Kun Ding in hand, Qian Kun Lao Zu would require time to inflict significant damage unless wielding a treasure of lethal potency, provided his spiritual energy was not exhausted. He would quickly mend any wounds with its aid. At this point, Qian Kun Lao Zu could no longer afford to conceal his treasures. That he summoned forth 3 postnatal treasures: the Qian Kun Tower, the Qian Kun Fan, and the Qian Kun Sword. The Qian Kun Tower boasted formidable defenses, making it exceedingly challenging for the Ancestor Dragon and his allies to breach its protective barriers. As for the Qian Kun Fan and Qian Kun Sword, their offensive capabilities were remarkably potent, rivaling even those of top-tier innate treasures. With the Qian Kun Tower above his head, the Qian Kun Sword flew about under his command, piercing through the bodies of the divine dragons. While the Qian Kuan Ding was wielded like a bludgeon, striking down upon the surrounding divine dragons. The Qian Kuan fan, held firmly in his grasp, unleashed powerful gusts of wind and lightning upon the Ancestor dragon and his kin, leaving behind wounds and charred marks as testament to its might. However, these injuries were superficial. Despite appearing severe, recovery would not pose a significant challenge, requiring merely a few days for complete restoration to the Ancestor dragon and the elders besieged Qian Kuan Laozu. The other Dragon Clan disciples were not idle, swiftly approaching to assist in the formation. The Ancestor dragon and his companions exerted themselves fully to prevent Qian Kuan Laozu from escaping. And soon, the multitude of Dragon Clan disciples successfully established the 10,000 dragon formation, ensnaring Qian Kuan Laozu within its confines. The moment the formation was completed, the Ancestor dragon and his allies vanished. Merging seamlessly with the array, they disappeared. The air resonated with the sound of dragon roars, powerful sound waves relentlessly assailing Qian Kuan Laozu's primordial spirit, even with the Qian Kuan Tower shielding him. It proved ineffective against the onslaught that in an instant. He felt his complexion flush and blood seep from his mouth, his primordial spirit suffering damage, compelling him to abandon any semblance of carelessness. The Qian Kuan Ding soared back to his head, channeling streams of spiritual light to envelop him, affording him a moment of respite. Seeing that the dragon roars were ineffective, the Ancestor dragon and his allies unleashed their innate Dragon Clan techniques, manifesting colossal dragon claws imbued with a piercing radiance, aimed at the Qian Kuan Ding, causing it to tremble violently. Concurrently, storms of wind, rain, and lightning, alongside various formidable techniques, bombarded Qian Kuan Laozu, saturating the formation with chaos. Nevertheless, innate treasures are innate treasures. Breaching the defenses of the Qian Kuan Ding and harming Qian Kuan Laozu was no easy feat trapped within the formation, and realizing its potency exceeded his expectations. Qian Kuan Laozu grew anxious. With his two postnatal treasures, he launched relentless assaults against his surroundings, striving to weaken the formation's strength and drive the Dragon Clan disciples away, that if he could eliminate those configuring the array, the formation's power would inevitably diminish, granting him the opportunity to escape. The Ancestor dragon and his kin, determined to slay Qian Kuan Laozu, were resolute in their commitment, vowing that he must not leave alive. Various Dragon Clan divine abilities were unleashed one after another, and under the amplification of the Grand Formation, the power of these abilities was enhanced 100-fold. They possessed the capability to annihilate beings at the mid-stage of quasi-sainthood, provided that such formidable adversaries lacked any unparalleled top-tier innate treasures for defense. Initially, the Ancestor of Qian Kuan managed to withstand these potent divine abilities with the innate treasure in his possession. However, as time wore on, he realized that his magical energy was being relentlessly drained, and if this continued, he would soon find himself incapable of wielding the Qian Kuan Ding, the innate treasure, due to exhaustion of his energy. Utilizing an innate treasure for attack or defense was exceedingly taxing on magical energy. Before attaining the sub-saint realm, innate treasures could only serve as trump cards rather than as routine methods of combat. In Chapter 46, the pitiful Ancestor of Qian Kuan, upon observing the severe depletion of his magical energy, felt a surge of joy among the likes of Zulong and others. They intensified their assaults, knowing that in his current state, it would not be long before they could completely exhaust the Ancestor's magical energy, making it significantly easier to slay him thereafter. Initially, he had no intention of resorting to this tactic, but they had forced his hand. The Ancestor of Qian Kuan expelled a drop of essence blood, infusing it into the Qian Kuan Ding, causing it to expand rapidly. The innate treasure, Qian Kuan Ding, possessed the ability to refine all things, including practitioners. However, this power was rather tyrannical, carrying the risk of karmic retribution. Unless absolutely necessary, the Ancestor had no desire to employ this ability to refine fellow practitioners, lest he become entangled in karma. Yet, now that the matter had escalated to a life-or-death scenario, such concerns were rendered trivial. Being bound by karma was certainly preferable to being obliterated entirely. Moreover, as long as there was sufficient merit, the karma could eventually be resolved. With the Ancestor's impetus, a powerful suction emanated from the Qian Kuan Ding, absorbing all the mists within the formation. Without the obscuring mists, the Dragon Clan disciples who had set up the formation became visible. Seizing the opportunity, the Ancestor directed the Qian Kuan Ding towards the Dragon Clan disciples of the Great Luo Golden Immortal level, aiming to draw them all into the Ding, to refine them into elixirs to replenish his previously expended magical energy. Additionally, he intended to use the elixirs crafted from these dragon disciples to bolster his own strength and heal his injuries. However, utilizing such a method to enhance his power bore a hidden danger, complicating future breakthroughs to the late quasi-saint stage. Yet faced with the imminent threat to his life, the Ancestor cast aside such considerations, as failing to act would mean certain death at the hands of Zulong and his associates. Sensing the suction emanating from the Qian Kuan Ding, Zulong and the others hastily summoned their respective treasures to strike at the Ding, seeking to weaken its gravitational pull. The suction was immensely powerful. Even they, as quasi-saints, found it challenging to maintain their footing against it, let alone the great Luo Golden Immortals, that if they could not diminish the Ding's suction, it would not be long before the great Luo Golden Immortal Dragon disciples were completely absorbed, which would significantly weaken the formation's might, rendering it incapable of restraining the Ancestor of Qian Kuan, who wielded an innate treasure. Without hesitation, Zulong and the others unleashed their treasures upon the Qian Kuan Ding, attempting to reduce the suction's intensity to prevent being drawn in. Under the assault of treasures like the Zulong Pearl, the suction diminished considerably, allowing the great Luo Golden Immortals to stabilize themselves. This realization filled Zulong and his companions with elation, believing they had witnessed the Ancestor's final gambit. From this point on, they merely needed to wait for the Ancestor's magical energy to be entirely spent, at which point the Qian Kuan Ding would belong to them. At this juncture, Zulong and his comrades were eager to claim the innate treasure, observing that his trump card had failed to achieve the desired effect of ensnaring Zulong and the others. The Ancestor of Qian Kuan felt despair wash over him, but he cast forth the postnatal treasure, the Qian Kuan Fan, which erupted with unprecedented radiance. Everyone be cautious. The Ancestor of Qian Kuan plans to self-destruct his postnatal treasure. Zulong and the others were genuinely astonished that the Ancestor would sacrifice a postnatal treasure, a relic with power comparable to that of top-tier innate treasures. The creation of such a treasure was exceedingly arduous. Even with the assistance of the Qian Kuan Ding, which enhanced his crafting capabilities, it had not been an easy task. Had it been otherwise, he would not have possessed only 3 postnatal treasures after all these years. Zulong and his companions channeled their magical energy into the Great Dragon Formation, striving to harness its power to counter the impending explosion of the postnatal treasure. That a deafening explosion reverberated as they felt a violent, destructive force surge forth from the Qian Kuan Fan, accompanied by countless shards that rained devastation upon their surroundings. That an immense influx of magical energy flowed into the Great Dragon Formation, summoning forth numerous divine dragons that radiated golden light, using their forms to shield the dragon disciples. These divine dragons were swiftly shattered by the overwhelming force. Yet in the next moment, they rematerialized, positioning themselves before the oncoming wave of destruction, sacrificing their bodies to protect Zulong and the others. In an instant, the formation was suffused with golden light from the scattered remnants of the divine dragons, illuminating the entire expanse. The Ancestor of Qian Kuan had been located by Zulong and his companions due to Hongjun's machinations, aimed at ensuring the Ancestor would align with him. Hongjun had been covertly observing the battles involving the Ancestor and others, waiting for an opportune moment to intervene and save the Ancestor when he was in peril, thereby creating a debt of gratitude that would compel the Ancestor to side with him against Luo Ho. Upon witnessing the self-detonation of the Qian Kuan Fan, Hongjun knew it was time for him to act. Although the explosion had diminished the formation's potency, the Ancestor situation was no less dire. His magical energy was critically low. Should he resort to another self-detonation, it was uncertain whether he would have enough energy to wield the Qian Kuan Ding and safeguard himself from harm. With a swift motion, the innate treasure, the Penga banner, materialized in his hands. He brandished it vigorously, unleashing torrents of chaotic sword energy that struck the Great Dragon Formation, causing it to tremble violently. Before they could react, a surge of chaotic energy collided with the formation, resulting in its catastrophic collapse. Zulong and his companions were caught in the backlash, each unable to suppress the blood that spilled from their lips. their faces paling in the aftermath, clearly indicating their grievous injuries that as the formation shattered, Hongjun appeared instantaneously beside the ancestor of Qian Kun. Dao friend Qian Kun, are you unscathed? Upon seeing Hongjun materialize beside him, the ancestor felt a slight relief wash over him. I am unharmed. Thank you, Hongjun Dao friend, for your assistance. Otherwise, I fear I would have perished here today. That as he spoke, the ancestor cast a venomous glare towards Zulong. His heart brimming with hatred, he vowed to make the Dragon Clan pay dearly for their actions one day. Chapter 47. The Chaotic Spiritual Treasure. Hongjun Dao friend, what is the meaning of this? This matter pertains solely to our Dragon Clan and the ancestor of Qian Kun. It has nothing to do with you. That I hope you refrain from interfering. The ancestor of Qian Kun is a friend of mine. I cannot simply stand by and watch him perish before my eyes. Ancestor Qian Kun, let us depart from here. Very well, that at this moment, he was nearly devoid of magical energy. Had it not been for Hongjun's timely arrival, he would have met his end at the hands of Zulong and his comrades, and thus he was reluctant to linger any longer, watching as Hongjun and the ancestor of Qian Kun disregarded them entirely and vanished. Zulong's heart seethed with hatred for Hongjun. It was all due to that wretched being that the Dragon Clan had forfeited the opportunity to claim an innate treasure today. Yet, Hongjun was not the only one secretly observing the situation among the three clans. Xuantian was also keeping a watchful eye, eager to discern what actions the three clans would undertake next. Shortly after the three clans led numerous experts away from their territory, Xuantian sensed something amiss. With a flicker, he vanished from his location, stealthily trailing behind the Chilin clan, eager to discover the intentions of the Chilin ancestor, who was leading so many formidable practitioners. The Xuantian's cultivation surpassed that of the Chilin ancestor and his companions by a full realm. Given Xuantian's unique abilities, unless he chose to reveal himself, the Chilin ancestor and his kin would remain oblivious to his presence. Thus, Xuantian followed the Chilin ancestor and his group to the location of the Infinite Ancestor. Upon laying eyes on the Infinite Ancestor, Xuantian immediately grasped the purpose of the Chilin ancestor and his companions. They sought to seize the innate treasures held by others. That it remained uncertain whether the individual before him possessed such a treasure. The ancestral figure of the Chilin, alongside his companions, exerted every effort to conceal their presence. Their utmost goal was to establish a grand protective formation before the Infinite Ancestor could perceive their intentions, thereby imprisoning him within its confines. The leaders of the three clans brimmed with confidence in their mastery over the clan-defending formation. Once the Infinite Ancestor was ensnared within its grasp, his demise would be inevitable. However, it was not so simple to ensnare one who had already ascended to the quasi-saint realm, like the Infinite Ancestor, and who possessed a supreme treasure. As the Chilin ancestral figure approached his sanctuary, the Infinite Ancestor sensed their approach. Summoning the Celestial Furnace, a chaotic spiritual treasure, he enveloped himself within its protective aura and stealthily departed from the sanctuary, eager to ascertain the intentions of the Chilin and his companions. Xuantian, exhibiting strength surpassing that of the Infinite Ancestor, felt a twinge of oppression emanating from the Celestial Furnace. At that moment, he discerned the location of the Infinite Ancestor, his eyes glittering with intrigue. Pondering whether the Infinite Ancestor could retain possession of the chaotic spiritual treasure. Indeed, Xuantian had recognized the treasure in the Infinite Ancestor's possession, the Celestial Furnace. Though not an innate supreme treasure, it was nonetheless a chaotic spiritual treasure of formidable stature. To think that Xuantian would harbor no ambitions regarding such a treasure would be a gross misrepresentation. Upon sighting the Celestial Furnace, he was already devising ways to claim it for himself. While he could not possess innate supreme treasures, acquiring a chaotic spiritual treasure was within his reach. That in terms of potency, there was little distinction between the two. The only difference lay in whether they could suppress fate. With 3 artifacts capable of doing so at his disposal, the combined effect of these artifacts far surpassed that of an innate supreme treasure, nearly rivaling the power of 2 such treasures. Thus, he saw no reason to concern himself with the Celestial Furnace's capacity to suppress fate. He merely needed it to serve his purposes. That it was evident that this chaotic spiritual treasure, capable of both crafting and defense, would yield significant benefits for Xuantian in the future. Upon sensing the Chilin ancestral figure's intent to lay down a formation against him, The Infinite Ancestor was not inclined to show any courtesy. He summoned the celestial furnace with full force, unleashing a powerful suction that drew the Chilin ancestral figure into its depths before he could react. In the next instant, as the Infinite Ancestor urged the celestial furnace, chaotic divine flames erupted, relentlessly scorching the Chilin ancestral figure's body. Confronted with the might of the chaotic divine flames, the Chilin ancestral figure had no choice but to summon the Chilin seal, encasing himself within it, hoping to withstand the onslaught of the chaotic flames. Yet, the chaotic divine flames emanating from the celestial furnace were not easily repelled. Had the Infinite Ancestor fully refined this chaotic spiritual treasure, the flames could indeed injure a saint. However, as the Infinite Ancestor had not completely mastered the chaos within the furnace, he could not unleash its full potential, while the flames could not harm a saint in the slightest. Reducing the Chilin ancestral figure to nothingness would not prove difficult. Release our clan leader at once, or today shall mark the end for you, Infinite Ancestor. As they spoke, numerous elders of the Chilin clan raised their spiritual treasures, launching them towards the celestial furnace in a desperate bid to rescue their leader. Although they had not experienced the power of a chaotic spiritual treasure firsthand, they understood its strength, knowing it rivaled that of innate supreme treasures. If they could not swiftly extricate the Chilin ancestral figure, he would surely perish at the hands of the Infinite Ancestor. The Chilin ancestral figure represented not only the mightiest of their clan, but also stood as a symbol of their lineage, bearing much of their fortune. Should he fall to the Infinite Ancestor, it would be a grievous blow to the Chilin clan that in a bid to expedite his rescue, the elders of the Chilin clan manifested their true forms, transforming into majestic Chilins, enveloped in various elemental energies of wind and thunder, swiftly launching themselves at the celestial furnace and the Infinite Ancestor. The speed of these Chilin elders was remarkable. The Infinite Ancestor could only perceive streaks of light racing towards him. Faced with their onslaught, he dared not let down his guard. The celestial furnace hovered above him, emanating protective spiritual light to shield himself from the elders' attacks that in their fervor to save the Chilin ancestral figure. The elders disregarded their own safety, colliding relentlessly with the Infinite Ancestor, producing a cacophony of resounding impacts. Meanwhile, the younger members of the Chilin clan, who had not yet attained the quasi-saint realm, swiftly positioned themselves beside the Infinite Ancestor, intent on setting up a formation to ensnare him. The formation laid by these Daluo golden immortals would find it challenging to inflict harm upon the Infinite Ancestor, but once established, the elders would merge into the formation, significantly amplifying its power, making it entirely feasible to slay the Infinite Ancestor. Chapter 48. The attempt to seize. In contrast to the Qianquan Ancestor, the Infinite Ancestor exhibited a greater degree of caution. Observing the Chilin rushing heedlessly towards him, he began to seek an escape route. Despite possessing a chaotic spiritual treasure, facing a coalition of so many Chilin powerhouses posed a significant risk. Even if he were to slay them, he would sustain considerable injuries. The revelation of his possession of the chaotic spiritual treasure was inevitable, and if the Dragon and Phoenix clans were to learn of it, they would not spare him. The Infinite Ancestor could not afford to be gravely injured at such a juncture. Drawing upon the Celestial Furnace's formidable defensive capabilities, the Infinite Ancestor swiftly broke free from the encirclement. He gazed upon the relentless Chilin elders still intent on attacking. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. The Celestial Furnace transformed into a streak of light, crashing into the eldest elder, instantly imparting the sensation of an overwhelmingly powerful world upon him, causing significant injury. After incapacitating the elder, the Infinite Ancestor released the already gravely wounded Chilin ancestral figure from within the Celestial Furnace and vanished in a flash. Clan leader, are you unharmed? At that moment, the Chilin ancestral figure's aura had diminished to its nadir, a faint aura of death enveloping him. His body was largely charred, exuding an enticing scent, unmistakably indicating that he was gravely injured if left untreated. The consequences could range from foundational damage to immediate death, necessitating urgent care. I am unharmed. Let us return. The Infinite Ancestor's strength is greater than we previously estimated, and he is now wary of us. Slaying him is virtually impossible. Henceforth, the younger members of the Chilin clan must refrain from leaving the clan grounds. From this day forward, we have become mortal enemies with the Infinite Ancestor. He will not spare us. The power demonstrated by the celestial furnace left everyone in shock. Even the mightiest among them, the Chilin ancestral figure, had exhibited no resistance against the chaotic spiritual treasure, making it clear that those weaker than him stood no chance against its might. They certainly did not wish to suffer the same fate as their leader. Subsequently, the group escorted the Chilin ancestral figure back to the clan's territory. Regarding the choice of the Chilin ancestor, the Infinite Ancestor remained unaware. Upon releasing the Chilin ancestor, the Infinite Ancestor swiftly departed, as both his sacred ground and the chaotic spiritual treasure, the heaven and earth furnace, had been exposed. Even if the Chilin clan did not seek retribution against him, the Dragon and Phoenix clans would not let him off lightly. Thus, he resolved to find another sanctuary and, once he reached the mid-stage of quasi-sainthood, settle accounts with the Chilin ancestor. He had confidence that once he attained that level, combined with the chaotic spiritual treasure in his possession, even if the Chilin ancestor also advanced to the mid-stage of quasi-sainthood, thwarting his annihilation of the Chilin clan would be impossible. After all, the current fortune of the Chilin clan could only assist the Chilin ancestor in reaching the mid-stage of quasi-sainthood at best. Aiding other elders of the Chilin clan to achieve the same was virtually impossible. Xuantian had been quietly trailing the Infinite Ancestor, and upon realizing that the Chilin ancestor and his companions had not pursued, he breathed a sigh of relief, understanding that they were indeed wary of the chaotic spiritual treasure in his possession and dared not press him too hard. Subsequently, he intended to absorb the heaven and earth furnace into his being, the vast wilderness. He was not the most formidable entity, as he knew. Hongjun, Xuantian, and Luohu had all already reached the mid-stage of quasi-sainthood, each possessing at least two supreme treasures, one for offense and another for defense, a confrontation. He did not feel capable of contending with the trio, and thus he was naturally reluctant to reveal his possession of the chaotic spiritual treasure to Xuantian. Otherwise, he would find himself targeted by one of them, and he doubted that Xuantian would overlook the allure of the heaven and earth furnace. Not far off, Xuantian observed as the Infinite Ancestor finally stowed away the heaven and earth furnace, and he seized the rare opportunity to unleash the Xuantian ruler, aiming to strike down the Infinite Ancestor. Xuantian moved with remarkable speed, and the Infinite Ancestor was caught off guard by the sudden ambush. By the time he sensed the impending danger, the Xuantian ruler had already appeared above him, descending heavily towards his head. The ruler, imbued with immense might, instilled a sense of despair within the Infinite Ancestor. Should he be struck, he would surely be gravely injured, if not killed. Fortunately, in the nick of time, the heaven and earth furnace within him instinctively protected its master, manifesting above the Infinite Ancestor's head to intercept the attack of the Xuantian ruler. With a resounding crash, a powerful force erupted between the two, obliterating everything in the vicinity. However, shielded by the chaotic spiritual treasure, the Infinite Ancestor sustained no harm. Meanwhile, Xuantian promptly summoned the 12th-rank creation Chilin to shield himself within its embrace. Xuantian, what do you intend to do? Isn't it rather obvious? I covet the chaotic spiritual treasure in your possession, that if you are wise, relinquish it to me, and I may spare your life. Otherwise, today shall be your end. As he spoke, he summoned the 36 sea-settling pearls and the Tong seal, two top-tier innate spiritual treasures, although their offensive power was slightly inferior to that of the heaven and earth furnace. They were not to be dismissed by the Infinite Ancestor. With the Xuantian ruler's might augmenting their assault, Xuantian was confident that it would not be long before he could slay the Infinite Ancestor. Does the Ancestor take me for a fool? The Infinite Ancestor was certain that should he surrender the heaven and earth furnace to Xuantian, the latter's first act would be to eliminate him to sever their ties. The repercussions of possessing a chaotic spiritual treasure were far too significant. Xuantian would not find it easy to rectify the resultant karma. The most straightforward approach would be to kill him, thus erasing their connection with his demise. Dream on as he spoke, he exerted all his strength to activate the heaven and earth furnace, enveloping himself within it, and fled into the distance that he did not consider himself a match for Xuantian. Even if he fought desperately, injuring Xuantian would be no simple task, and thus he was unwilling to engage further. However, Xuantian would not allow the Infinite Ancestor an opportunity to escape. After today's confrontation, the Infinite Ancestor would undoubtedly be more cautious, making it increasingly difficult for Xuantian to claim the heaven and earth furnace. Moreover, Xuantian sensed something amiss. realizing that today's events were likely the result of someone's deliberate machinations. At this moment, Luahu was presumably occupied with enhancing the strength of the demon clan, leaving him little time to plot against the infinite ancestor and his companions. Therefore, it was likely Hongjun who orchestrated this scheme. If that were the case, the window for Xuantian to acquire the heaven and earth furnace was rapidly closing. He did not believe that old man Hongjun would idly watch him obtain a chaotic spiritual treasure. In an instant, he appeared before the infinite ancestor, directing the sea-settling pearls, Tong seal, and Hongmeng Liantian ruler to relentlessly assault him. Simultaneously, Xuantian unleashed chaotic divine lightning upon the infinite ancestor, striving to breach the defenses of the heaven and earth furnace and eliminate him swiftly. Xuantian had previously comprehended the laws of lightning to over 30%. Bolstered by this understanding, the chaotic divine lightning's power became extraordinarily potent, capable of vanquishing initial-stage quasi-saints. The offensive capabilities of the sea-settling pearls and Tong seal were formidable. The combined assault of these top-tier, innate spiritual treasures against the heaven and earth furnace was not without possibility. Furthermore, Xuantian possessed the even mightier Hongmeng Liantian ruler, alongside the chaotic divine lightning. Under the assault of these three treasures and the chaotic divine lightning, the protective barrier generated by the heaven and earth furnace began to tremble, seemingly on the brink of shattering. Yet, this was merely Xuantian's illusion. The protective barrier of the heaven and earth furnace, a chaotic spiritual treasure, was not so easily breached, steadfastly safeguarding the infinite ancestor within. Xuantian, do not overstep your bounds, that if you truly provoke me, you will not escape unscathed. With that, he struck the heaven and earth furnace, unleashing a torrent of powerful chaotic divine fire as the flames surged forth. Everything in the vicinity was incinerated to nothingness, emitting a sizzling sound. The surrounding searing heat led Xuantian to experience a momentary delusion, as if he were not in the wilderness but deep within the sun itself. No, even the depths of the sun could not compare to this intensity, but he felt the heat enveloping him. Beads of sweat cascading down his brow. In response, Xuantian channeled his magical energy into the 12th rank creation Chilin, causing it to radiate a brilliant azure light, shielding him from the surrounding anomalies. Indeed, it was a treasure of unparalleled defense. Subsequently, he summoned the Eastern Chilin treasure flag, a top-tier innate spiritual treasure, recognizing that many beings in the wilderness were already aware of its existence in his possession. There was no need for concealment. And with his current cultivation, he had no reason to hide this treasure. With the Eastern Chilin treasure flag and the 12th rank creation Chilin providing protection, Xuantian was confident that even if the infinite ancestor possessed some hidden trump card, he could not breach the defenses of these two top-tier, innate spiritual treasures to inflict harm upon him. What remained was for him to focus entirely on assaulting the infinite ancestor, shattering the defenses of the heaven and earth furnace, and ultimately slaying him. With Xuantian's full force behind the sea-settling pearls, they transformed into vibrant streams of multicolored light, relentlessly striking the protective barrier with resounding booms. The Tong seal rapidly expanded, morphing into a colossal mountain, aiming to suppress the heaven and earth furnace. The mountain formed by the Tong seal was far heavier than any peak in the wilderness, rendering it indestructible. Instantly, the infinite ancestor felt an overwhelming weight pressing down upon him, compelling his knees to gradually bow towards the ground. That as a being born at the dawn of creation, the infinite ancestor could not bear the humiliation of kneeling before Xuantian, especially since Xuantian was considered his junior. The very thought of kneeling before him was intolerable. Magical energy surged from within him, pouring into the heaven and earth furnace as he endeavored to lift the mountain pressing down upon him. At that moment, the infinite ancestor's expression contorted, veins bulging on his forehead, clearly indicating his precarious predicament. Recognizing this opportune moment, Xuantian channeled his magical energy into the Hongmeng Liantian ruler, causing it to emanate dazzling purple light. Infused with boundless might, striking forcefully against the protective barrier evolved by the heaven and earth furnace. With a series of cracking sounds, the protective barrier shattered explosively. Thereafter, the infinite ancestor found himself bombarded by a torrent of multicolored streams, each piercing through his body, and in an instant, 36 fist-sized wounds appeared, blood gushing forth from them. Rest easy, infinite ancestor. Fear not, This chaotic spiritual treasure shall, under my stewardship, gain renown throughout the wilderness. The Hongmeng measuring ruler in hand struck the body of the infinite ancestor with tremendous force, instantly obliterating his corporeal form. Had it not been for the swift escape of his primordial spirit, he would have found himself as one with his shattered body, his soul scattered, upon the emergence of his primordial spirit. The infinite ancestor sought to flee. As long as his spirit endured, regaining his former cultivation would pose no significant challenge for him. This confrontation nearly cost the infinite ancestor his life, binding him in an unbreakable fate with his adversary. Should he fail to vanquish the infinite ancestor today, the potential for future retaliation loomed ominously. Thus, he was unwilling to allow the primordial spirit to escape, grasping the chaos furnace of heaven and earth to prevent it from being summoned back. He hurled the Hongmeng measuring ruler, letting it transform into a streak of light aimed at the primordial spirit of the infinite ancestor, intent on scattering his soul, being an existence that had endured for countless years. The infinite ancestor comprehended that, at this juncture, no matter his words, Xuantian would not relent, but he exerted all his might to activate the imprint of his primordial spirit left within the chaos furnace, striving to manipulate this chaotic spiritual treasure to either attack or break free from Xuantian's control, hoping to create an opportunity to evade pursuit. The reason Xuantian had turned against him was his desire for the chaos furnace of heaven and earth. The infinite ancestor held firm in his belief that Xuantian would not abandon the imminent prize to pursue him. Once he escaped, he would retreat into the chaos, where an endless expanse of chaotic energy would obstruct the unfolding of heavenly secrets, making it increasingly arduous for Xuantian to locate him. Furthermore, the chaotic energy surpassed the innate spiritual energy of the primordial wilderness. Should he condense his body using this energy, it would expedite his return to peak form. More importantly, the ramifications of using chaotic energy for his corporeal form would be negligible, not impeding his future ascension to higher realms. That as he observed the chaos furnace of heaven and earth, writhing and seeking to break free from his grasp, the Pearl of Stability, the Kongtong Seal, and the Hongmeng measuring ruler successively descended into its center. The imprint of his primordial spirit inscribed within the furnace needed only to be destroyed for it to become a chaotic treasure without a master. At that point, even if the furnace resisted, its struggle would diminish significantly. When Xuantian, as anticipated, chose to attack the remaining imprint of the primordial spirit, the infinite ancestor felt a momentary relief, but he then invoked a secret technique to slip into the chaos. Yet, just then, 3 streaks of light pierced through his spirit, rendering it significantly dimmer than before. Cursed be Xuantian! How many innate treasures does he possess? Besides those top-tier, innate treasures and postnatal merits, he wields 3 other formidable innate treasures. At this moment, the infinite ancestor was consumed by envy, for his own lineage was undeniably exceptional. Why then did Xuantian's blessings run so much deeper? The heavens are truly unjust. In this critical moment, the infinite ancestor lacked the energy or time to tend to his injuries. His primordial spirit's imprint was on the verge of destruction, that if he did not depart soon, he would be trapped indefinitely. Just then, he spotted a streak of light appearing above him, which, before he could react, erupted in radiant brilliance, coalescing into a formation that ensnared his primordial spirit. Seeing the successful establishment of the innate Armorwood Great Formation, Xuantian felt a slight easing of tension within him, that he then stepped forward. Entering the formation, the moment Xuantian crossed into the formation, the 12th grade primal creation Azure Lotus, a top-tier innate treasure, was fused into the formation, enhancing its power. Consequently, even if Hongjun mobilized innate treasures to attack the formation, it would take time to breach it, and that time would suffice for Xuantian to erase the infinite ancestor's primordial spirit imprint. Next, he needed only to refine the first restriction within the chaos furnace of heaven and earth. Before the infinite ancestor's demise, no one else could wrest this chaotic treasure from him. As Xuantian entered the formation, a powerful chaotic sword aura struck the spatial confines of the formation, causing it to tremble violently. How swift! Xuantian had previously surmised that the Chilin clan had located the infinite ancestor due to Hongjun's revelations, leading him to anticipate Hongjun's arrival to rescue the infinite ancestor, compelling him to ally with the latter against Luoho. However, Xuantian had not expected Hongjun to arrive so promptly to this juncture. The most pressing matter for Xuantian was not refining the restrictions within the Chaos Furnace, but rather slaying the Infinite Ancestor to prevent his rescue by Hongjun, which would inevitably lead to endless troubles that in an instant. He appeared before the Infinite Ancestor, wielding the Hongmeng measuring ruler to strike at his primordial spirit, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Suddenly, golden light surged forth from the Infinite Ancestor's primordial spirit, enveloping it in a golden hue. When the Hongmeng measuring ruler struck the Infinite Ancestor's spirit, it was as though it had collided with a formidable innate treasure, producing a resounding clash, yet failing to inflict any harm upon the spirit. Xuantian, what do you think? The power of my secret technique is quite formidable, is it not? Given my current state, even if you wield the Hongmeng measuring ruler and relentlessly attack me, you shall not succeed in slaying me in the short term. In this moment, I am an invincible being beneath the saints. Previously, when someone assailed the formation, if the Infinite Ancestor was not mistaken, it must have been his comrade Hongjun. With Hongjun's strength, it would not take long to dismantle your formation. Xuantian, remember this humiliation. I shall never forget it, and I will repay it tenfold in the future. Moreover, your associates should also brace themselves. I shall not spare them this moment. The Infinite Ancestor was already contemplating that once he regained his peak form, he would seek an opportunity to slay Hongyun or Zenyuanzi, compelling Xuantian to regret his actions that if executed properly, this incident could very well become Xuantian's psychological burden, hindering his ascension to higher realms. The Infinite Ancestor could almost envision Xuantian's expression of regret, and an involuntary smile crept across his face. However, Infinite Ancestor, do not rejoice too early. Even if Hongjun possesses the Penglai banner, a treasure of innate origins, breaching the grand formation I have established is no trivial endeavor. The secret technique demonstrated by the Infinite Ancestor left Xuantian utterly astonished, and he realized that the state of the Infinite Ancestor, as previously mentioned, made it a formidable challenge to slay him. However, it was not an impossible task. Subsequently, Xuantian devoted himself entirely to refining the restrictions within the heavenly furnace. Once he successfully refined the first restriction, he would be able to wield the power of this chaotic spiritual treasure at that point. He would merely need to ensnare the Infinite Ancestor within the heavenly furnace, leaving the Ancestor with no escape from death. At that moment, Xuantian sensed that Hongjun had entered the formation. It turned out that while attacking the formation from outside, Hongjun discovered its formidable defensive capabilities, that he realized that Xuantian had integrated the 12th grade creation Green Lotus, an unparalleled innate spiritual treasure known for its invincible defense, into the grand array. Thus, even with the Penglai banner, an innate supreme treasure of unmatched offensive capability in hand, breaking through the formation would not be an easy endeavor. Fortunately, he soon discerned the nature of the formation, the innate armor with great array. While this array boasted immense defensive strength, its offensive capability was rather lacking, that if he were to enter the formation, rescuing the Infinite Ancestor would not pose a significant challenge. Aware of the array's intricacies, Hongjun hesitated no longer and stepped forward into the formation, confronted by Xuantian, a peer of the same realm. Hongjun dared not be careless, that he immediately summoned a fragment of the creation Jade Dish, an innate supreme treasure, to hover above his head, shielding himself within it to avoid being harmed by Xuantian. Hongjun had long harbored deep apprehension regarding the falling treasure money in Xuantian's possession. Before Xuantian, he refrained from summoning the 12th grade Merit Golden Lotus, another top-tier, innate spiritual treasure, fearing that it might fall into Xuantian's hands once more. If the treasure were to land in Xuantian's possession again, reclaiming it would prove exceedingly difficult. The 12th grade Merit Golden Lotus still held considerable value for him, and he was loath to allow it to fall into Xuantian's grasp. To his knowledge, the 12th grade world-extinguishing Black Lotus in Raha's possession had already been acquired by Xuantian. Should the 12th grade Merit Golden Lotus also succumb to Xuantian, 3 out of the 4 Lotus seeds from the 36th grade Chaotic Green Lotus would be in Xuantian's possession. The combined power of these 3 Lotus seeds would significantly amplify their potency, particularly in terms of suppressing fortune, surpassing the effect of 2 innate supreme treasures. Thus, Hongjun found it unacceptable to witness Xuantian's fortune only increase in the future, especially since he harbored intentions to eliminate Xuantian. Upon entering the formation, Hongjun began to sense the presence of the Infinite Ancestor, that moment. The Infinite Ancestor unleashed a secret technique, radiating a rich golden light and aura from his primordial spirit. Even within the formation, Xuantian could not entirely conceal the disturbances caused by the Infinite Ancestor. Naturally, the instant Hongjun entered the formation, he sensed the location of the Infinite Ancestor and aimed to reach him for rescue. However, at that moment, he felt a powerful force in the void that immobilized him, while Xuantian appeared before him in an instant, wielding the Hongming Liangtian ruler to strike at him. Fortunately, he had summoned the fragment of the creation jade dish from the onset, and its formidable defensive capabilities easily thwarted the attack of the Hongming Liangtian ruler. Hongjun found himself bound because he had not anticipated such an effect from the innate armor with great array. However, the binding force was not excessively strong, and Hongjun quickly broke free. Having prepared himself, it would be virtually impossible for anyone to restrain him again. Hongjun, what does this mean? Do you intend to make an enemy of me? Xuantian inquired. Fellow Taoist Xuantian, you have misunderstood. I harbor no intention of opposing you. Rather, the infinite Taoist should not perish here, nor should he die due to your actions, that I beseech you to allow me to take the infinite Taoist away. Hongjun implored. What if I refuse? Xuantian replied. Then we shall have no choice but to engage in combat. However, fellow Taoist Xuantian, you must understand that our battle will not yield a swift resolution during our conflict. If the infinite Taoist wishes to leave the formation and venture elsewhere, it will not be a difficult matter, will it? As soon as Hongjun's words fell, he vanished from sight, only to reappear beside the infinite Taoist. Infinite Taoist, it has been a long time, Hongjun greeted. Indeed, fellow Taoist Hongjun, it has been quite a while. Had you not arrived, I would have perished at Xuantian's hands. That I will remember your kindness today, and I shall repay it in due course. The Infinite Ancestor responded, and as soon as the Infinite Ancestor finished speaking, Xuantian appeared not far away. Fellow Taoist Xuantian, may I take the Infinite Taoist with me today? Hongjun inquired. Yes, but the Infinite Taoist must swear an oath that for 100,000 years he shall not trouble those close to me, that if he agrees, I will permit you to take the Infinite Ancestor away. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to thoroughly test your abilities, fellow Taoist Hongjun. As he spoke, the 12th grade creation green Lotus manifested beneath Xuantian, radiating waves of spiritual light that enveloped him that 100,000 years. This calamity will have ended by then, even with the heavenly furnace in hand. The Infinite Ancestor would be unable to survive this great tribulation. To say nothing of the Infinite Ancestor without the heavenly furnace, his chances of survival would be exceedingly slim. Of course, even if this Infinite Ancestor were to miraculously escape, I would still slay him to prevent leaving a potential threat. Afterward, Xuantian held the Kantong seal in his left hand and the Hongming Liangtian ruler in his right, while 36 Dinghai divine pearls fluttered around him, creating an aura of brilliance that evoked envy in both Hongjun and the Infinite Ancestor. Indeed, witnessing the three innate supreme treasures in Xuantian's possession, along with the heavenly furnace restrained not far away, Hongjun couldn't help but feel envious. Even he could not compare to Xuantian's formidable configuration. Hongjun did not speak on behalf of the Infinite Ancestor. After all, the Infinite Ancestor was a formidable figure at the quasi-saint level. Ignoring the Infinite Ancestor's presence and making decisions for him would surely breed resentment, as even the most skilled individuals possess their own pride. Noticing Hongjun's gaze, the Infinite Ancestor nodded, saying, Xuantian, I accept your previous condition. Let the heavenly Tao witness this. The moment the Infinite Ancestor concluded his words, Xuantian felt a connection, affirming the oath's establishment. You too may leave now. Xuantian had no intention of dismissing the formation at this moment. He wished to utilize it to refine the first restriction within the heavenly furnace as swiftly as possible. Watching the heavenly furnace not far away, the Infinite Ancestor's heart brimmed with reluctance. This was his possession, now seized by Xuantian. Without this chaotic spiritual treasure, his combat prowess had diminished significantly to this moment. Facing the celestial Kirin Ancestor, he was uncertain whether he could defeat him. Infinite Taoist. Shall we depart? Hongjun inquired. Let us go, the Infinite Ancestor replied. With that, Hongjun led the Infinite Ancestor away, and soon the two vanished entirely from Xuantian's perception. Previously, upon observing that Xuantian had yet to refine the chaos spirit treasure known as the Heaven and Earth Furnace, Hongjun had contemplated the possibility of seizing this formidable artifact. After all, it stood as an existence rivaling the innate treasures, a possession that no one would scoff at. Hongjun included, he harbored a desire to prevent this chaos spirit treasure from falling into Xuantian's hands, thereby augmenting his combat prowess. Xuantian was already a considerable challenge. Should he acquire the heaven and earth furnace, he would become even more formidable at that point. Even if Hongjun's strength surpassed Xuantian's, he could not guarantee his ability to defeat him. Though slightly more advanced in cultivation, still at the mid-stage of quasi-saint, the external power of an innate treasure could wield significant influence. This fleeting thought vanished as swiftly as it arose. They were ensnared within a formation, and Xuantian was keenly observing them. Should Hongjun attempt to seize the heaven and earth furnace, Xuantian would undoubtedly secure the treasure at the first opportunity, utilizing the artifacts and power at his disposal to swiftly refine the first restriction within the furnace before they could succeed in their endeavor. Thus, unless they could eliminate Xuantian, the possibility of obtaining this chaos spirit treasure was bleak. Chapter 52. Awakening to reality. Xuantian's vigilance did not wane with the departure of the two. He reintegrated the 12-petal creation Chilin into the formation, amplifying its potency. While this would not prevent others from entering, it would certainly complicate their approach. Even Hongjun would require time to navigate through, providing Xuantian the necessary opportunity to react. However, even with this precaution, Xuantian remained uneasy and summoned the 12-petal annihilation Black Lotus, a supreme innate treasure, to his side, commencing the refinement of the restrictions within the heaven and earth furnace. Meanwhile, not long after Hongjun and Wuyi exited the formation, Wuyi proposed to Hongjun, "My friend, I can sense that Xuantian has not yet refined the first restriction within the heaven and earth furnace, that if you were to return now, it is not impossible to claim this chaos spirit treasure for yourself." Wuyi preferred the artifact to be in Hongjun's possession rather than Xuantian's, as it would facilitate the settling of some karmic debts, making future reconciliations much simpler. "Hongjun, you do not understand Xuantian's caution. Until he has refined the first restriction of the heaven and earth furnace, he will not relax his vigilance that we stand no chance of reclaiming this chaos spirit treasure. Furthermore, provoking Xuantian could place you in peril." Moreover, Hongjun was keenly aware that offending Xuantian at this juncture would grant him an excuse to interfere during Hongjun's decisive confrontation with Luo. For now, defeating Luo remained paramount. Upon witnessing Hongjun's reluctance, Wuyi refrained from further persuasion, understanding all too well the difficulties of reclaiming the heaven and earth furnace from a prepared Xuantian. Nevertheless, this matter had become a source of torment for him. Until Xuantian was dealt with, his aspirations for advancement would remain stymied. Fortunately, Wuyi retained some semblance of rationality, recognizing that his immediate priority was to heal, and under Hongjun's guidance, he entered the chaos to absorb its essence and begin mending his injuries. Following their departure, no others dared to enter the formation laid by Xuantian, and as a day passed, Xuantian successfully refined the first restriction within the chaos spirit treasure, achieving a preliminary mastery that allowed him to utilize and incorporate the treasure into his being. Alas, it is a moment too late. Had Wuyi still been present, Xuantian felt confident that he could eliminate him. Even with Hongjun's presence, the heaven and earth furnace could absorb and refine all, and by simply ensnaring Wuyi within it, escape would be impossible for him. Choosing not to pursue this line of thought further, Xuantian retracted the formation and returned to Wuzhuangguan. The tumult in the wilderness had reached a chaotic crescendo. If he were absent from Wuzhuangguan, both Xuanzi and Hongjun could find themselves in peril. These two were essential to Xuantian's future plans, and he was unwilling to expose them to danger amidst the impending catastrophe. Previously, Xuantian had not disclosed to anyone his acquisition of the heaven and earth furnace and had no intention of doing so. Upon returning, he did not commence the exhaustive refinement of the chaos spirit treasure as Hongjun might have anticipated. With the Hongmeng Liangxinshi, an artifact on par with the most formidable treasures and the unrivaled defensive capabilities of the 12-petal creation Chilin, fully refining the heaven and earth furnace would not significantly enhance Xuantian's strength. Therefore, he would not allocate all his energy towards this endeavor. Xuantian remained acutely aware that his foremost priority was to achieve a comprehensive understanding of the indestructible laws to break through to the Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian realm. All else paled in comparison. Of course, Xuantian did not entirely neglect the remaining restrictions within the heaven and earth furnace. This Chaos Spirit treasure possessed 49 restrictions, and refining them was comparatively easier than dealing with innate treasures. With his current cultivation, he could dedicate a fraction of his focus to continually refine the remaining restrictions within the furnace. After years of relentless contemplation, Xuantian had attained a comprehension of the indestructible laws at 43%. Each subsequent increment would prove increasingly challenging. Fortunately, he had yet to encounter any significant bottlenecks. Although the indestructible laws were complex and difficult to grasp, given sufficient time, Xuantian would continue to progress. The actions of the three clans yielded no success. The Phoenix clan's attempt to seize the Taiji diagram from the Yin-Yang Ancestor underestimated the artifact's might. Even when they managed to ensnare the Yin-Yang Ancestor within a formation, it proved futile. The Taiji diagram unfolded into a golden bridge, effortlessly piercing through the formation and allowing the Yin-Yang Ancestor to depart unscathed. This innate treasure harmonized perfectly with the Yin-Yang Ancestor and the formidable divine power he wielded. The great Yin-Yang hand commanded immense strength, requiring utmost caution even against mid-stage quasi-saints. Leveraging this potent ability, the Yin-Yang Ancestor vanquished a quasi-saint elder, severely wounding 3 others, and departed with ease under the predatory gaze of the Phoenix Ancestor. The 3 clans' endeavors not only failed to yield any benefits, but also resulted in some losses. Upon learning of the other 2 clans' circumstances, Zulong and his companions breathed a sigh of relief. Their fragile equilibrium had not been disrupted, and none had obtained innate treasures or chaos spirit treasures at this juncture. The Yin-Yang Ancestor and his associates had vanished, and following the previous events, they had grown wary, making it challenging to scheme against them again. Zulong and his companions were disinclined to pursue further conflict, fully aware that a quasi-saint could easily conceal themselves from detection. They even suspected that their awareness of the Yin-Yang Ancestor's presence and details might have been intentionally revealed by Xuantian. Indeed, Zulong and his companions believed that Xuantian had orchestrated their predicament, for he had reaped the most significant benefits from this venture, acquiring a chaos spirit treasure while the others gained little. Notably, Hongjun too had profited substantially, garnering the goodwill of 3 quasi-saints. Chapter 53. Descent. Though the benefits accrued by Hongjun paled in comparison to the Chaos Spirit treasure, they would prove invaluable in times of need. Yet, whether Xuantian or Hongjun, both were beyond their capacity to provoke. Even upon realizing they had been outmaneuvered by either party, they dared not act, lest they invoke the ire of Xuantian or Hongjun. Thus, they could only silently commit these events to memory, awaiting a time when they were sufficiently powerful to seek retribution against Xuantian and his associates. Ever since acquiring the 10 corpses, Luo had initiated seclusion with the 3 celestial demons, Shinma, Hema, and Demo, endeavoring to advance them to the quasi-saint realm. Their innate talents were exceptional, and with Luohu's full support, the trio swiftly ascended to the initial stage of quasi-saint. We thank the demon ancestor for your guidance. Without it, we would not have achieved our current stature. Indeed, now that you have reached the initial stage of quasi-saint, coupled with the innate treasures or postnatal treasures I previously bestowed upon you, as long as you exercise caution and avoid provoking Hongjun and Xuantian, you should be able to navigate safely, even against those who may not be your match. That is Xuantian truly as formidable as rumored? Hongjun is the sworn enemy of their demon ancestor. It is hardly surprising that he can slay them. However, they do not believe that Xuantian possesses such formidable strength, capable of effortlessly vanquishing them. Even though at this moment, Xuantian enjoys a great reputation in the primordial world and possesses several immensely powerful top-tier, innate spiritual treasures, they still doubt his ability to be compared with Luo Ho. Do not underestimate Xuantian. Were it not for this calamity, where the heavenly Tao has chosen both me and Hongjun, it is quite possible that Xuantian would achieve enlightenment and become a sage before us. Moreover, I have battled Hongjun for countless years, and he has gained no advantage from my hands, while Xuantian is a different matter entirely. In a single encounter, he seized the supreme, innate spiritual treasure, the 12th rank annihilation Black Lotus, from me. Now, do you still consider Xuantian to be simple? Rest assured, Demon Ancestor, we shall not provoke either Xuantian or Hongjun. Remember, the most crucial task for you now is to seize the fortunes of the 3 clans. The more fortunes you acquire, the stronger our demon clan shall become, that as long as I can break through to the late quasi-saint stage before Hongjun and Xuantian, then they will be inconsequential. Yes, demon ancestor, we understand. Henceforth, we shall diligently plunder the fortunes of the three clans. For others, seizing the fortunes of the three clans may not be an easy task, but for those like the heavenly demons, it is exceedingly simple. With their combined abilities, it is challenging to corrupt beings of the same realm. Yet it is remarkably easy to lead those of lesser cultivation into madness, especially when the three work in unison. A great Luo Golden Immortal will have no capacity to resist, and it can be said that any great Luo Golden Immortal targeted by the three will ultimately succumb to madness and become a disciple of the demon clan. The disciples of the three clans who reach the great Luo Golden Immortal stage are undoubtedly extraordinary, each carrying a fragment of their clan's fortune. Should these individuals join the demon clan, the fortune they bear will merge with ours, augmenting our own. While one or two great Luo Golden Immortals may not make a significant impact, if hundreds or thousands were to join our ranks, the effect would be profound. Exercise caution in your dealings. Do not let yourselves be discovered. Fear not, demon ancestor. We are aware to go forth. After leaving the west, the heavenly demons meticulously concealed their whereabouts, stealthily infiltrating the territories of the three clans to entice their disciples into madness. At this point, the disciples of the three clans, burdened by their numerous killings, inevitably carry some karma, making them more susceptible to corruption than those devoid of such burdens. Under the temptation of the heavenly demons, many powerful members of the three clans fell into the demonic path, becoming disciples of the demon clan. The heavenly demons targeted those who were isolated or weaker, swiftly subduing them without allowing them a chance to send word. Naturally, no one would be aware of the numerous disciples of the three clans who had already succumbed to madness, at least the ancestral dragon and others remain oblivious. However, such matters cannot be concealed for long. As the clan leaders, the ancestral dragon and his kin are acutely sensitive to fortunes. Should there be a significant loss, they will detect it promptly. When that time comes, with their means, they will uncover the truth in no time. Nevertheless, as long as they are powerful, even if the ancestral dragon and others discover the truth, the heavenly demons are confident in their ability to recruit enough disciples from the three clans before they are noticed. If they can then defeat the ancestral dragon and his kin, it is likely that even more individuals will be willing to join the demon clan. In any clan, there will always be those who fear for their lives, especially within the same race. Soon, the three clan leaders, the ancestral dragon included, sensed a considerable drain on their clan's fortunes and immediately dispatched individuals to investigate the situation, eager to ascertain the cause, whether it was the work of the demon clan. For otherwise, how could their fortunes begin to diminish? The actions of the heavenly demons were exceedingly discreet to avoid detection. Yet despite their caution, they were soon discovered. Many clan members had fallen and joined the ranks of the demon clan. And these new recruits were not weak. Are you saying that those wretched demons are aware of their exposure? They show no signs of retreat, instead boldly recruiting our dragon clan disciples. Is that correct? Indeed, clan leader, the heavenly demons are truly overstepping their bounds. We cannot allow this to continue, lest we remain ignorant of the madness these demonic disciples may unleash. Clan leader, we must eliminate these three at once. While Luo Ho's strength is undeniably formidable, and even united, we are no match for him. The heavenly demons are not as powerful. They have only just reached the early quasi-saint stage, and their strength, achieved through nefarious means, should be weaker in comparison. Hence, slaying the heavenly demons should not be a difficult task. These demonic disciples are exceedingly treacherous. Exercise caution when confronting them, if possible, eliminate them. If not, retreat at once without getting entangled further. Our dragon clan cannot afford any more significant losses. Do you understand? Yes, clan leader, we comprehend. Subsequently, the Grand Elder and others led their forces to confront the heavenly demons. Chapter 54. The impoverished in this period. The demon clan, leveraging the disciples of the three clans, experienced rapid development. Almost immediately, the heavenly demons became aware that the elders of the three clans had departed their territories to confront them. Brother Tianma, what shall we do next? Should we take those we have recruited back to the demon ancestor, or shall we witness the prowess of these elders from the three clans? To be honest, if possible, they wish to observe the methods of the elders, and more importantly, They aspire to see if they can slay a few, thereby making a name for themselves in the primordial world. Naturally, we shall remain to observe the abilities of the elders of the three clans. Although our demon clan has gained a notable reputation in the primordial world, you are all aware that our standing, comparable to the three clans, is due to the demon ancestors' influence that in the eyes of many beings in the primordial world. We are merely fortunate individuals favored by the demon ancestor that I believe you both share the sentiment of wanting to showcase our abilities to the myriad beings of the primordial world, allowing them to recognize that, beyond the demon ancestor, other formidable beings exist within our ranks, thus elevating our reputation in the primordial world. Moreover, our presence and strength will serve as evidence of the demon ancestor's might. In a world where power is revered, many beings will undoubtedly seek to join our demon clan for strength, will they not? Brother Tianma, you truly are the elder brother, thinking more comprehensively than us. In that case, we three brothers shall remain, allowing the myriad beings of the primordial world to witness our prowess. Today shall mark the day we make our names known throughout the land. Thereafter, the heavenly demons communicated with those disciples of the three clans who had joined them, instructing them to stealthily head west to avoid detection, that if possible, before departing, they should try to take along some disciples from the three clans to join the demon clan and bolster its strength. Xuantian and the others did not keep the heavenly demons waiting long and soon appeared before them. You three indeed possess great audacity, fully aware that so many quasi-saints are searching for you. You not only remain hidden, but act even more ostentatiously, disregarding us entirely. You truly believe we are so inept that we cannot subdue the three of you together. There are 15 elders present from the three clans, while the heavenly demons number only 3, and they have only just reached the early quasi-saint stage, having attained this level a millennium later than Xuantian and the others genuinely cannot comprehend why the heavenly demons would dare linger here to await their approach. Of course, you cannot capture us. If we three wish to leave, what can you do, even in unison? If you doubt this, feel free to test it and see if your combined forces can restrain us. Those who reach the quasi-saint realm are not fools. Xuantian and the others do not believe the heavenly demons would remain here without some hidden card that in that case. Let us see what kind of trump card the heavenly demons possess that grants them such confidence. They unleash their divine abilities, directing them towards the heavenly demons. Waves of destructive lightning and flames, alongside other elemental forces, surge towards the three that such trifling tactics should not be displayed. Instead, bring forth your spiritual treasures and unleash your most potent abilities. Otherwise, you will not harm us in the slightest. As the conversation unfolded, the heavenly demon's thoughts stirred, summoning the heavenly demon tower to manifest above his head, radiating waves of black light that effortlessly repelled the numerous bolts of thunder and fire, leaving not a scratch upon the three figures of the heavenly demon. The divine abilities previously exhibited by Xuantian and his companions appeared formidable at first glance. However, they had yet to cultivate their powers to a consummate state, only approaching the threshold of mastery. Their insufficient comprehension of the laws prevented them from reaching that pinnacle, capable of inflicting light wounds upon quasi-saints. But those injuries would soon heal, rendering them insignificant in the eyes of the heavenly demon and his allies. To their astonishment, the heavenly demon tower had been bestowed upon you by Luo who, elucidating your prior confidence in departing unscathed, it was indeed this potent artifact that bolstered your assurance. They had previously witnessed the tremendous power of this postnatal treasure in Luo, whose possession, and understood that, armed with their own postnatal spiritual treasures, breaching the defenses of the heavenly demon tower and harming its guardians was no easy feat indeed. It is the heavenly demon tower that I wonder if you possess the capability to breach its defenses and inflict harm upon us three. You all hold esteemed positions as elders of the three clans, second only to the Ancestor dragon. Yet here you stand, lacking even a single commendable spiritual treasure. It is laughable to assert that you are the overlords of the primordial wilderness while possessing such meager resources. In my view, it would be more prudent for you to join our demon clan, where we possess a plethora of innate spiritual treasures and an abundance of postnatal artifacts, including formidable postnatal treasures. Despite your status as quasi-saints, you are among the pinnacle experts in the primordial wilderness, and our demon clan would surely not treat you poorly. How about it? Your arrogance is insufferable. Today, we shall not rest until one of us lies dead. Ao Xian and his companions were loyal disciples of the three clans, steadfast in their allegiance. They could never entertain the thought of joining the demon clan. The words of the heavenly demon were nothing short of an insult, and they were resolute in their intent to retaliate. In unison, they revealed their true forms, transforming into dragons, phoenixes, and Chilins, standing resolutely in the void as they unleashed a barrage of divine abilities upon the heavenly demon and his comrades. Simultaneously, they summoned their spiritual treasures to strike at the heavenly demon, resolutely believing that their combined might would suffice to vanquish him. The three clans of dragons, phoenixes, and Chilins had long been sovereigns of the primordial wilderness. And while the constraints of the heavenly Tao may have hindered them from acquiring powerful innate treasures, they had nonetheless amassed an impressive collection of rare heavenly materials. Although they had not forged many postnatal treasures, they possessed several potent top-tier postnatal artifacts. For instance, the treasures in the possession of Ao Xian and his companions were among the most powerful of their kind, and when these treasures struck the protective barrier conjured by the heavenly demon tower, it trembled violently, as if on the brink of shattering. Witnessing this spectacle, the expression of the heavenly demon grew grave as he turned to his companions, inquiring when they intended to make their move. "Are you waiting for an opportune moment to act? We are merely granting you an opportunity to showcase your abilities and gain renown in the primordial wilderness. Alas, your inadequacy is apparent. Since that is the case, we shall take action ourselves." As they spoke, the two conjured their innate spiritual treasures and postnatal artifacts. The heart demon wielded the exquisite innate treasure, the chaos flute, while the earth demon summoned the postnatal treasure, the heartbreaker blade. The earth demon cast the heartbreaker blade into the air, causing it to hover in the void, emanating waves of black light that instantaneously morphed into countless shards of the heartbreaker blade, a torrent of black radiance descending upon Ao Xian and his companions. Meanwhile, the heart demon raised the chaos flute to his lips and began to play, the melodic notes igniting an insatiable desire within the hearts of Ao Xian and his comrades. "Everyone, follow my lead and unleash the dragon's roar." As his voice resonated, a chorus of dragon roars erupted, coalescing into an overwhelmingly powerful sound that effortlessly countered the heart demon's assault, rendering the flute's enchanting melody ineffective against them. The three clans had engaged in conflict for countless years, possessing an intimate understanding of one another and exhibiting remarkable teamwork. The moment the Dragon clan initiated their strike, numerous elders from the Chilin clan emerged. "Let us join forces and repel these blade energies. The Dragon clan has set the example, and we, the Chilin clan, must not falter." As they spoke, the Chilin clan disciples summoned their divine abilities, conjuring towering mountains that encircled their allies, successfully blocking the onslaught of the Heartbreaker blade and preventing any harm to the three clans. Now it was time for the Phoenix clan to take the lead. "Esteemed comrades, the other two clans have set an example. We, the Phoenix clan, must not lag behind. Let us unleash the Phoenix true fire to incinerate these fiends." The Phoenix true fire, embodying the essence of purity and strength, held a significant restraining power against malevolent beings. Even if it could not breach the defenses of the heavenly demon tower or harm the three demons, it would surely cause them discomfort. Moreover, the Phoenix clan's divine ability could be fused to amplify its potency, and when unleashed with full force, it could inflict injuries even upon those in the mid-stage of quasi-sainthood. Without a moment's hesitation, the elders of the Phoenix clan let forth a resounding cry, unleashing a formidable burst of Phoenix true fire. They then meticulously controlled the flames, merging them to create an even more dazzling brilliance. As the Phoenix true fire ignited, the trio of heavenly demons sensed a rapid rise in the surrounding temperature. More importantly, the aura emitted by the flames was unbearable, as if their demonic energy was being ignited and dissipated, simultaneously suppressing their strength and preventing them from unleashing their full potential. "Comrades, exert all your strength. Otherwise, our escape today will not be an easy feat." Previously, the heavenly demons had dismissed Ao Xian and his companions, considering their methods mediocre. They believed that even if they couldn't vanquish them, their combined efforts would ensure their survival. However, the united divine abilities displayed by Ao Xian and his allies had left them astonished. The powers fusion had exponentially amplified their might. In that moment, the heavenly demons felt the weight of the situation. The prospect of gaining renown in the primordial wilderness was overshadowed by the imminent threat that if they did not hasten their retreat, they could very well meet their demise here. Having recently ascended to the initial stage of quasi-sainthood, they were unwilling to perish in such a manner. Each of them summoned their most formidable techniques, conjuring illusions of demons to bewilder Xuantian and his companions while they sought to escape. Esteemed ones, such lowly tactics are beneath you. Reveal your true capabilities. We are quite curious about the methods of your demon clan. Let us witness them today. The three clans were destined for conflict with the demon clan, yet they were not fully informed of the latter's abilities. Conversely, the demon clan had a comprehensive understanding of the three clans' methods, placing the latter at a disadvantage in future confrontations. Thus, they sought to learn the demon clan's techniques to better prepare their kin and avert devastating losses. You seek to witness our demon clan's capabilities? Opportunities abound, but not today. We have other matters to attend to. We shall depart for now and resume our battle another day. As they spoke, the three heavenly demons activated their heavenly demon escape. Swiftly vanishing from sight, Xuantian and his companions were unwilling to let the heavenly demons depart unscathed. They aimed to slay the heavenly demon and send a warning to the other demons. Demonstrating that the three clans were not to be trifled with, they immediately pursued the fleeing figures, desperate to capture them. Yet, the speed of the heavenly demons was astonishingly swift, despite Xuantian and his allies exerting all their might. They could not keep pace, watching helplessly as the distance between them widened. Filled with frustration, Xuantian and his companions continued their relentless pursuit, vowing not to cease until the heavenly demons were defeated. The fervor displayed by Xuantian and his companions cast a grave pall over the faces of the heavenly demons. They recognized that their adversaries were genuinely furious. Otherwise, they would not be so relentless. A flicker of regret crossed their minds. Had they known this would transpire, they would have refrained from provoking Xuantian and his companions. However, their fleeting remorse quickly dissipated, since Xuantian and his companions were intent on pursuing them. They would seize the opportunity to lure them into the territory of the demon clan. Should Xuantian dare to set foot in their domain, they believed that with the might of the demon ancestor, capturing him and his companions would pose no great challenge. With Xuantian and his companions having reached the initial stage of quasi-sainthood, their numbers would undoubtedly bolster the ranks of the demon clan, potentially yielding over a dozen new quasi-saints. Upon this realization, the three demons involuntarily slowed their pace, granting Xuantian and his companions a glimmer of hope for pursuit. It was only in this manner that Xuantian and the others would be motivated to relentlessly chase after them. At that moment, Xuantian and his companions were filled with intense anger. Yet this did not signify a loss of rationality, but on the contrary, they exhibited remarkable acumen, promptly discerning the intentions of the three demons. However, they did not halt their advance. Instead, they resolved to attempt to eliminate the trio before their return to the Western Lands. Chapter 56. Diverging paths after a brief interval. Xuantian and his companions despaired to find that, despite their utmost efforts, they could not catch up to the fleeting figures of the demons. They chose not to press on, lest they fall into the clutches of Luo, who they had already experienced the formidable might of Luo, and were acutely aware that even their combined forces would be no match for him. They certainly did not wish to meet their demise at his hands. Observing the halted figures of Xuantian and his companions, the three demons exchanged glances of disappointment, having anticipated that these pursuers would continue their chase into the Western realm. It was unexpected that Xuantian and his companions had chosen to stop at this juncture, indicating that they had not completely succumbed to irrationality. Luring them into the West was, thus, a futile endeavor. With the decision made to cease their pursuit of the demons, Xuantian and his companions naturally would not linger in place, and each took flight toward their respective territories. They could not believe that Luo, who was unaware of the actions of the demons. Although they were uncertain of Luo's whereabouts, they were confident that he was well informed of the events unfolding here. Thus, they dared not remain any longer, lest they fall victim to him, and hasten their return to their homeland. Their suspicions were not unfounded. Luo, who was indeed nearby. Originally, he had intended to strike against Xuantian and his companions once they entered the demon territory, but he was taken aback by their unexpected halt along the way. Furthermore, Hongjun had conveniently appeared not far from them, which prevented Luo from taking action, that he understood all too well that should he intervene, Hongjun would undoubtedly thwart his intentions. Luo, who did not believe that Xuantian and his companions, upon witnessing his entanglement, would spare the demons. Casting a glance at Hongjun in the distance, Luo who uttered a cold huff and turned away. This was not the moment for confrontation with Hongjun. Patience was required. The demons had returned with a considerable number of disciples from the three clans, and once these disciples transformed into demons themselves, the fortunes of their clan would significantly amplify. Harnessing this increased fortune, he might very well break through to the late stage of quasi-saintship. Even if he could not, such fortune would undoubtedly facilitate his progress, allowing him to step closer to the late stage of quasi-saintship, thereby greatly enhancing his power. At that point, he would be prepared to confront Hongjun. Hongjun's appearance was intended to obstruct Luo Hu, and now that Luo Hu had departed, he too would not linger. Vanishing in a flash, after leaving, Hongjun did not return to his own abode, but instead headed toward the domain of the three purities, that if Luo Hu sought to augment his own fortunes to ascend to the late stage of quasi-saintship, how could Hongjun not devise a means to achieve the same? In contrast to Luo Hu's approach of devouring the fortunes of the three clans, Hongjun intended to borrow a portion of the fortune from those of great destiny to facilitate his own breakthrough to the late stage of quasi-saintship. In the vast wilderness, individuals endowed with great fortunes were few and far between, making them difficult to locate. Those possessing such fortunes were under the protection of the heavenly Tao, rendering them hard to predict. However, fortune favored Hongjun, as he had previously encountered the three purities in Nuwa, all of whom were endowed with considerable destiny. More importantly, he shared a master-disciple bond with these four individuals. Thus, by simply accepting them as disciples, he could draw a portion of their fortunes, which would undoubtedly rival or even surpass the share Luo Hu would gain from the three clans. If Luo Hu could utilize the fortunes of the clan disciples to reach the late stage of quasi-saintship, then Hongjun could similarly leverage his own acquired fortunes to achieve the same. Initially, the three purities were reluctant to accept Hongjun as their master, believing that, given their own backgrounds, they would soon reach Hongjun's current status and perhaps even attain sainthood without the need for a mentor. They found it hard to entertain the notion that anyone in the wilderness could be worthy of taking them as disciples. However, upon Hongjun revealing their shared destiny, the three purities, having indeed calculated their connection, consented to accept him as their master. As for Nuwa, she readily agreed when Hongjun made his proposal, thereby securing a protector for herself and her brother, preventing them from being bullied by the three clans in the wilderness. Nevertheless, she made a request for Hongjun to also take Fushi as a disciple, which Hongjun declined, citing the absence of a master-disciple bond and the relatively modest fortune associated with Fushi. He did, however, agree that Fushi could listen in during his teachings. This arrangement, while lacking the formal title of master and disciple, still bore the essence of such a relationship, allowing for rapid enhancement of cultivation with Hongjun's guidance. Moreover, with her own capabilities, it was an agreeable compromise. After reaching the great Luo Golden Immortal stage, further advancement would not be a simple endeavor, especially with the onset of the impending calamity, wherein the heavenly Tao would suppress many beings in the wilderness, preventing them from breaking through to the quasi-saint realm. Those who had already attained the quasi-saint realm would face no such restrictions, nor would those below that level. Only those at the late stage of great Luo Golden Immortal would be hindered from advancing to quasi-saintship. Of course, this limitation could be overcome with sufficient merit, enabling one to forcibly break through to the quasi-saint realm through the accumulation of merit. Previously, the commotion caused by Xuantian and his companions had indeed drawn the attention of Xuantian. Yet he had no time to spare on such matters. Instead, he remained within the five, engrossed in meditation and comprehension of the indestructible principles, deeming the unfolding events unworthy of his involvement, reserving his participation for the end of the calamity. At this juncture, Xuantian sensed a peculiar force emerging in the wilderness. The instant he perceived this force, he understood it to be calamity energy, capable of clouding the intellect of living beings, rendering those caught within the calamity incapable of rational thought and prone to foolish actions. As he sensed the calamity energy, it surged into his body, leading Xuantian to realize that he too was ensnared within the calamity. This revelation cast a grave expression upon Xuantian's countenance, while being caught in the calamity did not overly concern him. Given his existence as a manifestation of the innate spiritual treasure, nearly immortal. He was apprehensive about losing his rationality amidst the calamity and committing reckless acts that could ensnare him in karmic debts, ultimately hindering his ascent to higher realms. Should he fail to attain sainthood, it was only a matter of time before he would perish by the machinations of Hongjun or the heavenly Tao. Consequently, Xuantian sought to expel the calamity energy from his body. However, before he could take action, the Hongmeng Liangtian within him erupted with waves of purple light, merging into Xuantian's primordial spirit, instantly nullifying the effects of the calamity energy and restoring his clarity. Chapter 57. The battle for survival following the movement of the Hongmeng Liangtian, the 12th rank creation Green Lotus, and the 12th rank annihilation Black Lotus. Two supreme, innate spiritual treasures capable of suppressing fortunes. Also emitted radiant lights, merging into Xuantian's primordial spirit, ensuring that the calamity energy could no longer exert any influence over him. That it was unexpected that such treasures, capable of suppressing fortunes, possess such capabilities. No wonder countless beings in the wilderness sought to seize these treasures that could govern destiny. Once the calamity could no longer affect him, Xuantian felt liberated from any reservations and continued to delve into the comprehension of the indestructible laws. The great calamity represents both a crisis and an opportunity. After the onset of the calamity, Xuantian could sense the laws of the primordial world with unprecedented clarity. Indeed, the calamity is an evolution of the heavenly Tao. As the calamity unfolds, the heavenly Tao continuously shifts, rendering the laws ever more lucid. At this juncture, understanding the laws becomes significantly easier, and such a fortuitous opportunity is one that Xuantian would not let slip by. He promptly began to grasp the indestructible laws, eager to enhance his perception of them. Currently, his cultivation is considerably inferior to that of Hongjun and Lotus, who have both reached the pinnacle of quasi-saint mid-stage, while he has just recently broken through to quasi-saint intermediate stage. With a long journey still ahead to reach the mid-stage limit, Xuantian dared not allow Hongjun to gain too much of an advantage, fearing that he might fall victim to Hongjun's schemes and be unable to achieve the Hunyuan Daoyuo Jingxian realm. As Xuantian commenced his training, both Hongjun and Lotus were in seclusion, also honing their skills. Now that the great calamity had begun, it would soon be time for their decisive battle, whether it be Hongjun or Lotus. Both aspired to break through to quasi-saint late stage before the clash commenced. The one who achieved this breakthrough first would emerge as the ultimate victor. Initially, both Hongjun and Lu believed that their heightened fortunes would suffice for them to ascend to quasi-saint late stage. However, they soon discovered that such fortune was woefully inadequate for that leap. Nonetheless, they were not without progress. The increased fortune, while insufficient for a full breakthrough, had placed them on the threshold of quasi-saint late stage. Having reached this realm, both Hongjun and Lotus could be deemed to have reached their limits within this calamity, and any further elevation would have to wait until the calamity's conclusion, given that they could not enhance their cultivation at this time. Their focus shifted to hastening the calamity's resolution. The three clans had recently collaborated, and with the knowledge that the demon clan was eyeing them covetously, they were unlikely to engage in conflict at this time, lest they unwittingly benefit the demon clan. However, some matters were beyond the willingness of the Ancestor dragon and others, and thus conflicts among the three clans erupted under the covert machinations of Hongjun and Lotus, resulting in numerous casualties. Yet, those who perished were primarily of lower cultivation, while the elite disciples of the three clans, even those of the Tai Jingxian realm, remained unscathed due to the clan leader's orders. Clearly, you do not intend to leave our dragon clan any opportunity for survival. That if that is the case, do not blame me for being ungracious. That I, the Ancestor dragon, and the dragon clan are not to be trifled with. As he gazed towards the west, a glint of cold light flashed in the Ancestor dragon's eyes, and with a flicker, he vanished from his location, reappearing outside the immortal volcano. That moment, apart from the Phoenix Ancestor. No one else since the Ancestor dragon's arrival. Ancestor dragon, what brings you to our immortal volcano today? The Phoenix Ancestor inquired. Shall we form an alliance? An alliance against the demon clan, perhaps? Indeed, we three clans must unite against the demon clan. It is evident that Lotus will not spare us. Even with our utmost efforts to suppress him, we cannot maintain this for long. Eventually, a great battle will erupt, and I trust you do not wish to let the demon clan take advantage of our discord. Since they will not relent, Why not join forces to obliterate the demon clan? Very well, let us unite. Come, we shall seek the Kirin Ancestor now, since Luohu was unwilling to grant the three clans any respite. He would not remain idle while the demon clan ultimately profited. Even at the cost of their own decline, the three clans would ensure that the demon clan would not thrive. The Phoenix Ancestor and the Ancestor Dragon, aware of the situation, understood that the Kirin Ancestor would also recognize their lack of alternatives. If they wished to avoid annihilation, they must eradicate the demon clan. They promptly agreed to join forces against the demon clan. After reaching this accord, the Ancestor Dragon and the others dispersed to rally their respective clans for the impending final confrontation. The experts from the three clans swiftly congregated, creating a palpable tension throughout the primordial realm. Numerous rogue cultivators began to speculate about the intentions of the three clans. Were they on the brink of a decisive battle? If so, it would be prudent for them to distance themselves, as the clash among the three clans would be beyond their capacity to partake in, and any misstep could lead to their demise amidst the calamity. They aspired to ascend to higher realms and did not wish to perish in the turmoil. However, not all rogue cultivators shunned participation. Many ambitious individuals sought to seize the opportunity to significantly enhance their power. Hongjun had initially thought that persuading the Ancestor Dragon and others to confront the demon clan would not be an easy task. Requiring considerable time and scheming, to his surprise, the Ancestor Dragon and others harbored such deep resentment towards the demon clan that they acted swiftly. Without hesitation, he extended invitations to the Inyang Ancestor and others for assistance in slaying Luo. Hongjun promised that if they aided him in eliminating Luo, all treasures in Luohu's possession would belong to them, and upon success, he would also assist them in dealing with Xuantian, ensuring his demise as well. At this moment, Luohu had incurred the enmity of the three clans, and with the Ancestor Dragon leading the charge alongside the elite of the three clans, the task of slaying Luohu would not be insurmountable. Luohu possessed three innate supreme treasures, two of which were instruments of slaughter, and one that served both offense and defense. Acquiring any of these treasures would significantly bolster their strength. Given that Luohu's death was a certainty, they would naturally act upon the opportunity to claim his innate supreme treasures, for such treasures were exceedingly rare. Should they miss this chance, they would have no idea when another opportunity might arise to acquire an innate supreme treasure. This was likely their only chance in a lifetime. Thus, the Inyang Ancestor and others would not relinquish this opportunity, and they swiftly responded to Hongjun's call, heading to the agreed-upon location. Chapter 58. Clan Leader, let us go. The commotion stirred by the Ancestor Dragon and others was quite significant, and Xuantian sensed it with great delight. The opportunity he had awaited for so long had finally arrived that he was uncertain whether he would gain any merit from this, but such merit could allow him to generate several more prohibitions. Naturally, Xuantian hoped to manifest as many as 48 prohibitions, achieving the pinnacle of innate spiritual treasures, making his path to quasi-saint late stage exceedingly effortless. The ruckus caused by the Ancestor Dragon and others was indeed quite pronounced, and both Hongjun and Xuantian sensed it, realizing that the time for the three clans to confront the demon clan had come. They had not forgotten Xuantian's previous words and decided to cease their seclusion. Appearing before him to inquire about when they would head to the battlefield, that my fellow Taoists, you have arrived at the perfect moment. Let us proceed to the Western Territories. The center of the primordial realm will soon be there. Very well. Thus, Xuantian led Xuantian and Hongjun towards the battlefield. Initially, Xuantian thought that few beings would dare approach the battleground, fearing entanglement in the calamity. However, upon exiting the five, he realized he had underestimated the innate beings that had emerged since the dawn of creation. The number of beings heading towards the battlefield exceeded his expectations. As they sensed the impending confrontation between the three clans and the demon clan, it seemed that many in the primordial realm were astutely aware that the battle between the three clans and the demon clan would result in significant casualties. With careful consideration, they could secure considerable benefits regardless of the outcome, enhancing their combat prowess, and witnessing the clash of powerful beings would greatly benefit their future cultivation. With a stroke of luck, they might even glean insights into a new divine ability. At this moment, Xuantian and Hongjun felt a wave of relief, grateful that Xuantian had brought them along. Otherwise, they would have missed this grand event and risked being surpassed by their peers. Under Xuantian's guidance, the three soon found themselves not far from the Ancestor Dragon and others. From the outset, Xuantian took great care to conceal his presence, confident that aside from Luhu and Hongjun, no one would detect him. Even for those two, discovering Xuantian's whereabouts would not be an easy task. Xuantian had no intention of participating in the battle between the three clans and the Demon Clan, at least not without seeing a clear benefit. His primary purpose for attending was to gain merit, and ideally, to acquire one of the 4 exterminating swords that he harbored profound apprehension towards this primordial realm's most formidable killing array. If possible, it would be best if such an array did not manifest in the primordial realm again. Who would have thought that you 3 possess such audacity to seek trouble with our Demon Clan? You Demon Clan have already bullied us to this extent, even attempting to annihilate our 3 clans. If we do not take action now, who knows how much more you would oppress us? Luo Ho, at this juncture, let us dispense with any further trivialities. Today marks either the annihilation of your demonic kin or the demise of our dragon lineage, along with the Phoenix and Chilin clans. Kill! As the words of the Ancestor dragon resonated, numerous disciples of the dragon race, alongside the Ancestor dragon himself, revealed their true forms and surged forth towards the Demon Clan. Witnessing this, the Phoenix Ancestor and others were equally resolute, manifesting their Phoenix forms and unleashing the sacred flames of the Phoenix upon Luo Ho and his ilk. The overall strength of the Demon Clan paled in comparison to any of the 3 clans. And by vanquishing Luo Ho, the demise of the Demon Clan would be inevitable. Yet could they truly slay the Demon Ancestor? They must, for otherwise they themselves would not escape death today, that it remained uncertain whether it was a prearranged strategy or mere coincidence. But from amongst the dragons, phoenixes, and Chilins, a venerable elder of quasi-holy rank emerged, approaching Luo Ho with a menacing countenance, declaring, "Luo Ho, prepare to meet your end." In that instant, the 3 elders detonated themselves, unleashing a formidable force that surged forth to strike Luo Ho. In a heartbeat, the space surrounding Luo Ho shattered, and the overwhelming power of destruction wreaked havoc in every direction, creating a significant breach in the primordial realm as chaotic energy poured forth from the void, incessantly infiltrating the primordial landscape and ravaging the surrounding spiritual veins. Previously, the Phoenix Ancestor and the others had received the 3 elders' telepathic warnings and had not advanced further, opting instead for a swift retreat. The self-detonation of the 3 had not impacted the 3 clans. Well, I did not expect you to impart a lesson so soon, revealing to me your attitude towards life and death battles that I had previously underestimated your resolve. However, that shall not be the case moving forward. Luo Ho, in the blink of an eye, summoned the shattered fragments of the creation jade disc, an innate treasure. While he could not completely withstand the entirety of the self-detonation, he managed to mitigate most of it. Only a fraction of that force struck him, inflicting minor wounds. Fortunately, this slight injury did not significantly affect Luo Ho. With a flicker of thought, the 4 swords of extermination manifested beside him, aiming to form the extermination sword array to ensnare the Ancestor dragon and the others within its confines. Clan leader, this Luo Ho is protected by an innate treasure. To harm him, we must first breach its defenses. Allow us to undertake this task, clan leader. Henceforth, the Dragon Clan, Phoenix Clan, Chilin Clan shall be entrusted to you as these words were spoken. Elder after elder from the 3 clans stepped forward, fully aware that conventional methods would be utterly futile against the innate treasure's defenses. They resolved to employ extreme measures to breach this formidable barrier, for the innate treasure was not invincible and could indeed be shattered, albeit at a considerable cost in that moment. They were willing to pay any price. Without waiting for the Ancestor Dragon's consent, the elders charged towards Luo Ho, unleashing their most potent powers and self-detonation to breach the defenses of the innate treasure. Should this method fail, they would truly be left with no choice but to await their demise. In an instant, the space surrounding Luo Ho was continually fractured, the earth itself being devastated, as chaotic energy erupted from the void, infiltrating the nearby spiritual veins and wreaking havoc upon the subterranean ley lines of the Western realm. It was impossible to ascertain how many ley lines had been obliterated in that moment. The destruction of numerous ley lines not only caused the spiritual energy of the Western realm to dissipate into the chaotic void, where it was consumed and transformed into chaotic essence, but this conflict wrought far more devastation than merely that the entire Western domain was affected. As ley lines crumbled, all flora began to wither and turn yellow. Even the innate spiritual roots suffered the same fate. The previous onslaught had inflicted immense harm upon the Western realm, and the road to recovery would span countless millennia, and even then, full restoration remained uncertain. Such devastation inevitably drew forth a multitude of karmic repercussions for both the three clans and Luo Ho. The self-detonating dragon elders had already been scattered in spirit, a portion of their karmic burden dissipating with their essence, while the remainder fell upon their kin, weakening their clan's fortune and burdening their descendants with considerable karmic weight. Dao Xian and the others sacrificed their corporeal forms, primordial spirits, and any postnatal treasures they possessed, leaving nothing behind in their bid to shatter the defenses of the creation jade disk fragments. Yet the defensive capability of the creation jade disk fragments proved to be extraordinarily formidable. Even the self-detonation of the three elders failed to break through its defenses. Of course, Luo Ho was not completely unscathed. The tremendous force of the self-detonation produced shockwaves that penetrated his protective barrier, inflicting further injury upon him. The madness exhibited by the three clan elders instilled a profound fear among the demon disciples, who had not anticipated such reckless actions from their supposed allies. They dared not approach Luo Ho, for the risk of being caught in the aftermath of the quasi-holy self-detonations was too great. Furthermore, their current cultivation levels left them incapable of approaching Luo Ho without facing obliteration from the residual force. The frenzy of the elders also ignited a spark of determination within the other disciples of the three clans. They recognized that the time had come for their own survival, that if they wished to endure and ensure their descendants were not subjected to servitude, they had no choice but to fight with all they had, lest they doom their progeny and kin to a dismal fate. With this realization, a chorus of furious roars erupted from the ranks of the three clans as they charged towards the demon disciples. The demon disciples, already inferior in strength to the three clans, found themselves overwhelmed as the latter surged forth with an unstoppable momentum, pressing the demons into retreat. Observing the relentless slaughter of his demon kin, Luo Ho's expression darkened considerably. He had not anticipated that the race he had created would be so woefully ineffectual. Summoning the heavenly demon tower from a distance, he unleashed a torrent of black mist that inundated the bodies of the demon disciples. With the aid of this dark energy, the eyes of the demon disciples turned crimson, their auras becoming increasingly malevolent, their faces contorted into grotesque smiles. The hunt was officially underway, in the midst of this transformation. The bodies of the demon disciples became ethereal, morphing into flickering phantoms that darted through the ranks of the three clans' disciples. Each disciple touched by these phantoms suffered excruciating pain, as if subjected to some torturous ordeal, leaving the onlookers visibly shaken, puzzled by the nature of such a terrifying power. Their strength was not significantly greater than that of the fighting disciples from the three clans, and should these disciples fail to withstand the assault, the consequences for the onlookers would surely be dire, akin to the wretched fate of their comrades now screaming in agony. Xuantian, do you comprehend the nature of this technique employed by the demon disciples, and how we might counter it? Both Xin Yuanzi and Hongjun, witnessing this phenomenon, found themselves at a loss for a countermeasure, though this uncertainty stemmed from their lack of first-hand experience with such a technique. Had they experienced it directly, they would likely have devised a response swiftly. This appears to be the demon clan's devouring divine ability. To counter such a technique, the most effective method is to employ pure yang divine powers, which serve as the demon's nemesis, capable of neutralizing most of their abilities. Should you encounter demon disciples in the future, simply wielding the pure yang divine powers will allow you to dispatch them with ease. Furthermore, should you gain any merits in the future, summoning those merits will deter these demons from approaching. Upon hearing these words, both Xin Yuanzi and Hongjun felt a wave of relief wash over them. They were well versed in the pure yang divine powers and would not find themselves in perilous situations when facing the demon clan. Initially, the three clan elders had indeed caught Luo Ho off guard. Yet he quickly regained his composure. The four swords of extermination, under his command, surged towards the elders, while the innate treasure, the god-slaying spear, was also summoned into his grasp. With relentless strikes, powerful soul-harming forces erupted from the spear, targeting those who sought to self-detonate. This soul-harming force was particularly effective against primordial spirits, and given Luo Ho's full exertion, the elders were ill-equipped to withstand it. They could only watch helplessly as the soul-harming energy penetrated their essence. Thwarting their attempts at self-detonation, as Luo Ho observed the self-detonations of the elders being interrupted, he felt a slight sense of relief. Their reckless fervor was alarming. Should they continue unabated, even with the protection of innate treasures, he would inevitably sustain significant injuries. Subsequently, Luo Ho resolved to wield the god-slaying spear with the intent of slaying the elders, for if they were not eliminated, they would undoubtedly persist in their self-destructive actions. Luo Ho, you shall not harm our kin. As they spoke, the Ancestor dragon and the others unleashed their most formidable techniques upon Luo Ho. Previously, it had been the elders fighting for their clan. Now, it was their turn to stand and defend. Extermination Sword Array, arise. Luo Ho has always been acutely aware of the most formidable means at his disposal. From the very beginning, he intended to set up the Extermination Sword Array, ensnaring the likes of Zhu Long and other quasi-saints within its confines. Once these individuals were trapped within the Extermination Sword Array, eliminating them would be a trivial endeavor. However, the previous self-detonations of the elders had thwarted his opportunity to establish the array. Now, with those elders effectively halted and Zhu Long and his companions approaching them, this moment presented the ideal opportunity to orchestrate the formation that Zhu Long and his allies understood that an array crafted with innate treasures would possess tremendous might. Yet, Luo Ho's insatiable greed led him to entrap so many individuals within the formation. This made it exceedingly challenging for the array to function effectively that Zhu Long and his peers would certainly not believe that their combined strength of nearly 30 quasi-saints could not dismantle the array. Chapter 60. It is our turn to take the stage. Those trapped within the Extermination Sword Array, including Zhu Long, remained unperturbed, and those disciples from the three clans who were not ensnared had even less reason for concern. After all, they were even less familiar with the array's potency than Zhu Long himself. Had they known that the Extermination Sword Array was hailed as the foremost killing formation of the Primordial era, they would never have dared to become ensnared within it. This array, renowned as the deadliest of all, was not something they could hope to breach. Once Zhu Long and his companions were ensnared within the Extermination Sword Array, Hongjun and his associates ceased to conceal their presence, emerging from the void. Upon sensing the terrifying murderous intent emanating from the Extermination Sword Array, the expressions of the infinite Ancestor and others turned gravely serious. The sheer killing intent radiating from the array was enough to instill a sense of trepidation, and the power of that malevolence within the array was undoubtedly far more potent, potentially eradicating them with ease. Before Hongjun could utter a word, Luo Ho began to activate the Extermination Sword Array, the most formidable killing formation of the primordial realm. Instantly, the heavens and earth shifted in hue, the sun and moon dimmed, and boundless murderous aura burst forth from the Extermination Sword Array, obliterating everything in its vicinity and leaving only the array itself suspended in the void. Sensing the horrific aura emitted by the Extermination Sword Array, the disciples of the three clans were filled with apprehension. Was the power of this formation not excessively terrifying? Could their leaders truly emerge from it unscathed? In that moment, their previous confidence dissipated, replaced by worry that if their leaders could not survive the array, what would become of them? What do you think? Do you still believe that your leaders and elders can emerge alive from the Extermination Sword Array? It is impossible. They cannot escape. Do you not understand that the Extermination Sword Array before you is the foremost killing formation of the primordial era? It is utterly inconceivable for anyone to emerge alive from within. If you wish to avoid death, I suggest you surrender now. Considering your formidable cultivation, we could allow you to join the demon clan. Absolutely not, regardless of whether the leaders and elders can survive the Extermination Sword Array. You demons must not be allowed to live any longer. With that declaration, the disciples of the three clans surged once more towards the multitude of demon disciples, intent on eliminating them entirely. At this juncture, the demon disciples who had reached the quasi-saint realm had already entered the Extermination Sword Array to maintain its operation. Otherwise, they would be unable to slay Zhu Long and the others. Hongjun, do you comprehend the intricacies of the Extermination Sword Array, the foremost killing formation of the primordial realm? My friends, Hongjun reassured them, you need not be overly concerned that I am well aware of the array's might. It is indeed exceedingly powerful, being the foremost killing formation of the primordial realm. However, it is not insurmountable. To dismantle the array is not a daunting task for us. We merely need to locate the 4 extermination swords and remove them from the array's gate to dispel the extermination sword array. Moreover, at this moment, Zhu Long and his companions were already ensnared within the extermination sword array. That it would not be an easy feat for Luo Ho to utilize the array to obliterate them. Even if he could, the array's power would be significantly diminished, and at that point, we would certainly be able to dismantle the extermination sword array and slay Luo Ho. Hongjun maintained a commendable reputation among the Infinite Ancestor and others, for he had never plotted against them, leading them to trust his words. With their strength, dismantling the extermination sword array would not pose a challenge to my friend Infinite. Here is the 12th grade Merit Golden Lotus, a top-tier, innate spiritual treasure. Its defensive capabilities are unparalleled, rivaling even innate treasures. With this supreme treasure to shield you, even should Luo Ho activate the extermination sword array, it would not be a simple matter for him to inflict harm upon you. Please take it for your use. Thus, the 4 of them were now fortified by innate treasures. Thank you. Hongjun. Previously, Infinite Ancestor had harbored concerns for his safety, being the only one without protective treasures while the other 3 were shielded by innate artifacts. He feared that upon entering the extermination sword array, he might not survive. However, with the 12th grade Merit Golden Lotus now safeguarding him, he felt an unwavering confidence in his ability to endure within the array. Meanwhile, Qian Kuan Ancestor and Yin Yang Ancestor, witnessing Hongjun's generosity, grew even more convinced of his character. Regrettably, these 2 were unaware that they were destined to encounter calamity, their minds clouded by the tribulation's influence. Otherwise, how could they have placed such trust in Hongjun over such trivial matters? Meanwhile, upon their entrapment within the extermination sword array, Luo Ho commanded the Tian Mo and others to exert their utmost efforts in activating the formation, scattering Zhu Long and his companions across its various corners to prevent them from congregating. Powerful sword energies, forged from the purest innate killing aura, surged forth to strike at Zhu Long and the others. These killing sword energies were exceedingly formidable, and under Luo Ho's command, they could effortlessly slay those at the mid-quasi-saint level. Naturally, dealing with Zhu Long and his companions, who had not yet attained that level, posed no difficulty. Every individual targeted by Luo Ho met their demise within the extermination sword array. However, these individuals were not without resolve. In their final moments, they retaliated fiercely, self-detonating to weaken the power of the extermination sword array and strive for the survival of their kin. Thus, shortly after Zhu Long and the others entered the array, the resounding explosions echoed forth, diminishing the killing aura within the formation. Previously, they had been unable to perceive the array's situation, relying solely on their innate treasures for meager protection. Now, however, they could sense the array's dynamics, and at least the location of the 4 extermination swords was now apparent to Zhu Long and his companions. Without hesitation, upon sensing the location of the 4 extermination swords, Zhu Long and his allies hastened towards it, intent on seizing these swords that if their conjecture was correct, the 4 extermination swords constituted the very essence of the extermination sword array to by retrieving them. The array would be rendered ineffective, its power drastically diminished, thus simplifying their task of dismantling the formation. Outside, Hongjun and the others observed the resounding explosions within the extermination sword array, noting the consequent weakening of its power. The once pitch-black primordial realm began to glimmer with a hint of light as the killing aura diminished at my friends. The power of the extermination sword array has been significantly reduced and it is time for us to enter and dismantle the formation. Otherwise, matters may become increasingly complicated. Chapter 61. The Battle of Good and Evil Among the 4. Hongjun possessed the highest cultivation and the most innate treasures. Thus they were naturally inclined to heed his command. Stepping forth, they entered the extermination sword array. Hongjun, you have finally arrived, that I have awaited your presence for a long time. Upon hearing this, an ominous premonition stirred within Hongjun. Could it be that he had fallen into Luo Ho's scheme? Yet, what could Luo Ho possibly do against him? In the next moment, Hongjun comprehended the nature of Luo Ho's machinations. Under Luo Ho's manipulation, fragments of the creation jade plate fused into the extermination sword array, enhancing its defensive capabilities significantly. To this juncture, It was impossible for Yin-Yang Ancestor to utilize the Taiji diagram, an innate treasure, to connect to the exterior of the array and thus gain entry freely. Moreover, Luo Ho's tactics extended beyond this. In the next instant, Hongjun sensed a torrent of spiritual energy surging into the extermination sword array, propelling its power to its zenith. Luo Ho, have you lost your mind? How dare you harness the extermination sword array to devour such copious spiritual veins? Do you not comprehend the consequences of your actions? In an instant, having devoured such an abundance of spiritual veins, the ley lines of the West have been significantly stirred. The destruction of these ley lines will swiftly weaken the spiritual energy in the Western realm. Thus, today, even if Luo Hu manages to slay them, he will be ensnared by karma, making it exceedingly challenging for him to ascend to a higher realm that at the very least. It is impossible for Luo Hu to break through to the late stage of quasi-saint immediately after the great calamity. Considering the karma he currently bears, achieving a breakthrough to the late stage of quasi-saint within 50,000 years would already be an extraordinary feat. Madness overtakes me. I have lost my sanity. I once believed that our competition was fair, yet it turns out that from the very beginning, you were destined to be the victor. That I, Luo Hu, refuse to accept this, but alas, you, Hongjun, are sheltered by the heavenly Tao. It is impossible for me to surpass you. However, the heavenly Tao has underestimated my resolve. Even if I cannot defeat you, I can certainly vex you. Hongjun, you have achieved sanctification so swiftly. Had it not been for this situation, with the aid of others, Hongjun would have easily dismantled the Excalibur array and slain him. Subsequently, bolstered by immense fortune, he would swiftly elevate his cultivation, and it would not be long before he attained sanctification, becoming the first saint after the creation of heaven and earth. Eventually, with the assistance of the heavenly Tao, he would merge with it, becoming the master of the primordial chaos. Yet now, the Excalibur array is intertwined with the ley lines of the West, and has consumed a significant portion of those veins. Consequently, some of the karma will also fall upon Hongjun for engaging with Luo, who at this moment necessitates bearing a portion of that karma. More importantly, Hongjun's attempt to dismantle the Excalibur array will surely damage many ley lines, thereby ensnaring him in karma and greatly hindering his cultivation speed. He shall not find peace, and neither shall Hongjun enjoy respite. Regrettably, his actions will only prolong the time it takes for Hongjun to attain sanctification, but they cannot prevent it. How wonderful it would be if I could truly stop Hongjun from achieving that status. Luo Hu, you truly deserve death. Hongjun gazes fiercely at Luo Hu, harboring a hatred so profound that he yearns to see Luo Hu suffer 1,000 deaths. Humph, you wish to kill me. Hongjun, you are still lacking to as he speaks. Luo Hu channels all his strength into the Excalibur array, conjuring waves of lethal sword energy directed at Hongjun and the others, certainly not sparing the likes of Zhu Long. At this moment, Hongjun and his companions have entered the formation, rendering it unnecessary to spare Zhu Long and the others. Luo Hu does not desire any interference from Zhu Long while contending with Hongjun and his companions. Observing the lethal sword energy approaching, Hongjun and his companions exhibit little concern. With a mere thought, they summon their defensive treasures, encasing themselves within. With the protection of these treasures, attempting to slay Hongjun and his companions becomes a formidable task. However, Zhu Long and the others are not as fortunate. Confronted by a multitude of lethal sword energies, 3 quasi-saints from the 3 clans, aside from the 3 leaders of Zhu Long who possess postnatal treasures, are swiftly slain by the onslaught of sword energy. Yin-Yang Daoist quickly utilized the innate treasure, the Taiji diagram, to stabilize this formation. Upon hearing Hongjun's prompt, the Yin-Yang Ancestor hesitates not a moment, summoning the Taiji diagram, transforming it into a golden bridge that appears within the Excalibur array. The moment the golden bridge manifests, Luo, who senses the Excalibur array being forcibly stabilized, that he hurriedly performs a series of hand seals, integrating them into the Excalibur array to restore its operation. Yet, this restoration is markedly slower than before, encountering considerable obstruction. With the Yin-Yang Ancestor's interference, Hongjun and his companions swiftly locate the 4 Excalibur swords, stepping forward to grasp the swords before them. Stop. At this juncture, the celestial demon and others can no longer conceal themselves, appearing before the array gate and summoning numerous lethal sword energies to strike at Hongjun and his companions, aiming to drive them back. However, with the protection of their innate treasures, Hongjun and his companions remain unfazed by the incoming sword energies. Hongjun, in particular, not only disregards these energies but also summons the Pagoda banner, swiftly wielding it to conjure chaotic sword energies directed at the celestial demon. Seeing this, the celestial demon promptly summons the celestial demon tower to shield himself. The celestial demon tower, a formidable postnatal treasure, successfully deflects Hongjun's attacks, leaving the celestial demon unscathed. Yet the celestial demon tower, being a postnatal treasure, pales in comparison to innate treasures. After withstanding a few attacks, it begins to show signs of damage. With cracks appearing on its surface, it is evident that it can withstand only a few more assaults before shattering, at which point the celestial demon cannot escape death. Hongjun's strength far surpasses his own, leaving the celestial demon with no viable options but to continuously summon lethal sword energies to strike at Hongjun. Do you think mere sword energies can harm me? How naive. Relying on the protection of the shattered piece of the creation jade dish, Hongjun wholly ignores the celestial demon's attacks and unleashes a barrage of sword energies using the Pagoda banner against the celestial demon. The sword energies conjured by Hongjun are far more potent and numerous than those summoned by the celestial demon. Soon, the celestial demon finds himself overwhelmed by the chaotic sword energies, on the brink of death beneath their relentless assault. Fortunately, in this dire moment, Luo, who appears before Hongjun, wielding the innate treasure, the god-slaying spear, to deflect the multitude of attacks aimed at Hongjun subsequently. Both Luo, Hu, and the celestial demon launch their full offensive against Hongjun. Chapter 62. Preparing for battle. Among the four, Luo, Hu regards Hongjun with the utmost caution. Even if the other three can locate the array gate, they lack the capability to seize the sword resting upon in the next instant. Reality delivers a harsh blow to Luo, Hu. Just as he materializes beside the celestial demon, he senses that his immortal trapping sword has been taken, significantly weakening the Excalibur array due to its absence. Luo, Hu, you underestimate the power of the Taiji diagram, an innate treasure. Remember, this treasure once aided the great Pangu in the creation of heaven and earth. It is far from ordinary if to validate his words. Hongjun exerts himself fully, wielding the Pagoda banner to conjure a more formidable chaotic sword energy aimed at Luo, Hu. The might of this chaotic sword energy is such that even with all his might directed into the god-slaying spear, Luo, Hu cannot completely fend it off, being driven back several steps by the force of the chaotic energy. What a cunning plan. This time, I admit defeat, having underestimated others. Had he not previously underestimated the Yin-Yang Ancestor and others, and instead focused all his strength on them the moment they entered the Excalibur array, utilizing his strength combined with the array's assistance, slaying the Yin-Yang Ancestor and others would have posed little difficulty. Hongjun will not allow himself to become complacent due to Luo, Hu's admission of defeat. Until Luo, Hu is utterly vanquished, Hongjun will maintain his vigilance. Once more, he swings the innate treasure, the Pagoda banner, towards Luo, Hu, seeking to eliminate him. However, in the next moment, Hongjun sees Luo, Hu vanish alongside the celestial demon, along with the immortal trapping sword. Luo, Hu's speed is simply astonishing. Before Hongjun can react, both Luo, Hu and the sword have disappeared without a trace. Luo, Hu's opponent. Hongjun is well aware of Luo, Hu's nature. Upon witnessing Luo, Hu's disappearance, he inwardly realizes the gravity of the situation and channels all his power into the creation jade dish, surrounding himself in its protective embrace. Simultaneously, he summons back the 12th rank merit golden lotus, which he had previously entrusted to the Wuyi Ancestor, placing it beneath his feet, radiating waves of spiritual light. Even with two treasures shielding him, Hongjun feels it inadequate and hastily summons all his defensive spiritual treasures. Having entered the Excalibur array, once the Wuyi Ancestor and others stepped inside, survival became impossible. Thus, Hongjun feels no need to hold back. Originally, the Wuyi Ancestor was the weakest among the four, and now lacking the protection of the 12th rank merit golden lotus, the Wuyi Ancestor's predicament is worse than that of Zhu Long and the others, who at least have powerful postnatal treasures for protection. Hongjun, what do you mean by this? Why summon back the 12th rank Merit Golden Lotus at this critical moment? You despicable villain! Do not forget that we entered the Excalibur array to assist you. How can you justify this action? Without the protection of the 12th rank Merit Golden Lotus, he cannot survive within the Excalibur array. Does Hongjun wish for him to perish within? Unfortunately, just as the Wuyi Ancestor finishes his words, he is inundated by a torrent of lethal sword energies. Faced with the onslaught of over 1,000 lethal sword energies, the Wuyi Ancestor possesses no capacity to resist, swiftly meeting his end as he is obliterated into ashes. The tragic demise of the Wuyi Ancestor instills deep concern in the Yin-Yang Ancestor and the Qianquan Ancestor, who dread that they may be the next to fall. The matters concerning the immeasurable Ancestor made the two individuals hesitant to place their trust in Hongjun any longer. Fearing that he might turn against them and lead them to their demise within the Extermination Sword Array, at this juncture, they had resolved in their hearts that once they had diminished the might of the Extermination Sword Array, they would no longer concern themselves with Hongjun and would swiftly depart from the array to avoid perishing there, for they had no desire to meet their end in such a manner. The Ancestor of Yin-Yang and the Ancestor of Qinquan joined forces, and soon they managed to retrieve the Extermination Sword, leaving only the slaying immortal sword within the array. At that moment, Luoho harbored a deep-seated animosity towards both the Ancestor of Yin-Yang and the Ancestor of Qinquan, for they had so egregiously disrupted his plans, significantly weakening the power of the Extermination Sword Array. Otherwise, the one to suffer defeat today would not have necessarily been him, but he now found himself incapable of slaying Hongjun. Yet he vowed to exact vengeance upon the ancestors of Qinquan and Yin-Yang. Furthermore, both of these individuals possessed innate treasures, and should he acquire them, he would have another chance to rise anew. Subsequently, Luoho unleashed the full force of the Extermination Sword Array, igniting it in a cataclysmic explosion. The overwhelming power of the blast proved insurmountable even for the ancestors of Qinquan and Yin-Yang, who, despite their innate treasures, perished in that self-detonation, their souls scattering into nothingness. After Hongjun and the others entered the Extermination Sword Array, Xuantian emerged from the void, accompanied by two fellow Taoists. He cautioned them to keep their distance, for a terrifying battle was about to unfold, and he could not guarantee their safety. The Taoist Xuantian, upon hearing this, inquired why he did not simply retreat further himself. Xuantian replied that he sought something crucial within this vicinity, and should he wander too far, it could slip from his grasp. Moreover, he possessed two innate treasures for protection, making his survival a matter of little difficulty. Observing Xuantian's resolute demeanor, Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun chose not to voice any objections and swiftly retreated. Xuantian was a foremost expert in the wilderness, well known among many, and upon his appearance, onlookers instinctively distanced themselves to avoid incurring his wrath. As Xuantian stood outside the Extermination Sword Array, he remained vigilant. The 12th grade Primal Chaos Azure Lotus manifested at his feet, radiating brilliant spiritual light to shield him, while the Eastern Azure Lotus treasure flag was raised above his head, fluttering continuously. With these two treasures guarding him, Xuantian was confident that even Luoho's self-detonation of the Extermination Sword Array would not easily harm him. Yet, he deemed this insufficient and summoned the Hongmeng Measuring Ruler, an innate treasure of merit, into his grasp to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. Nearby, Laozi and his companions observed the Hongmeng Measuring Ruler in Xuantian's hand, their eyes flashing with astonishment. They had not anticipated this treasure of merit would fall into his possession. Could it be that Xuantian was also a descendant of Pangu? Otherwise, how could this treasure, forged from the merit of the creation, come to rest in his hands? However, this notion was quickly dismissed by them, for they were certain that Xuantian was not a descendant of Pangu. Though Xuantian's cultivation far surpassed theirs, they would have sensed the Pangu aura emanating from him had he shared that lineage. The absence of any such aura indicated that Xuantian could not possibly be a descendant of Pangu. Thus, the question arose, how had he acquired this treasure of merit? They themselves had been in pursuit of it without any leads, and logically, as descendants of Pangu, they should have had the greatest chance of discovering it. If possible, they all wished to approach Xuantian and inquire about how he had come into possession of such a treasure. However, considering Xuantian's imposing presence, Laozi and his companions lacked the courage to approach him. As disciples of Hongjun, They were already aware of Xuantian's formidable cultivation, which had reached the mid-stage of quasi-saint, far exceeding their own. Even someone of Xuantian's caliber felt the necessity to summon 2 defensive treasures for protection. If they were in his place, even with the unparalleled defensive innate treasure, the heavenly yellow Linglong Tower, they could not confidently assert their survival. Not long after Xuantian appeared outside the extermination sword array, its power began to wane. Soon, Xuantian sensed a surge of violence emanating from the array and realized the peril, prompting him to retreat slightly while fully activating the 2 treasures to envelop himself in their protection. Fortunately, Luoho's self-detonation targeted the ancestors of Qingquan and Yin Yang, who bore the brunt of the overwhelming force, resulting in their immediate annihilation. While Xuantian could not currently lay claim to the innate treasures, he would not forego any opportunity to acquire them, intending to either bestow them upon others or seal them within his own domain for future use once he achieved enlightenment and ascended to sainthood. Regrettably, at that moment, both Luoho and Hongjun had their sights set on the Tai Chi diagram and the Qingquan cauldron, coveting those innate treasures for themselves, with destiny favoring Hongjun. After the ancestors of Qingquan and Yin Yang were obliterated, the Qingquan cauldron and the Tai Chi diagram soared towards Hongjun, who seized them in his grasp. Subsequently, with the assistance of the heavenly Tao, he swiftly refined the first restriction from the 2 innate treasures, assimilating them into his being. Previously, due to Luoho's self-detonation of the extermination sword array, the primordial spirit imprint he had inscribed upon the 4 extermination swords and the extermination array diagram had been erased, rendering the innate treasures formless and unclaimed. Originally, those innate treasures were destined to fly towards Hongjun, yet Xuantian had his eyes set on the extermination sword from the very beginning, instantaneously shifting to grasp it in his hand. The extermination sword array, unwilling to yield to Xuantian, unleashed a barrage of sword chi in an attempt to repel him, but he disregarded their assaults. Given that Xuantian's physique was comparable to that of a late-stage quasi-saint, he remained unscathed and seized the extermination sword, probing into it with his consciousness to refine the first restriction therein. Xuantian's speed was remarkable. However, despite his swiftness, he could only grasp the extermination sword while the other 3 swords and the extermination array diagram fell into Hongjun's possession. Gazing at the 3 celestial swords and the extermination array diagram that had appeared before him, Hongjun felt a jolt of astonishment, seemingly taken aback that these innate treasures would materialize so readily before him. Nonetheless, Hongjun's actions did not falter. He promptly unfurled the Tai Chi diagram to ensconce the 3 celestial swords and the extermination array diagram within its embrace. Heavenly Tao, you are indeed impatient. I am not dead yet, and you hasten to bestow my possessions upon Hongjun, Luoho remarked. Enough of your nonsense. Today marks your demise, Hongjun retorted, his expression darkening. He had already surmised Luoho's intentions and prepared himself for the confrontation, knowing that even if he succeeded in slaying Luoho, achieving enlightenment and ascending to sainthood would be no trivial matter, requiring thousands of years. Yet, now it appeared that even that span would be insufficient, as he would need at least 100,000 years. The thought of expending such time filled Hongjun with a seething desire to eliminate Luoho. Today is not my day to die, Luoho responded defiantly. This time, you are favored by the heavenly Tao. I am not your match, yet I refuse to believe that the Tao will perpetually favor you. I shall take my leave for now. This wilderness is yours to claim. With the great Tao above, where there is righteousness, there is also wickedness. Today, I, Luoho, shall establish the demon sect, leading the malevolent paths of the world. To complement heaven and earth, the demon sect shall rise, that I shall utilize the fragments of the innate treasure, the chaos jade dish, and the innate treasure, the god-slaying spear, to suppress the fate of the demon sect. As soon as Luoho's words fell, everyone sensed a tremor in the void, and a black hole materialized behind him. This black hole began to devour the surrounding chaotic energy, transforming it into a realm. The demon Hongjun was filled with a deep-seated desire to slay Luoho. Had he the opportunity to eliminate Luoho, he would have undoubtedly seized it without hesitation. Alas, at the critical moment, Luoho discovered a slender thread of hope, rendering Hongjun incapable of delivering the fatal blow. Even the fragments of the innate treasure, the creation jade disc, eluded his grasp. In Chapter 64, it became evident that the heavens favored certain existences that moment. The three progenitors of the dragon were on the brink of collapse. Though they had survived the cataclysm, they bore grievous wounds that had severely compromised their foundations, leaving them uncertain of when they might fully recuperate. With a graceful wave of his sleeve, Hongjun summoned the three progenitors before him. The calamity had yet to conclude, and sacrifices were required from them for the sake of their As Hongjun's words resonated, the three progenitors comprehended his intention. Naturally, if given a choice, none would willingly forsake their freedom. Yet, they found themselves devoid of options. Very well, however, will the Dragon clan, alongside the Phoenix and Chilin clans, be extinguished? They inquired. Certainly, Hongjun assured them. Upon receiving his promise, the three progenitors felt a profound sense of relief. Gradually, the progenitor dragon rose and gazed skyward, proclaiming, "Heaven above, I, the progenitor dragon, acknowledge my profound sins that I pledge to eternally guard the eye of the primordial sea to atone for the transgressions of the Dragon clan. May the heavens bear witness." As his words faded, he sensed a force from the void guiding him to the eye of the sea, where he would stabilize the tumultuous waters of the primordial ocean. At that juncture, the ocean was exceedingly violent, with tides frequently inundating the land, causing the sea's expanse to grow daily. However, with the progenitor dragon's dominion over the eye, the catastrophic inundation that threatened to devastate the primordial lands would be significantly lessened. "Heaven above, I, the progenitor phoenix, bear the weight of my sins that I vow to eternally suppress the immortal volcano to atone for the transgressions of the Phoenix clan. May the heavens bear witness, the immortal volcano, notorious for its frequent eruptions and devastating flames, had expanded several-fold since its inception. Yet under the progenitor Phoenix's watch, eruptions would become a rarity. After making her vow, she was taken by the heavens into the heart of the immortal volcano, destined never to step beyond its confines again. Heaven above, I, the progenitor Chilin, acknowledge my profound sins that I pledge to eternally stabilize the primordial earth and mend the ley lines to atone for the transgressions of the Chilin clan. May the heavens bear witness." As his declaration concluded, the progenitor Chilin merged with the earth, vanishing from sight. With these three guardians in place, the primordial realm would experience a newfound stability. Meanwhile, the arch-nemesis had already entered the demon realm. At this moment, the realm remained sealed, hidden from Hongjun due to the timing of its emergence, following Luoho and numerous demonic disciples' entry. Even if Hongjun were to locate it, he might not possess the strength to confront Luoho. Previously, Luoho had established the demon gate and accrued fortunes. It was inevitable that his cultivation would rapidly ascend. Even if he could not attain the status of a saint, reaching the realm of the Hunyuan Daluo Jinxian would not pose a challenge for him. Thus, Hongjun wisely refrained from confronting Luoho at this juncture. Instead, he turned his attention to Xuantian, recalling that slaying him would also yield considerable fortune. "Xuantian, shall we settle our grievances?" he inquired. "How would you propose we settle them?" "Hongjun, shall we engage in battle here?" Xuantian retorted. The Western realm had already been ravaged by Luoho and his ilk, and should this turmoil persist, it risked total annihilation that if the Western realm were indeed destroyed. Even with the favor of the heavens, Hongjun would find it impossible to achieve the status of an immortal saint during his lifetime. "Xuantian, the sword of celestial extermination you wield is rightfully mine. I kindly ask you to return this innate treasure to me." This sword was the only innate treasure he had acquired from Luoho, and he was intent on preserving its integrity. Most importantly, Hongjun coveted the sword array of celestial extermination, the foremost killing formation of the primordial realm, that he had previously felt its power, and if he could trap Xuantian within its confines, coupled with his own innate treasures, eliminating him would present no great difficulty. "Dear Hongjun, you are mistaken. The sword array of celestial extermination is not your innate treasure, but rather that of Luoho, that we both seized parts of these innate treasures from him." As they spoke, Xuantian had already thoroughly refined the first restriction of the sword of celestial extermination, promptly absorbing it into his being before Hongjun's eyes. "Xuantian, do you truly refuse to return the sword of celestial extermination to me?" As he spoke, the Qian Kuinding, freshly refined innate treasure, appeared in Hongjun's right hand, while in his left he held the Panga banner, an artifact of creation, casting a menacing glare at Xuantian. Unyielding, Xuantian summoned the 12-petal annihilation black lotus above his head, while also conjuring the chaotic spirit treasure, the heaven and earth furnace, into his grasp, locking eyes with Hongjun. With the 12-petal creation azure lotus beneath his feet and the 12-petal annihilation black lotus hovering above. He held both the primordial measuring ruler and the heaven and earth furnace in hand. This formidable array amounted to 4 innate treasures, while Hongjun possessed merely 3. Hongjun did not the innate treasure. The Taiji diagram. Fall into your possession and undergo preliminary refinement. Do you not intend to summon this treasure? Observing Xuantian's display of multiple treasures, the onlookers were struck dumb. Compared to Xuantian, they felt like paupers. Even the ancestors wielding postnatal treasures and Dongwang Tai, who held the innate treasure, the chaotic bell, felt dwarfed. Previously, they believed attaining a single treasure was a monumental blessing, a sign of being favored by the heavens. Yet today, they witnessed an individual commanding 4 treasures. No, Hongjun possessed even 1 more, totaling 5, 4 innate treasures and 1 supreme, innate spirit treasure, capable of suppressing fortunes and offering unparalleled defense, regardless of the thoughts of Dongwang Tai and the others. Neither Hongjun nor Xuantian paid them any heed. Their focus was solely on each other, dismissing all others in their midst. Hongjun naturally desired to acquire the Excalibur of Zhu Xian from Xuantian. Yet he was reluctant to engage in battle with Xuantian at this moment. Previously, during the self-detonation of the Zhu Xian sword array, Hongjun was among those closely attended to by Luhu, and despite possessing 2 supreme treasures for protection, he still sustained injuries that in Chapter 65, the scene did not depict such bullying. Moreover, Xuantian was safeguarded by 3 supreme treasures. Inflicting harm upon him was no trivial matter. Even with all the innate supreme treasures at his disposal, it would not be an easy endeavor. Thus, a stalemate ensued between Hongjun and Xuantian. However, this impasse was soon shattered as Xuantian wielded the Hongming Liantian ruler and struck towards Hongjun, simultaneously summoning the heaven and earth furnace to crash down upon him. Hongjun was taken aback by Xuantian's sudden aggression, believing that Xuantian must recognize the vast chasm between their strengths. Understanding he was far from a match for him, in Hongjun's estimation, if he refrained from initiating an attack. Xuantian would not do so either. Previously, Hongjun had been on guard against Xuantian, and without hesitation, he activated the fragments of the creation jade disc to shield himself, effortlessly deflecting the assaults of the Hongming Liantian ruler and the heaven and earth furnace. Following this, he wielded the Penga banner, another innate supreme treasure, and engaged Xuantian in combat. In this confrontation, neither party showed any mercy. Equipped with defensive treasures, they disregarded each other's assaults and unleashed their full might against one another. Both wielding supreme treasures, the aftermath of their battle wreaked havoc upon the surrounding earth, which was already on the brink of destruction. The ground shattered, the accumulation of karma intensified, merging with their beings, influencing their mental states. Instead of contemplating a ceasefire, their combat grew increasingly ferocious. Both Hongjun and Xuantian were among the most formidable entities of the primordial realm, significantly surpassing others, creating a divide that deterred anyone from approaching their battlefield. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that even with defensive treasures in hand, the likes of Dongwang Tai and Laozi would suffer grievously if they dared to encroach upon the vicinity of Hongjun and Xuantian's clash, risking injury or even death from the residual forces of their confrontation. Their battle raged on. More and more the earth was obliterated, and chaotic energy infiltrated the veins of the land, wreaking havoc and consuming the spiritual essence contained within, assimilating it into chaos. Regrettably, neither party noticed these transformations, as both Hongjun and Xuantian were singularly focused on the notion of eliminating each other to seize all that the other possessed. With their defensive treasures and comparable cultivation levels, determining a victor was no simple task. Prolonged conflict would likely result in mutual destruction, devastating the Western territories, a scenario the Heavenly Tao would not condone. Thus, the Heavenly Tao intervened, restraining both Hongjun and Xuantian in place with a sudden surge of overwhelming power, rendering them immobile. Although this force dissipated almost instantaneously, its profound impact left both combatants in shock. They acutely sensed the magnitude of the power that had briefly manifested, feeling as insignificant as ants in its presence, aware that a mere thought could obliterate them. For a fleeting moment, both Hongjun and Xuantian questioned the purpose of their cultivation. Realizing that no matter how diligently they trained, they could not hope to surpass the master of that power, the heavenly Tao. Fortunately, both were extraordinary beings, quickly regaining their composure. While they were currently powerless against the heavenly Tao, they understood that this did not preclude their future potential to contend with it. Given sufficient time for cultivation, both Hongjun and Xuantian believed they could eventually rival the heavenly Tao. Xuantian, you possess remarkable audacity. I, too, am one of the pinnacle existences of this primordial realm, not someone you can simply bully, Hongjun declared. Moreover, do not forget your promise. Rest assured, I will not go back on my word that I am the future. I shall not conspire against you, nor target you. Until we meet again, I hope our next encounter allows for a fair contest, he concluded, vanishing from sight. Though he bore the weight of significant karma from his schemes against Luhu and Xuantian, Hongjun believed this karma would not obstruct his path to enlightenment and sanctification. If anything, it might only delay his ascension, that he was confident that within 200,000 years, he would undoubtedly achieve sanctification and become an immortal entity. It was not that he underestimated Xuantian. Rather, he believed that Xuantian's aspirations to achieve sanctification within 200,000 years were virtually impossible, that Hongjun's prowess stemmed from the convergence of a significant share of the primordial realm's fortune, a luxury Xuantian lacked. Furthermore, the heavenly Tao would not permit Xuantian to attain sanctification before him. Even if Xuantian did achieve it in the future, it would assuredly be after Hongjun. Upon witnessing Hongjun's departure, Laozi and the others wasted no time vanishing as well. As Hongjun's disciples, they feared Xian's wrath should he discover their involvement. It was prudent to leave promptly to avoid incurring his displeasure. Xuantian, what transpired earlier? They questioned, bewildered. You clearly stated not to intervene in the great calamity to avoid karma. Why did you suddenly involve yourself? It was merely a matter of personal grievance against Hongjun, a desire to teach him a lesson, Xuantian replied. Xuanzi, let us proceed to repair the damaged veins here. Thus, the three began mending the land's veins in the Western Territory. Previously, Xuantian had mentioned that restoring the damaged veins might yield merit. And even if it did not, they could still gather a portion of the Western fortune, which would undoubtedly accelerate their future cultivation. They dared not slacken their efforts, witnessing Xuantian and his companions' actions. Xuanti and Jin were seething with anger. Not only had the battle between Xuantian and Hongjun inflicted severe losses upon their territory, but now they audaciously remained to repair the veins and seize their fortune. Brother, Xuantian truly oversteps his bounds that he not only ravaged our domain, but now seeks to usurp our fortune. Such bullying is intolerable, Xuanti exclaimed. Originally, Luohu was the master of the West, but with his departure to the demon realm and the previous devastation he wrought, he no longer held that title. Now, the two brothers were the rightful masters of the West. Alas, even if he is excessively tyrannical, we are powerless to act. Remember, he has reached the mid-stage of quasi-sainthood, while we have only just attained the mid-stage of Great Luo Golden Immortal. With Xuantian's prowess, he could slay us without needing any treasures. One punch would suffice. Let us cease this discussion and start repairing the veins. Perhaps we can gather some fortune for ourselves. They understood the significance of this fortune. To become top-tier experts in the primordial realm, they needed to secure a portion of the Western fortune. With the assistance of the Earth Book, a top-tier, innate spiritual treasure, the speed at which Xuantian and his companions repaired the veins far surpassed that of Xuanti and Jin. Within a century, the trio had restored 2/3 of the veins, while the remaining third was managed by Xuanti and Jin. Naturally, Xuantian sensed their presence, yet he chose not to act against them. After all, they had not offended him, and their considerable fortune meant that slaying them would not only diminish their luck, but also burden him with karma, an outcome of no benefit to him. Therefore, he feigned ignorance of their actions. Once the veins were restored, Xuantian and his companions prepared to depart the West and return to their own sanctuaries. The great calamity had concluded, ushering in a prolonged period of tranquility at this juncture. The quasi-saints of the primordial realm had mostly perished. Given the cultivation levels of Xuanzi and Hongyun, they would encounter little danger even as they traversed the primordial realm. Moreover, Many beings were aware that Xuantian and Hongjun were their friends, and few would dare to challenge them. Apart from Hongjun, even the likes of Pengu and the three clear ones would likely lack the audacity to confront Xuantian and Hongjun as the three departed from the Western realms. They found themselves inexplicably halting their steps, gazing skyward. Did I end the next moment? A surge of merit descended, splitting into three parts, with the largest portion soaring toward Xuantian, surpassing 1/3 of the total merit. Xuantian received 1/3 of this merit, while Hongjun obtained slightly less, approximately 70% of Xuantian's share. My esteemed friends, merit is exceedingly precious. While you both can still enhance your cultivation, there is no need to absorb it at this moment. It would be prudent to wait until a time when further advancement is no longer possible. Thank you for your guidance, fellow Taoist. We shall heed your advice. Subsequently, Xuantian and Hongjun gathered their share of merit to be utilized at a later time. Xuantian also collected this merit, which was substantial enough to cleanse him of a significant portion of his karmic burdens, leaving him with a considerable remainder, likely comparable to Xuantian's. At that point, it might even enable Xuantian's true form to manifest a couple of additional restrictions. However, Xuantian harbored no intention of revealing his true form to others. Absorbing merit at this juncture would expose his essence to my esteemed friends. The great calamity has concluded, and I must return to my Taoist sanctuary. Should you require anything in the future, feel free to visit my abode. Then we shall part ways here, for we too intend to retreat into seclusion for a time. Having witnessed the four clans' war, both Xuantian and Hongjun had gained considerable insights and sought to enter seclusion to see if they could break through to a higher realm. After bidding farewell to Xuantian and Hongjun, Xuantian did not immediately return to Wuyi Mountain that he had been pondering over the Penglai Fairy Island in the East China Sea for quite some time. Previously, due to the Dragon Clan's occupation of the East Sea and their reluctance to allow the ancestral dragon and others to threaten the other two fairy islands, Xuantian had refrained from claiming Penglai. However, now that the Dragon Clan had declined, devoid of even a semblance of a capable master, he was naturally unwilling to wait any longer. Following the mark he had previously left, Xuantian quickly arrived before Penglai Fairy Island. With a flick of his hand, the heaven and earth furnace materialized in his grasp. Under Xuantian's command, the furnace rapidly expanded, soon surpassing even the size of Penglai Fairy Island itself. As Xuantian urged it forth, the heaven and earth furnace exuded a tremendous gravitational force, seeking to engulf Penglai Fairy Island within its depths. To incorporate such a blessed land as Penglai Fairy Island into the heaven and earth furnace was no trivial endeavor. Even for Xuantian, it demanded his utmost effort. An overwhelming aura radiated outward, instilling dread among the beings of the East Sea, who trembled in fear of inadvertently incurring the wrath of this formidable individual. Hongjun had initially intended to retreat to his own sanctuary, but upon sensing a powerful aura emanating from the East Sea, he suddenly recalled something. With a flicker, he vanished from his location, hastening toward the East Sea to ascertain whether Xuantian had indeed discovered the legendary three fairy islands. Previously, he had also attempted to seek these three fairy islands, aware that each housed innate spiritual treasures of remarkable caliber. Xuantian already possessed a considerable number of treasures, and Hongjun wished to prevent him from acquiring even more. Penglai Fairy Island was immensely vast, and claiming it within the heaven and earth furnace was no simple task. It would require a significant amount of time, despite having resided in the East Sea for many years. Penglai Fairy Island had never fully integrated into the region, continuously shifting its position. Otherwise, Xuantian would not have conceived the idea of claiming it. Soon, Hongjun appeared not far from Xuantian, observing as he endeavored to retrieve Penglai Fairy Island. Hongjun's expression was far from pleasant. Xuantian had discovered these three fairy islands first, and it was only natural that the innate spiritual treasures upon them would now reside in his possession. Xuantian, my friend, what is your intent? Do you seek to take Penglai Fairy Island for yourself? Indeed, however, if it displeases you, dear Hongjun, I could settle here, refining the three fairy islands and merging them into one as my sanctuary. What do you think? Hongjun was certainly unwilling. If it were possible, he would prefer that Xuantian not take Penglai Fairy Island at all. Yet, since Xuantian had found the three islands first, they could be considered his property. Even if Xuantian were to treat them as his sanctuary, the other beings in the primordial realm would have no grounds to contest this. Hongjun sensed that Xuantian's establishment of a sanctuary in the East Sea would be detrimental to his future lineage. Furthermore, if Xuantian were to occupy all three fairy islands, it would significantly enhance his fortune. Chapter 67. To reward Xuantian's aptitude was no less than his own, and should fortune favor him, it was conceivable that Xuantian could achieve enlightenment and become an immortal saint before Hongjun. This was not a prospect Hongjun wished to witness. However, my friend Xuantian, these three fairy islands are laden with karmic consequences. Should you take Penglai Fairy Island, you may inadvertently bear a portion of that karma. I advise you to consider this wisely, that I have indeed given it considerable thought that I, Xuantian, am among the top-tier beings of the primordial realm, and having discovered these three fairy islands first, I have already shown courtesy by leaving 2 islands for the myriad beings of the primordial world. Should anyone contest this, they may come to Wuyi Mountain to discuss it with me. With that, Xuantian exerted all his strength to activate the heaven and earth furnace, causing Penglai Fairy Island to gradually ascend. The impact of such a colossal fairy island being claimed by Xuantian would not be insignificant for the East Sea, that if he were to ignore it, many beings might suffer dire consequences during this upheaval. With a thought, 36 sea calming pearls materialized beside Xuantian. Under his influence, the pearls radiated waves of spiritual light, merging into the ocean and effortlessly suppressing the anomalies within. Thus, even if Xuantian were to take Penglai Fairy Island, it would not adversely affect the East Sea. Unwilling to witness Xuantian claim Penglai Fairy Island, Hongjun, upon confirming his intentions, vanished from sight, returning to his sanctuary, with Luo who sealed within the demon realm and unable to escape for the time being. Xuantian remained in the primordial realm. Given Xuantian's aptitude, which was not inferior to their own, and considering the karma Hongjun bore, which would impede his cultivation speed, he dared not linger and waste time. Shortly after Hongjun departed, Xuantian successfully incorporated Penglai Fairy Island into the heaven and earth furnace. Subsequently, the furnace swiftly shrank, returning to Xuantian's body. Next, Xuantian's objective was to harness the power of the heaven and earth furnace to refine Penglai Fairy Island. Merging it into Wuyi Mountain, that in doing so, Wuyi Mountain would become one of the most exceptional blessed lands in the primordial realm, in fact. Apart from the unyielding mountain, there would be no better cave heaven blessed land than Wuyi Mountain. Moreover, due to the integration of fragments from Penglai Fairy Island, Wuyi Mountain would gradually transform chaotic energy into spiritual energy, ensuring that the spiritual energy within would not only remain intact, but would also slowly increase. Once the unyielding mountain fractured in the future, Wuyi Mountain would likely become the finest cave heaven blessed land in the primordial realm. As for why Xuantian did not consider the unyielding mountain as a sanctuary. If given the choice, he would have certainly desired to claim it. However, as the unyielding mountain was formed from Pangu's spine, and Xuantian was not a descendant of Pangu, he dared not treat it as a sanctuary. Otherwise, he would bear immense karmic consequences, forever forfeiting the possibility of achieving enlightenment and becoming a saint. Refining Penglai Fairy Island was no simple task. Xuantian devoted a century to integrating it into Wuyi Mountain. The moment Penglai Fairy Island melded with Wuyi Mountain, Xuantian sensed the spiritual energy within the mountain surge exponentially, increasing dozens of times, rivaling even the unyielding mountain. Afterward, Xuantian swiftly set up 2 innate formations around Wuyi Mountain, safeguarding it from intrusion. Without Xuantian's permission, none could enter. Having completed these tasks, Xuantian stepped forward to enter Wuyi Mountain and sign in. Successfully signing in, he received an 8 comprehension of the indestructible law and a fragment of the great Tao. Xuantian had previously understood that the better his sanctuary, the more favorable the rewards he would receive. However, he had not anticipated such exceptional rewards this time. Precisely what he needed. Once he absorbed both rewards, his strength would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. Yet upon further reflection, Xuantian grasped the underlying reason. After all, the dojo he utilized to complete the sign-in task is the second most formidable existence in the primordial chaos. Thus, receiving such rewards is not surprising. Strictly speaking, it is akin to signing in for a top-tier innate spiritual treasure. Xuantian does not intend to absorb the understanding of the indestructible law at this moment. His current strength already places him in a unique category within the primordial chaos. Others aspiring to break through to the mid-stage of quasi-sainthood will require a considerable amount of time, at the very least, until after Hongjun's second sermon. Therefore, he decides to wait until he reaches the late stage of quasi-sainthood to utilize these rewards. After all, with his current comprehension, delving into the indestructible law poses no bottlenecks, especially since he can continue enhancing the restrictions of the Tao Enlightenment Tower. As the restrictions of the tower increase, so too will his comprehension, making it even easier to elevate his understanding of the indestructible law. Subsequently, Xuantian began to absorb the merits within his body. With a mere thought, he transformed into a small tower, hovering in the void, as the merits stored within him continuously melded into the Tao Enlightenment Tower. When the general merits integrated into the tower, a new restriction was born, bringing the total to 42. However, the remaining merits were unlikely to yield another restriction, as the next one would require more merits than the last. Observing this, Xuantian decided to keep the remaining merits for future use. To avoid waste, he then took out the fragments of the Great Tao and began to consume them. Absorbing these fragments requires a considerable amount of time. But fortunately, this process does not require any active effort on Xuantian's part. Thus, he commenced his contemplation of the indestructible law, eager to swiftly break through to the late stage of quasi-sainthood. While Xuantian and Hongjun were absent from the primordial chaos, countless beings sensed the alleviation of pressure as if two great mountains had been lifted from above them. Many began to wander the primordial chaos in search of opportunities, hoping to ascend to higher realms or enhance their combat prowess. Particularly for those who had witnessed the fierce battles between the three races and the demon race, they were acutely aware of the immense power wielded by a formidable innate spiritual treasure. Naturally yearning to acquire one or two to bolster their own strength, and of course, some sought to take advantage of the demise of the three races' stronghold, eager to retaliate against the oppression they had previously endured. In a fleeting moment, numerous great Luo golden immortals flocked to the territories of the three races, intent on seizing their treasures. Unfortunately, these individuals were destined for disappointment, as the valuable resources amassed by the three races for the war had largely been exhausted. Even if they scoured the territories thoroughly, they would find little of worth, leading to their frustration as they resorted to capturing disciples of the three races to serve as mounts. Chapter 68. Just one more restriction: the disciples of the dragon. Phoenix and Chilin races are undoubtedly the most elite mounts within the primordial chaos that in the past, with the likes of the ancestral dragon and others providing protection. No one dared to entertain such thoughts. But now that these powerful figures have fallen, their guardianship has vanished, making it an opportune moment for others to seize this chance. However, none of this concerns Xuantian, who is currently situated in Wuyi Mountain. Relentlessly consuming the great Tao fragments and contemplating the indestructible LAWAS, the Tao Enlightenment Tower continues to ascend, Xuantian finds his understanding of the laws increasingly effortless. Regrettably, the laws are profoundly intricate, and even a small advancement is not something that can be achieved in a short time. It requires a significant investment of time. Cultivators are not lacking in time. Upon reaching the heavenly immortal stage, they can enjoy a lifespan that matches the heavens. Moreover, most beings in the primordial chaos are aware that Wuyi Mountain is Xuantian's dojo, ensuring that no one will disturb him there, allowing Xuantian ample time to contemplate the indestructible law. A century passed in the blink of an eye, during which the great Tao fragments were fully absorbed by the Tao Enlightenment Tower, resulting in 3 additional restrictions and bringing the total to 45. The increase in restrictions has significantly augmented the tower's power. With the aid of the Tao Enlightenment Tower, Xuantian has comprehended the indestructible law to a degree of 48% over the course of a century. It won't be long before he reaches 50% comprehension, although further advancements will become increasingly challenging. Afterward, Xuantian transformed into his human form and activated the system, eager to discover any remaining tasks after completing all previously assigned ones. The system did not disappoint him, presenting 5 new sign-in tasks. Sign in as a primordial great Luo golden immortal. Sign in as a great Tao saint. Sign in for a chaos spiritual treasure. Sign in for a chaos supreme treasure. And sign in for an innate supreme treasure. Faced with these 5 tasks, he could only complete the sign in for the chaos spiritual treasure, while the others would not be easily attainable. Upon successfully signing in, he was rewarded with a 1% comprehension of the indestructible law, usable below 99%. a fragment of the Great Tao, and an innate spiritual root starfruit tree. Observing the rewards, Xuantian furrowed his brow slightly. Previously, he had considered utilizing the system's rewards to achieve a breakthrough to the primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm in one fell swoop. However, it now seemed that relying solely on these rewards would only elevate him to 99% comprehension. The remaining 1% would require his personal understanding, revealing that the system was not as powerful as he had envisioned. Nonetheless, the abundance of Great Tao fragments was indeed promising. Consuming this particular fragment would elevate the restrictions of the Tao Enlightenment Tower to 48, leaving just one more to transform it into an innate supreme treasure. Regarding the method of transformation, Xuantian remains unaware, yet he is confident that upon receiving his next reward, he will be able to facilitate the transformation of the Tao Enlightenment Tower into an innate supreme treasure. To obtain rewards, the easiest task would be to sign in for the innate supreme treasure. With his current strength, it is not impossible for him to secure one, such as the innate supreme treasure. The chaos clock in the possession of Dongwang Tai. However, Xuantian has not forgotten the system's warning. Until he attains the status of a saint, he should not covet the innate supreme treasure, unless absolutely necessary. Xuantian will refrain from such actions. Why contemplate this now? The most pressing matter is to enhance the power of the Tao Enlightenment Tower. With an increase in the tower's power, his comprehension of the indestructible law will become markedly easier. Xuantian then retrieved the Great Tao fragment, transforming once more into the Tao Enlightenment Tower to commence the consumption of the fragment. As for the starfruit tree, an exceedingly rare, innate spiritual root awarded by the system. Xuantian paid it no heed. After integrating it into the formation to bolster its power, he disregarded it entirely. This time, Xuantian spent 200 years consuming the Great Tao fragment, leading to the transformation of the tower into a 48 restriction innate spiritual treasure. Now, only one restriction remains before it can metamorphose into an innate supreme treasure. The passage of 200 years has significantly enhanced Xuantian's understanding of the indestructible law, bringing his comprehension to 52%. According to his estimates, within a maximum of 2,000 years, he will achieve 60% comprehension of the indestructible LAW8T present. Xuantian still possesses 18% of the indestructible law comprehension that remains unabsorbed. If he were to absorb this understanding now, he would perfectly reach 70%, thereby attaining the late stage of quasi-sainthood and becoming the most powerful being in the primordial chaos. However, as long as Xuantian possesses a modicum of rationality, he would not absorb this comprehension at this time. Even if he were to surpass Hongjun and break through to the late stage of quasi-sainthood, it would not guarantee his ability to defeat Hongjun. The comprehension of the indestructible law does not directly augment combat strength. Since he cannot eliminate Xuantian, it would be sheer folly to absorb these insights at a moment when he could easily elevate himself. Naturally, he intends to absorb these insights only after he has reached the pinnacle of understanding, thereby maximizing the effectiveness of the rewards. The two upgrades of the Tao Enlightenment Tower have only intensified Xuantian's desire to elevate it to the level of an innate supreme treasure. His current speed of comprehending the indestructible law is already commendable. Should he succeed in elevating the Tao Enlightenment Tower to the status of an innate supreme treasure, the speed of his understanding would multiply several-fold. As the transition from a top-tier innate spiritual treasure to an innate supreme treasure represents a qualitative enhancement, at that point, Xuantian is absolutely confident that he can comprehend the indestructible law to 99% before Hongjun attains sainthood. If such a scenario unfolds, it would not be implausible for him to achieve the primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal status ahead of Hongjun. Xuantian's only strategy lies in leveraging merits to facilitate the final transformation of the Tao Enlightenment Tower into a new innate supreme treasure. If he cannot even manage merits, then he will have no means to metamorphose the tower into an innate supreme treasure. Although Xuantian ardently desires to see the Tao Enlightenment Tower transform into an innate supreme treasure at this moment, he understands that such matters cannot be rushed. He must continue to contemplate the indestructible law and strive to enhance his cultivation. The Xuantian seclusion lasts for a full 10,000 years. During this time, he elevates his comprehension of the indestructible law to 63%. Once the comprehension reaches 60%, it becomes increasingly esoteric. Previously, Xuantian believed he could swiftly break through to the late stage of quasi-sainthood. But it is now evident that achieving 70% comprehension and breaking through to the late stage of quasi-sainthood will not be a simple endeavor, that it will take at least tens of thousands of years to advance to the late stage of quasi-saint. Chapter 69. Departing in Disgrace. Fortunately, it is not an easy feat for Hongjun to break through to the late stage of quasi-saint either. Xuantian believes that even if he cannot surpass Hongjun and reach the late stage of quasi-saint first, he will certainly be able to break through to that stage right after Hongjun does. After that, Xuantian ceased his cultivation, for his physical body was already comparable to that of a sub-saint. And with his cultivation nearing the late stage of quasi-saint, the gap between him and Hongjun was minimal, an opportune moment to acquire merit. Stepping forward, he appeared outside Wuyi Mountain, proclaiming, "I am Xuantian Taoist of Wuyi Mountain. Today, feeling the hardships faced by countless beings in the primordial chaos, I shall impart teachings for a millennium after 1,000 years. Those with affinity may come to Wuyi Mountain to listen." This declaration was made with great magical power. Although Xuantian's current cultivation could not allow all beings in the primordial chaos to hear him, it was sufficient for the vast majority to receive his words. Indeed, this was Xuantian's devised method to acquire merit. By imparting teachings to the beings that if fortune smiled upon him, he would likely gain substantial merit from his discourse, coupled with the merit he had previously accumulated, possibly enabling the Enlightenment Tower to transform into a primordial treasure that if that were not the case, Xuantian had no other means to obtain merit and would have to wait until the emergence of the human race to acquire it. That would be the right time to gain merit at this moment. Hongjun was in seclusion, striving to break through to the late stage of quasi-saint. To prevent disturbances from others, he activated all the formations surrounding his Taoist sanctuary. Logically, Xuantian's transmission should not have reached him, but this matter was closely related to Hongjun. As soon as Xuantian's words fell, Hongjun felt a resonance and quickly deduced the reason behind it. Damn Xuantian. How audacious, Hongjun thought, feeling aggrieved that Xuantian had dared to encroach upon his domain and seize his fortune. How could he possibly remain calm and continue his seclusion under such circumstances? In a flash, he vanished from his location and swiftly made his way to Wuyi Mountain, seeking to claim justice for himself. During this period, although he had not broken through to the late stage of quasi-saint, he had made some progress. The primordial treasures he had previously acquired had already been refined with 48 restrictions. Only the final restriction remained, which he could not refine due to insufficient cultivation. His combat power had significantly increased that if Xuantian had not made substantial enhancements over the years, he would not be a match for Hongjun at that time. Hongjun would not hesitate to seal Xuantian away to prevent him from seizing his rightful merit and fortune. Indeed, at this moment, Hongjun believed that Xuantian was no longer his opponent. Xuantian had anticipated that Hongjun might come to his sanctuary to stir trouble, so he did not return to Wuyi Mountain, but instead waited outside for Hongjun's arrival. As expected, Hongjun did not keep him waiting long and soon appeared before him. "Hongjun Taoist friend, what brings you to my humble sanctuary?" Xuantian inquired. "Xuantian Taoist friend, do you truly not comprehend the reason for my visit today?" Hongjun replied, as he summoned 4 primordial treasures: the Taiji diagram, the Panga banner, the Qian Kun cauldron, and shards of the creation jade disc, casting a menacing gaze upon Xuantian, as if to convey that if Xuantian did not provide a satisfactory explanation today, he should not blame Hongjun for being ruthless. At that moment, Xuantian perceived a sense of eagerness in Hongjun's eyes, realizing that during their time apart, Hongjun's combat power had improved significantly and no longer regarded him, his former rival, with any seriousness. Otherwise, he would not have acted so boldly. Coincidentally, Xuantian had also made considerable progress during this period, and he wondered if Hongjun would still dare to act against him now that he was aware of Xuantian's advancements. Channeling all his strength, a formidable aura emanated from Xuantian, causing Hongjun's expression to change instantly. Under this pressure, Hongjun felt an overwhelming burden weighing upon him, making him exceedingly uncomfortable. That a sub-saint? How could this be? How could you possibly have broken through to the sub-saint realm? Hongjun exclaimed, astonished as he gazed at Xuantian. Previously, he had believed that Xuantian was following a path of loss. He had no idea that Xuantian had concealed his true depth so well, cultivating his physical body to the sub-saint realm, just a step away from achieving the Hunyuan Deluo Jinxian realm. That if this were indeed the case, even if he achieved sainthood before Xuantian, he might not necessarily be able to defeat him. Moreover, if he recalled correctly, Xuantian had never displayed his understanding of the laws. Previously, Hongjun thought Xuantian refrained from showcasing his comprehension because it did not enhance his combat power. Now it seemed that the laws Xuantian had grasped might be akin to the laws of strength comprehended by the Pangu great deity. Could it be that Xuantian sought to emulate Pangu and attain enlightenment through strength? If that were true, with Xuantian's current combat prowess, even with 3 primordial treasures to protect him, it was not impossible for Xuantian to slay him. With this thought in mind, Hongjun eyed Xuantian warily, fearing that the next moment Xuantian might strike against him. What, in your opinion, Hongjun Dao's friend, must I, Xuantian, spend my entire life beneath your and Luo, whose shadows? I once believed so, but it seems I have truly underestimated the beings of the primordial chaos. However, if I am not mistaken, Xuantian Dao's friend, you are indeed following the path of laws that To break through to the Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian realm with your physical body is exceedingly difficult. Even though your physical form has reached the sub-saint level, you should have no assurance of achieving the Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian realm within several Yuan meetings. After a brief moment of shock, Hongjun quickly regained his composure, understanding Xuantian's cultivation path, and deducing that the laws Xuantian had comprehended likely did not enhance his combat power significantly, which explained his demeanor. With this realization, Hongjun's concerns diminished greatly. If the laws Xuantian had grasped did not provide much of a boost to his combat power, then even if Xuantian's cultivation surpassed his own, with 3 primordial treasures to protect him, Xuantian would not be able to slay him. At most, he could seal him away. Given his current situation, he would soon break through to the late stage of quasi-saint, and being sealed by Xuantian would not impede his cultivation speed. Indeed, I am following the path of comprehending laws, and while the laws I have grasped do not significantly enhance my combat power, my cultivation is high. Thus, defeating you is not a daunting task. Before you achieve sainthood, it is best not to appear before me again, lest you force me to be ruthless. Knowing Xuantian's cultivation level, even without Xuantian's warning, Hongjun would not dare to show himself before Xuantian until he attained sainthood. With his physical body reaching the sub-saint realm, he was certainly not a match for Xuantian before he himself reached that level. He had no desire to be humiliated by Xuantian. After giving Xuantian a deep glance, Hongjun vanished from sight. Chapter 70. Reactions of all. After Hongjun's disappearance, Xuantian returned to his sanctuary, continuing his comprehension of the immutable laws. The occurrence of Hongjun appearing at Wuyi Mountain was known only to Xuantian. Besides him, no one else was aware that no one, aside from Hongjun, would seek trouble with Xuantian over his impending discourse. The merit from imparting teachings was intended solely for Hongjun by the heavenly Tao, and even Xuantian would not dare to overstep. Previously, after Xuantian's transmission to the primordial chaos, he felt a sudden unease, as if something ominous were about to transpire. After some calculations, he realized it was the heavenly Tao warning him not to go too far, lest he attract heavenly retribution that could severely injure him. With Xuantian's current cultivation, he did not have the audacity to disregard the heavenly Tao's warning. However, once he ascended to become a primordial treasure, even the heavenly Tao would lack the means to destroy him, only able to seal him away. To that point, he would not need to be overly cautious of the heavenly Tao. Nevertheless, by that time, Hongjun would likely be one with the heavenly Tao, and he still could not afford to act excessively, lest Hongjun turn against him and seal him away. With such thoughts, Xuantian could not help but sigh. His cultivation was still too weak, that if only it were strong enough, he would not have to worry about such matters and could do as he pleased. As Xuantian's transmission left many beings in the primordial chaos perplexed. They could not fathom why Xuantian, having achieved such a realm, would choose to impart teachings. They found it hard to believe that someone of Xuantian's stature would engage in trivial pursuits, that if they were not mistaken, Xuantian's actions must have a significant reason behind them. It could not simply be, as he claimed, out of pity for them. They all desired to understand Xuantian's motives, that in their view, there must be a grand secret behind his actions. And if they could uncover it, they might also reap some benefits. To learn the reason behind Xuantian's actions, they would need to either inquire directly or observe him up close. However, they had no prior connections with Xuantian, and even if they did ask, he would not divulge anything to them. Moreover, they dared not approach him, fearing that he might take note of them. They were not naive enough to believe that Xuantian would treat them kindly. Thus, they could only go to Xuantian to discern the intentions of Xuantian in the past. During the reign of the three clans, the ancestral witches did not roam the primordial land, remaining within the Panga Hall to cultivate disciples of the witch clan. In the eyes of the ancestral witches, this primordial realm was established by the father god Pangu, and it rightfully belonged to them, the descendants of Pangu. However, at that time, their cultivation was not formidable enough to contend with the three clans. So they stayed in the Panga Hall, nurturing their disciples, temporarily ceding the management of the primordial realm to the three clans. They planned to reclaim authority over the primordial realm once their power had grown. Unexpectedly, the three clans proved to be inept. Before they could take action, they were obliterated by the demon clan. Nevertheless, the formidable presence of Xuantian and Hongjun spurred the ancestral witches not to emerge immediately, choosing instead to remain in the Panga Hall to cultivate further, aiming to break through to the quasi-saint realm before reappearing. Although the ancestral witches were absent from the primordial realm, it did not imply that they were unaware of its happenings. They knew that Xuantian was one of the most exceptional experts in the primordial realm, having reached the mid-stage of quasi-saint cultivation, that if they were not mistaken, Xuantian's path paralleled theirs, achieving enlightenment through the law. Should they journey to Wuyi Mountain to listen to his teachings, it might yield substantial insights. However, as descendants of Pangu, they were the preeminent beings in the primordial realm, with no other beings capable of comparing to them, let alone serving as their mentors. They possessed the Panga legacy, which was sufficient for them to cultivate to the realm of Hongjun Xuantian. Eldest brother, shall we proceed to Wuyi Mountain to listen to the teachings? Originally, Zhurong anticipated that Dijiao would outright oppose the idea. Yet to Zhurong's surprise, Dijiao actually nodded, stating, "We, the ancestral witches, have been dormant for so many years. It is time for the myriad beings in the primordial realm to recognize our existence. This time, many will surely attend Xuantian's lecture, providing an excellent opportunity for the beings of the primordial realm to become aware of our witch clan. Moreover, they wish to seize this chance to gauge Xuantian's strength." The witch clan aspired to dominate the primordial realm, and Xuantian was undoubtedly one of their greatest obstacles. Thus, Dijiao naturally sought to ascertain the extent of Xuantian's cultivation, considering whether their trump cards would suffice to slay him. If employing their trump cards could indeed eliminate Xuantian, they would have no need for excessive caution. If Xuantian refrained from provoking them, it would suffice. However, should he dare to confront them or obstruct the witch clan's path, they would not hesitate to use their trump cards to eliminate him. Eldest brother, Xuantian's strength is formidable. He has already attained the mid-stage of quasi-saint. Given the passage of so many years, it is implausible that he has not made any progress. He may have even reached the late stage of quasi-saint, that it would be prudent for us not to act recklessly. Little sister, there is no need for concern, that I do not intend to act rashly. I merely wish to witness the renowned Xuantian of the primordial realm and ascertain his current cultivation level. I shall not engage in any other activities, Dijiao replied with a smile, gazing at Hutu. During Xuantian's period of seclusion, Donghuang Tai and the others reached the late stage of Xuantian. However, upon attaining this realm, they encountered a bottleneck. Despite their fervent efforts, they could not achieve any further advancement, leaving them in great distress. Just as they pondered their next steps, they suddenly heard that Xuantian would be lecturing at Wuyi Mountain, filling their hearts with joy. After some discussion, the two brothers resolved to journey to Wuyi Mountain to inquire of Xuantian. Seeking guidance on how to break through to the quasi-saint realm, of the present primordial realm, a millennium is but a fleeting moment, and little has changed over the course of 1,000 years. Many beings flocked to Wuyi Mountain, filled with hope for Xuantian, one of the mightiest figures in the primordial realm. They yearned for Xuantian's teachings to elevate their cultivation, hoping to gain clarity on how to navigate their future paths. When the time arrived, Xuantian appeared outside Wuyi Mountain in a flash. He had no intention of allowing the multitude to enter the mountain, as their presence would undoubtedly disrupt its sanctity. Nevertheless, to facilitate this lecture, Xuantian opened a breach in the mountain's formation, drawing forth spiritual energy to accelerate the cultivation of those gathered. Chapter 71. The 12 ancestral witches observing the throngs below, Xuantian conjured a high platform and seated himself upon it. Today, I shall impart teachings for a millennium, and I hope each of you will gain from this experience. Thus, he commenced his lecture. Initially, the myriad beings of the primordial realm were filled with anticipation for Xuantian's teachings. Particularly the Xuantian, who sought to uncover the methods for breaking through to the quasi-saint realm. To their astonishment, Xuantian began his discourse from the celestial immortal realm, leaving them uncertain if he would address how to advance to the quasi-saint stage. Despite this, the crowd remained eager to absorb Xuantian's insights, patiently listening as they soon discovered that his teachings offered them newfound perspectives on their past cultivation. They began to engage earnestly, quickly immersing themselves in Xuantian's discourse, refining their paths of cultivation. Jiao and the other ancestral witches did not position themselves near Xuantian, but lingered at the back. From the outset, they did not believe that Xuantian's teachings would benefit them. Their purpose for attending was solely to observe him. Remaining at the rear allowed them to better scrutinize Xuantian. Initially, Jiao and the others had not placed much significance on Xuantian in their view. Even if his cultivation surpassed theirs, they were descendants of Pangu, possessing the Pangu legacy and exceptional insight. Despite Xuantian's higher cultivation, they believed deciphering his true strength would not pose a challenge. However, they now found themselves unable to penetrate the depths of Xuantian's power. Was he truly so formidable that it surpassed their imagination? Or had he acquired the legacy of the Chaos Demon God? No, it was improbable that Xuantian had obtained such a legacy. If he had, he would not have treated the descendants of Pangu favorably, and might have even attacked them upon sight. That as Jiao and the other ancestral witches approached Wuyi Mountain, Xuantian became aware of their presence. However, he had no intention of acknowledging them. The 12 ancestral witches were merely at the Xuantian realm. Given his current strength, eliminating them would not pose a difficulty, as he was well acquainted with their abilities. If he so desired, the 12 ancestral witches would have no chance to set up any formations. Yet these individuals were not focused on listening to the teachings, but rather scrutinizing him as if they sought to see through him. If their skills were truly exceptional, their presence would have gone unnoticed. Clearly, Jiao and the others lacked the finesse required to conceal their intentions, allowing Xuantian to keenly sense their gazes flitting across him, which made him uneasy. With a cold snort, he unleashed a powerful sound wave that struck the hearts of the 12 ancestral witches. Although it did not injure them, it left them feeling exceedingly uncomfortable. Many Xuantian present regarded Jiao and the others with curiosity, eager to discern their origins and why they dared to offend Xuantian at such a critical moment. Did they not fear that Xuantian might strike them down? Or did they possess some formidable trump card that deterred Xuantian from taking action against them? Upon sighting Jiao and the others, the crowd noticed that their physical forms were extraordinarily robust, far surpassing their own. Among beings of the same realm, none could compare to the strength of Jiao and his companions. This revelation left Donghuang Tai and the others astonished. Who were these individuals that their physical prowess was so remarkably superior? If it were only one individual with such strength, Donghuang Tai and the others would not have been as astonished. However, the emergence of 12 such formidable beings posed a significant concern, especially since the aura they emanated was strikingly similar, indicating they belonged to the same race. The sudden appearance of such a powerful lineage in the primordial realm left them in a state of alarm. They were acutely aware that the era of the 3 clans dominion had only recently concluded, and they did not wish to see another formidable race rise to supplant the 3 clans' position in ruling the primordial realm. Amidst the astonishment and scrutiny of the crowd, Jiao and the others remained unfazed. At that moment, the hearts of the 12 ancestral witches were also filled with shock. They had previously understood that Xuantian's strength was immensely powerful, yet they were confident that if they utilized their trump cards, they could surely defeat him. However, the display of prowess by Xuantian made them realize that his power surpassed their estimations. Should Xuantian truly wish to eliminate them, they would have no opportunity to set up formations, meaning their chances of survival would be virtually non-existent. Fortunately, as descendants of Pangu, as long as they did not provoke Xuantian to the point of no return, he would refrain from taking action against them. After all, slaying the descendants of Pangu was no trivial matter. It would incur significant karmic retribution. For someone like Xuantian, who aspired to achieve enlightenment and become a saint, The last thing he would desire was to bear immense karma at the critical juncture of his path to sanctification. Jeopardizing his road to enlightenment, that in the ensuing moments, Di Jiang and his companions dared not gaze at Xuantian any longer. Heeding Xuantian's warning, they obediently remained in place to absorb the teachings. As for the scrutinizing glances from Dong Huangtai and others, Di Jiang paid them no mind, firmly believing that Dong Huangtai and his ilk would not glean any insights from them against their will. After a thorough assessment, Dong Huangtai found little of substance in Di Jiang and his companions, that he could only sense that their physical forms were more formidable than his own. And their cultivation was no less impressive, having reached the Deluo Jinxian realm, that a palpable sense of danger emanated from them, suggesting that should a confrontation arise, he might not emerge victorious. Realizing that Di Jiang and his companions possessed comparable cultivation levels, Dong Huangtai naturally refrained from prolonged scrutiny, lest he offend them. After all, staring at someone for an extended period is considered quite impolite. As evidenced by Di Jiang's earlier demeanor, that as time passed, Xuantian's discourse deepened, and even Di Jiang and his companions began to grasp some profound concepts. After all, Xuantian had already attained the quasi-saint realm in physical cultivation. Possessing experiences far richer than theirs, that it was unclear how much time had elapsed, but at last, Dong Huangtai and the others awaited Xuantian's discourse on the Deluo Jinxian realm. Previously, they had been so engrossed in Xuantian's teachings that they lost track of the years, unaware that only a few days remained until the conclusion of the teachings. This indicated that Xuantian would not delve deeply into the Deluo Jinxian content, reserving such discussions for Hongjun Chapter 72. Failure. This teaching session ends here. You may all take your leave, Xuantian declared. As his words resonated, the audience opened their eyes, still yearning for more. Disappointment was etched across Dong Huangtai's face, as Xuantian had not revealed methods for breaking through to the quasi-saint realm, and had only touched lightly upon the cultivation of the Deluo Jinxian, focusing instead on how to ascend to that realm. Dare I ask, esteemed Xuantian, how might we break through to the quasi-saint realm? Dong Huangtai finally mustered the courage to voice his lingering doubts. Eager to learn the path to that exalted state, that as his words faded, many gazes turned fervently toward Xuantian, eager to glean insights on transcending to the quasi-saint realm, despite not having reached the late stages of Deluo Jinxian. The time is not ripe. None may break through to the quasi-saint realm, Xuantian replied, and in an instant his figure flickered back to Wuyi Mountain. The moment he returned, the gap in the mountain's array vanished, allowing everyone to sense the surrounding spiritual energy diminish significantly. For this trivial matter, Dong Huangtai and the others paid no heed, their minds occupied with pondering the meaning of Xuantian's earlier words. What did he mean by the time is not ripe? Was there someone preventing practitioners like them from ascending to the quasi-saint realm, who in the primordial world possess such power to thwart their progress? Even formidable beings like Hongjun and Xuantian could not achieve such a feat. Was it perhaps that the heavenly Tao sought to impede their ascension? But what motive could the heavenly Tao possibly have for such interference? At that moment, confusion clouded the minds of Dong Huangtai and his companions as they yearned to unravel the mystery. Yet Xuantian had already vanished, clearly indicating his disinterest in further discourse. That it appeared that the truth would remain elusive, necessitating their own search for answers. With that thought, Dong Huangtai and his companions prepared to depart. Suddenly, the sky trembled, and a vast surge of merit descended, enveloping Wuyi Mountain. As they beheld the falling merit, the realization dawned upon them. This was the reason Xuantian willingly shared his teachings with unrelated individuals. It became apparent that imparting knowledge could yield merit. Thus, could they not also attain merit through similar actions? Surely they could, for Xuantian had set a precedent. Henceforth, they would follow his example to garner merit. Being bearers of legacies, Dong Huangtai and his companions were well aware of the benefits of merit. With sufficient merit, breaking through to the quasi-saint realm would be far from daunting. What was this notion of an unripe time? In the face of merit, it seemed insignificant. At this juncture, they were increasingly convinced that the heavenly Tao was indeed obstructing their ascension to the quasi-saint realm. To forcefully transcend, they would require the power of merit. The more the heavenly Tao resisted their ascension at this moment, the greater the potential rewards for successfully breaking through to the quasi-saint realm. Although they remained unaware of the exact benefits, They sensed they would be extraordinary, and if possible, they could not afford to let this opportunity slip away. Consequently, they hurriedly departed to arrange teachings for the beings of the primordial world. Previously, many beings had refrained from attending Xuantian's teachings due to distance or fears of peril along the journey, that if they could now impart knowledge to those individuals, perhaps they too could acquire merit akin to Xuantian. As for Dong Huangtai and his compatriots' thoughts, Xuantian paid them no mind. Even if they were to teach, it was uncertain whether they would attain merit, and even if they did, the amount would likely be negligible, insufficient to facilitate their breakthrough to the quasi-saint realm. Observing the merit approaching him, Xuantian experienced no hesitation, swiftly absorbing the influx of merit, that if this merit could elevate the Enlightenment Tower to a primordial treasure, his physical form would ascend to the Hunyuan de Luo Jin Xian realm at that point. Even if the heavenly Tao were aware, it would matter little, as it would be unable to eradicate him. At most, it could seal him away. Should he fail to advance, it would not create a significant commotion, for he had previously activated the protective array of Wuyi Mountain, rendering such disturbances manageable. When he first received the merit, an ominous premonition had surfaced in Xuantian's mind. He feared disappointment awaited him. Indeed, the anticipated outcome materialized. The Enlightenment Tower, upon absorbing the merit, failed to manifest the next restriction, showing no signs of evolution whatsoever. The substantial merit merely enhanced its power slightly and granted an additional defensive capability, rivaling other top-tier primordial spiritual treasures. Thus, Xuantian quickly grasped the reality. It was utterly impossible for the merit to enable the Enlightenment Tower to transform into a primordial treasure. If even this merit could not catalyze the transformation, what else could? It seemed imperative to find a primordial treasure, to study thoroughly and discern the differences from top-tier primordial spiritual treasures. In the primordial realm, the only primordial treasure available to him was the Chaos Bell held by Dong Huangtai. Given his current strength, acquiring the Chaos Bell from Dong Huangtai would not pose a significant challenge. With that thought, Xuantian flickered away, reappearing not far from Dijun and Dong Huangtai. Upon seeing Xuantian's sudden appearance, Dong Huangtai felt an unsettling premonition rise within him. Was Xuantian seeking him out? He hoped his fears were unfounded. Otherwise, it seemed inevitable that he and his brother would face calamity that day. What could he possess that would attract Xuantian's interest? Dong Huangtai was acutely aware that it was not the top-tier primordial treasure. The He Tu and Luo Shu in Dijun's possession. Xuantian lacked for such treasures and likely would not seek them out merely for one day yet. How had Xuantian learned that the Chaos Bell, this primordial treasure, was in his possession? Since acquiring it, Dong Huangtai had not wielded it, and apart from Dijun, who was born alongside him, no one else knew of its existence in his hands. Dijun, being his brother, shared a fateful connection and would never disclose such information. Esteemed Xuantian, what brings you to seek me? Pray grant me a 5-star review. Collect, read, and bestow gifts. Chapter 73. The Starfruit Tree Dong Huangtai. I have come to request a certain object from you for contemplation. Rest assured, I do not intend to claim it as my own. I merely wish to ponder its essence and discern the differences between this primordial treasure and top-tier primordial spiritual treasures. It shall not take long. Would you be amenable? Do I possess the right to refuse? Naturally, Dong Huangtai was reluctant to allow Xuantian to examine the Chaos Bell. Who could predict what insights Xuantian might derive? You do not. Should you refuse, I shall have no choice but to seize it by force. You are aware that, given my cultivation level, even if you brothers were to unite, you would not be able to thwart me. As the conversation unfolded, the celestial furnace manifested above Xuantian, radiating waves of ethereal light that enveloped him within its protective embrace. Simultaneously, the Hongming cosmic measuring ruler, an unparalleled postnatal treasure of merit, was summoned by Xuantian. Firmly grasped in his hand, that he regarded Dong Huangtai with a wary gaze, making it abundantly clear that refusal would lead only to death. Dong Huangtai, not wishing to meet his demise at Xuantian's hands, had no choice but to acquiesce. After all, had Xuantian not previously stated his intentions? He had no desire to seize the Chaos Bell, a primordial treasure. He merely sought to comprehend its mysteries. Were it anyone else making such a claim, Dong Huangtai would be reluctant to believe it. However, for Xuantian, who possessed no shortage of treasures, acquiring the Chaos Bell would not significantly enhance his combat prowess. That it appears I have no other options. He conceded. Xuantian, I agreed, and I hope you will honor your promise and return this primordial treasure to me once you have gleaned its secrets. Rest assured, Xuantian replied, this primordial treasure holds little significance for me. I am not lacking in treasures or means to suppress fortune. Upon hearing these words, Dong Huangtai refrained from further comments, flipping his hand to reveal the Chaos Bell, which he then presented to Xuantian. Observing the bell in Dong Huangtai's grasp, Xuantian remained vigilant, ensuring that the celestial furnace was not absorbed into his body. This precaution meant that even if Dong Huangtai contemplated a surprise attack, he would be thwarted. Although Dong Huangtai harbored thoughts of ambushing Xuantian, he recognized the formidable power of the Chaos Bell. Should he succeed in his stealthy approach, the possibility of slaying Xuantian could not be dismissed. Yet, seeing Xuantian's unwavering demeanor, he understood that such an attempt would be futile and might provoke Xuantian's wrath. Thus, he complied and dutifully presented the Chaos Bell before Xuantian. Gentlemen, the time I require for comprehension will not exceed your patience. Would you prefer to accompany me back to Wuyi Mountain, or shall we seek a more concealed location? Xuantian inquired, unconcerned about exposing the Chaos Bell, yet confident that Dong Huangtai would wish to keep the presence of this primordial treasure under wraps. Let us find a more discreet place, Dong Huangtai suggested. There is a suitable cave 1,000 miles away. We shall go there. Subsequently, Xuantian led the two to the cave, and upon arrival, he entered the dwelling, commencing his contemplation of the primordial treasure. The Chaos Bell, the Chaos Bell was not a spiritual treasure of Xuantian's. Comprehending its intricacies proved to be a formidable task. The bell exhibited resistance to Xuantian's understanding, necessitating preliminary preparations. Given Xuantian's formidable strength, he swiftly sealed the Chaos Bell. His inherent familiarity with primordial treasures enabled him to discern a subtle distinction within the Chaos Bell. After 10 days of meditation, Xuantian finally identified the fundamental difference between primordial treasures and innate spiritual artifacts. Primordial treasures possess the essence of Hongming Purple Qi. This revelation implied that for the Enlightenment Tower to ascend to the status of a primordial treasure, it must acquire the Hongming Purple Qi and integrate it into its essence. Unfortunately, Xuantian lacked this vital essence and had no means of obtaining it. Presently, only Hongjun possessed such a resource within the vast expanse of Honghuang, indicating that acquiring Hongming Purple Qi would necessitate seeking it from Hongjun himself. However, Xuantian surmised that Hongjun would be unlikely to part with it. The only opportunity to obtain the Hongming Purple Qi would arise during Hongjun's teachings. Moreover, this essence formed the foundation for achieving sanctity. Xuantian would need to attain the status of a heavenly Dao saint to acquire it. That if there were alternative paths to advancement, Xuantian would be loath to become a heavenly Dao saint. His preferred aspiration was to become a saint of the great Dao. Should that prove unattainable, he would be content to achieve the rank of Mixed Yuan de Luo Jingxian. The title of Heavenly Dao Saint was his last resort. If circumstances became dire, he would choose to embrace that path, for at least it would afford him a measure of respect. Thus, the prospect of elevating the Enlightenment Tower to the status of a primordial treasure seemed utterly obstructed. Henceforth, his only recourse lay in comprehending the immutable laws to enhance his strength. Dong Huangtai, this Chaos Bell is returned to you, Xuantian declared, tossing the bell toward him as the Chaos Bell approached. Dong Huangtai instinctively seized control of it, drawing it into his being. Why this time, Xuantian had already vanished from sight. Witnessing this, Dijun and Dong Huangtai wasted no time and swiftly made their way to the Sun Star. Eager to ascertain what Xuantian had accomplished with the Chaos Bell during the intervening period, in truth, upon perceiving the bell's resistance, Xuantian had sealed the primordial treasure, leaving Dong Huangtai oblivious to the specifics of Xuantian's actions regarding it. Upon returning to Wuyi Mountain, Xuantian dedicated himself wholeheartedly to the comprehension of the immutable laws. With other paths effectively blocked, he was left with no option but to delve into these laws to elevate his cultivation. Fortunately, given his innate understanding, he found it relatively effortless to grasp the immutable laws, allowing for continuous advancement in his comprehension. Based on Xuantian's estimations, given his current state, he could likely reach a level of 70% understanding of the immutable laws, achieving the late stage of quasi-saint. However, once he attained this milestone, further progress would become a laborious endeavor, requiring an immense amount of time for even the slightest improvement that a century slipped by in the blink of an eye. One day, while immersed in cultivation at Wuyi Mountain, Xuantian suddenly sensed a surge of spiritual energy converging towards a specific location that, if his memory served him correctly, this place should be the dwelling of the Star Fruit Tree. Chapter 74. The leader of the monster clan previously, upon acquiring this primordial spiritual root, Xuantian had not given it much thought, unaware that the Star Fruit Tree possessed such potential to develop sentience. This revelation meant that the tree had the possibility of eventually taking on a physical form, although the transformation of the Star Fruit Tree into a sentient being would be exceedingly challenging. The potential existed nonetheless. With that in mind, Xuantian took a step forward, appearing before the Star Fruit Tree. After a careful examination, he found that his initial suspicions were indeed correct. The Star Fruit Tree had truly developed intelligence. At this moment, however, the tree's sentience was still in its infancy, instinctively absorbing spiritual energy to cultivate that it would require a significant amount of time before it could fully awaken its intelligence. Of course, should Xuantian choose to impart knowledge to the Star Fruit Tree, the timeline for its awakening could be considerably shortened. Upon perceiving the Star Fruit Tree once again, Xuantian felt a strong affinity, sensing a master-disciple connection between them. Given their bond and the extraordinary nature of the Star Fruit Tree, he contemplated nurturing it for future potential. Perhaps it could even reach the late stage of quasi-saint. If one of his disciples were to emerge as a powerful quasi-saint, many matters would no longer necessitate his direct involvement. With this thought in mind, Xuantian seated himself beneath the Star Fruit Tree and began to expound teachings. This session lasted for 50 years, during which time the Star Fruit Tree fully developed its intelligence and began its own cultivation. Seeing this, Xuantian chose to disregard the Star Fruit Tree for the moment and return to his dwelling to continue his study of the immutable laws. Although the Star Fruit Tree had commenced its cultivation, its progress remained nascent, and it would require a considerable duration before it could assume a physical form. Xuantian had no intention of remaining until the tree's transformation was complete. Since Xuantian's teachings had garnered merit, numerous beings across Hongjun began to emulate his actions in hopes of attaining similar rewards. Regrettably, after Xuantian, no one else managed to gain merit through their teachings, with the most they could hope for being a modest boost in fortune. This led to disappointment and frustration among figures like Xuantian, who once believed they could follow in Xuantian's footsteps and attain merit, only to find their efforts yielded meager results. Over time, the number of individuals imitating Xuantian's teachings dwindled, as the lack of merit discouraged them from sharing their cultivation methods, lest their adversaries exploit their weaknesses. The 12 ancestors of the Witch Clan, upon departing from Wuyi Mountain, returned to the Penglai Hall, whereupon the disciples of the Witch Clan began to traverse the vast expanse of Hongjun. Due to the backing of the 12 ancestors of sorcery, coupled with their lineage as descendants of Pangu, they act with unparalleled arrogance, feeding upon the disciples of the Demon Clan. In a fleeting moment, an untold number of demon disciples have fallen victim to these sorcerous disciples, becoming sustenance that bolsters their strength. Dijun and Dong Huangtai had previously entertained the notion of leading the Demon Clan. However, achieving this ambition is no trifling matter. It necessitates the establishment of a formidable reputation. For only with renown can they attract followers to a result. The once tranquil primordial realm has once again erupted into a flurry of activity. Numerous Deluo golden immortals among the Demon Clan aspire to emulate the likes of the ancestral dragon, gradually uniting their clans to gather fortune, hoping to leverage this collective fortune to transcend into higher realms or even attain the status of a sage. In bygone days, the reason the ancestral dragon and its ilk surpassed the current generation in strength was precisely because they amassed a substantial fortune, which allowed them to gain an edge over their contemporaries. Otherwise, they might not have been distinguished from the rest. Of course, these matters hold no relevance for Xuantian, who harbors no intention of engaging in the conflicts between the sorcerers and the demons. The members of both clans dare not venture near Wuyi Mountain for fear of disturbing Xuantian. One day, while in seclusion, Xuantian suddenly sensed that Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun were approaching his sanctuary. Not wishing to interrupt his meditation, he vanished from his location, and soon, Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun appeared before him. Without delay, my esteemed friends, shall we converse inside? Previously, Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun had been engrossed in their cultivation and were unaware of Xuantian's incorporation of the Penglai Immortal Island into Wuyi Mountain. Upon sensing the extraordinarily dense spiritual energy of Wuyi Mountain, both felt a profound sense of curiosity. This Wuyi Mountain, even if considered a top-tier cave paradise, is perhaps a bit too extravagant in its spiritual energy. Surpassing the majority of such realms, only slightly inferior to Buzhou Mountain, my friends, you are truly fortunate to have discovered such an extraordinary sanctuary. You jest, my friends. Though Wuyi Mountain was commendable in the past, it pales in comparison to its current grandeur. The transformation of Wuyi Mountain is solely due to my merging of the Penglai Immortal Island into it, which has resulted in its present form. Many are aware of this development. Even if you refrain from speaking, Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun would soon learn of it. The Penglai Immortal Island, as you speak of, is it not one of the 3 legendary islands filled with treasures? Hongjun gazed at Xuantian in astonishment. Indeed, it is one of those mythical islands. Though truly valuable treasures are scarce, perhaps only one island boasts a singular artifact. The Sea-Calming Pearl and the Eastern Green Lotus Banner were both acquired from the 3 immortal islands. By the way, my esteemed friends, are you here today for a particular matter? Knowing the two as he did, Xuantian suspected they would not have sought him out without reason. Xuantian, my friend, previously, Dijun and Dong Huangtai approached us, seeking to recruit us into their ranks to establish the Demon Clan and become its leaders. The Demon Clan? These two truly possess grand ambitions, daring to entertain such notions that my friends, to be precise. Aside from the sorcerers, all beings in the primordial realm could be considered demons. Their aspirations are excessively lofty, and success is utterly improbable. This era belongs to the sages. Those capable of attaining sagehood will certainly do so amidst this cataclysm, becoming immortal and indestructible. Beneath the sages, all are but ants that you believe those sages would acknowledge Dijun and Dong Huangtai as the leaders of the Demon Clan. In this age of sages, Xuantian, do you believe you can achieve sagehood amidst this calamity? In the eyes of Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun, Xuantian and Hongjun were the strongest beings in the primordial realm, that if even they could not attain sagehood, they could scarcely fathom who else might, that I know not. My path diverges from that of Hongjun. Attaining sagehood is no simple feat. Should I succeed, I shall not be comparable to other sages, while the status of a great sage is beyond compare. Even in terms of strength, it far surpasses that of a heavenly Dao sage. Even potential is not something a heavenly Dao sage can rival. Xuantian is determined not to rely solely on fortune and merit to ascend to higher realms after achieving sagehood. He yearns to cultivate independently, transcending to loftier heights, that my friend, Xuantian. If possible, it would be wise to attain sagehood sooner rather than later. You possess numerous treasures. Even sages would covet them. Should you delay your ascension, I fear they may act against you, seizing the treasures you hold before you achieve sagehood. Xuantian was well aware of this. Should he delay his ascent, the sages would undoubtedly set their sights on his treasures, particularly the likes of the Western duo, Xuanti and Jin. Should they perceive no potential for him to attain sagehood, they would certainly attempt to wrest his treasures from him. No, even Tontian would be inclined to act. For the Xuantian sword rests within his possession. Lacking the Xuantian sword, he could not deploy the Xuantian sword formation, the most lethal formation in the primordial realm, and this innate treasure does not possess the ability to suppress fortune. He could not believe that Tongtian would not desire an artifact capable of suppressing fortune and the luck of the thus. Before Nuwa and the others attained sagehood, he must acquire the strength to protect himself. He wondered if his current physical form could withstand the onslaught of a sage, that he held immense confidence against those beneath the sage tier, believing none could vanquish him. However, against such legendary figures as sages, he dared not speculate too freely, having never witnessed their might. Rest assured, my friends, I shall prepare adequately and will not allow those individuals to succeed. That is reassuring. Subsequently, Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun remained with Xuantian for a time before each returned to their respective sanctuaries to continue their cultivation. As for the earlier proposal by Dong Huangtai and his brother, both Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun were naturally opposed to it, with the absence of the ancestral dragon suppression. Many renowned figures from later generations began to emerge during this time. These individuals, upon their arrival in the primordial realm, exhibited formidable prowess. For example, upon their emergence, the three pure ones showcased immense strength, being late-stage Deluo Golden Immortals. Furthermore, with the three brothers united, Laozi wielded a powerful postnatal merit treasure, the Tianyi Xinyuan Linglong Tower, for protection. Yuan Shi Tianzun and Tong Tian also possessed formidable top-tier, innate spiritual treasures. All boasting tremendous offensive capabilities that in an instant, the three brothers became among the most formidable entities in the primordial realm. After all, with the three of them united, even Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai, when combined, would hardly dare claim they could defeat the Sanqing. Although Dong Huang Tai possessed the innate treasure, the Chaos Bell, he had yet to refine many of the restrictions within it. In contrast, Laozi had already refined 48 restrictions within the Tianyi Xinyuan Linglong Tower, leaving only the last one, which remained unrefined due to insufficient cultivation, allowing him to wield the vast majority of its power. Given Dong Huang Taiyi's capabilities, he could not breach the defenses of the Tianyi Xinyuan Linglong Tower to harm Laozi that a decade later. The starfruit tree within Wuyi Mountain reached the late-stage golden immortal level, on the verge of taking form. Upon witnessing this, Xuantian appeared before the starfruit tree that Wu Chun pays respects to his esteemed predecessor. I am deeply grateful for your years of nurturing. Without your guidance, I could not have attained my current state. That Wu Chun, a fine name indeed. That Wu Chun, you and I share a master-disciple bond. Are you willing to accept me as your teacher? Wu Chun had long desired to apprentice under Xuantian, but hesitated, fearing rejection and the loss of his place in Wuyi Mountain. Now that Xuantian had broached the subject, how could Wu Chun refuse? I am willing. Disciple Wu Chun pays respects to his teacher. At this moment, Wu Chun had yet to take form, remaining as the starfruit tree, unable to bow properly before Xuantian, and thus only bent its trunk in a gesture of respect. Rise that Wu Chun, you should understand that as an innate spiritual root, the starfruit tree, taking form is no simple task. With your current accumulation, it is nearly impossible to achieve manifestation. You will need to accumulate for another millennium or more. Furthermore, even upon taking form, reaching the quasi-saint level is no easy feat. However, your essence is extraordinarily unique. If utilized well, reaching the late quasi-saint stage is not beyond your grasp, and even the realm of sub-saints is not unattainable. Please assist me, teacher, that I do not wish to merely take form. I aspire to reach even greater heights. That Wu Chen's anxious voice rang in Xuantian's ears. Devote yourself fully to nurturing the starfruit and integrate your essence into it, using it as your true body. Subsequently, send your true body into the chaos to absorb the chaotic energy, transforming it into stellar power to nourish the primordial stars. This will enable you to continuously acquire merit. Are you willing? I am willing. Please assist me, teacher. This is a grand thoroughfare, and how could Wu Chun possibly refuse? If given the chance, he would eagerly commence without delay. That in light of this, I shall now escort you into the chaos, where you shall first attempt to absorb the essence of chaos. Furthermore, you should enhance the starfruit and the branch from which it grows. In the future, that branch may serve as your true form, and the stronger it becomes, the better. Yes, master, your disciple understands. Thereafter, Xuantian vanished with the starfruit tree, journeying into the chaos. With Xuantian's current cultivation, should he wish to remain unnoticed, there would be no one in Hongjun capable of detecting his presence. And thus, none would be aware of his venture into the chaos. Soon, Xuantian arrived in the chaos with the starfruit tree. Upon its emergence, the surrounding chaotic essence seemed to react as if provoked, surging wildly towards the starfruit tree, intent on obliterating this innate spiritual root. Witnessing this, Xuantian summoned the heavenly furnace, a chaotic spiritual treasure, which appeared above the starfruit tree, emanating streams of spiritual light that enveloped it, ensuring that the surrounding chaotic essence could not inflict harm upon the tree. At this moment, the starfruit tree was not yet formidable. If inundated by the chaotic essence, its fate would be sealed, perishing amidst the turbulent energies. Subsequently, Xuantian infused a strand of chaotic essence into the starfruit tree, allowing it to undergo refinement. Given the starfruit tree's abilities, it should find the refinement of this strand of chaotic essence a trivial endeavor. Should it fail, it would imply that my prior assumptions were erroneous, and Wu Chen's future achievements would hinge solely on his own fortuity. That my disciple, if you can refine the chaotic essence, you may defy destiny itself. Otherwise, attaining the mid-stage of Quasi-Saint would be a remarkable feat naturally. If the opportunity to reach the late stage of Quasi-Saint arose, Mu Chun would strive earnestly to refine the chaotic essence within his body. As the chaotic essence entered Mu Chen's being, it roamed tumultuously, resisting his attempts at refinement. Fortunately, Mu Chen's true form was robust, and he remained unharmed as he persistently endeavored to refine the chaotic essence. After a day of stalemate, the essence ultimately fell into Mu Chen's grasp, whereupon he utilized his magical powers to confine it and commence the refinement process. The starfruit tree, inherently capable of absorbing chaotic essence. Despite Mu Chen's current lack of strength, was still able to refine the essence within him, albeit at a slower pace. After half a month, Mu Chen finally succeeded in refining the chaotic essence within his body. Recognizing this, Xuantian sent another strand of chaotic essence into Mu Chen, and with the experience of the first refinement, this second endeavor proved considerably simpler. Within 5 days, he had refined the second strand. Continuing this process, as Mu Chen refined one strand of chaotic essence, Xuantian would provide another, until Mu Chen could refine the essence instantaneously, at which point they would pause. Simultaneously, the chaotic essence refined by Mu Chen continuously nourished his true form, rendering it increasingly formidable, capable of standing firm within the chaos. Thus, a year elapsed, and Mu Chen achieved the ability to refine chaotic essence in an instant, while his true form grew even stronger under the nourishing effects of the chaotic essence, now qualifying him to establish himself in the chaos. Observing this, Xuantian retracted the heavenly furnace, encouraging Mu Chen to stand amidst the chaos and refine the surrounding chaotic essence independently. Of course, Xuantian would not abandon Mu Chen entirely. The chaos harbors numerous dangers, and should Mu Chen find himself in peril, Xuantian would intervene. Without the protection of the heavenly furnace, chaotic essence surged towards Mu Chen, seeking to rend his true form. The starfruit tree asunder. Fortunately, after refining numerous strands of chaotic essence, Mu Chen's true form had grown significantly stronger, and he could now refine a strand of chaotic essence in an instant. These chaotic essences assailing the starfruit tree not only failed to harm it, but were continuously refined and absorbed into Mu Chen's being. As the chaotic essence was refined and integrated into the starfruit tree, Xuantian could distinctly sense the tree's gradual growth. Witnessing Mu Chen's transformation, Xuantian nodded in satisfaction. All was proceeding smoothly, provided Mu Chen abstains from entangling himself in karmic matters. Under my guidance, it is not impossible for him to reach the late stage of Quasi-Saint. With such a capable disciple, even in my absence from Hongjun, none would dare to bully those under my tutelage. Indeed, after attaining the status of saint, Xuantian intended to establish a school. He had an inkling that should he achieve this status, it would necessitate the founding of a doctrine to enlighten beings. Xuantian was confident in his ability to attain sainthood, and thus began making preparations. For gifted disciples are few, and missing the opportunity would be regrettable. Mu Chen did not forget Xuantian's previous instructions and diligently merged the starfruits he possessed, combining all 365 into a singular, more powerful starfruit. Naturally, he also incorporated the chaotic essence within, as this would eventually become his true form, and the stronger it was, the better that as for the matter of transformation. Mu Chen felt no apprehension. Following Xuantian's earlier design, he believed that should he desire to manifest, he would do so effortlessly, without fear of divine punishment. Seeing that Mu Chen was now in a position to avoid danger and could establish himself within the chaos, Xuantian ceased his vigilance and began to contemplate the immutable laws, but he recalled that once Hongjun achieved sainthood, his own understanding of the laws would become significantly more challenging. This moment was undoubtedly the most fortuitous for Xuantian, and he resolved to seize the opportunity to enhance his cultivation. Thus, Xuantian accompanied Mu Chen in the chaos for a Millennium. One day, Xuantian suddenly opened his eyes and addressed Mu Chen, "Disciple, you have reached your limits. It is time for you to transform." "Yes, Master, your disciple understands." With that, Mu Chen caused the branch bearing the starfruits to break, allowing his primordial spirit to enter the branch. "Heavenly Tao above, today I, Mu Chen, wish to utilize my true form to embody the power of the stars, to benefit Hongjun, and I beseech the Heavenly Tao to witness this." As he spoke, Mu Chen channeled his true form, devouring the chaotic essence, refining it, and then transmuting it into the power of the stars. which he infused into the stars themselves, providing resources for the myriad beings in Hongjun to cultivate at this juncture. Mu Chun had yet to break through to the Tai golden immortal realm. Logically, his previous declarations should not have reached the ears of many beings in Hongjun. However, with the assistance of the heavenly Tao, his words resonated throughout Hongjun, although the beings therein did not pay much heed, for this matter bore little relevance to them. The spiritual energy in Hongjun was abundant, and they had no need for the power of the stars. Moreover, the star power in Hongjun was already quite dense. They did not perceive any changes following Mu Chen's subsequent embodiment of star power, and thus paid it no mind. Nevertheless, Mu Chen's earlier declarations left a lasting impression on many, and they etched his name into their memories.